The History of Rome. By Titus Livius. Book 1. The coming of Aeneas into Italy, and his achievements there, the reign of Ascanius in Alba, and of the other Silvian kings. Romulus and Remus born. Amulius killed. Romulus builds Rome, forms a senate. Makes war upon the Sabines, presents the Opima Spolia to Jupiter Feretrius, divides the people into curiae, his victories, is deified. Numa institutes the rites of religious worship, builds a temple to Janus. And having made peace with all his neighbors, closes it for the first time, enjoys a peaceful reign, and is succeeded by Tullus Hostilius. War with the Albans, combat of the Horatii and Curiatii. Alba demolished, and the Albans made citizens of Rome. War declared against the Sabines, Tullus killed by lightning. Ancus Marcius renews the religious institutions of Numa. Conquers the Latins, confers on them the right of citizenship, and assigns them the Aventine hill to dwell on, adds the hill Janiculum to the city, enlarges the bounds of the empire. In his reign Lucumo comes to Rome, assumes the name of Tarquinius. And, after the death of Ancus, is raised to the throne. He increases the Senate by adding to it 100 new senators, defeats the Latins and Sabines, augments the centuries of knights, builds a wall round the city, makes the common sewers. Is slain by the sons of Ancus after a reign of 38 years, and is succeeded by Servius Tullius. He institutes the census, closes the lustrum, in which 80,000 citizens are said to have been enrolled. Divides the people into classes and centuries, enlarges the Pomerium, and adds the Quirinal, Viminal, and Esquiline hills to the city, after a reign of 40 years, is murdered by L. Tarquin, afterwards surnamed Superbus. He usurps the crown. Tarquin makes war on the Volsci, and, with the plunder taken from them, builds a temple to Jupiter Capitolinus. By a stratagem of his son, Sextus Tarquin, he reduces the city of Gabii. After a reign of 25 years is dethroned and banished, in consequence of the forcible violation of the person of Lucretia by his son Sextus. L. Junius Brutus and L. Tarquinius Collatinus first created consuls. Preface. Whether in tracing the history of the Roman people, from the foundation of the city, I shall employ myself to a useful purpose, I am neither very certain, nor, if I were, dare I say, inasmuch as I observe that it is both an old and hackneyed practice, later authors always supposing that they will either adduce something more authentic in the facts, or, that they will excel the less polished ancients in their style of writing. Be that as it may, it will, at all events, be a satisfaction to me, that I too have contributed my share to perpetuate the achievements of a people, the lords of the world. And if, amidst so great a number of historians, my reputation should remain in obscurity, I may console myself with the celebrity and lustre of those who shall stand in the way of my fame. Moreover, the subject is both of immense labor, as being one which must be traced back for more than 700 years, and which, having set out from small beginnings, has increased to such a degree that it is now distressed by its own magnitude. And, to most readers, I doubt not but that the first origin and the events immediately succeeding, will afford but little pleasure, while they will be hastening to these later times, in which the strength of this overgrown people has for a long period been working its own destruction. I, on the contrary, shall seek this, as a reward of my labor, viz. to withdraw myself from the view of the calamities, which our age has witnessed for so many years, so long as I am reviewing with my whole attention these ancient times, being free from every care that may distract a writer's mind, though it cannot warp it from the truth. The traditions which have come down to us of what happened before the building of the city, or before its building was contemplated, as being suitable rather to the fictions of poetry than to the genuine records of history, I have no intention either to affirm or refute. This indulgence is conceded to antiquity, that by blending things human with divine, it may make the origin of cities appear more venerable, and if any people might be allowed to consecrate their origin, and to ascribe it to the gods as its authors. Such is the renown of the Roman people in war, that when they represent Mars, in particular, as their own parent and that of their founder, the nations of the world may submit to this as patiently as they submit to their sovereignty. But in whatever way these and such like matters shall be attended to, or judged of, I shall not deem of great importance. I would have every man apply his mind seriously to consider these points, viz. What their life and what their manners were. Through what men and by what measures, both in peace and in war, their empire was acquired and extended. Then, as discipline gradually declined, let him follow in his thoughts their morals, at first as slightly giving way, anon how they sunk more and more, then began to fall headlong, until he reaches the present times, when we can neither endure our vices, nor their remedies. This it is which is particularly salutary and profitable in the study of history, that you behold instances of every variety of conduct displayed on a conspicuous monument. That from thence you may select for yourself and for your country that which you may imitate, thence note what is shameful in the undertaking, and shameful in the result, which you may avoid. But either a fond partiality for the task I have undertaken deceives me, or there never was any state either greater, or more moral, or richer in good examples, nor one into which luxury and avarice made their entrance so late. And where poverty and frugality were so much and so long honored. So that the less wealth there was, the less desire was there. Of late, riches have introduced avarice, and excessive pleasures a longing for them, amidst luxury and a passion for ruining ourselves and destroying everything else. But let complaints, which will not be agreeable even then, when perhaps they will be also necessary, be kept aloof at least from the first stage of commencing so great a work. We should rather, if it was usual with us, historians, as it is with poets, begin with good omens, vows and prayers to the gods and goddesses to vouchsafe good success to our efforts in so arduous an undertaking. Chapter 1. Now first of all it is sufficiently established that, Troy having been taken, the utmost severity was shown to all the other Trojans. But that towards Aeneas and Antenor, the Greeks forbore all the rites of war, both in accordance with an ancient tie of hospitality, and because they had ever been the advisers of peace. And of the restoration of Helen, then that Antenor after various vicissitudes came into the innermost bay of the Adriatic Sea, with a body of the Hennidi, who having been driven from Paphlagonia in consequence of a civil commotion, were in quest both of a settlement and a leader, their king Pylaemenes having been lost at Troy. And that the Hennidi and Trojans, having expelled the Euganei, who dwelt between the sea and the Alps, took possession of the country, and the place where they first landed is called Troy, from whence also the name of Trojan is given to the canton. But the nation in general is called Veneti, that Aeneas was driven from home by a similar calamity, but the fates leading him to the founding of a greater empire. He came first to Macedonia, that he sailed from thence to Sicily in quest of a settlement, that from Sicily he made for the Laurentine territory. This place also has the name of Troy. When the Trojans, having disembarked there, were driving plunder from the lands, as being persons to whom, after their almost immeasurable wandering, nothing was left but their arms and ships, Latinus the king, and the aborigines, who then occupied those places, assembled in arms from the city and country to repel the violence of the newcomers. On this point the tradition is twofold. Some say, that Latinus, after being overcome in battle, made first a peace, and then an alliance with Aeneas, others, that when the armies were drawn out in battle array, before the signals were sounded, Latinus advanced to the front of the troops and invited the leader of the adventurers to a conference. That he then inquired who they were, whence they had come, or by what casualty they had left their home, and in quest of what they had landed on the Laurentine territory, after he heard that the host were Trojans, their chief Aeneas, the son of Anchises and Venus, and that, driven from their own country and their homes, which had been destroyed by fire, they were seeking a settlement and a place for building a town. Struck with admiration of the noble origin of the nation and of the hero, and their spirit, alike prepared for peace or war, he confirmed the assurance of future friendship by giving his right hand, that upon this a compact was struck between the chiefs, and mutual greetings passed between the armies, that Aeneas was hospitably entertained by Latinus, that Latinus, in the presence of his household gods, added a family league to the public one, by giving Aeneas his daughter in marriage. This event confirms the Trojans in the hope of at length terminating their wanderings by a fixed and permanent settlement. They build a town. Aeneas calls it Lavinium, after the name of his wife. In a short time, too, a son was the issue of the new marriage, to whom his parents gave the name of Ascanius. The Aborigines and Trojans were soon after attacked together in war. Turnus, king of the Rutulians, to whom Lavinia had been affianced before the coming of Aeneas, enraged that a stranger had been preferred to himself, made war on Aeneas and Latinus together. Neither side came off from that contest with cause for rejoicing. The Rutulians were vanquished, the victorious Aborigines and Trojans lost their leader Latinus. Upon this Turnus and the Rutulians, diffident of their strength, have recourse to the flourishing state of the Etruscans, and their king Mezentius, who holding his court at Coere, at that time an opulent town, being by no means pleased, even from the commencement, at the founding of the new city. And then considering that the Trojan power was increasing much more than was altogether consistent with the safety of the neighboring states, without reluctance joined his forces in alliance with the Rutulians. Aeneas, in order to conciliate the minds of the Aborigines to meet the terror of so serious a war, called both nations Latins, so that they might all be not only under the same laws, but also the same name. Nor after that did the Aborigines yield to the Trojans in zeal and fidelity towards their king Aeneas. Relying therefore on this disposition of the two nations, who were now daily coalescing more and more, although Etruria was so powerful, that it filled with the fame of its prowess not only the land, but the sea also. Through the whole length of Italy, from the Alps to the Sicilian Strait, though he might have repelled the war by means of fortifications, yet he led out his forces to the field. Upon this a battle ensued successful to the Latins, the last also of the mortal acts of Aeneas. He was buried, by whatever name human and divine laws require him to be called, on the banks of the river Nemesius. They call him Jupiter Indiges. Ascanius, the son of Aeneas, was not yet old enough to take the government upon him. That government, however, remained secure for him till the age of maturity. In the interim, the Latin state and the kingdom of his grandfather and father was secured for the boy under the regency of his mother, such capacity was there in Lavinia. I have some doubts, for who can state as certain a matter of such antiquity, whether this was the Ascanius, or one older than he, born of Creusa before the fall of Troy, and the companion of his father in his flight from thence, the same whom, being called Iulus, the Julian family call the author of their name. This Ascanius, wheresoever and of whatever mother born, it is at least certain that he was the son of Aeneas. Lavinium being overstocked with inhabitants, left that flourishing and, considering these times, wealthy city to his mother or stepmother, and built for himself a new one at the foot of Mount Alba, which, being extended on the ridge of a hill, was, from its situation, called Longa Alba. Between the founding of Lavinium and the transplanting this colony to Longa Alba, about 30 years intervened. Yet its power had increased to such a degree, especially after the defeat of the Etrurians, that not even upon the death of Aeneas, nor after that, during the regency of Lavinia, and the first essays of the young prince's reign, did Mezentius, the Etrurians, or any other of its neighbors dare to take up arms against it. A peace had been concluded between the two nations on these terms, that the river Albula, now called Tiber, should be the common boundary between the Etrurians and Latins. After him Silvius, the son of Ascanius, born by some accident in a wood, ascends the throne. He was the father of Aeneas Silvius, who afterwards begot Latinus Silvius. By him several colonies, called the ancient Latins, were transplanted. From this time all the princes, who reigned at Alba, had the surname of Silvius. From Latinus sprung Alba, from Alba, Ades, from Ades, Capus, from Capus, Capitus. From Capitus, Tiberinus, who, being drowned in crossing the river Albula, gave it a name famous with posterity. Then Agrippa, the son of Tiberinus, after Agrippa, Romulus Silvius ascends the throne, in succession to his father. The latter, having been killed by a thunderbolt, left the kingdom to Aventinus, who being buried on that hill, which is now part of the city of Rome, gave his name to it. After him reigns Proca, he begets Numitor and Amulius. To Numitor, his eldest son, he bequeaths the ancient kingdom of the Silvian family. But force prevailed more than the father's will or the respect due to seniority, for Amulius, having expelled his brother, seizes the kingdom. He adds crime to crime, murders his brother's male issue, and under pretense of doing his brother's daughter, Rhea Silvia, honor, having made her a Vestal virgin, by obliging her to perpetual virginity he deprives her of all hopes of issue. But, in my opinion, the origin of so great a city, and the establishment of an empire next in power to that of the gods, was due to the fates. The Vestal Rhea, being deflowered by force, when she had brought forth twins, declares Mars to be the father of her illegitimate offspring, either because she believed it to be so, or because a god was a more creditable author of her offense. But neither gods nor men protect her or her children from the king's cruelty. The priestess is bound and thrown into prison, the children he commands to be thrown into the current of the river. By some interposition of Providence, the Tiber having overflowed its banks in stagnant pools, did not admit of any access to the regular bed of the river, and the bearers supposed that the infants could be drowned in water however still. Thus, as if they had effectually executed the king's orders, they exposed the boys in the nearest land flood, where now stands the Ficus Romaнаlis. They say that it was called Romularis. The country thereabout was then a vast wilderness. The tradition is, that when the water, subsiding, had left the floating trough, in which the children had been exposed, on dry ground, a thirsty she-wolf, coming from the neighboring mountains, directed her course to the cries of the infants. And that she held down her dugs to them with so much gentleness, that the keeper of the king's flock found her licking the boys with her tongue. It is said his name was Faustulus, and that they were carried by him to his homestead to be nursed by his wife Laurentia. Some are of opinion that she was called Lupa among the shepherds, from her being a common prostitute, and that this gave rise to the surprising story. The children thus born and thus brought up, when arrived at the years of manhood, did not loiter away their time in tending the folds or following the flocks, but roamed and hunted in the forests. Having by this exercise improved their strength and courage, they not only encountered wild beasts, but even attacked robbers laden with plunder, and afterwards divided the spoil among the shepherds. And in company with these, the number of their young associates daily increasing, they carried on their business and their sports. They say, that the festival of the Lupercal, as now celebrated, was even at that time solemnized on the Palatine Hill, which, from Palantium, a city of Arcadia, was first called Palladium, and afterwards Mount Palatine. There they say that Evander, who belonged to the tribe of Arcadians, that for many years before had possessed that country, appointed the observance of a feast, introduced from Arcadia, in such manner. That young men ran about naked in sport and wantonness, doing honor to Pan Lycaeus, whom the Romans afterwards called Inuus. That the robbers, through rage at the loss of their booty, having lain in wait for them whilst intent on this sport, as the festival was now well known, whilst Romulus vigorously defended himself, took Remus prisoner. That they delivered him up, when taken, to King Amulius, accusing him with the utmost effrontery. They principally alleged it as a charge against them, that they had made incursions upon Numitor's lands, and plundered them in a hostile manner, having assembled a band of young men for the purpose. Upon this Remus was delivered to Numitor to be punished. Now, from the very first, Faustulus had entertained hopes that the boys whom he was bringing up were of the blood royal. For he both knew that the children had been exposed by the king's orders, and that the time at which he had taken them up agreed exactly with that period, but he had been unwilling that the matter, as not being yet ripe for discovery, should be disclosed, till either a fit opportunity or necessity should arise. Necessity came first. Accordingly, compelled by fear, he discovers the whole affair to Romulus. By accident also, whilst he had Remus in custody, and had heard that the brothers were twins, on comparing their age, and observing their turn of mind entirely free from servility, the recollection of his grandchildren struck Numitor. And on making inquiries he arrived at the same conclusion, so that he was well nigh recognizing Remus. Thus a plot is concerted for the king on all sides. Romulus, not accompanied by a body of young men, for he was unequal to open force, but having commanded the shepherds to come to the palace by different roads at a fixed time, forces his way to the king. And Remus, with another party from Numitor's house, assists his brother, and so they kill the king. Numitor, at the beginning of the fray, having given out that enemies had invaded the city, and assaulted the palace, after he had drawn off the Alban youth to secure the citadel with a garrison and arms, when he saw the young men. After they had killed the king, advancing to congratulate him, immediately called an assembly of the people, and represented to them the unnatural behavior of his brother towards him, the extraction of his grandchildren, the manner of their birth and education, and how they came to be discovered. Then he informed them of the king's death, and that he was killed by his orders. When the young princes, coming up with their band through the middle of the assembly, saluted their grandfather king, an approving shout, following from all the people present, ratified to him both that title and the sovereignty. Thus the government of Alba being committed to Numitor, a desire seized Romulus and Remus to build a city on the spot where they had been exposed and brought up. And there was an overflowing population of Albans and of Latins. The shepherds too had come into that design, and all these readily inspired hopes, that Alba and Lavinium would be but petty places in comparison with the city which they intended to build. But ambition of the sovereignty, the bane of their grandfather, interrupted these designs, and thence arose a shameful quarrel from a beginning sufficiently amicable. For as they were twins, and the respect due to seniority could not determine the point, they agreed to leave to the tutelary gods of the place to choose, by augury, which should give a name to the new city, which govern it when built. Romulus chose the Palatine and Remus the Aventine hill as their stands to make their observations. It is said, that to Remus an omen came first, 6 vultures. And now, the omen having been declared, when double the number presented itself to Romulus, his own party saluted each king, the former claimed the kingdom on the ground of priority of time, the latter on account of the number of birds. Upon this, having met in an altercation, from the contest of angry feelings they turned to bloodshed, their Remus fell from a blow received in the crowd. A more common account is, that Remus, in derision of his brother, leaped over his new-built wall, and was, for that reason, slain by Romulus in a passion. Who, after sharply chiding him, added words to this effect, "So shall every one fare, who shall dare to leap over my fortifications." Thus Romulus got the sovereignty to himself. The city, when built, was called after the name of its founder. His first work was to fortify the Palatine hill where he had been educated. To the other gods he offers sacrifices according to the Alban rite, to Hercules, according to the Grecian rite, as they had been instituted by Evander. There is a tradition, that Hercules, having killed Geryon, drove his oxen, which were extremely beautiful, into those places. And that, after swimming over the Tiber, and driving the cattle before him, being fatigued with traveling, he laid himself down on the banks of the river, in a grassy place, to refresh them with rest and rich pasture. When sleep had overpowered him, satiated with food and wine, a shepherd of the place, named Cacus, presuming on his strength, and charmed with the beauty of the oxen, wished to purloin that booty, but because, if he had driven them forward into the cave, their footsteps would have guided the search of their owner thither, he therefore drew the most beautiful of them, one, by the tails, backwards into a cave. Hercules, awaking at daybreak, when he had surveyed his herd, and observed that some of them were missing, goes directly to the nearest cave, to see if by chance their footsteps would lead him thither. But when he observed that they were all turned from it, and directed him no other way, confounded, and not knowing what to do, he began to drive his cattle out of that unlucky place. Upon this, some of the cows, as they usually do, lowed on missing those that were left, and the lowings of those that were confined being returned from the cave, made Hercules turn that way. And when Cacus attempted to prevent him by force, as he was proceeding to the cave, being struck with a club, he was slain, vainly imploring the assistance of the shepherds. At that time Evander, who had fled from the Peloponnesus, ruled this country more by his credit and reputation than absolute sway. He was a person highly revered for his wondrous knowledge of letters, a discovery that was entirely new and surprising to men ignorant of every art. But more highly respected on account of the supposed divinity of his mother Carmenta, whom these nations had admired as a prophetess, before the coming of the Sibyl into Italy. This prince, alarmed by the concourse of the shepherds hastily crowding round the stranger, whom they charged with open murder, after he heard the act and the cause of the act, observing the person and mien of the hero to be larger, and his gait more majestic, than human, asked who he was. As soon as he was informed of his name, his father, and his native country, he said, "Hail, Hercules! Son of Jupiter, my mother, a truth-telling interpreter of the gods, has revealed to me, that thou shalt increase the number of the celestials. And that to thee an altar shall be dedicated here, which some ages hence the most powerful people on earth shall call Era Maxima, and honor according to thy own institution." Hercules, having given him his right hand, said, that he accepted the omen, and would fulfill the predictions of the fates, by building and consecrating an altar. There for the first time a sacrifice was offered to Hercules of a chosen heifer, taken from the herd, the Paticii and Panerii, who were then the most distinguished families that inhabited these parts, having been invited to the service and the entertainment. It so happened that the Paticii were present in due time, and the entrails were set before them. When they were eaten up, the Panerii came to the remainder of the feast. From this time it was ordained, that while the Panarian family subsisted, none of them should eat of the entrails of the solemn sacrifices. The Paticii, being instructed by Evander, discharged this sacred function as priests for many ages, until the office, solemnly appropriated to their family, being delegated to public slaves, their whole race became extinct. This was the only foreign religious institution which Romulus adopted, being even then an abettor of immortality attained by merit, to which his own destinies were conducting him. The duties of religion having been duly performed, and the multitude summoned to a meeting, as they could be incorporated into one people by no other means than fixed rules, he gave them a code of laws. And judging that these would be best respected by this rude class of men, if he made himself dignified by the insignia of authority, he assumed a more majestic appearance both in his other appointments, and especially by taking 12 lictors to attend him. Some think that he chose this number of officers from that of the birds, which in the augury had portended the kingdom to him. I do not object to be of the opinion of those who will have it that the apparitors, in general, and this particular class of them, and even their number, was taken from their neighbors the Etrurians, from whom were borrowed the curule chair, and the gown edged with purple. And that the Etrurians adopted that number, because their king being elected in common from 12 states, each state assigned him one lictor. Meanwhile the city increased by their taking in various lots of ground for buildings, whilst they built rather with a view to future numbers, than for the population which they then had. Then, lest the size of the city might be of no avail, in order to augment the population, according to the ancient policy of the founders of cities, who, after drawing together to them an obscure and mean multitude, used to feign that their offspring sprung out of the earth, he opened as a sanctuary, a place which is now enclosed as you go down, to the 2 groves. Hither fled from the neighboring states, without distinction whether freemen or slaves, crowds of all sorts, desirous of change, and this was the first accession of strength to their rising greatness. When he was now not dissatisfied with his strength, he next sets about forming some means of directing that strength. He creates 100 senators, either because that number was sufficient, or because there were only 100 who could name their fathers. They certainly were called fathers, through respect, and their descendants, patricians. And now the Roman state was become so powerful, that it was a match for any of the neighboring nations in war, but, from the paucity of women, its greatness could only last for one age of man. For they had no hope of issue at home, nor had they any intermarriages with their neighbors. Therefore, by the advice of the fathers, Romulus sent ambassadors to the neighboring states to solicit an alliance and the privilege of intermarriage for his new subjects. That cities, like everything else, rose from very humble beginnings. That those which the gods in their own merit aided, gained great power and high renown. That he knew full well, both that the gods had aided the origin of Rome, and that merit would not be wanting. Wherefore that, as men, they should feel no reluctance to mix their blood and race with men. Nowhere did the embassy obtain a favorable hearing, so much did they at the same time despise, and dread for themselves and their posterity, so great a power growing up in the midst of them. They were dismissed by the greater part with the repeated question, whether they had opened any asylum for women also, for that such a plan only could obtain them suitable matches. The Roman youth resented this conduct bitterly, and the matter unquestionably began to point towards violence. Romulus, in order that he might afford a favorable time and place for this, dissembling his resentment, purposely prepares games in honor of Neptunus Equestris, he calls them contualia. He then orders the spectacle to be proclaimed among their neighbors. And they prepare for the celebration with all the magnificence they were then acquainted with, or were capable of doing, that they might render the matter famous, and an object of expectation. Great numbers assembled, from a desire also of seeing the new city, especially their nearest neighbors, the Senenenses, Crustumini, and Antemnates. Moreover, the whole multitude of the Sabines came, with their wives and children. Having been hospitably invited to the different houses, when they had seen the situation, and fortifications, and the city crowded with houses, they became astonished that the Roman power had increased so rapidly. When the time of the spectacle came on, and while their minds and eyes were intent upon it, according to concert a tumult began, and upon a signal given the Roman youth ran different ways to carry off the virgins by force. A great number were carried off at haphazard, according as they fell into their hands. Persons from the common people, who had been charged with the task, conveyed to their houses some women of surpassing beauty, destined for the leading senators. They say that one, far distinguished beyond the others for stature and beauty, was carried off by the party of one Thalassius, and whilst many inquired to whom they were carrying her, they cried out every now and then, in order that no one might molest her, that she was being taken to Thalassius. That from this circumstance this term became a nuptial one. The festival being disturbed by this alarm, the parents of the young women retire in grief, appealing to the compact of violated hospitality, and invoking the god, to whose festival and games they had come. Deceived by the pretense of religion and good faith. Neither had the ravished virgins better hopes of their condition, or less indignation. But Romulus in person went about and declared, that what was done was owing to the pride of their fathers, who had refused to grant the privilege of marriage to their neighbors. But notwithstanding, they should be joined in lawful wedlock, participate in all their possessions and civil privileges, and, than which nothing can be dearer to the human heart, in their common children. He begged them only to assuage the fierceness of their anger, and cheerfully surrender their affections to those to whom fortune had consigned their persons. He added, that from injuries love and friendship often arise. And that they should find them kinder husbands on this account, because each of them, besides the performance of his conjugal duty, would endeavor to the utmost of his power to make up for the want of their parents and native country. To this the caresses of the husbands were added, excusing what they had done on the plea of passion and love, arguments that work most successfully on women's hearts. The minds of the ravished virgins were soon much soothed, but their parents by putting on mourning, and tears and complaints, roused the states. Nor did they confine their resentment to their own homes, but they flocked from all quarters to Titus Tatius, king of the Sabines, and because he bore the greatest character in these parts, embassies were sent to him. The Senenenses, Crustumini, and Antemnates were people to whom a considerable portion of the outrage extended. To them Tatius and the Sabines seemed to proceed somewhat dilatorily. Nor even do the Crustumini and Antemnates bestir themselves with sufficient activity to suit the impatience and rage of the Senenenses. Accordingly the state of the Senenenses by itself makes an irruption into the Roman territory. But Romulus with his army met them ravaging the country in straggling parties, and by a slight engagement convinces them, that resentment without strength is of no avail. He defeats and routs their army, pursues it when routed, kills and despoils their king in battle, and having slain their general takes the city at the first assault. From thence having led back his victorious army, and being a man highly distinguished by his exploits, and one who could place them in the best light, went in state to the Capitol, carrying before him, suspended on a frame curiously wrought for that purpose, the spoils of the enemy's general, whom he had slain, and thereafter he had laid them down at the foot of an oak held sacred by the shepherds, together with the offering. He marked out the bounds for a temple of Jupiter, and gave a surname to the god, Jupiter Feretrius. He says, I, King Romulus, upon my victory, present to thee these royal arms. And to thee I dedicate a temple within those regions which I have now marked out in my mind, as a receptacle for the grand spoils, which my successors, following my example, shall, upon their killing the kings or generals of the enemy, offer to thee. This is the origin of that temple, the first consecrated at Rome. It afterwards so pleased the gods both that the declaration of the founder of the temple should not be frustrated, by which he announced that his posterity should offer such spoils, and that the glory of that offering should not be depreciated by the great number of those who shared it. During so many years, and amid so many wars since that time, grand spoils have been only twice gained, so rare has been the successful attainment of that honor. Whilst the Romans are achieving these exploits, the army of the Antemnates, taking advantage of their absence, makes an incursion into the Roman territories in a hostile manner. A Roman legion being marched out in haste against these also, surprised them whilst straggling through the fields. Accordingly the enemy were routed at the very first shout and charge, their town taken. And as Romulus was returning, exulting for this double victory, his consort, Hersilia, importuned by the entreaties of the captured women, beseeches him to pardon their fathers, and to admit them to the privilege of citizens, that thus his power might be strengthened by a reconciliation. Her request was readily granted. After this he marched against the Crustumini, who were commencing hostilities. But as their spirits were sunk by the defeat of their neighbors, there was still less resistance there. Colonies were sent to both places, but more were found to give in their names for Crustuminum, because of the fertility of the soil. Migrations in great numbers were also made from thence to Rome, chiefly by the parents and relatives of the ravished women. The last war broke out on the part of the Sabines, and proved by far the most formidable, for they did nothing through anger or cupidity, nor did they make a show of war, before they actually began it. To prudent stratagem also was added. Sp. Tarpeus commanded the Roman citadel. Tatius bribes his maiden daughter with gold, to admit armed soldiers into the citadel. She had gone by chance outside the walls to fetch water for the sacrifice. Those who were admitted crushed her to death by heaping their arms upon her. Either that the citadel might seem rather to have been taken by storm, or for the purpose of establishing a precedent, that no faith should, under any circumstances, be kept with a traitor. A story is added, that the Sabines commonly wore on their left arm golden bracelets of great weight, and large rings set with precious stones, and that she bargained with them for what they had on their left hands. Hence that their shields were thrown upon her instead of the golden presents. There are some who say that in pursuance of the compact to deliver up what was on their left hands, she expressly demanded their shields, and that appearing to act with treachery, she was killed by the reward of her own choosing. The Sabines, however, kept possession of the citadel, and on the day after, when the Roman army, drawn up in order of battle, filled up all the ground lying between the Palatine and Capitoline hills, they did not descend from thence into the plain. Till the Romans, fired with resentment, and with a desire of retaking the citadel, advanced to attack them. Two chiefs, one on each side, animated the battle, viz. Mettus Curtius on the part of the Sabines, Hostus Hostilius on that of the Romans. The latter, in the front ranks, supported the Roman cause by his courage and bravery, on disadvantageous ground. As soon as Hostus fell, the Roman line immediately gave way and was beaten to the old gate of the Palladium. Romulus, himself too carried away with the general rout, raising his arms to heaven, says, O Jupiter, commanded by thy birds, I here laid the first foundation of the city on the Palatine hill. The Sabines are in possession of the citadel, purchased by fraud. From thence they are now advancing hither, sword in hand, having already passed the middle of the valley. But do thou, Father of gods and men, keep back the enemy at least from hence, dispel the terror of the Romans, and stop their shameful flight. Here I solemnly vow to build a temple to thee as Jupiter Stator, as a monument to posterity, that this city was saved by thy immediate aid. Having offered up this prayer, as if he had felt that his prayers were heard, he cries out, at this spot, Romans, Jupiter, supremely good and great, commands you to halt, and renew the fight. The Romans halted as if they had been commanded by a voice from heaven. Romulus himself flies to the foremost ranks. Mettus Curtius, on the part of the Sabines, had rushed down at the head of his army from the citadel, and driven the Romans in disorder over the whole ground now occupied by the Forum. He was already not far from the gate of the Palladium, crying out, "We have defeated these perfidious strangers, these dastardly enemies. They now feel that it is one thing to ravish virgins, another far different to fight with men." On him, thus vaunting, Romulus makes an attack with a band of the most courageous youths. It happened that Mettus was then fighting on horseback. He was on that account the more easily repulsed, the Romans pursue him when repulsed, and the rest of the Roman army, encouraged by the gallant behavior of their king, routs the Sabines. Mettus, his horse taking fright at the din of his pursuers, threw himself into a lake, and this circumstance drew the attention of the Sabines at the risk of so important a person. He, however, his own party beckoning and calling to him, acquires new courage from the affection of his many friends, and makes his escape. The Romans and Sabines renew the battle in the valley between the hills, but Roman prowess had the advantage. At this juncture the Sabine women, from the outrage on whom the war originated, with hair disheveled and garments rent, the timidity of their sex being overcome by such dreadful scenes, had the courage to throw themselves amid the flying weapons, and making a rush across, to part the incensed armies, and assuage their fury. Imploring their fathers on the one side, their husbands on the other, that as fathers-in-law and sons-in-law they would not contaminate each other with impious blood, nor stain their offspring with parricide, the one their grandchildren, the other their children. If you are dissatisfied with the affinity between you, if with our marriages, turn your resentment against us, we are the cause of war, we of wounds and of bloodshed to our husbands and parents. It were better that we perish than live widowed or fatherless without one or other of you. The circumstance affects both the multitude and the leaders. Silence and a sudden suspension ensue. Upon this the leaders come forward in order to concert a treaty, and they not only conclude a peace, but form one state out of two. They associate the regal power, and transfer the entire sovereignty to Rome. The city being thus doubled, that some compliment might be paid to the Sabines, they were called Corites, from cures. As a memorial of this battle, they called the place where the horse, after getting out of the deep marsh, first set Curtius in shallow water, the Curtian lake. This happy peace following suddenly a war so distressing, rendered the Sabine women still dearer to their husbands and parents, and above all to Romulus himself. Accordingly, when he divided the people into 30 curiae, he called the curiae by their names. Since, without doubt, the number of the Sabine women was considerably greater than this, it is not recorded whether those who were to give their names to the curiae were selected on account of their age, or their own or their husband's rank, or by lot. At the same time 3 centuries of knights were enrolled, called Ramnenses, from Romulus, Tatienses, from Titus Tatius. The reason of the name and origin of the loose res is uncertain. Thenceforward the two kings held the regal power not only in common, but in concord also. Several years after, some relatives of King Tatius beat the ambassadors of the Lawrence, and when the Lawrence commenced proceedings according to the law of nations, the influence of his friends and their importunities had more weight with Tatius. He therefore drew upon himself the punishment due to them, for he is slain at Lavinium, in a tumult which arose on his going thither to an anniversary sacrifice. They say that Romulus resented this with less severity than the case required, either by reason of their association in the kingly power being devoid of cordiality, or because he believed that he was justly killed. He therefore declined going to war, in order, however, that the ill treatment of the ambassadors and the murder of the king might be expiated. The treaty was renewed between the cities of Rome and Lavinium. With this party, indeed, peace continued, contrary to expectation. Another war broke out much nearer home, and almost at the very gates. The Fidenates, thinking that a power too near to themselves was growing to a height, resolved to make war, before their strength should become as great as it was apparent it would be. An armed body of young men being sent in, all the land is laid waste between the city and Fidene. Then turning to the left, because the Tiber confined them on the right, they continue their depredations to the great consternation of the peasantry. The sudden alarm reaching the city from the country, served as the first announcement. Romulus, roused at this circumstance, for a war so near home could not admit of delay, leads out his army. He pitches his camp a mile from Fidene. Having left there a small garrison, marching out with all his forces, he commanded a party of his soldiers to lie in ambush in a place hidden by thick bushes which were planted around. Then advancing with the greater part of the foot and all the horse, and riding up to the very gates of the city in a disorderly and menacing manner, he drew out the enemy, the very thing he wanted. The same mode of fighting on the part of the cavalry likewise made the cause of the flight, which was to be counterfeited, appear less surprising, and when, the horse seeming irresolute, as if in deliberation whether to fight or fly, the infantry also retreated, the enemy suddenly rushed from the crowded gates, after they had made an impression on the Roman line, are drawn on to the place of ambuscade in their eagerness to press on and pursue. Upon this the Romans, rising suddenly, attacked the enemy's line in flank. The standards of those who had been left behind on guard, advancing from the camp, further increased the panic. The Fidenates, thus dismayed with terrors from so many quarters, turned their backs almost before Romulus, and those who had accompanied him on horseback, could wheel their horses round. And those who a little before had pursued men pretending to fly, now ran back to the town in much greater disorder, for their flight was in earnest. They did not however get clear of the enemy, the Romans pressing on their rear rush in as it were in one body before the gates could be shut against them. The minds of the Veientes being excited by the contagious influence of the Fidenatian war, both from the tie of consanguinity, for the Fidenates also were Etrurians, and because the very proximity of situation, in case the Roman arms should be turned against all their neighbors, urged them on, they made an incursion on the Roman territories, more to commit depredations than after the manner of a regular war. Accordingly, without pitching a camp, or awaiting the approach of the enemy's army, they returned to Veii, carrying with them the booty collected from the lands. The Roman army on the other side, when they did not find the enemy in the country, being prepared for and determined on a decisive action, crossed the Tiber. And when the Veientes heard that they were pitching a camp, and intended to advance to the city, they came out to meet them, that they might rather decide the matter in the open field, than be shut up and fight from their houses and walls. Here the Roman king obtained the victory, his power not being aided by any stratagem, merely by the strength of his veteran army, and having pursued the routed enemies to their walls, he made no attempt on the city. Strong as it was by its fortifications, and well defended by its situation, on his return he lays waste their lands, rather from a desire of revenge than booty. And the Veientes, being humbled by that loss no less than by the unsuccessful battle, send ambassadors to Rome to sue for peace. A truce for 100 years was granted them after they were fined a part of their land. These are the principal transactions which occurred during the reign of Romulus, in peace and war, none of which seem inconsistent with the belief of his divine original, or of the deification attributed to him after death. Neither his spirit in recovering his grandfather's kingdom, nor his project of building a city, nor that of strengthening it by the arts of war and peace. For by the strength attained from that outset under him, it became so powerful, that for 40 years after it enjoyed a profound peace. He was, however, dearer to the people than to the fathers. But above all others he was most beloved by the soldiers. And he kept 300 of them armed as a bodyguard not only in war but in peace, whom he called sellers. After performing these immortal achievements, while he was holding an assembly of the people for reviewing his army, in the plain near the lake of Capra, on a sudden a storm having arisen, with great thunder and lightning, enveloped the king in so dense a mist, that it took all sight of him from the assembly. Nor was Romulus after this seen on earth. The consternation being at length over, and fine clear weather succeeding so turbulent a day, when the Roman youth saw the royal seat empty, though they readily believed the fathers who had stood nearest him, that he was carried aloft by the storm. Yet, struck with the dread as it were of orphanage, they preserved a sorrowful silence for a considerable time. Then, a commencement having been made by a few, the whole multitude salute Romulus a god, son of a god, the king and parent of the Roman city. They implore his favor with prayers, that he would be pleased always propitiously to preserve his own offspring. I believe that even then there were some, who silently surmised that the king had been torn in pieces by the hands of the fathers. For this rumor also spread, but was not credited. Their admiration of the man, and the consternation felt at the moment, attached importance to the other report. By the contrivance also of one individual, additional credit is said to have been gained to the matter. For Proculus Julius, whilst the state was still troubled with regret for the king, and felt incensed against the senators, a person of weight, as we are told, in any matter however important, comes forward to the assembly. Romans, he says. Romulus, the father of this city, suddenly descending from heaven, appeared to me this day at daybreak. While I stood covered with awe, and filled with a religious dread, beseeching him to allow me to see him face to face, he said, Go tell the Romans, that the gods so will, that my Rome should become the capital of the world. Therefore let them cultivate the art of war, and let them know and hand down to posterity, that no human power shall be able to withstand the Roman arms. Having said this, he ascended up to heaven. It is surprising what credit was given to the man on his making this announcement, and how much the regret of the common people and army, for the loss of Romulus, was assuaged upon the assurance of his immortality. Meanwhile ambition and contention for the throne actuated the minds of the fathers. Factions had not yet sprung up from individuals, because, among a new people, no one person was eminently distinguished above the rest. The contest was carried on between the different orders. The descendants of the Sabines wished a king to be elected out of their body, lest, because there had been no king on their side since the death of Tatius, they might lose their claim to the crown according to the compact of equal participation. The old Romans spurned the idea of a foreign prince. Amid this diversity of views, however, all were anxious that there should be a king, they not having yet tasted the sweets of liberty. Fear then seized the senators, lest the minds of the surrounding states being incensed against them, some foreign power should attack the state, now without a government, and the army without a leader. It was therefore their wish that there should be some head, but no one could bring himself to give way to another. Thus the 100 senators divide the government among them, 10 decuries being formed, and one selected from each decury, who was to have the chief direction of affairs. 10 governed. One only was attended with the insignia of authority and the lictors. Their power was limited to the space of 5 days, and it passed through all in rotation, and the interval between a kingly government lasted a year. From the circumstance it was called an interregnum, a term which holds good even now. But the people began to murmur, that their slavery was multiplied, and that they had got 100 sovereigns instead of one, and they seemed determined to bear no authority but that of a king, and that one of their own choosing. When the fathers perceived that such schemes were in agitation, thinking it advisable to offer them, of their own accord, what they were sure to lose. They thus conciliate the favor of the people by yielding to them the supreme power, yet in such a manner as to grant them no greater privilege than they reserved to themselves. For they decreed, that when the people should choose a king, the election should be valid, if the Senate approved. And the same forms are observed at this day in passing laws and electing magistrates, though their efficacy has been taken away. For before the people begin to vote, the senators declare their approbation, whilst the result of the elections is still uncertain. Then the interrex, having called an assembly of the people, addressed them in this manner: Do you, Romans, choose yourselves a king, and may it prove fortunate, happy, and auspicious to you, so the fathers have determined. Then, if you choose a prince worthy to succeed Romulus, the fathers will confirm your choice. This concession was so pleasing to the people, that, not to be outdone in generosity, they only voted, and required that the Senate should determine who should be king of Rome. The justice and piety of Numa Pompilius was at that time celebrated. He dwelt at Cures, a city of the Sabines, and was as eminently learned in all laws human and divine, as any man could be in that age. They falsely represent that Pythagoras of Samos was his instructor in philosophy, because there appears no other person to refer to. Now it is certain that this philosopher, in the reign of Servius Tullius, more than 100 years after this, held assemblies of young men, who eagerly imbibed his doctrine, in the most distant part of Italy, about Metapontus, Heraclea, and Croton. But from these places, even had he flourished at the same time, what fame of his, extending, to the Sabines could have aroused any one to a desire of learning, or by what intercourse of language, could such a thing have been effected? Besides, how could a single man have safely passed through so many nations differing in language and customs? I presume, therefore, that his mind was naturally furnished with virtuous dispositions, and that he was not so much versed in foreign sciences as in the severe and rigid discipline of the ancient Sabines. Than which class none was in former times more strict. The Roman fathers, upon hearing the name of Numa, although they perceived that the scale of power would incline to the Sabines if a king were chosen from them, yet none of them ventured to prefer himself, or any other of his party, or any of the citizens or fathers, to that person, but unanimously resolved that the kingdom should be conferred on Numa Pompilius. Being sent for, just as Romulus before the building of the city obtained the throne by an augury, he commanded the gods to be consulted concerning himself also. Upon this, being conducted into the citadel by an augur, to which profession that office was made a public one and perpetual by way of honor, he sat down on a stone facing the south. The augur took his seat on his left hand with his head covered, holding in his right a crooked wand free from knots, which they called lituus. Then taking a view towards the city and country, after offering a prayer to the gods, he marked out the regions from east to west, the parts towards the south he called the right, those towards the north, the left. And in front of him he set out in his mind a sign as far as ever his eye could reach. Then having shifted the lituus into his left hand, placing his right hand on the head of Numa, he prayed in this manner, O Father Jupiter, if it is thy will that this Numa Pompilius, whose head I hold, should be king of Rome, I beseech thee to give sure and evident signs of it within those bounds which I have marked. Then he stated in set terms the omens which he wished to be sent, and on their being sent, Numa was declared king and came down from the stand. Having thus obtained the kingdom, he sets about establishing anew, on the principles of laws and morals, the city recently established by violence and arms. When he saw that their minds, as having been rendered ferocious by military life, could not be reconciled to those principles during the continuance of wars, considering that a fierce people should be mollified by the disuse of arms, he erected at the foot of Argiletum a temple of Janus, as an index of peace and war, that when open, it might show the state was engaged in war, and when shut, that all the neighboring nations were at peace with it. Twice only since the reign of Numa hath this temple been shut, once when T. Manlius was consul, at the end of the first Punic War, and a second time, which the gods granted our age to see, by the Emperor Augustus Caesar, after the battle of Actium, peace being established by sea and land. This being shut, after he had secured the friendship of the neighboring states around by alliance and treaties, all anxiety regarding dangers from abroad being removed, lest their minds, which the fear of enemies and military discipline had kept in check, should become licentious by tranquility, he considered, that, first of all, an awe of the gods should be instilled into them. A principle of the greatest efficacy with a multitude ignorant and uncivilized as in those times. But as it could not sink deeply into their minds without some fiction of a miracle, he pretends that he holds nightly interviews with the goddess Egeria. That by her direction he instituted the sacred rites which would be most acceptable to the gods, and appointed proper priests for each of the deities. And, first of all, he divides the year into 12 months, according to the course of the moon. And because the moon does not make up 30 days in each month, and some days are wanting to the complete year as constituted by the solstitial revolution, he so portioned it out by inserting intercalary months, that every 24th year, the lengths of all the intermediate years being completed, the days should correspond to the same place of the sun, in the heavens, whence they had set out. He likewise made a distinction of the days into profane and sacred, because on some it was likely to be expedient that no business should be transacted with the people. Next he turned his attention to the appointment of priests, though he performed many sacred rites himself, especially those which now belonged to the Flamen of Jupiter. But, as he imagined that in a warlike nation there would be more kings resembling Romulus than Numa, and that they would go to war in person, he appointed a residentiary priest as Flamen to Jupiter, that the sacred functions of the royal office might not be neglected, and he distinguished him by a fine robe, and a royal curule chair. To him he added 2 other flamens, one for Mars, another for Quirinus. He also selected virgins for Vesta, a priesthood derived from Alba, and not foreign to the family of the founder. That they might be constant attendants in the temple, he appointed them salaries out of the public treasury, and by enjoining virginity, and other religious observances, he made them sacred and venerable. He selected 12 salii from Mars Gradivus, and gave them the distinction of an embroidered tunic, and over the tunic a brazen covering for the breast. He commanded them to carry the celestial shields called ancilia, and to go through the city singing songs, with leaping and solemn dancing. Then he chose out of the number of the fathers Numa Marcius, son of Marcus, as pontiff, and consigned to him an entire system of religious rites written out and sealed, showing, with what victims, upon what days, and in what temples the sacred rites were to be performed, and from what funds the money was to be taken for these expenses. He placed all religious institutions, public and private, under the cognizance of the pontiff to the end that there might be some place where the people should come to consult, lest any confusion in the divine worship might be occasioned by neglecting the ceremonies of their own country, and introducing foreign ones. He ordained, that the same pontiff should instruct the people not only in the celestial ceremonies, but also in, the manner of performing, funeral solemnities, and of appeasing the manes of the dead. And what prodigies sent by lightning or any other phenomenon were to be attended to and expiated. To elicit such knowledge from the divine mind, he dedicated an altar on the Aventine to Jupiter Elicius, and consulted the god by auguries as to what, prodigies, should be expiated. The whole multitude having been diverted from violence and arms to the considering and adjusting these matters, both their minds had been engaged in doing something, and the constant watchfulness of the gods now impressed upon them. As the deity of heaven seemed to interest itself in human concerns, had filled the breasts of all with such piety, that faith and religious obligations governed the state, no less than fear of the laws and of punishment. And while the people were molding themselves after the morals of the king, as their best example, the neighboring states also, who had formerly thought that it was a camp, not a city, situate in the midst of them to disturb the general peace, were brought to feel such respect for them that they considered it impious that a state, wholly occupied in the worship of the gods, should be molested. There was a grove, the middle of which was irrigated by a spring of running water, issuing from a dark grotto. As Numa went often thither alone, under pretence of conferring with the goddess, he dedicated the place to the Muses, because their meetings with his wife Egeria were held there. He also instituted a yearly festival to Faith alone, and commanded the priests to be carried to her temple in an arched chariot drawn by 2 horses, and to perform the divine service with their hands wrapped up to the fingers, intimating that Faith ought to be protected, and that her seat ought to be sacred even in men's right hands. He instituted many other sacred rites, and dedicated places for performing them, which the priests call argii. But the greatest of all his works was his maintenance of peace, during the whole period of his reign, no less than of his royal prerogative. Thus 2 kings in succession, by different methods, the one by war, the other by peace, aggrandized the state. Romulus reigned 37 years, Numa 43, the state was both strong and well versed in the arts of war and peace. Upon the death of Numa, the administration returned again to an interregnum. After that the people appointed as king, Tullus Hostilius, the grandson of that Hostilius who had made the noble stand against the Sabines at the foot of the citadel. The fathers confirmed the choice. He was not only unlike the preceding king, but was even of a more warlike disposition than Romulus. Both his youth and strength, and the renown of his grandfather, stimulated his ambition. Thinking therefore that the state was becoming languid through quiet, he everywhere sought for pretexts for stirring up war. It happened that some Roman and Alban peasants had mutually plundered each other's lands. C. Cluilius at that time governed Alba. From both sides ambassadors were sent almost at the same time, to demand restitution. Tullus ordered his to attend to nothing before their instructions. He knew well that the Alban would refuse, and that so war might be proclaimed on just grounds. Their commission was executed more remissly by the Albans. For being courteously and kindly entertained by Tullus, they politely avail themselves of the king's hospitality. Meanwhile the Romans had both been first in demanding restitution, and, upon the refusal of the Albans, had proclaimed war after an interval of 30 days, of this they give Tullus notice. Upon this he granted the Alban ambassadors an opportunity of stating what they came to demand. They, ignorant of all, waste some time in making apologies, that it was with the utmost reluctance they should say anything which was not pleasing to Tullus, but they were compelled by their orders. That they had come to demand restitution. And if this be not made, they were commanded to declare war. To this Tullus made answer, Go tell your king, that the king of the Romans takes the gods to witness, which of the two nations hath with contempt first dismissed the ambassadors demanding restitution. That on it they may visit all the calamities of this war. The Albans carry home these tidings. War was prepared for on both sides with the utmost vigor, very like to a civil war, in a manner between parents and children, both being Trojan offspring. For from Troy came Lavinium, from Lavinium Alba, and the Romans were descended from the race of Alban kings. But the result of the war rendered the quarrel less distressing, for they never came to any action. And, when the houses only of one of the cities had been demolished, the two states were incorporated into one. The Albans first made an irruption into the Roman territories with a large army. They pitched their camp not above 5 miles from the city, and surrounded it with a trench, which, for several ages, was called the Cluilian Trench, from the name of the general, till, in process of time, the name, together with the thing itself, were both forgotten. In that camp Cluilius, the Alban king, dies, the Albans create Mettus Faficius dictator. In the meantime, Tullus being in high spirits, especially on the death of the king, and giving out that the supreme power of the gods, having begun at the head, would take vengeance on the whole Alban nation for this impious war. Having passed the enemy's camp in the night-time, marches with a hostile army into the Alban territory. This circumstance drew out Mettus from his camp likewise. He leads his forces as near as he can to the enemy, from thence he commands a herald, dispatched by him, to tell Tullus that a conference was expedient before they came to an engagement. And that if he would give him a meeting, he was certain he should adduce matters which concerned the interest of Rome and not less than that of Alba. Tullus not slighting the proposal, though the advances made were of little avail, draws out his men in order of battle, the Albans on their part come out also. As both armies stood in battle array, the chiefs, with a few of the principal officers, advance into the middle between them. Then the Alban commences thus, that injuries and the non-restitution of property according to treaty, when demanded, were the cause of this war. Methinks I both heard our king Cluilius assert, and I doubt not, Tullus. But that you state the same thing. But if the truth is to be told, rather than that which is plausible, the desire of dominion stimulates two kindred and neighboring states to arms. Nor do I take upon myself to determine whether rightly or wrongly, be that his consideration who commenced the war. The Albans have made me their leader for carrying on the war. Of this, Tullus, I would wish to warn you. How powerful the Etruscan state is around us, and round you particularly, you know better, than we, inasmuch as you are nearer them. They are very powerful by land, extremely so by sea. Recollect that, when you shall give the signal for battle, these two armies will presently be a spectacle to them, and they may fall on us wearied and exhausted, victor and vanquished together. Therefore, in the name of heaven, since, not content with certain liberty, we are incurring the dubious risk of sovereignty and slavery, let us adopt some method, whereby, without much loss, without much blood of either nation, it may be decided which shall rule the other. The proposal is not displeasing to Tullus, though both from the natural bent of his mind, as also from the hope of victory, he was rather inclined to violence. After some consideration, a plan is adopted on both sides, for which fortune herself afforded the materials. It happened that there were in each of the two armies 3 brothers born at one birth, unequal neither in age nor strength. That they were called Horatiae and Curiatiae is certain enough, nor is there any circumstance of antiquity more celebrated. Yet in a matter so well ascertained, a doubt remains concerning their names, to which nation the Horatii and to which the Curiatii belonged. Authors claim them for both sides, yet I find more who call the Horatii Romans. My inclination leads me to follow them. The kings confer with the three brothers, that they should fight with their swords each in defense of their respective country, assuring them, that dominion would be on that side on which victory should be. No objection is made, time and place are agreed on. Before they engaged, a compact is entered into between the Romans and Albans on these conditions, that the state whose champions should come off victorious in that combat, should rule the other state without further dispute. Different treaties are made on different terms, but they are all concluded in the same general method. We have heard that it was then concluded as follows, nor is there a more ancient record of any treaty. A herald asked King Tullus thus, "Do you command me, O king, to conclude a treaty with the pater patratus of the Alban people?" After the king had given command, he said, "I demand vervain of thee, O king." To which the king replied, "Take some that is pure." The herald brought a pure blade of grass from the citadel. Again he asked the king thus, "Dost thou, O king, appoint me the royal delegate of the Roman people, the Corites? Including my vessels and attendants?" The king answered, "That which may be done without detriment to me and to the Roman people, the Corites, I do." The herald was M. Valerius, who appointed Sp. Fusius Pater Patratus, touching his head and hair with the vervain. The Pater Patratus is appointed ad justurandum patrandum, that is, to ratify the treaty. And he goes through it in a great many words, which, being expressed in a long set form, it is not worth while repeating. After setting forth the conditions, he says, "Hear, O Jupiter. Hear, O Pater Patratus of the Alban people, and ye, Alban people, hear." As those conditions, from first to last, have been recited openly from those tablets or wax without wicked fraud, and as they have been most correctly understood here this day. From those conditions the Roman people will not be the first to swerve. If they first swerve by public concert, by wicked fraud, on that day do thou, O Jupiter, so strike the Roman people, as I shall here this day strike this swine, and do thou strike them so much the more, as thou art more able and more powerful. When he said this, he struck the swine with a flint stone. The Albans likewise went through their own form and oath by their own dictator and priests. The treaty being concluded, the twin brothers, as had been agreed, take arms. Whilst their respective friends exhortingly reminded each party, that their country's gods, their country and parents, all their countrymen both at home and in the army, had their eyes then fixed on their arms, on their hands. Naturally brave, and animated by the exhortations of their friends, they advance into the midst between the two lines. The two armies sat down before their respective camps, free rather from present danger than from anxiety, for the sovereign power was at stake, depending on the valor and fortune of so few. Accordingly, therefore, eager and anxious, they have their attention intensely riveted on a spectacle far from pleasing. The signal is given, and the three youths on each side, as if in battle array, rush to the charge with determined fury, bearing in their breasts the spirits of mighty armies, nor do the one or the other regard their personal danger. The public dominion or slavery is present to their mind, and the fortune of their country, which was ever after destined to be such as they should now establish it. As soon as their arms clashed on the first encounter, and their burnished swords glittered, great horror strikes the spectators, and, hope inclining to neither side, their voice and breath were suspended. Then having engaged hand to hand, when not only the movements of their bodies, and the rapid brandishings of their arms and weapons, but wounds also and blood were seen, two of the Romans fell lifeless, one upon the other. The three Albans being wounded. And when the Alban army raised a shout of joy at their fall, hope entirely, anxiety however not yet, deserted the Roman legions, alarmed for the lot of the one, whom the three Curiatii surrounded. He happened to be unhurt, so that, though alone he was by no means a match for them all together, yet he was confident against each singly. In order therefore to separate their attack, he takes to flight, presuming that they would pursue him with such swiftness as the wounded state of his body would suffer each. He had now fled a considerable distance from the place where they had fought, when, looking behind, he perceives them pursuing him at great intervals from each other, and that one of them was not far from him. On him he turned round with great fury. And whilst the Alban army shouts out to the Curiatii to succour their brother, Horatius, victorious in having slain his antagonist, was now proceeding to a second attack. Then the Romans encouraged their champion with a shout such as is usually given by persons cheering in consequence of unexpected success. He also hastens to put an end to the combat. Wherefore before the other, who was not far off, could come up he dispatches the second Curiacius also. And now, the combat being brought to an equality of numbers, one on each side remained, but they were equal neither in hope nor in strength. The one his body untouched by a weapon, and a double victory made courageous for a third contest, the other dragging along his body exhausted from the wound, exhausted from running, and dispirited by the slaughter of his brethren before his eyes, presents himself to his victorious antagonist. Nor was that a fight. The Roman, exulting, says, "Two I have offered to the shades of my brothers, the third I will offer to the cause of this war, that the Roman may rule over the Alban." He thrusts his sword down into his throat, whilst faintly sustaining the weight of his armor, he strips him as he lies prostrate. The Romans receive Horatius with triumph and congratulation. With so much the greater joy, as success had followed so close on fear. They then turn to the burial of their friends with dispositions by no means alike. For the one side was elated with the acquisition of empire, the other subjected to foreign jurisdiction. Their sepulchres are still extant in the place where each fell. The two Roman ones in one place nearer to Alba, the three Alban ones towards Rome, but distant in situation from each other, and just as they fought. Before they parted from thence, when Mettus, in conformity to the treaty which had been concluded, asked what orders he had to give, Tullus orders him to keep the youth in arms, that he designed to employ them, if a war should break out with the Veientes. After this both armies returned to their homes. Horatius marched foremost, carrying before him the spoils of the three brothers. His sister, a maiden who had been betrothed to one of the Curiatii, met him before the gate Capena, and having recognized her lover's military robe, which she herself had wrought, on her brother's shoulders, she tore her hair, and with bitter wailings called by name on her deceased lover. The sister's lamentations in the midst of his own victory, and of such great public rejoicings, raised the indignation of the excited youth. Having therefore drawn his sword, he run the damsel through the body, at the same time chiding her in these words, "Go hence, with thy unseasonable love to thy spouse, forgetful of thy dead brothers, and of him who survives. Forgetful of thy native country. So perish every Roman woman who shall mourn an enemy." This action seemed shocking to the fathers and to the people, but his recent services outweighed its guilt. Nevertheless he was carried before the king for judgment. The king, that he himself might not be the author of a decision so melancholy, and so disagreeable to the people, or of the punishment consequent on that decision, having summoned an assembly of the people, says, "I appoint, according to law, duumvirs to pass sentence on Horatius for treason." The law was of dreadful import. Let the duumvirs pass sentence for treason. If he appeal from the duumvirs, let him contend by appeal. If they shall gain the cause, cover his head, hang him by a rope from a gallows. Scourge him either within the pomerium or without the pomerium. When the duumvirs appointed by this law, who did not consider that, according to the law, they could acquit even an innocent person, had found him guilty, one of them says, P. Horatius, I judge thee guilty of treason. Go, lictor, bind his hands. The lictor had approached him, and was fixing the rope. Then Horatius, by the advice of Tullus, a favorable interpreter of the law, says, I appeal. Accordingly the matter was contested by appeal to the people. On that trial persons were much affected, especially by P. Horatius the father declaring, that he considered his daughter deservedly slain. Were it not so, that he would by his authority as a father have inflicted punishment on his son. He then entreated that they would not render childless him whom but a little while ago they had beheld with a fine progeny. During these words the old man, having embraced the youth, pointing to the spoils of the Curiatiae fixed up in that place which is now called Pila Horatia, Romans, said he, can you bear to see bound beneath a gallows amidst scourges and tortures? Him whom you just now beheld marching decorated, with spoils, and exulting in victory. A sight so shocking as the eyes even of the Albans could scarcely endure. Go, lictor, bind those hands, which but a little while since, being armed, established sovereignty for the Roman people. Go, cover the head of the liberator of this city. Hang him on the gallows, scourge him either within the pomerium, so it be only amid those javelins and spoils of the enemy, or without the pomerium, only amid the graves of the Curiatiae. For whither can you bring this youth, where his own glories must not redeem him from such ignominy of punishment? The people could not withstand the tears of the father, or the resolution of the son, so undaunted in every danger. And acquitted him more through admiration of his bravery, than for the justice of his cause. But that so notorious a murder might be atoned for by some expiation, the father was commanded to make satisfaction for the son at the public charge. He, having offered certain expiatory sacrifices, which were ever after continued in the Horatian family, and laid a beam across the street, made his son pass under it as under a yoke, with his head covered. This remains even to this day, being constantly repaired at the expense of the public. They call it Sororium Tigillum. A tomb of square stone was erected to Horatia in the place where she was stabbed and fell. Nor did the peace with Alba continue long. The dissatisfaction of the populace, because the fortune of the state had been hazarded on 3 soldiers, perverted the weak mind of the dictator. And because honorable measures had not turned out well, he began to conciliate their affections by perfidious means. Accordingly, as one formerly seeking peace in war, so now seeking war in peace, because he perceived that his own state possessed more courage than strength. He stirs up other nations to make war openly and by proclamation. For his own people he reserves treachery under the mask of alliance. The Fidenates, a Roman colony, having gained over the Veientes as partisans in the confederacy, are instigated to declare war and take up arms under a compact of desertion on the part of the Albans. When Fidini had openly revolted, Tullus, after summoning Mettus and his army from Alba, marches against the enemy. When he crossed the Anio, he pitches his camp at the conflux of the rivers. Between that place and Fidini, the army of the Veientes had crossed the Tiber. These, in line of battle, occupied the right wing near the river, the Fidenates are posted on the left nearer the mountains. Tullus stations his own men opposite the Veientian foe, the Albans he opposes to the legion of the Fidenates. The Alban had not more courage than fidelity. Neither daring therefore to keep his ground, nor to desert openly, he files off slowly to the mountains. After this, when he supposed he had gone far enough, he halts his entire army. And being still irresolute in mind, in order to waste time, he opens his ranks. His design was, to turn his forces to that side to which fortune should give success. At first the Romans who stood nearest were astonished, when they perceived their flanks were uncovered by the departure of their allies. Then a horseman in full gallop announces to the king that the Albans were moving off. Tullus, in this perilous juncture, vowed 12 salii, and temples to paleness and panic. Rebuking the horseman in a loud voice, so that the enemy might hear him, he orders him to return to the fight, that there was no occasion for alarm. That by his order the Alban army was marching round to fall on the unprotected rear of the Fidenates. He likewise commands him to order the cavalry to raise their spears aloft. This expedient intercepted from a great part of the Roman infantry the view of the Alban army retreating. Those who saw it, believing what they had heard the king say, fought with the greater ardor. The alarm is now transferred to the enemy. They had both heard what had been pronounced so audibly, and a great part of the Fidenates, as having been joined as colonists to the Romans, understood Latin. Therefore, that they might not be intercepted from the town by a sudden descent of the Albans from the hills, they take to flight. Tullus presses forward, and having routed the wing of the Fidenates, returned with greater fury against the Veientes, disheartened by the panic of the others, nor did they sustain his charge. But the river, opposed to them behind, prevented a precipitate flight. Whither when their flight led, some, shamefully throwing down their arms, rushed blindly into the river. Others, while they linger on the banks, doubting whether to fly or fight, were overpowered. Never before had the Romans a more desperate battle. Then the Alban army, that had been spectators of the fight, was marched down into the plains. Mettus congratulates Tullus on his defeat of the enemy. Tullus on his part addresses Mettus with great civility. He orders the Albans to unite their camp with the Romans, which he prayed might prove beneficial to both. And prepares a sacrifice of purification for the next day. As soon as it was light, all things being in readiness, according to custom, he commands both armies to be summoned to an assembly. The heralds, beginning at the outside, summoned the Albans first. They, struck too with the novelty of the thing, in order to hear the Roman king harangue, crowded next to him. The Roman legions, under arms, by concert surrounded them. A charge had been given to the centurions to execute their orders without delay. Then Tullus begins as follows: Romans, if ever before at any other time in any war there was an occasion, on which ye should return thanks, first to the immortal gods, next to your own valor, that occasion was yesterday's battle. For the contest was not more with enemies than with the treachery and perfidy of allies, a contest which is more serious and more dangerous. For that a false opinion may not influence you, the Albans retired to the mountains without my orders, nor was that my command, but a stratagem and the pretence of a command, that so your attention might not be drawn away from the fight. You being kept in ignorance that you were deserted, and that terror and dismay might be struck into the enemy, conceiving themselves to be surrounded on the rear. Nor does that guilt, which I now state, extend to all the Albans. They followed their leader, as you too would have done, if I had wished my army to make a move to any other point from thence. Mettus there is the leader of that march, the same Mettus is the contriver of this war, Mettus is the violator of the treaty between Rome and Alba. Let another hereafter attempt the like conduct, unless I now make of him a signal example to mankind. The centurions in arms stand round Mettus, and the king proceeds with the rest as he had commenced. It is my intention, and may it prove fortunate, auspicious, and happy to the Roman people, to myself, and to you, O Albans, to transplant all the inhabitants of Alba to Rome, to grant your people the rights of citizenship, and to admit your nobles into the rank of senators, to make one city, one republic. That as the Alban state was formerly divided from one people into two, so it may now return into one. On hearing this the Alban youth, unarmed, surrounded by armed men, however divided in their sentiments, yet restrained by the common apprehension, continue silent. Then Tullus proceeded: If, Mettus Faficius, you were capable of learning fidelity, and how to observe treaties, that lesson would have been taught you by me, while still alive. Now, since your disposition is incurable, do you at least by your punishment teach mankind to consider those things sacred which have been violated by you. As therefore a little while since you kept your mind divided between the interest of Fidene and of Rome, so shall you now surrender your body to be torn asunder in different directions. Upon this, 2 chariots drawn by 4 horses being brought, he ties Mettus extended at full length to their carriages, then the horses were driven on in different directions, carrying off the mangled body on each carriage, where the limbs had been fastened by the cords. All turned away their eyes from so shocking a spectacle. That was the first and last instance of a punishment among the Romans regardless of the laws of humanity. In other cases we may boast that no nation whatever adopted milder forms of punishment. During these occurrences the cavalry had been dispatched onward to Alba to remove the multitude to Rome. The legions were next led thither to demolish the city. When they entered the gates, there was not indeed that tumult nor panic, such as usually takes place with captured cities when the gates being burst open, or the walls leveled by the ram, or the citadel taken by assault. The shouts of the enemy and rush of armed men through the city throws everything into confusion by fire and sword, but gloomy silence and speechless sorrow so absorbed the minds of all, that, through fear, forgetting what they should leave behind, what they should take with them, all concert failing them, and frequently making inquiries of each other, they now stood at their thresholds, now wandering about they strayed through their houses, doomed to see them for that the last time. But as soon as the shouts of the horsemen commanding them to depart now urged them on, the crashing of the dwellings which were being demolished, was now heard in the remotest parts of the city, and the dust, rising in distant places, had filled every quarter as with a cloud spread over them. Hastily snatching up whatever each of them could, whilst they went forth leaving behind them their guardian deity and household gods, and the homes in which each had been born and brought up, a continued train of emigrants soon filled the ways. And the sight of others through mutual commiseration renewed their tears, and piteous cries too were heard, of the women more especially, when they passed by their revered temples now beset with armed men, and left their gods as it were in captivity. After the Albans had evacuated the town, the Roman soldiery leveled all the public and private edifices indiscriminately to the ground, and 1 short hour consigned to demolition and ruin the work of 400 years, during which Alba had stood. The temples of the gods, however, for such had been the orders given by the king, were spared. In the meantime Rome increases by the demolition of Alba. The number of citizens is doubled. The Coelian Mount is added to the city, and in order that it might be inhabited more populously, Tullus selects that situation for his palace and there took up his abode. The leading persons among the Albans he enrolls among the patricians, that branch of the state also might increase, the Julii, Servilii, Quinctii, Giganii, Curiatii, Cloelii. And as a consecrated place of meeting for the order augmented by him he built a senate house, which was called Hostilia even down to the age of our fathers. And that every rank might acquire some additional strength from the new people, he formed 10 troops of horsemen from among the Albans, he likewise recruited the old, and raised new legions from the same source. Confiding in this increase of strength, Tullus declares war against the Sabines, a nation at that time the most powerful, next to the Etrurians, in men and in arms. Injuries had been done on both sides, and restitution demanded in vain. Tullus complained that some Roman merchants had been seized in an open market near the temple of Feronia, the Sabines, that some of their people had taken refuge in the asylum, and were detained at Rome. These were assigned as the causes of the war. The Sabines, holding in recollection both that a portion of their strength had been fixed at Rome by Tatius, and that the Roman power had also been lately increased by the accession of the Alban people, began, on their part, to look around for foreign aid. Etruria was in their neighborhood, of the Etrurians the Veientes were the nearest. From thence they drew some volunteers, their minds being stirred up to a revolt, chiefly in consequence of the rankling animosities from former wars. And pay also had its weight with some stragglers belonging to the indigent population. They were assisted by no aid from the government, and the faith of the truce stipulated with Romulus was strictly observed by the Veientes, for with respect to the others it is less surprising. While they were preparing for war with the utmost vigor, and the matter seemed to turn on this, which should first commence hostilities, Tullus first passes into the Sabine territory. A desperate battle ensued at the wood called Maliciosa, in which the Roman army was far superior, both by the strength of their foot, and also by the recent augmentation of their cavalry. The Sabine ranks were thrown into disorder by a sudden charge of the cavalry, nor could either the fight be afterwards restored, or a retreat accomplished without great slaughter. After the defeat of the Sabines, when the government of Tullus and the whole Roman state was in high renown, and in a very flourishing condition, word was brought to the king and senators, that it rained stones on the Alban Mount. As this could scarcely be credited, on persons being sent to inquire into the prodigy, a thick shower of stones fell from heaven in their sight, just as when hail collected into balls is pelted down to the earth by the winds. Besides, they imagined that they heard a loud voice from the grove on the summit of the hill, requiring the Albans to perform their religious service according to the rites of their native country, which they had consigned to oblivion. As if their gods had been abandoned together with their country. And they had either adopted the religion of Rome, or, as may happen, enraged at their evil destiny, had renounced altogether the worship of the gods. A festival of 9 days was instituted publicly by the Romans also on account of the same prodigy, either in obedience to the heavenly voice sent from the Alban Mount, for that too is stated, or by the advice of the Aruspices. Certain it is, it continued a solemn observance, that whenever the same prodigy was announced, a festival for 9 days was observed. Not long after, they were afflicted with a pestilence. And though from this there arose an aversion to military service, yet no respite from arms was granted by this warlike king, who considered that the bodies of the young men were even more healthy abroad than at home. Until he himself also was seized with a lingering disease. Then, together with his body, those fierce spirits became so broken, that he, who formerly considered nothing less worthy of a king than to devote his mind to religion, suddenly became a slave to every form of superstition, important and trifling. And filled the people's minds also with religious scruples. The generality of persons, now wishing to recur to that state of things which had existed under King Numa, thought that the only relief left for their sickly bodies was, if peace and pardon could be obtained from the gods. They say that the king himself, turning over the commentaries of Numa, after he had found therein that certain sacrifices of a secret and solemn nature had been performed to Jupiter Elicius, shut himself up and set about the performance of this solemnity. But that rite was not duly undertaken or conducted, and that not only no appearance of heavenly notification was presented to him, but that he was struck with lightning and burnt to ashes, together with his house, through the anger of Jupiter. Exasperated at the impropriety of the ceremony, Tullus reigned 32 years with great military renown. On the death of Tullus the government devolved once more upon the Senate, and they nominated an interrex, and on his holding the comitia, the people elected Ancus Marcius king. The fathers confirmed the election. Ancus Marcius was the grandson of King Numa Pompilius by his daughter. As soon as he ascended the throne, reflecting on the renown of his grandfather, and that the late reign, glorious in every other respect, in one particular had not been sufficiently prosperous. The rites of religion having either been utterly neglected, or improperly performed. Deeming it of the highest importance to perform the public ceremonies of religion as they had been instituted by Numa, he orders the pontiff, after he had transcribed them all from the king's commentaries on white tables, to expose them to public view. Hence, both his own subjects, desirous of peace, and the neighboring nations, entertained a hope that the king would conform to the conduct and institutions of his grandfather. Accordingly the Latins, with whom a treaty had been concluded in the reign of Tullus, assumed new courage. And after they had made an incursion upon the Roman lands, return a contemptuous answer to the Romans on their demanding restitution, supposing that the Roman king would spend his reign in indolence among chapels and altars. The genius of Ancus was of a middle kind, partaking both of that of Numa and of Romulus. And, besides that, he thought that peace was more necessary in his grandfather's reign, considering the people were but recent as well as uncivilized. He also considered that he could not, without injury, preserve the tranquility which had fallen to his lot. That his patience was tried, and being tried, was now despised, and that the times were more suited to a King Tullus than to a Numa. In order, however, that as Numa had instituted religious rites and peace, ceremonies relating to war might be transmitted by him, and that wars might not only be waged, but proclaimed also according to some rite, he borrowed from an ancient nation the equically, the form which the heralds still preserve, according to which restitution is demanded. The ambassador, when he comes to the frontiers of the people from whom satisfaction is demanded, having his head covered with a fillet, the fillet is of wool, says, "Here, O Jupiter, here, ye confines," naming the nation they belong to. "Let justice hear. I am a public messenger of the Roman people, I come justly and religiously deputed, and let my words gain credit." He then makes his demands. Afterwards he makes a solemn appeal to Jupiter, "If I unjustly or impiously demand those persons and those goods to be given up to me, the messenger of the Roman people, then never permit me to enjoy my native country." These words he repeats when he passes over the frontiers, the same to the first man he meets, the same on entering the gate, the same on entering the forum, some few words in the form of the declaration and oath being changed. If the persons whom he demands are not delivered up, on the expiration of 33 days, for so many are enjoined by the rule, he declares war, thus, "Hear, Jupiter, and thou, Juno, Romulus, and all ye celestial, terrestrial, and infernal gods. Give ear. I call you to witness, that this nation, naming it, is unjust, and does not act with equity, but we will consult the fathers in our own country concerning these matters, and by what means we may obtain our right. After that the messenger returns to Rome to consult, the king immediately used to consult the fathers almost in the following words, concerning such matters, differences, and quarrels, as the pater patratus of the Roman people, the Quirites, has conferred with the pater patratus of the ancient Latins, and with the ancient Latin people, which matters ought to be given up, performed, discharged, which matters they have neither given up, performed, nor discharged, declare, says he to him. Whose opinion he first asked, What think you? Then he said, I think that they should be demanded by a just and regularly declared war, therefore I consent, and vote for it. Then the others were asked in order, and when the majority of those present agreed in the same opinion, the war was resolved on. It was customary for the officialis to carry in his hand a javelin pointed with steel, or burnt at the end and dipped in blood, to the confines of the enemy's country, and in presence of at least 3 grown-up persons, to say, Forasmuch as the states of the ancient Latins, and the ancient Latin people, have offended against the Roman people, the Quirites, forasmuch as the Roman people, the Quirites, have ordered that there should be war with the ancient Latins. And the Senate of the Roman people, the Quirites, have given their opinion, consented, and voted that war should be made with the ancient Latins, on this account I and the Roman people declare and make war on the states of the ancient Latins. And on the ancient Latin people. After he had said that, he threw the spear within their confines. After this manner restitution was demanded from the Latins at that time, and war proclaimed, and that usage posterity have adopted. Ancus, having committed the care of sacred things to the Flamins and other priests, set out with a new army, which he had levied, and took Politorium, a city of the Latins, by storm. And following the example of former kings, who had increased the Roman state by taking enemies into the number of the citizens, he transplanted all the people to Rome. And since the Sabines occupied the Capitol and citadel, and the Albans the Coelian mount around the Palladium, the residence of the old Romans, the Aventine was assigned to the new people. Not long after, on Telene Ficana being taken, new citizens were added in the same quarter. After this Politorium was taken a second time by force of arms, because the ancient Latins had taken possession of it when vacated. This was the cause of the Romans demolishing that city, that it might not ever after serve as a receptacle to the enemy. At last, the whole war with the Latins being concentrated in Medulla, they fought there with various fortune, sometimes the one and sometimes the other gaining the victory. For the town was both well fortified by works, and strengthened by a strong garrison, and the Latins, having pitched their camp in the open fields, had several times fought the Romans in close engagement. At last Ancus, making an effort with all his forces, obtained a complete victory over them in a pitched battle, and having got a considerable booty, returned thence to Rome. Many thousands of the Latins being then also admitted into the city, to whom, in order that the Aventine might be joined to the Palladium, a settlement was assigned near the Temple of Murcia. The Janiculum was likewise added, not for want of room, but lest at any time it should become a lodgment for the enemy. It was determined to join it to the city, not only by a wall, but likewise, for the sake of the convenience of passage, by a wooden bridge, then for the first time built across the Tiber. The Fossa Quiritium, no inconsiderable defense against the easy access to the city from the low grounds, is the work of King Ancus. The state being augmented by such great accessions, seeing that, amid such a multitude of persons, the distinction of right and wrong being as yet confounded, clandestine crimes were committed, a prison is built in the heart of the city, overlooking the Forum, to intimidate the growing licentiousness. And not only was the city increased under this king, but the territory also and the boundaries. The Mesian forest was taken from the Veientes, the Roman dominion was extended as far as the sea, and the city of Ostia built at the mouth of the Tiber. Salt pits were formed around it, and, in consequence of the distinguished success achieved in war, the temple of Jupiter Feretrius was enlarged. In the reign of Ancus, Lucumo, a rich and enterprising man, came to settle at Rome, prompted chiefly by the desire and hope of obtaining great preferment there, which he had no means of attaining at Tarquinii, for there also he was descended from an alien stock. He was the son of Demaratus, a Corinthian, who, flying his country for sedition, had happened to settle at Tarquinii, and having married a wife there, had 2 sons by her. Their names were Lucumo and Aruns. Lucumo survived his father, and became heir to all his property. Aruns died before his father, leaving a wife pregnant. The father did not long survive the son, and as he, not knowing that his daughter-in-law was pregnant, died without taking any notice of his grandchild in his will, to the boy that was born after the death of his grandfather. Without having any share in his fortune, the name of Egerius was given on account of his poverty. And when his wealth already inspired Lucumo, on the other hand, the heir of all his father's wealth, with elevated notions, Tanaquil, whom he married, further increased such feeling, she being descended from a very high family. And one who would not readily brook the condition into which she had married to be inferior to that in which she had been born. As the Etrurians despised Lucumo, because sprung from a foreign exile, she could not bear the affront, and regardless of the innate love of her native country, provided she might see her husband advance to honors, she formed the determination to leave Tarquinii. Rome seemed particularly suited for her purpose. In this state, lately founded, where all nobility is recent and the result of merit, there would be room for her husband, a man of courage and activity. Tatius a Sabine had been king of Rome, Numa had been sent for from Cures to reign there, Ancus was sprung from a Sabine mother, and rested his nobility on the single statue of Numa. She easily persuades him, as being ambitious of honors, and one to whom Tarquinii was his country only on the mother's side. Accordingly, removing their effects they set out together for Rome. They happened to have reached the Janiculum. There, as he sat in the chariot with his wife, an eagle, suspended on her wings, gently stooping, takes off his cap, and flying round the chariot with loud screams, as if she had been sent from heaven for the very purpose. Orderly replaced it on his head, and then flew aloft. Tanaquil is said to have received this omen with great joy, being a woman well skilled, as the Etrurians generally are, in celestial prodigies, and embracing her husband. Bids him hope for high and elevated fortune, that such bird had come from such a quarter of the heavens. And the messenger of such a god, that it had exhibited the omen around the highest part of man, that it had lifted the ornament placed on the head of man, to restore it to the same, by direction of the gods. Carrying with them these hopes and thoughts, they entered the city, and having purchased a house there, they gave out the name of Lucius Tarquinius Priscus. His being a stranger and very rich, caused him to be taken notice of by the Romans. He also promoted his own good fortune by his affable address, by the courteousness of his invitations, and by conciliating those whom he could by acts of kindness, until a report of him reached even to the palace. And by paying court to the king with politeness and address, he in a short time so improved the acquaintance to the footing of intimate friendship, that he was present at all public and private deliberations, foreign and domestic. And being now tried in every trust, he was at length, by the king's will, appointed guardian to his children. Ancus reigned 24 years, equal to any of the former kings both in the arts and renown of war and peace. His sons were now nigh the age of puberty. For this reason Tarquin was more urgent that the assembly for the election of a king should be held as soon as possible. The assembly being proclaimed, he sent away the boys to hunt towards the time of their meeting. He is said to have been the first who earnestly sued for the crown, and to have made a set speech for the purpose of gaining the affections of the people. He said that he did not aim at anything unprecedented. For that he was not the first foreigner, a thing at which any one might feel indignation or surprise, but the third who aspired to the sovereignty of Rome. That Tatius not only from being an alien, but even an enemy, was made king, that Numa, unacquainted with the city, and without soliciting it, had been voluntarily invited by them to the throne. That he, as soon as he was his own master, had come to Rome with his wife and whole fortune, and had there spent a greater part of that age, in which men are employed in civil offices, than he had in his native country, that he had both in peace and war thoroughly learned the Roman laws and religious customs, under a master not to be objected to, King Ancus himself. That he had vied with all in duty and loyalty to his prince, and even with the king himself in his bounty to others. While he was recounting these undoubted facts, the people by a great majority elected him king. The same ambition which had prompted Tarquin, in other respects an excellent man, to aspire to the crown, followed him whilst on the throne. And being no less mindful of strengthening his own power, than of increasing that of the commonwealth, he elected 100 into the fathers, who from that time were called minorum gentium, i.e. of the younger families, a party hardy in the king's cause, by whose favour they had got into the Senate. The first war he waged was with the Latins, from whom he took the town of Apioli by storm, and having brought back thence more booty than the character of the war would lead one to expect. He celebrated games with more cost and magnificence than former kings. The place for the circus, which is now called Maximus, was then first marked out, and spaces were parted off for the senators and knights, where they might each erect seats for themselves. They were called fori, benches. They viewed the games from scaffolding which supported seats 12 feet high from the ground. The show took place, horses and boxers were sent for, chiefly from Etruria. These solemn games afterwards continued annual, being variously called the Roman and Great Games. By the same king also spaces round the forum were portioned off for private individuals to build on, porticos and shops were erected. He was also preparing to surround the city with a stone wall, when a Sabine war obstructed his designs. The matter was so sudden, that the enemy had passed the Anio before the Roman army could meet and stop them. Great alarm therefore was produced at Rome. And at first they fought with dubious success, but with great slaughter on both sides. After this, the enemy's forces being led back into their camp, and the Romans getting time to make new levies for the war, Tarquin, thinking that the weakness of his army lay in the want of horse, determined to add other centuries to the Ramnenses, the Titianses, and Luceres which Romulus had appointed, and to leave them distinguished by his own name. Because Romulus had done this by augury, Attus Navius, at that time a celebrated soothsayer, insisted that no alteration or new appointment of that kind could be made, unless the birds approved of it. The king, enraged at this, and, as it is related, ridiculing the art, said, "Come, thou diviner, tell me, whether what I am thinking on can be done or not." When he had tried the matter by divination, he affirmed it certainly could. "But I was thinking," says he, "whether you could cut asunder this whetstone with a razor. Take it, and perform what thy birds portend may be done." Upon this, as they say, he immediately cut the whetstone in two. A statue of Attus, with his head veiled, was erected in the Comitium, upon the very steps on the left of the Senate House, on the spot where the transaction occurred. They say that the whetstone also was deposited in the same place, that it might remain a monument of that miracle to posterity. There certainly accrued so much honor to augury and the College of Augurs, that nothing was undertaken either in peace or war without taking the auspices. Assemblies of the people, the summoning of armies, and affairs of the greatest importance were put off, when the birds would not allow of them. Nor did Tarquin then make any other alteration in the centuries of horse, except doubling the number of men in each of these corps, so that the 3 centuries consisted of 1,800 knights. Those that were added were called the younger, but by the same names with the former, which, now that they have been doubled, they call 6 centuries. This part of his forces being augmented, a second battle is fought with the Sabines. But, besides that the Roman army was thus reinforced, a stratagem also is secretly resorted to, persons having been sent to throw into the river a great quantity of timber that lay on the banks of the Anio, it being first set on fire. And the wood being further kindled by favour of the wind, and the greater part of it, being placed, on rafts, when it stuck firmly impacted against the piers, sets the bridge on fire. This accident struck terror into the Sabines during the battle, and, after they were routed, impeded their flight, so that many, who had escaped the enemy, perished in the river. Their arms floating down the Tiber, and being recognized at the city, made known the victory, almost before any account of it could be carried there. In that action the glory of the cavalry was prominent. They say that, being posted in the 2 wings, when the center of their own infantry was being beaten, they charged so briskly in flank. That they not only checked the Sabine legions who pressed hard on those who retired, but quickly put them to flight. The Sabines made for the mountains with great precipitation, yet few reached them, for, as we said before, the greatest part were driven by the cavalry into the river. Tarquin, thinking it advisable to pursue the enemy closely while in this consternation, after sending the booty and the prisoners to Rome, piling up and burning the spoils which he had vowed to Vulcan, proceeds to lead his army onward into the Sabine territory. And though matters had turned out adversely, nor could they hope for better success, yet, because the occasion did not allow time for deliberation, the Sabines came out to meet him with a hastily raised army. And being again defeated there, and matters having now become desperate, they sued for peace. Calatia and all the land about it was taken from the Sabines, and Egerius, son to the king's brother, was left there with a garrison. I understand that the people of Calatia were thus surrendered, and that the form of the surrender was as follows. The king asked them, "Are ye ambassadors and deputies sent by the people of Calatia to surrender yourselves and the people of Calatia?" "We are." "Are the people of Calatia their own masters?" "They are." "Do ye surrender yourselves and the people of Calatia, their city, lands, water, boundaries, temples, utensils, and everything sacred or profane belonging to them, into my power, and that of the Roman people?" "We do." "Then I receive them." The Sabine War being ended, Tarquin returned in triumph to Rome. After that he made war upon the ancient Latins, where they came on no occasion to a general engagement. Yet by carrying about his arms to the several towns, he subdued the whole Latin nation. Corniculum, Old Ficulia, Cameria, Crustumerium, Amariola, Medulla, and Nomentum, towns which either belonged to the ancient Latins, or which had revolted to them, were taken. Upon this a peace was concluded. The works of peace were then set about with greater spirit, even than the efforts with which he had conducted his wars. So that the people enjoyed no more ease and quiet at home, than they had done abroad, for he both set about surrounding the city with a stone wall, on the side where he had not fortified it. The beginning of which work had been interrupted by the Sabine War, and the lower parts of the city round the Forum and the other valleys lying between the hills, because they did not easily carry off the water from the flat grounds. He drains by means of sewers drawn sloping downward into the Tiber. Moreover he levels an area for founding a temple to Jupiter in the capital, which he had vowed to him in the Sabine War, his mind even then presaging the future grandeur of the place. At that time, a prodigy occurred in the palace, wonderful both in its appearance and in its result. They relate, that the head of a boy, called Servius Tullius, as he lay fast asleep, blazed with fire in the sight of many persons. That by the very great noise made at so miraculous a phenomenon, the royal family were awakened. And when one of the servants was bringing water to extinguish the flame, that he was kept back by the queen, and after the confusion was over, that she forbade the boy to be disturbed till he should awake of his own accord. As soon as he awoke the flame disappeared. Then Tanaquil, taking her husband into a private place, said, "Do you observe this boy whom we bring up in so mean a style? Be assured that hereafter he will be a light to us in our adversity, and a protector to our palace in distress. From henceforth let us, with all our care, train up this youth, who is capable of becoming a great ornament publicly and privately." From this time the boy began to be treated as their own son, and instructed in those arts by which men's minds are qualified to maintain high rank. The matter was easily accomplished, because it was agreeable to the gods. The young man turned out to be of a disposition truly royal. Nor, when they looked out for a son-in-law for Tarquin, could any of the Roman youth be compared to him in any accomplishment, therefore the king betrothed his own daughter to him. This high honor conferred upon him, from whatever cause, prevents us from believing that he was the son of a slave, and that he had himself been a slave when young. I am rather of the opinion of those who say that, on the taking of Corniculum, the wife of Servius Tullius, who had been the leading man in that city, being pregnant when her husband was slain, being known among the other female prisoners, and, in consequence of her high rank, exempted from servitude by the Roman queen, was delivered of a child at Rome, in the house of Tarquinius Priscus. Upon this, that both the intimacy between the ladies was improved by so great a kindness, and that the boy, having been brought up in the house from his infancy, was beloved and respected. That his mother's lot, in having fallen into the hands of the enemy, caused him to be considered the son of a slave. About the 38th year of Tarquin's reign, Servius Tullius was in the highest esteem, not only with the king, but also with the senate and people. At this time the two sons of Ancus, though they had before that always considered it the highest indignity that they had been deprived of their father's crown by the treachery of their guardian, that a stranger should be king of Rome, who was not only not of a civic, but not even of an Italian family, yet now felt their indignation rise to a still higher pitch at the notion that the crown would not only not revert to them after Tarquin, but would descend even lower to a slave. So that in the same state about the 100th year after Romulus, descended from a deity, and a deity himself, occupied the throne as long as he lived, a slave, and one born of a slave, should now possess it. That it would be a disgrace both common to the Roman name, and more especially to their family, if, whilst there was male issue of King Ancus still living, the sovereignty of Rome should be accessible not only to strangers, but even to slaves. They determined therefore to prevent that disgrace by the sword. But both resentment for the injury done to them incensed them more against Tarquin himself, than against Servius. And, the consideration, that a king was likely to prove a more severe avenger of the murder, if he should survive, than a private person. And moreover, in case of Servius being put to death, whatever other person he might select as his son-in-law, it seemed likely that he would adopt as his successor on the throne. For these reasons the plot is laid against the king himself. Two of the most ferocious of the shepherds being selected for the daring deed, with the rustic implements to which each had been accustomed, by conducting themselves in as violent a manner as possible in the porch of the palace. Under pretence of a quarrel, draw the attention of all the king's attendants to themselves. Then, when both appealed to the king, and their clamor reached even the interior of the palace, they are called in and proceed before the king. At first both bawled aloud, and vied in interrupting each other by their clamor, until being restrained by the lictor, and commanded to speak in turns, they at length cease railing. According to concert, one begins to state the matter. When the king, attentive to him, had turned himself quite that way, the other, raising up his axe, struck it into his head, and leaving the weapon in the wound, they both rush out of the house. When those who were around had raised up the king in a dying state, the lictors seize on the men who were endeavoring to escape. Upon this followed an uproar and concourse of people, wondering what the matter was. Tanaquil, during the tumult, orders the palace to be shut, thrusts out all who were present, at the same time she sedulously prepares everything necessary for dressing the wound, as if a hope still remained. At the same time, in case her hopes should disappoint her, she projects other means of safety. Sending immediately for Servius, after she had showed to him her husband almost expiring, holding his right hand, she entreats him not to suffer the death of his father-in-law to pass unavenged, nor his mother-in-law to be an object of insult to their enemies. Servius, she said, if you are a man, the kingdom is yours, not theirs, who, by the hands of others, have perpetrated the worst of crimes. Exert yourself, and follow the guidance of the gods, who portended that this head would be illustrious by having formerly shed a blaze around it. Now let that celestial flame arouse you. Now awake in earnest. We, too, though foreigners, have reigned. Consider who you are, not whence you are sprung. If your own plans are not matured by reason of the suddenness of this event, then follow mine. When the uproar and violence of the multitude could scarcely be withstood, Tanaquil addresses the populace from the upper part of the palace through the windows facing the New Street, for the royal family resided near the temple of Jupiter Stator. She bids them be of good courage, that the king was stunned by the suddenness of the blow, that the weapon had not sunk deep into his body, that he was already come to himself again. That the wound had been examined, the blood having been wiped off, that all the symptoms were favorable, that she hoped they would see him very soon, and that, in the meantime, he commanded the people to obey the orders of Servius Tullius. That he would administer justice, and would perform all the functions of the king. Servius comes forth with the trabea and lictors, and seating himself on the king's throne, decides some cases, with respect to others pretends that he will consult the king. Therefore, the death being concealed for several days, though Tarquin had already expired, he, under pretence of discharging the duty of another, strengthened his own interest. Then at length the matter being made public, and lamentations being raised in the palace, Servius, supported by a strong guard, took possession of the kingdom by the consent of the Senate, being the first who did so without the orders of the people. The children of Ancus, the instruments of their villainy having been already seized, as soon as it was announced that the king still lived, and that the power of Servius was so great, had already gone into exile to Suessa Pometia. And now Servius began to strengthen his power, not more by public than by private measures. And lest the feelings of the children of Tarquin might be the same towards himself as those of the children of Ancus had been towards Tarquin, he unites his two daughters in marriage to the young princes, the Tarquinii, Lucius and Aruns. Nor yet did he break through the inevitable decrees of fate by human measures, so that envy of the sovereign power should not produce general treachery and animosity even among the members of his own family. Very opportunely for maintaining the tranquility of the present state, a war was commenced with the Veientes, for the truce had now expired, and with the other Etrurians. In that war, both the valor and good fortune of Tullius were conspicuous, and he returned to Rome, after routing a great army of the enemy, now unquestionably king, whether he tried the dispositions of the fathers or the people. He then sets about a work of peace of the utmost importance. That, as Numa had been the author of religious institutions, so posterity might celebrate Servius as the founder of all distinction among the members of the state. And of those orders by which a limitation is established between the degrees of rank and fortune. For he instituted the census, a most salutary measure for an empire destined to become so great, according to which the services of war and peace were to be performed, not by every person, indiscriminately, as formerly, but in proportion to the amount of property. Then he formed, according to the census, the classes and centuries, and the arrangement as it now exists, eminently suited either to peace or war. Of those who had an estate of 100,000 asses or more, he made 80 centuries, 40 of seniors and 40 of juniors. All these were called the first class, the seniors were to be in readiness to guard the city, the juniors to carry on war abroad. The arms enjoined them were a helmet, a round shield, greaves, and a coat of mail, all of brass. These were for the defense of their body, their weapons of offense were a spear and a sword. To this class were added 2 centuries of mechanics, who were to serve without arms, the duty imposed upon them was to carry the military engines. The second class comprehended all whose estate was from 75 to 100,000 asses, and of these, seniors and juniors, 20 centuries were enrolled. The arms enjoined them were a buckler instead of a shield, and except a coat of mail, all the rest were the same. He appointed the property of the third class to amount to 50,000 asses. The number of centuries was the same, and formed with the same distinction of age, nor was there any change in their arms, only greaves were taken from them. In the fourth class, the property was 25,000 asses, the same number of centuries was formed, the arms were changed, nothing was given them but a spear and a long javelin. The fifth class was increased, 30 centuries were formed. These carried slings and stones for throwing. Among them were reckoned the hornblowers, and the trumpeters, distributed into 3 centuries. This whole class was rated at 11,000 asses. Property lower than this comprehended all the rest of the citizens, and of them 1 century was made up which was exempted from serving in war. Having thus divided and armed the infantry, he levied 12 centuries of knights from among the chief men of the state. Likewise out of the 3 centuries, appointed by Romulus, he formed other 6 under the same names which they had received at their first institution. 10,000 asses were given them out of the public revenue, for the buying of horses, and widows were assigned them, who were to pay 2,000 asses yearly for the support of the horses. All these burdens were taken off the poor and laid on the rich. Then an additional honor was conferred upon them. For the suffrage was not now granted promiscuously to all, as it had been established by Romulus, and observed by his successors, to every man with the same privilege and the same right, but gradations were established. So that no one might seem excluded from the right of voting, and yet the whole power might reside in the chief men of the state. For the knights were first called, and then the 80 centuries of the first class, and if they happened to differ, which was seldom the case, those of the second were called, and they seldom ever descended so low as to come to the lowest class. Nor need we be surprised, that the present regulation, which now exists, since the tribes were increased to 35, should not agree in the number of centuries of juniors and seniors with the amount instituted by Servius Tullius. They being now double of what they were at that time. For the city being divided into 4 parts, according to the regions and hills which were then inhabited, he called these divisions tribes, as I think, from the tribute. For the method of levying taxes rateably according to the value of estates was also introduced by him, nor had these tribes any relation to the number and distribution of the centuries. The census being now completed, which he had expedited by the terror of a law passed on those not rated, with threats of imprisonment and death, he issued a proclamation that all the Roman citizens, horse and foot, should attend at the dawn of day in the Campus Martius, each in his century. There he drew up his army and performed a lustration of it by the sacrifices called Subitorilia, and that was called the closing of the lustrum, because that was the conclusion of the census. 80,000 citizens are said to have been rated in that survey. Fabius Pictor, the oldest of our historians, adds, that such was the number of those who were able to bear arms. To accommodate that number the city seemed to require enlargement. He adds 2 hills, the Quirinal and Viminal, then in continuation he enlarges the Esquilii, and takes up his own residence there, in order that respectability might attach to the place. He surrounds the city with a rampart, a moat, and a wall, thus he enlarges the Pomerium. They who regard only the etymology of the word, will have the Pomerium to be a space of ground without the walls. But it is rather a space on each side the wall, which the Etrurians in building cities consecrated by augury, reaching to a certain extent both within and without in the direction they intended to raise the wall. So that the houses might not be joined to it on the inside, as they commonly are now, and also that there might be some space without left free from human occupation. This space, which it was not lawful to till or inhabit, the Romans called the Pomerium, not for its being without the wall, more than for the walls being without it, and in enlarging the city, as far as the walls were intended to proceed outwards. So far these consecrated limits were likewise extended. The state being increased by the enlargement of the city, and everything modelled at home and abroad for the exigencies both of peace and war, that the acquisition of power might not always depend on mere force of arms. He endeavored to extend his empire by policy, and at the same time to add some ornament to the city. The temple of Diana at Ephesus was at that time in high renown. Fame represented it to have been built by all the states of Asia, in common. When Servius, amid some grandees of the Latins with whom he had taken pains to form connections of hospitality and friendship, extolled in high terms such concord and association of their gods, by frequently insisting on the same subject, he at length prevailed so far as that the Latin states agreed to build a temple to Diana at Rome, in conjunction with the Roman people. This was an acknowledgment that Rome was the head of both nations, concerning which they had so often disputed in arms. Though that object seemed to have been left out of consideration by all the Latins, in consequence of the matter having been so often attempted unsuccessfully by arms. Fortune seemed to present one of the Sabines with an opportunity of recovering the superiority to his country by his own address. A cow is said to have been calved to a certain person, the head of a family among the Sabines, of surprising size and beauty. Her horns, which were hung up in the porch of the temple of Diana, remained, for many ages, a monument of this wonder. The thing was looked upon as a prodigy, as it was, and the soothsayers declared, that sovereignty would reside in that state of which a citizen should immolate this heifer to Diana. This prediction had also reached the ears of the high priest of Diana. The Sabine, when he thought the proper time for offering the sacrifice was come, drove the cow to Rome, led her to the temple of that goddess, and set her before the altar. The Roman priest, struck with the uncommon size of the victim, so much celebrated by fame, thus accosted the Sabine, "What intendest thou to do, stranger?" says he. "Is it with impure hands to offer a sacrifice to Diana? Why dost not thou first wash thyself in running water? The Tiber runs along in the bottom of that valley." The stranger, being seized with a scruple of conscience, and desirous of having everything done in due form, that the event might answer the prediction, from the temple went down to the Tiber. In the meantime the priest sacrificed the cow to Diana, which gave great satisfaction to the king, and to the whole state. Servius, though he had now acquired an indisputable right to the kingdom by long possession, yet as he heard that expressions were sometimes thrown out by young Tarquin, importing, that he held the crown without the consent of the people. Having first secured their goodwill by dividing among them, man by man, the lands taken from their enemies, he ventured to propose the question to the people, whether they chose and ordered that he should be king. And was declared king with such unanimity, as had not been observed in the election of any of his predecessors. But this circumstance diminished not Tarquin's hope of obtaining the throne. Nay, because he had observed that the question of the distribution of land to the people was carried against the will of the fathers. He felt so much the more satisfied that an opportunity was now presented to him of arraigning Servius before the fathers, and of increasing his own influence in the Senate, he being himself naturally of a fiery temper, and his wife, Tullia, at home stimulating his restless temper. For the Roman palace also afforded an instance of tragic guilt, so that through their disgust of kings, liberty might come more matured, and the throne, which should be attained through crime, might be the last. This L. Tarquinius, whether he was the son or grandson of Tarquinius Priscus is not clear, with the greater number of authorities, however, I would say, his son, had a brother, Baruns Tarquinius, a youth of a mild disposition. To these two, as has been already stated, the two Tullii, daughters of the king, had been married, they also being of widely different tempers. It had so happened that the two violent dispositions were not united in marriage, through the good fortune, I suspect, of the Roman people, in order that the reign of Servius might be more protracted, and the morals of the state be firmly established. The haughty Tullia was chagrined, that there was no material in her husband, either for ambition or bold daring. Directing all her regard to the other Tarquinius, him she admired, him she called a man, and one truly descended of royal blood. She expressed her contempt of her sister, because, having got a man, she was deficient in the spirit becoming a woman. Similarity of mind soon draws them together, as wickedness is in general most congenial to wickedness. But the commencement of producing general confusion originated with the woman. She, accustomed to the secret conversations of the other's husband, refrained not from using the most contumelious language of her husband to his brother, of her sister to her sister's husband, and contended that it were better that she herself were unmarried, and he single, than that they should be matched unsuitably, so that they must languish away through life by reason of the dastardly conduct of others. If the gods had granted her the husband of whom she was worthy, that she should soon see the crown in her own house, which she now saw at her father's. She soon inspires the young man with her own daring notions. Baruns Tarquinius and the younger Tullia, when they had, by immediate successive deaths, made their houses vacant for new nuptials, are united in marriage, Servius rather not prohibiting than approving the measure. Then indeed the old age of Servius began to be every day more disquieted, his reign to be more unhappy. For now the woman looked from one crime to another, and suffered not her husband to rest by night or by day, lest their past murders might go for nothing. That what she had wanted was not a person whose wife she might be called, or one with whom she might in silence live a slave, what she had wanted was one who would consider himself worthy of the throne. Who would remember that he was the son of Tarquinius Priscus, who would rather possess a kingdom than hope for it. If you, to whom I consider myself married, are such a one, I address you both as husband and king. But if not, our condition has been changed so far for the worse, as in that person crime is associated with meanness. Why not prepare yourself? It is not necessary for you, as for your father, coming here, from Corinth or Tarquinii, to strive for foreign thrones. Your household and country's gods, the image of your father, and the royal palace, and the royal throne in that palace, constitute and call you king. Or if you have too little spirit for this, why do you disappoint the nation? Why do you suffer yourself to be looked up to as a prince? Get hence to Tarquinii or Corinth. Sink back again to your original race, more like your brother than your father. By chiding him in these and other terms, she spurs on the young man. Nor can she herself rest. Indignant, that when Tanaquil, a foreign woman, could achieve so great a project, as to bestow 2 successive thrones on her husband, and then on her son-in-law, she, sprung from royal blood, should have no weight in bestowing and taking away a kingdom. Tarquinius, driven on by these frenzied instigations of the woman, began to go round and solicit the patricians, especially those of the younger families, reminded them of his father's kindness, and claimed a return for it. Enticed the young men by presents, increased his interest, as well by making magnificent promises on his own part, as by inveighing against the king at every opportunity. At length, as soon as the time seemed convenient for accomplishing his object, he rushed into the forum, accompanied by a party of armed men. Then, whilst all were struck with dismay, seating himself on the throne before the Senate house, he ordered the fathers to be summoned to the Senate house by the crier to attend King Tarquinius. They assembled immediately, some being already prepared for the occasion, some through fear, lest their not having come might prove detrimental to them, astounded at the novelty and strangeness of the matter. And considering that it was now all over with Servius. Then Tarquinius, commencing his invectives against his immediate ancestors, that a slave, and born of a slave, after the untimely death of his parent, without an interregnum being adopted, as on former occasions, without any comitia, being held, without the suffrages of the people, or the sanction of the fathers, he had taken possession of the kingdom as the gift of a woman. That so born, so created king, ever a favor of the most degraded class, to which he himself belongs, through a hatred of the high station of others, he had taken their land from the leading men of the state and divided it among the very meanest. That he had laid all the burdens, which were formerly common, on the chief members of the community. That he had instituted the census, in order that the fortune of the wealthier citizens might be conspicuous to excite public envy, and that all was prepared whence he might bestow largesses on the most needy, whenever he might please. When Servius, aroused by the alarming announcement, came in during this harangue, immediately from the porch of the Senate house, he says with a loud voice, "What means this, Tarquin? By what audacity hast thou dared to summon the fathers, while I am still alive? Or to sit on my throne?" To this, when he fiercely replied, that he, the son of a king, occupied the throne of his father, a much fitter successor to the throne than a slave. That he, Servius, had insulted his masters full long enough by his arbitrary shuffling, a shout arises from the partisans of both, and a rush of the people into the Senate house took place. And it became evident that whoever came off victor would have the throne. Then Tarquin, necessity itself now obliging him to have recourse to the last extremity, having much the advantage both in years and strength, seizes Servius by the middle, and having taken him out of the Senate house, throws him down the steps to the bottom. He then returns to the Senate house to assemble the Senate. The king's officers and attendants fly. He himself, almost lifeless, when he was returning home with his royal retinue frightened to death, and had arrived at the top of the Cyprian street, is slain by those who had been sent by Tarquin, and had overtaken him in his flight. As the act is not inconsistent with her other marked conduct, it is believed to have been done by Tullia's advice. Certain it is, for it is readily admitted, that driving into the forum in her chariot, and not abashed by the crowd of persons there, she called her husband out of the Senate house, and was the first to style him king. And when, on being commanded by him to withdraw from such a tumult, she was returning home, and had arrived at the top of the Cyprian street, where Diana's temple lately was, as she was turning to the right to the Orbean hill. In order to arrive at the Esquiline, the person who was driving, being terrified, stopped and drew in the reins, and pointed out to his mistress the murdered Servius as he lay. On this occasion a revolting and inhuman crime is stated to have been committed, and the place is a monument of it. They call it the Wicked Street, where Tullia, frantic and urged on by the furies of her sister and husband, is reported to have driven her chariot over her father's body, and to have carried a portion of her father's body in blood to her own and her husband's household gods, herself also being stained and sprinkled with it. Through whose vengeance results corresponding to the wicked commencement of the reign were soon to follow. Tullius reigned 44 years in such a manner that a competition with him would prove difficult even for a good and moderate successor. But this also has been an accession to his glory, that with him perished all just and legitimate reigns. This authority, so mild and so moderate, yet, because it was vested in one, some say that he had it in contemplation to resign, had not the wickedness of his family interfered with him whilst meditating the liberation of his country. After this period Tarquin began his reign, whose actions procured him the surname of the Proud, for he refused his father-in-law burial, alleging, that even Romulus died without sepulture. He put to death the principal senators, whom he suspected of having been in the interest of Servius. Then, conscious that the precedent of obtaining the crown by evil means might be adopted from him against himself, he surrounded his person with armed men, for he had no claim to the kingdom except force. Inasmuch as he reigned without either the order of the people or the sanction of the Senate. To this was added, the fact, that, as he reposed no hope in the affection of his subjects, he found it necessary to secure his kingdom by terror. And in order to strike this into the greater number, he took cognizance of capital cases solely by himself without assessors. And under that pretext he had it in his power to put to death, banish or fine, not only those who were suspected or hated, but those also from whom he could obtain nothing else but plunder. The number of the fathers more especially being thus diminished, he determined to elect none into the Senate, in order that the order might become contemptible by their very paucity, and that they might feel the less resentment at no business being transacted by them. For he was the first king who violated the custom derived from his predecessors of consulting the Senate on all subjects. He administered the public business by domestic councils. War, peace, treaties, alliances, he contracted and dissolved with whomsoever he pleased, without the sanction of the people and Senate. The nation of the Latins in particular he wished to attach to him, so that by foreign influence also he might be more secure among his own subjects, and he contracted not only ties of hospitality but affinities also with their leading men. To Octavius Mamilius of Tusculum he gives his daughter in marriage. He was by far the most eminent of the Latin name, being descended, if we believe tradition, from Ulysses and the goddess Circe, and by this match he attaches to himself his numerous kinsmen and friends. The influence of Tarquin among the chief men of the Latins was now considerable, when he issues an order that they should assemble on a certain day at the grove of Ferentina. That there was business about which he wished to confer with them touching their common interest. They assemble in great numbers at the break of day. Tarquinius himself observed the day indeed, but he came a little before sunset. Many matters were there canvassed in the meeting in various conversations. Turnus Herdonius, from Aricia, inveighed violently against Tarquin for his absence. That it was no wonder the cognomen of Proud was given him at Rome. For they now called him so secretly and in whispers, but still generally. Could anything be more proud than thus to trifle with the entire nation of the Latins? After their chiefs had been called at so great a distance from home, that he who summoned the meeting did not attend, that no doubt their patience was tried, in order that if they submitted to the yoke, he may crush them when at his mercy. For to whom did it not plainly appear that he was aiming at sovereignty over the Latins? But if his own countrymen did well in entrusting it to him, or if it was entrusted, and not seized on by means of murder, that the Latins also ought to entrust him, though not even so, inasmuch as he was a foreigner. But if his own subjects are dissatisfied with him, seeing that they are butchered one upon another, driven into exile, and deprived of their property, what better prospects are held out to the Latins? If they follow his advice, that they would depart thence, each to his own home, and take no more notice of the day of meeting than the person who appointed it. When this man, turbulent and daring, and one who had attained influence at home by these means, was pressing these and other observations having the same tendency, Tarquin came in. This put a conclusion to his harangue. All turned away from him to salute Tarquin, who, on silence being enjoined, being advised by those next him to apologize for having come at that time, says, that he had been chosen arbiter between a father and a son. That, from his anxiety to reconcile them, he had delayed, and because that circumstance had consumed that day, that on the morrow he would transact the business which he had determined on. They say that he did not make even that observation without a remark from Turnus. That no controversy was shorter than one between a father and son, and that it might be decided in a few words, unless he submitted to his father, that he must prove unfortunate. The Orician withdrew from the meeting, uttering these reflections against the Roman king. Tarquin, feeling the matter much more acutely than he appeared to do, immediately sets about planning the death of Turnus. In order that he might inspire into the Latins the same terror with which he had crushed the spirits of his own subjects at home. And because he could not be put to death openly, by virtue of his authority, he accomplished the ruin of this innocent man by bringing a false accusation against him. By means of some Oricians of the opposite faction, he bribed a servant of Turnus with gold, to suffer a great number of swords to be introduced privately into his lodging. When this had been completed in the course of one night, Tarquin, having summoned the chiefs of the Latins to him a little before day, as if alarmed by some strange occurrence, says, that his delay of yesterday, having been occasioned as it were by some providential care of the gods, had been the means of preservation to him and them. That it was told to him that destruction was prepared by Turnus for him and the chiefs of the Latins, that he alone might obtain the government of the Latins. That he was to have made the attempt yesterday at the meeting. That the matter was deferred, because the person who summoned the meeting was absent, whom he chiefly aimed at. That thence arose that abuse of him for being absent, because he disappointed his hopes by delaying. That he had no doubt, but that if the truth were told him, he would come at the break of day, when the assembly met, attended with a band of conspirators, and with arms in his hands. That it was said that a great number of swords had been conveyed to his house. Whether that be true or not, might be known immediately. He requested that they would accompany him thence to Turnus. Both the daring temper of Turnus, and his harangue of yesterday, and the delay of Tarquin, rendered the matter suspicious, because it seemed possible that the murder might have been put off in consequence of it. They proceed then with minds inclined indeed to believe, yet determined to consider everything false, unless the swords were detected. When they arrive there, Turnus is aroused from sleep, and guards are placed around him. And the servants, who, from affection to their master, were preparing to use force, being secured, when the swords, which had been concealed, were drawn out from all parts of the lodging, then indeed the whole matter appeared manifest. And chains were placed on Turnus. And forthwith a meeting of the Latins was summoned amid great confusion. There, on the swords being brought forward in the midst, such violent hatred arose against him, that without being allowed a defense, by a novel mode of death, being thrown into the reservoir of the water of Ferentina. A hurdle being placed over him, and stones being thrown into that, he was drowned. Tarquin, having recalled the Latins to the meeting, and applauded those who had inflicted well-merited punishment on Turnus, as one convicted of parricide, by his attempting a change of government, spoke as follows, that he could indeed proceed by a long-established right. Because, since all the Latins were sprung from Alba, they were included in that treaty by which the entire Alban nation, with their colonies, fell under the dominion of Rome, under Tullus. However, for the sake of the interest of all parties, he thought rather, that treaty should be renewed. And that the Latins should, as participators, enjoy the prosperity of the Roman people, rather than that they should be constantly either apprehending or suffering the demolition of their town and the devastations of their lands, which they suffered formerly in the reign of Ancus, afterwards in the reign of his own father. The Latins were persuaded without any difficulty, though in that treaty the advantage lay on the side of Rome. But they both saw that the chiefs of the Latin nation sided and concurred with the king, and Turnus was a recent instance of his danger to each, if he should make any opposition. Thus the treaty was renewed, and notice was given to the young men of the Latins, that, according to the treaty, they should attend in considerable numbers in arms, on a certain day, at the grove of Ferentina. And when they assembled from all the states according to the edict of the Roman king, in order that they should neither have a general of their own, nor a separate command, or their own standards, he compounded companies of Latins and Romans, so as to make 1 out of 2, and 2 out of 1. The companies being thus doubled, he appointed centurions over them. Nor was Tarquin, though a tyrannical prince in peace, a despicable general in war. Nay, he would have equalled his predecessors in that art, had not his degeneracy in other respects likewise detracted from his merit here. He began the war against the Volsci, which lasted 200 years after his time, and took from them Suessa Pometia by storm. And when by the sale of the spoils he had amassed 40 talents of silver and of gold, he designed such magnificence for a temple to Jupiter, as should be worthy of the King of gods and men, of the Roman Empire. And of the majesty of the place itself, for the building of this temple he set apart the money arising from the spoils. Soon after a war came upon him, more tedious than he expected, in which, having in vain attempted to storm Gabii, a city in his neighborhood, when being repulsed from the walls all hopes of taking it by siege also was taken from him. He assailed it by fraud and stratagem, arts by no means Roman. For when, as if the war was laid aside, he pretended to be busily taken up with laying the foundation of the temple, and with his other works in the city, Sextus, the youngest of his 3 sons, according to concert, fled to Gabii. Complaining of the inhuman cruelty of his father, that he had turned his tyranny from others against his own family, and was uneasy at the number of his own children. Intending to make the same desolations in his own house which he had made in the Senate, in order that he might leave behind him no issue, nor heir to his kingdom. That for his own part, as he had escaped from amidst the swords and other weapons of his father, he was persuaded he could find no safety anywhere but among the enemies of Tarquin. And, that they might not be led astray, that the war, which it is now pretended has been given up, still lies in reserve, and that he would attack them when off their guard on the occurrence of an opportunity. But if there be no refuge for suppliants among them, that he would traverse all Latium, and would apply to the Volscians, and Equians, and Hernicians, until he should come to those who knew how to protect children from the impious and cruel persecution of parents. That perhaps he would find some ardor also to take up arms and wage war against this proud king and his haughty subjects. As he seemed a person likely to go further onward, incensed with anger, if they paid him no regard, he is received by the Gabians very kindly. They bid him not to be surprised, if he were at last the same to his children as he had been to his subjects and allies, that he would ultimately vent his rage on himself if other objects failed him. That his coming was very acceptable to them, and they thought that it would come to pass that by his aid the war would be transferred from the gates of Gabii to the walls of Rome. Upon this he was admitted into their public councils, where though, with regard to other matters, he professed to submit to the judgment of the old inhabitants of Gabii, to whom they were better known. Yet he every now and then advised them to renew the war. To that he pretended to a superior knowledge, because he was well acquainted with the strength of both nations, and knew that the king's pride was decidedly become hateful to his subjects, which not even his own children could now endure. As he thus by degrees stirred up the nobles of the Gabians to renew the war, went himself with the most active of their youth on plundering parties and expeditions, and ill-grounded credit was attached to all his words and actions. Framed as they were for deception, he is at length chosen general-in-chief in the war. There when, the people being still ignorant of what was really going on, several skirmishes with the Romans took place, wherein the Gabians generally had the advantage, then all the Gabians, from the highest to the lowest, were firmly persuaded that Sextus Tarquinius had been sent to them as their general, by the special favor of the gods. By his exposing himself to fatigues and dangers, and by his generosity in dividing the plunder, he was so beloved by the soldiers, that Tarquin the father had not greater power at Rome than the son at Gabii. When he saw he had got sufficient strength collected to support him in any undertaking, he sent one of his confidants to Rome to ask his father what he wished him to do, seeing the gods had granted him the sole management of all affairs at Gabii. To this courier no answer by word of mouth was given, because, I suppose, he appeared of questionable fidelity. The king going into a garden of the palace, as it were to consider of the matter, followed by his son's messenger. Walking there for some time in silence, he is said to have struck off the heads of the tallest poppies with his staff. The messenger, wearied with demanding and waiting for an answer, returned to Gabii as if without having accomplished his object, and told what he had said himself, and what he had observed, adding, that Tarquin, either through passion, aversion to him, or his innate pride, had not spoke a word. As soon as it became evident to Sextus what his father wished, and what conduct he recommended by those silent intimations, he put to death the most eminent men of the city, accusing some of them to the people, and others who were exposed by their own unpopularity. Many were executed publicly, and some, against whom an impeachment was likely to prove less specious, were secretly assassinated. Means of escape were to some allowed, and others were banished, and their estates, as well as the estates of those who were put to death, publicly distributed. By the sweets of corruption, plunder, and private advantage resulting from these distributions, the sense of the public calamities became extinguished in them, till the state of Gabii, destitute of counsel and assistance, was delivered without a struggle into the hands of the Roman king. Tarquin, thus put in possession of Gabii, made peace with the Equians, and renewed the treaty with the Etrurians. Then he turned his thoughts to the business of the city, the chief whereof was that of leaving behind him the temple of Jupiter on the Tarpeian Mount, as a monument of his name and reign, since posterity would remember, that of two Tarquinii, both kings, the father had vowed, the son completed it. And that the area, excluding all other forms of worship, might be entirely appropriated to Jupiter, and his temple, which was to be erected upon it, he resolved to unhallow several small temples and chapels, which had been vowed first by King Tatius, in the heat of the battle against Romulus, and which he afterwards consecrated and dedicated. In the very beginning of founding this work it is said that the gods exerted their divinity to presage the future greatness of this empire. For though the birds declared for the unhallowing of all the other temples, they did not admit of it with respect to that of Terminus. This omen and augury were taken to import that Terminus's not changing his residence, and being the only one of the gods who was not called out of the places devoted to their worship, presaged the duration and stability of their empire. This being deemed an omen of the perpetuity, there followed another portending the greatness of the empire. It is reported that the head of a man, with the face entire, appeared to the workmen when digging the foundation of the temple. The sight of this phenomenon unequivocally presaged that this temple should be the metropolis of the empire, and the head of the world. And so declared the soothsayers, both those who were in the city, and those whom they had sent for from Etruria, to consult on this subject. The king was encouraged to enlarge the expense, so that the spoils of Pometia, which had been destined to complete the work, scarcely sufficed for laying the foundation. On this account I am more inclined to believe Fabius Pictor, besides his being the more ancient historian, that there were only 40 talents, than Piso, who says that 40,000 pounds weight of silver were set apart for that purpose. A sum of money neither to be expected from the spoils of any one city in those times, and one that would more than suffice for the foundation of any structure, even though exhibiting the magnificence of modern structures. Tarquin, intent upon finishing this temple, having sent for workmen from all parts of Etruria, employed on it not only the public money, but the manual labor of the people. And when this labor, by no means inconsiderable in itself, was added to their military service, still the people murmured less at their building the temples of the gods with their own hands. They were afterwards transferred to other works, which, whilst less in show, required still greater toil, such as the erecting benches in the circus, and conducting underground the principal sewer, the receptacle of all the filth of the city. To which two works even modern splendor can scarcely produce anything equal. The people having been employed in these works, because he both considered that such a multitude was a burden to the city when there was no employment for them, and further, he was anxious that the frontiers of the empire should be more extensively occupied by sending colonists. He sent colonists to Signia and Circeii, to serve as defensive barriers hereafter to the city by land and sea. While he was thus employed a frightful prodigy appeared to him. A serpent sliding out of a wooden pillar, after causing dismay and a run into the palace, not so much struck the king's heart with sudden terror, as filled him with anxious solicitude. Accordingly when Etrurian soothsayers only were employed for public prodigies, terrified at this as it were domestic apparition, he determined on sending persons to Delphos to the most celebrated oracle in the world. And not venturing to entrust the responses of the oracle to any other person, he dispatched his 2 sons to Greece through lands unknown at that time, and seas still more so. Titus and Aruns were the 2 who went. To them were added, as a companion, L. Junius Brutus, the son of Tarquinia, sister to the king, a youth of an entirely different quality of mind from that the disguise of which he had assumed. Brutus, on hearing that the chief men of the city, and among others his own brother, had been put to death by his uncle, resolved to leave nothing in his intellects that might be dreaded by the king, nor anything in his fortune to be coveted. And thus to be secure in contempt, where there was but little protection in justice. Therefore designedly fashioning himself to the semblance of foolishness, after he suffered himself and his whole estate to become a prey to the king, he did not refuse to take even the surname of Brutus, that concealed under the cover of such a cognomen, that genius that was to liberate the Roman people might await its proper time. He, being brought to Delphos by the Tarquinii rather as a subject of sport than as a companion, is said to have brought with him as an offering to Apollo a golden rod, enclosed in a staff of cornel wood hollowed out for the purpose. A mystical emblem of his own mind. When they arrived there, their father's commission being executed, a desire seized the young men of inquiring on which of them the sovereignty of Rome should devolve. They say that a voice was returned from the bottom of the cave, "Young men, whichever of you shall first kiss his mother shall enjoy the sovereign power at Rome." The Tarquinii order the matter to be kept secret with the utmost care, that Sextus, who had been left behind at Rome, might be ignorant of the response, and have no share in the kingdom. They cast lots among themselves, as to which of them should first kiss his mother, after they had returned to Rome. Brutus, thinking that the Pythian response had another meaning, as if he had stumbled and fallen, touched the ground with his lips. She being, forsooth, the common mother of all mankind. After this they all returned to Rome, where preparations were being made with the greatest vigor for a war against the Rutulians. The Rutulians, a nation very wealthy, considering the country and age they lived in, were at that time in possession of Ardea. Their riches gave occasion to the war. For the king of the Romans, being exhausted of money by the magnificence of his public works, was desirous both to enrich himself, and by a large booty to suit the minds of his subjects, who, besides other instances of his tyranny, were incensed against his government, because they were indignant that they had been kept so long a time by the king in the employments of mechanics, and in labor fit for slaves. An attempt was made to take Ardea by storm. When that did not succeed, the enemy began to be distressed by a blockade, and by works raised around them. As it commonly happens in standing camps, the war being rather tedious than violent, furloughs were easily obtained, more so by the officers, however, than the common soldiers. The young princes sometimes spent their leisure hours in feasting and entertainments. One day as they were drinking in the tent of Sextus Tarquin, where Collatinus Tarquinius, the son of Egerius, was also at supper, mention was made of wives. Every one commended his own in an extravagant manner, till a dispute arising about it, Collatinus said, there was no occasion for words, that it might be known in a few hours how far his Lucretia excelled all the rest. If then, added he, we have any share of the vigor of youth, let us mount our horses and examine the behavior of our wives, that must be most satisfactory to every one, which shall meet his eyes on the unexpected arrival of the husband. They were heated with wine. Come on, then, say all. They immediately galloped to Rome, where they arrived in the dusk of the evening. From thence they went to Calatia, where they find Lucretia, not like the king's daughters-in-law, whom they had seen spending their time in luxurious entertainments with their equals, but though at an advanced time of night, employed at her wool, sitting in the middle of the house amid her maids working around her. The merit of the contest regarding the ladies was assigned to Lucretia. Her husband on his arrival, and the Tarquinii, were kindly received. The husband, proud of his victory, gives the young princes a polite invitation. There the villainous passion for violating Lucretia by force seizes Sextus Tarquin. Both her beauty, and her approved purity, act as incentives. And then, after this youthful frolic of the night, they return to the camp. A few days after, without the knowledge of Collatinus, Sextus came to Galatia with one attendant only. Where, being kindly received by them, as not being aware of his intention, after he had been conducted after supper into the guest's chamber, burning with passion, when everything around seemed sufficiently secure, and all fast asleep. He comes to Lucretia, as she lay asleep, with a naked sword, and with his left hand pressing down the woman's breast, he says, "Be silent, Lucretia. I am Sextus Tarquin, I have a sword in my hand, you shall die, if you utter a word." When awaking terrified from sleep, the woman beheld no aid, impending death nigh at hand. Then Tarquin acknowledged his passion, entreated, mixed threats with entreaties, tried the female's mind in every possible way. When he saw her inflexible, and that she was not moved even by the terror of death, he added to terror the threat of dishonor. He says that he will lay a murdered slave naked by her side when dead, so that she may be said to have been slain in infamous adultery. When by the terror of this disgrace his lust, as it were victorious, had overcome her inflexible chastity, and Tarquin had departed, exulting in having triumphed over a lady's honor, Lucretia, in melancholy distress at so dreadful a misfortune, dispatches the same messenger to Rome to her father, and to Ardea to her husband, that they would come each with one trusty friend. That it was necessary to do so, and that quickly. Sp. Lucretius comes with P. Valerius, the son of Valesus, Collatinus with L. Junius Brutus, with whom, as he was returning to Rome, he happened to be met by his wife's messenger. They find Lucretia sitting in her chamber in sorrowful dejection. On the arrival of her friends the tears burst from her eyes. And to her husband, on his inquiry whether all was right, she says, "By no means, for what can be right with a woman who has lost her honor? The traces of another man are on your bed, Collatinus. But the body only has been violated, the mind is guiltless, death shall be my witness. But give me your right hands, and your honor, that the adulterer shall not come off unpunished. It is Sextus Tarquin, who, an enemy in the guise of a guest, has borne away hence a triumph fatal to me, and to himself, if you are men." They all pledge their honor. They attempt to console her, distracted as she was in mind, by turning away the guilt from her, constrained by force, on the perpetrator of the crime, that it is the mind sins, not the body, and that where intention was wanting guilt could not be. "It is for you to see," says she, "what is due to him. As for me, though I acquit myself of guilt, from punishment I do not discharge myself, nor shall any woman survive her dishonor pleading the example of Lucretia." The knife, which she kept concealed beneath her garment, she plunges into her heart, and falling forward on the wound, she dropped down expiring. The husband and father shriek aloud. Brutus, while they were overpowered with grief, having drawn the knife out of the wound, and holding it up before him reeking with blood, said, "By this blood, most pure before the pollution of royal villainy, I swear, and I call you, O gods, to witness my oath, that I shall pursue Lucius Tarquin the proud, his wicked wife, and all their race, with fire, sword, and all other means in my power. Nor shall I ever suffer them or any other to reign at Rome." Then he gave the knife to Collatinus, and after him to Lucretius and Valerius, who were surprised at such extraordinary mind in the breast of Brutus. However, they all take the oath as they were directed, and converting their sorrow into rage, follow Brutus as their leader, who from that time ceased not to solicit them to abolish the regal power. They carry Lucretia's body from her own house, and convey it into the Forum, and assemble a number of persons by the strangeness and atrocity of the extraordinary occurrence, as usually happens. They complain, each for himself, of the royal villainy and violence. Both the grief of the father moves them, as also Brutus, the reprover of their tears and unavailing complaints, and their adviser to take up arms against those who dared to treat them as enemies, as would become men and Romans. Each most spirited of the youth voluntarily presents himself in arms, the rest of the youth follow also. From thence, after leaving an adequate garrison at the gates at Galatia, and having appointed sentinels, so that no one might give intelligence of the disturbance to the king's party, the rest set out for Rome in arms under the conduct of Brutus. When they arrived there, the armed multitude cause panic and confusion wherever they go. Again, when they see the principal men of the state placing themselves at their head, they think that, whatever it may be, it was not without good reason. Nor does the heinousness of the circumstance excite less violent emotions at Rome than it had done at Galatia. Accordingly they run from all parts of the city into the forum, whither, when they came, the public crier summoned them to attend the tribune of the cellars, with which office Brutus happened to be at that time vested. There an harangue was delivered by him, by no means of that feeling and capacity which had been counterfeited up to that day, concerning the violence and lust of Sextus Tarquin, the horrid violation of Lucretia and her lamentable death. The bereavement of Tricipitanus, to whom the cause of his daughter's death was more exasperating and deplorable than the death itself. To this was added the haughty insolence of the king himself, and the sufferings and toils of the people, buried in the earth in cleansing sinks and sewers. That the Romans, the conquerors of all the surrounding states, instead of warriors had become laborers and stone-cutters. The unnatural murder of King Servius Tullius was dwelt on, and his daughters driving over the body of her father in her impious chariot, and the gods who avenge parents were invoked by him. By stating these and other, I suppose, more exasperating circumstances, which though by no means easily detailed by writers, the heinousness of the case suggested at the time, he persuaded the multitude, already incensed, to deprive the king of his authority, and to order the banishment of L. Tarquin with his wife and children. He himself, having selected and armed some of the young men, who readily gave in their names, set out for Ardea to the camp to excite the army against the king. The command in the city he leaves to Lucretius, who had been already appointed prefect of the city by the king. During this tumult Tullia fled from her house, both men and women cursing her wherever she went, and invoking on her the Furies the avengers of parents. News of these transactions having reached the camp, when the king, alarmed at this sudden revolution, was going to Rome to quell the commotions, Brutus, for he had notice of his approach, turned out of the way, that he might not meet him. And much about the same time Brutus and Tarquin arrived by different routes, the one at Ardea, the other at Rome. The gates were shut against Tarquin, and an act of banishment passed against him. The deliverer of the state the camp received with great joy, and the king's sons were expelled. 2 of them followed their father, and went into banishment to Caira, a city of Etruria. Sextus Tarquin, having gone to Gabii, as to his own kingdom, was slain by the avengers of the old feuds, which he had raised against himself by his rapines and murders. Lucius Tarquin the Proud reigned 25 years, the regal form of government continued from the building of the city to this period of its deliverance, 244 years. 2 consuls, viz. Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus, were elected by the prefect of the city at the comitia by centuries, according to the commentaries of Servius Tullius. Book 2. Brutus binds the people by oath, never to suffer any king to reign at Rome, obliges Tarquinius Collatinus, his colleague, to resign the consulship, and leave the state. Behead some young nobleman, and among the rest his own and his sister's sons, for a conspiracy to receive the kings into the city. In a war against the Veientians and Tarquinientians, he engages in single combat with Aruns the son of Tarquin the Proud, and expires at the same time with his adversary. The ladies mourn for him a whole year. The capital dedicated. Porsenna, king of Clusium, undertakes a war in favor of the Tarquins. Bravery of Horatius Coccles, and of Mucius. Porsenna concludes a peace on the receipt of hostages. Conduct of Cloelia. A.P. Claudius removes from the country of the Sabines to Rome. For this reason the Claudian tribe is added to the former number, which by this means are increased to 21. A. Postumius the dictator defeats at the Lake Regillus Tarquin the Proud, making war upon the Romans with an army of Latins. Secession of the commons to the Sacred Mount, brought back by Menenius Agrippa. 5 tribunes of the people created. Corioli taken by C. Marcius, from that he is surnamed Coriolanus. Banishment and subsequent conduct of C. M. Coriolanus. The agrarian law first made. S. P. Cassius condemned and put to death. Oppia, a Vestal virgin, buried alive for incontinence. The Fabian family undertake to carry on that war at their own cost and hazard, against the Veientians, and for that purpose send out 306 men in arms, who were all cut off. A.P. Claudius the consul decimates his army because he had been unsuccessful in the war with the Veientians, by their refusing to obey orders. An account of the wars with the Volscians, Equians, and Veientians, and the contests of the fathers with the commons. The affairs, civil and military, of the Roman people, henceforward free, their annual magistrates, and the sovereignty of the laws, more powerful than that of men, I shall now detail. The haughty insolence of the late king had caused this liberty to be the more welcome, for the former kings reigned in such a manner that they all in succession might be not undeservedly set down as founders of the parts, at least of the city, which they added as new residences for the population augmented by themselves. Nor is there a doubt but that the very same Brutus who earned so much glory for expelling this haughty monarch, would have done so to the greatest injury of the public weal, if, through an over-hasty desire of liberty, he had wrested the kingdom from any of the preceding kings. For what would have been the consequence if that rabble of shepherds and strangers, fugitives from their own countries, having, under the protection of an inviolable asylum, found liberty, or at least impunity, uncontrolled by the dread of regal authority, had begun to be distracted by tribunician storms, and to engage in contests with the fathers in a strange city, before the pledges of wives and children, and love of the very soil, to which it requires a length of time to become habituated, had united their affections. Their affairs not yet matured would have been destroyed by discord, which the tranquil moderation of the government so cherished, and by proper nourishment brought to such perfection, that, their strength being now developed, they were able to produce the wholesome fruits of liberty. But the origin of liberty you may date from this period, rather because the consular authority was made annual, than that any diminution was made from the kingly prerogative. The first consuls had all their privileges and ensigns of authority, only care was taken that the terror might not appear doubled, by both having the fasces at the same time. Brutus was, with the consent of his colleague, first attended by the fasces, who had not been a more zealous assertor of liberty than he was afterwards its guardian. First of all he bound over the people, whilst still enraptured with their newly acquired liberty, by an oath that they would suffer no one to be king in Rome, lest afterwards they might be perverted by the importunities or bribes of the royal family. Next in order, that the fullness of the house might produce more of strength in the Senate, he filled up the number of the senators, diminished by the king's murders, to the amount of 300. Having elected the principal men of the equestrian rank. And from thence it is said the custom was derived of summoning into the Senate both those who were patres and those who were conscripti. Forsooth they styled those who were elected into the new Senate conscripti. It is wonderful how much that contributed to the concord of the state, and to attach the affection of the commons to the patricians. Then attention was paid to religious matters, and as some part of the public worship had been performed by the kings in person, that they might not be missed in any respect, they elect a king of the sacrifices. This office they made subject to the pontiff, that honor being added to the name might be no infringement on their liberty, which was now their principal care. And I know not whether by fencing it on every side to excess, even in the most trivial matters, they may not have exceeded bounds. For when there was nothing else to offend, the name of one of the consuls became an object of dislike to the state. That the Tarquinii had been too much habituated to sovereignty, Priscus first commenced, that Servius Tullus reigned next. That though an interval thus intervened, that Tarquinius Superbus, not losing sight of the kingdom as the property of another, had reclaimed it by crime and violence, as the hereditary right of his family. That Superbus being expelled, the government was in the hands of Collatinus, that the Tarquinii knew not how to live in a private station, the name pleased them not, that it was dangerous to liberty. Such discourses were at first gradually circulated through the entire state by persons sounding their dispositions, and the people, now excited by jealousy, Brutus convenes to a meeting. There first of all he recites the people's oath, that they would suffer no one to be king, nor anything to be in Rome whence danger might result to liberty. That it ought to be maintained with all their might, and nothing that could tend that way ought to be overlooked. He said it with reluctance, for the sake of the individual. And would not say it, did not his affection for the commonwealth predominate, that the people of Rome do not believe that entire liberty has been recovered, that the regal family, the regal name, was not only in the state but even in the government. That was unfavorable, that was injurious to liberty. Do you, L. Tarquinius, says he, do you, of your own accord, remove this apprehension? We remember, we own it, you expelled the royal family, complete your kindness. Take hence the royal name, your property your fellow citizens shall not only restore you, by my advice, but if anything is wanting they will generously supply. Depart in amity. Relieve the state from a dread which is perhaps groundless. So firmly are they persuaded in mind that only with the Tarquinian race will kingly power depart hence. Amazement at so extraordinary and sudden an occurrence at first impeded the consul's utterance. Then, when he was commencing to speak, the chief men of the state stand around him, and by many importunities urged the same request. Others indeed had less weight with him. After Sp. Lucretius, superior in age and rank, his father-in-law besides, began to try various methods, by entreating and advising alternately, that he would suffer himself to be prevailed on by the general feeling of the state, the consul. Apprehending lest hereafter these same things might befall him, when again in a private station, together with loss of property and other additional disgrace, he resigned his consulship. And removing all his effects to Lavinium, he withdrew from the state. Brutus, according to a decree of the Senate, proposed to the people, that all the family of the Tarquins should be banished from Rome. And in an assembly by centuries he elected P. Valerius, with whose assistance he had expelled the kings for his colleague. Though nobody doubted that a war was impending from the Tarquins, yet it broke out later than was universally expected. But liberty was well nigh lost by treachery and fraud, a thing they had never apprehended. There were, among the Roman youth, several young men of no mean families, who, during the regal government, had pursued their pleasures without any restraint. Being of the same age with, and companions of, the young Tarquins, and accustomed to live in princely style. Longing for that licentiousness, now that the privileges of all were equalized, they complained that the liberty of others has been converted to their slavery, that a king was a human being, from whom you can obtain, where right or where wrong may be necessary. That there was room for favor and for kindness, that he could be angry, and could forgive, that he knew the difference between a friend and an enemy. That laws were a deaf, inexorable thing, more beneficial and advantageous for the poor than the rich, that they allowed of no relaxation or indulgence, if you transgress bounds. That it was a perilous state, amid so many human errors, to live solely by one's integrity. Whilst their minds were already thus discontented of their own accord, ambassadors from the royal family come unexpectedly, demanding restitution of their effects merely, without any mention of return. After their application was heard in the Senate, the deliberation on it lasted for several days, fearing, lest the non-restitution might be a pretext for war, and the restitution a fund and assistance for war. In the meantime the ambassadors were planning different schemes. Openly demanding the property, they secretly concerted measures for recovering the throne, and soliciting them as if for the object which appeared to be under consideration, they sound their feelings. To those by whom their proposals were favorably received they give letters from the Tarquins, and confer with them about admitting the royal family into the city secretly by night. The matter was first entrusted to brothers of the name of Vitellii and those of the name of Aquilii. A sister of the Vitellii had been married to Brutus the consul, and the issue of that marriage were young men, Titus and Tiberius. These also their uncles admit into a participation of the plot. Several young noblemen also were taken in as associates, the memory of whose names has been lost from distance of time. In the meantime, when that opinion had prevailed in the Senate, which recommended the giving back of the property, and the ambassadors made use of this as a pretext for delay in the city. Because they had obtained from the consuls time to procure modes of conveyance, by which they might convey away the effects of the royal family. All this time they spend in consulting with the conspirators, and by pressing they succeed in having letters given to them for the Tarquins. For otherwise how were they to believe that the accounts brought by the ambassadors on matters of such importance were not idle? The letters, given to be a pledge of their sincerity, discovered the plot. For when, the day before the ambassadors set out to the Tarquins, they had supped by chance at the house of the Vitellii, and the conspirators there in private discoursed much together concerning their new design, as is natural, one of the slaves, who had already perceived what was going on, overheard their conversation, but waited for the occasion when the letters should be given to the ambassadors, the detection of which would prove the transaction. When he perceived that they were given, he laid the whole affair before the consuls. The consuls, having left their home to seize the ambassadors and conspirators, crushed the whole affair without any tumult, particular care being taken of the letters, lest they should escape them. The traitors being immediately thrown into chains, a little doubt was entertained respecting the ambassadors, and though they deserved to be considered as enemies, the law of nations however prevailed. The question concerning the restitution of the tyrant's effects, which the Senate had formerly voted, came again under consideration. The fathers, fired with indignation, expressly forbade them either to be restored or confiscated. They were given to be rifled by the people, that after being made participators in the royal plunder, they might lose for ever all hopes of a reconciliation with the Tarquins. A field belonging to them, which lay between the city and the Tiber, having been consecrated to Mars, has been called the Campus Martius. It happened that there was a crop of corn upon it ready to be cut down, which produce of the field, as they thought it unlawful to use. After it was reaped, a great number of men carried the corn and straw in baskets, and threw them into the Tiber, which then flowed with shallow water, as is usual in the heat of summer. That thus the heaps of corn as it stuck in the shallows became settled when covered over with mud. By these and the afflux of other things, which the river happened to bring thither, an island was formed by degrees. Afterwards I believe that mounds were added, and that aid was afforded by art, that a surface so well raised might be firm enough for sustaining temples and porticos. After plundering the tyrant's effects, the traitors were condemned and capital punishment inflicted. Their punishment was the more remarkable, because the consulship imposed on the father the office of punishing his own children, and him who should have been removed as a spectator, fortune assigned as the person to exact the punishment. Young men of the highest quality stood tied to a stake, but the consul's sons attracted the eyes of all the spectators from the rest of the criminals, as from persons unknown. Nor did the people pity them more on account of the severity of the punishment, than the horrid crime by which they had deserved it. That they, in that year particularly, should have brought themselves to betray into the hands of Tarquin, formerly a proud tyrant, and now an exasperated exile, their country just delivered, their father its deliverer. The consulate which took its rise from the family of the Junii, the fathers, the people, and whatever belonged either to the gods or the citizens of Rome. The consuls seated themselves in their tribunal, and the lictors, being dispatched to inflict punishment, stripped them naked, beat them with rods, and strike off their heads. Whilst during all this time, the father, his looks and his countenance, presented a touching spectacle, the feelings of the father bursting forth occasionally during the office of superintending the public execution. Next after the punishment of the guilty, that there might be a striking example in either way for the prevention of crime, a sum of money was granted out of the treasury as a reward to the discoverer. Liberty also and the rights of citizenship were granted him. He is said to have been the first person made free by the vindicta. Some think even that the term vindicta is derived from him. After him it was observed as a rule, that those who were set free in this manner were supposed to be admitted to the rights of Roman citizens. On these things being announced to him, as they had occurred, Tarquin, inflamed not only with grief for the frustration of such great hopes, but with hatred and resentment also, when he saw that the way was blocked up against stratagem. Considering that he should have recourse to war went round as a suppliant to the cities of Etruria, that they should not suffer him, sprung from themselves, of the same blood, exiled and in want, lately in possession of so great a kingdom, to perish before their eyes, with the young men his sons. That others had been invited to Rome from foreign lands to the throne, that he, a king, extending the Roman Empire by his arms, was driven out by those nearest to him by a villainous conspiracy. That they had by violence divided the parts among themselves, because no one individual among them was deemed sufficiently deserving of the kingdom. That they had given up his effects to the people to be pillaged by them, that no one might be free from that guilt. That he was desirous to recover his country and his kingdom, and to punish his ungrateful subjects. That they should bring succor and aid him, that they might also revenge the injuries done to them of old, their legions so often slaughtered, their land taken from them. These arguments prevailed on the people of Veii, and with menaces they declare that now at least, under the conduct of a Roman general, their former disgrace should be wiped off, and what they had lost in war should be recovered. His name and relation to them induced the people of Tarquinii to take part with him. It seemed an honor that their countrymen should reign at Rome. Therefore the two armies of these two states followed Tarquin in order to recover his kingdom, and to take vengeance upon the Romans. When they entered the Roman territories, the consuls marched to meet them. Valerius led up the foot in a square battalion, and Brutus marched before with his horse to reconnoiter the enemy. Their cavalry likewise came up first. Maruns, Tarquin's son, commanded it, the king himself followed with the legions. Maruns, when he knew at a distance by the lictors that it was a consul, and on coming nigher discovered for certain that it was Brutus by his face, all inflamed with rage, he cried out, "There is the villain who has banished us from our native country. See how he rides in state adorned with the ensigns of our dignity. Now assist me, gods, the avengers of kings." He put spurs to his horse and drove furiously against the consul. Brutus perceived the attack made on him. As it was honorable in these days for the generals to engage in combat, he eagerly offered himself to the combat. They encountered one another with such furious animosity, neither mindful of protecting his own person, provided he could wound his adversary. So that both, transfixed through the buckler by the blow from the opposite direction, fell lifeless from their horses, entangled together by the two spears. The engagement between the rest of the horse commenced at the same time, and soon after the foot came up. There they fought with doubtful success, and as it were with equal advantage, and the victory doubtful. The right wings of both armies were victorious and the left worsted. The Veientians, accustomed to be discomfited by the Roman soldiers, were routed and put to flight. The Tarquinienses, who were a new enemy, not only stood their ground, but even on their side obliged the Romans to give way. After the issue of this battle, so great a terror seized Tarquin and the Etrurians, that both the armies, the Veientian and Tarquinian, giving up the matter as impracticable, departed to their respective homes. They annexed strange incidents to this battle, that in the silence of the next night a loud voice was emitted from the Arsian wood. That it was believed to be the voice of Silvanus. These words were spoken, that more of the Etrurians by one had fallen in the battle, that the Roman was victorious in the war. Certainly the Romans departed thence as victors, the Etrurians as vanquished. For as soon as it was light and not one of the enemy was now to be seen, Valerius the consul collected the spoils, and returned thence in triumph to Rome. His colleague's funeral he celebrated with all the magnificence then possible. But a far greater honor to his death was the public sorrow, singularly remarkable in this particular, that the matrons mourned him a year, as a parent, because he had been so vigorous an avenger of violated chastity. Afterwards the consul who survived, so changeable are the minds of the people, from great popularity, encountered not only jealousy, but suspicion, originating in an atrocious charge. Report represented that he aspired to the crown, because he had not substituted a colleague in the room of Brutus, and was building a house on the summit of Mount Velia. That there would be there an impregnable fortress on an elevated and well-fortified place. When these things, thus circulated and believed, affected the consul's mind with indignation, having summoned the people to an assembly, he mounts the rostrum, after lowering the fasces. It was a grateful sight to the multitude that the insignia of authority were lowered to them, and that an acknowledgment was made, that the majesty and power of the people were greater than that of the consul. When they were called to silence, Valerius highly extolled the good fortune of his colleague, who after delivering his country had died vested with the supreme power, fighting bravely in defense of the commonwealth. When his glory was in its maturity, and not yet converted into jealousy. That he himself, having survived his glory, now remained as an object of accusation and calumny, that from the liberator of his country he had fallen to the level of the Aquilii and Vitellii. Will no merit then, says he, ever be so tried and approved by you, as to be exempted from the attacks of suspicion? Could I apprehend that myself, the bitterest enemy of kings, should fall under the charge of a desire of royalty? Could I believe that, even though I dwelt in the very citadel and the capital, that I could be dreaded by my fellow citizens? Does my character among you depend on so mere a trifle? Is my integrity so slightly founded, that it makes more matter where I may be, than what I may be? The house of Publius Valerius shall not stand in the way of your liberty, Romans, the Velian mount shall be secure to you. I will not only bring down my house into the plain, but I will build it beneath the hill, that you may dwell above me a suspected citizen. Let those build on the Velian mount to whom liberty is more securely entrusted than to P. Valerius. Immediately all the materials were brought down to the foot of the Velian mount, and the house was built at the foot of the hill where the Temple of Victory now stands. After this laws were passed, which not only cleared him of all suspicions of aiming at the regal power, but had so contrary a tendency, that they made him popular. From thence he was surnamed Publicola. Above all, the laws regarding an appeal to the people against the magistrates, and that devoting the life and property of any one who should form a design of assuming regal authority, were grateful to the people. And after he had passed these while sole consul, so that the merit in them was exclusively his own, he then held an assembly for the election of a new colleague. Sp. Lucretius was elected consul, who being very old, and his strength being inadequate to discharge the consular duties, dies in a few days. M. Horatius Pulvillus was substituted in the room of Lucretius. In some old writers I find no mention of Lucretius as consul, they place Horatius immediately after Brutus. I believe that, because no important event signalized his consulate, it has been unnoticed. Jupiter's temple in the Capitol had not yet been dedicated, the consuls Valerius and Horatius cast lots which should dedicate it. It fell by lot to Horatius. Publicola departed to the war of the Veientians. The friends of Valerius were more annoyed than they should have been, that the dedication of so celebrated a temple should be given to Horatius. Having endeavored by every means to prevent that, when all other attempts had been tried in vain, when the consul was now holding the doorpost during his offering of prayer to the gods, they suddenly announced to him the shocking intelligence that his son was dead, and that his family being defiled he could not dedicate the temple. Whether he did not believe the fact, or possessed such great firmness of mind, is neither handed down for certain, nor is a conjecture easy. Diverted from his purpose at this intelligence in no other way than to order that the body should be buried, he goes through the prayer, and dedicates the temple. These were the transactions at home and abroad the first year after the expulsion of the kings. After this P. Valerius, a second time, and Titus Lucretius, were elected consuls. By this time the Tarquins had fled to Lars Porsena, king of Clusium. There, mixing advice with their entreaties, they sometimes besought him not to suffer them, who were descended from the Etrurians, and of the same blood and name, to live in exile and poverty. At other times they advised him not to let this commencing practice of expelling kings pass unpunished. That liberty has charms enough in itself. And unless kings defend their crowns with as much vigor as the people pursue their liberty, that the highest must be reduced to a level with the lowest, there will be nothing exalted, nothing distinguished above the rest. And hence there must be an end of regal government, the most beautiful institution both among gods and men. Porsena, thinking that it would be an honor to the Tuscans both that there should be a king at Rome, and especially one of the Etrurian nation, marched towards Rome with a hostile army. Never before on any other occasion did so great terror seize the Senate, so powerful was the state of Clusium at the time, and so great the renown of Porsena. Nor did they only dread their enemies, but even their own citizens, lest the common people, through excess of fear, should, by receiving the Tarquins into the city, accept peace even if purchased with slavery. Many conciliatory concessions were therefore granted to the people by the Senate during that period. Their attention, in the first place, was directed to the markets, and persons were sent, some to the Volscians, others to Cumae, to buy up corn. The privilege of selling salt, also, because it was farmed at a high rent, was all taken into the hands of government, and withdrawn from private individuals, and the people were freed from port duties and taxes. That the rich, who were adequate to bearing the burden, should contribute, that the poor paid tax enough if they educated their children. This indulgent care of the fathers accordingly kept the whole state in such concord amid the subsequent severities in the siege and famine, that the highest abhorred the name of king not more than the lowest. Nor was any single individual afterwards so popular by intriguing practices, as the whole Senate then was by their excellent government. Some parts seemed secured by the walls, others by the interposition of the Tiber. The Sublician bridge well nigh afforded a passage to the enemy, had there not been one man, Horatius Coccles, that defends the fortune of Rome had on that day, who, happening to be posted on guard at the bridge, when he saw the Janiculum taken by a sudden assault, and that the enemy were pouring down from thence in full speed, and that his own party, in terror and confusion, were abandoning their arms and ranks, laying hold of them one by one, standing in their way, and appealing to the faith of gods and men, he declared, that their flight would avail them nothing if they deserted their post. If they passed the bridge and left it behind them, there would soon be more of the enemy in the Palladium and Capitol than in the Janiculum. For that reason he advised and charged them to demolish the bridge, by their sword, by fire, or by any means whatever, that he would stand the shock of the enemy as far as could be done by one man. He then advances to the first entrance of the bridge, and being easily distinguished among those who showed their backs in retreating from the fight, facing about to engage the foe hand to hand, by his surprising bravery he terrified the enemy. 2 Indeed a sense of shame kept with him, S.P. Lartius and T. Herminius, men eminent for their birth, and renowned for their gallant exploits. With them he for a short time stood the first storm of the danger, and the severest brunt of the battle. But as they who demolished the bridge called upon them to retire, he obliged them also to withdraw to a place of safety on a small portion of the bridge still left. Then casting his stern eyes round all the officers of the Etrurians in a threatening manner, he sometimes challenged them singly, sometimes reproached them all. The slaves of haughty tyrants, who, regardless of their own freedom, came to oppress the liberty of others. They hesitated for a considerable time, looking round one at the other, to commence the fight. Shame then put the army in motion, and a shout being raised, they hurled their weapons from all sides on their single adversary. And when they all stuck in the shield held before him, and he with no less obstinacy kept possession of the bridge with firm step, they now endeavored to thrust him down from it by one push, when at once the crash of the falling bridge. At the same time a shout of the Romans raised for joy at having completed their purpose, checked their ardor with sudden panic. Then Coccles says, Holy Father Tiberinus, I pray that thou wouldst receive these arms, and this thy soldier, in thy propitious stream. Armed as he was, he leaped into the Tiber, and amid showers of darts hurled on him, swam across safe to his party, having dared an act which is likely to obtain more fame than credit with posterity. The state was grateful toward such valor. A statue was erected to him in the Comitium, and as much land was given to him as he plowed around in one day. The zeal of private individuals also was conspicuous among the public honors. For, amid the great scarcity, each person contributed something to him according to his supply at home, depriving himself of his own support. Porsenna being repulsed in his first attempt, having changed his plans from a siege to a blockade, after he had placed a garrison in Janiculum, pitched his camp in the plain and on the banks of the Tiber. Then sending for boats from all parts, both to guard the river, so as not to suffer any provision to be conveyed to Rome, and also to transport his soldiers across the river, to plunder different places as occasion required. In a short time he so harassed the entire country round Rome, that not only everything else from the country, but even their cattle, was driven into the city, and nobody durst venture thence without the gates. This liberty of action was granted to the Etrurians, not more through fear than from policy. For Valerius, intent on an opportunity of falling unawares upon a number of them, and when straggling, or remiss avenger in trifling matters, reserved the weight of his vengeance for more important occasions. Wherefore, to decoy the pillagers, he ordered his men to drive their cattle the next day out at the Esquiline gate, which was farthest from the enemy, presuming that they would get intelligence of it. Because during the blockade and famine some slaves would turn traders in desert. Accordingly they were informed of it by a deserter, and parties more numerous than usual, in hopes of seizing the entire body, crossed the river. Then P. Valerius commanded T. Herminius, with a small body of men, to lie concealed 2 miles from the city, on the Gabian road, and S.P. Lartius, with a party of light-armed troops, to post himself at the Colline gate till the enemy should pass by, and then to throw himself in their way so that there may be no return to the river. The other consul, T. Lucretius, marched out of the Naevian gate with some companies of soldiers. Valerius himself led some chosen cohorts down from the Coelian Mount, and they were first descried by the enemy. Herminius, when he perceived the alarm, rose out of the ambush and fell upon the rear of the Tuscans, who had charged Valerius. The shout was returned on the right and left, from the Colline gate on the one hand, and the Naevian on the other. By this stratagem the plunderers were put to the sword between both, they not being a match in strength for fighting, and all the ways being blocked up to prevent escape. This put an end to the Etrurians strolling about in so disorderly a manner. Nevertheless the blockade continued, and there was a scarcity of corn, with a very high price. Porsenna entertained a hope that by continuing the siege he should take the city, when C. Mucius, a young nobleman, to whom it seemed a disgrace that the Roman people, when enslaved under kings, had never been confined within their walls in any war, nor by any enemy, should now when a free people be blocked up by these very Etrurians whose armies they had often routed, thinking that such indignity should be avenged by some great and daring effort. At first designed of his own accord to penetrate into the enemy's camp. Then, being afraid if he went without the permission of the consuls, or the knowledge of any one, he might be seized by the Roman guards and brought back as a deserter, the circumstances of the city at the time justifying the charge. He went to the Senate. Fathers, says he, I intend to cross the Tiber, and enter the enemy's camp, if I can. Not as a plunderer, or as an avenger in our turn of their devastations. A greater deed is in my mind, if the gods assist. The Senate approved his design. He set out with a sword concealed under his garment. When he came thither, he stationed himself among the thickest of the crowd, near the king's tribunal. There, when the soldiers were receiving their pay, and the king's secretary sitting by him, dressed nearly in the same style, was busily engaged, and to him they commonly addressed themselves, being afraid to ask which of them was Porsenna. Lest by not knowing the king he should discover on himself, as fortune blindly directed the blow, he killed the secretary instead of the king. When, as he was going off thence where with his bloody dagger he had made his way through the dismayed multitude, a concourse being attracted at the noise. The king's guards immediately seized and brought him back standing alone before the king's tribunal. Even then, amid such menaces of fortune, more capable of inspiring dread than of feeling it, I am, says he, a Roman citizen, my name is Caius Mucius. An enemy, I wish to slay an enemy, nor have I less of resolution to suffer death than I had to inflict it. Both to act and to suffer with fortitude is a Roman's part. Nor have I alone harbored such feelings towards you. There is after me a long train of persons aspiring to the same honor. Therefore, if you choose it, prepare yourself for this peril, to contend for your life every hour, to have the sword and the enemy in the very entrance of your pavilion. This is the war which we the Roman youth declare against you. Dread not an army in array, nor a battle, the affair will be to yourself alone and with each of us singly. When the king, highly incensed, and at the same time terrified at the danger, in a menacing manner, commanded fires to be kindled about him, if he did not speedily explain the plots, which, by his threats, he had darkly insinuated against him. Mucius said, Behold me, that you may be sensible of how little account the body is to those who have great glory in view, and immediately he thrusts his right hand into the fire that was lighted for the sacrifice. When he continued to broil it as if he had been quite insensible, the king, astonished at this surprising sight, after he had leaped from his throne and commanded the young man to be removed from the altar, says, Begone. Having acted more like an enemy towards thyself than me. I would encourage thee to persevere in thy valor, if that valor stood on the side of my country. I now dismiss you untouched and unhurt, exempted from the right of war. Then Mucius, as if making a return for the kindness, says, since bravery is honored by you, so that you have obtained by kindness that which you could not by threats, 300 of us, the chief of the Roman youth, have conspired to attack you in this manner. It was my lot first. The rest will follow, each in his turn, according as the lot shall set him forward, unless fortune shall afford an opportunity of you. Mucius being dismissed, to whom the cognomen of Scaevola was afterwards given, from the loss of his right hand, ambassadors from Porsenna followed him to Rome. The risk of the first attempt, from which nothing had saved him but the mistake of the assailant, and the risk to be encountered so often in proportion to the number of conspirators, made so strong an impression upon him, that of his own accord he made propositions of peace to the Romans. Mention was made to no purpose regarding the restoration of the Tarquinii to the throne, rather because he had been unable to refuse that to the Tarquinii, than from not knowing that it would be refused to him by the Romans. The condition of restoring their territory to the Veientians was obtained by him, and the necessity of giving hostages in case they wished the garrison to be withdrawn from the Janiculum was extorted from the Romans. Peace being concluded on these terms, Porsenna drew his troops out of the Janiculum, and marched out of the Roman territories. The fathers gave Mucius, as a reward of his valor, lands on the other side of the Tiber, which were afterwards called the Mucian Meadows. By this honor paid to valor the women were excited to merit public distinctions. As the camp of the Etrurians had been pitched not far from the banks of the Tiber, a young lady named Clelia, one of the hostages, deceiving her keepers, swam over the river, amidst the darts of the enemy, at the head of a troop of virgins, and brought them all safe to their relations. When the king was informed of this, at first highly incensed, he sent deputies to Rome to demand the hostage Clelia, that he did not regard the others. And afterwards, being changed into admiration of her courage, he said, that this action surpassed those of Cocles and Mucius, and declared, as he would consider the treaty as broken if the hostage were not delivered up, so, if given up, he would send her back safe to her friends. Both sides kept their faith, the Romans restored their pledge of peace according to treaty, and with the king of Etruria merit found not only security, but honor. And, after making encomiums on the young lady, promised to give her, as a present, half of the hostages, and that she should choose whom she pleased. When they were all brought out, she is said to have pitched upon the young boys below puberty, which was both consonant to maiden delicacy, and by consent of the hostages themselves it was deemed reasonable, that that age which was most exposed to injury should be freed from the enemy's hand. The peace being re-established, the Romans marked the uncommon instance of bravery in the woman, by an uncommon kind of honor, an equestrian statue, the statue representing a lady sitting on horseback was placed at the top of the Via Sacra. Inconsistent with this so peaceful a departure of the Etrurian king from the city, is the custom handed down from the ancients, and which continues down to our times among other usages at public sales. I mean, that of selling the goods of King Porsenna. The origin of which custom must either have occurred during the war, and was not relinquished in peace, or it must have increased from a milder source than the form of expression imports, of selling the goods in a hostile manner. Of the accounts handed down, the most probable is, that Porsenna, on retiring from the Janiculum, made a present to the Romans of his camp well stored with provisions conveyed from the neighboring and fertile fields of Etruria, the city being then exhausted by the long siege. That this, lest it should be carried away in a hostile manner, by the people being admitted in, was then sold, and called the goods of Porsenna, the expression rather importing gratitude for the gift, than an auction of the king's property, which never even was in the power of the Roman people. Porsenna, after ending the Roman war, that his army might not seem to have been led into these parts without effecting anything, sent his son Aruns with a part of his forces to besiege Aricia. The matter not being expected, the Aricians were at first terrified, afterwards assistance, which was sent for from the people of Latium and Cumae, inspired so much hope, that they ventured to meet them in the field. At the commencement of the battle the Etrurians attacked the Aricians so furiously, that they routed them at the first onset. But the Cuman cohorts, opposing stratagem to force, moved off a little to one side, and when the enemy were carried beyond them in great disorder, they faced about and charged them in the rear. By this means the Etrurians, when they had almost got the victory, were enclosed and cut to pieces. A very small part of them, having lost their general, because they had no nearer refuge, came to Rome without their arms, in the condition and with the air of suppliants. There they were kindly received and provided with lodgings. When their wounds were cured, many of them went home and told the kind hospitality they had met with. Affection for their hosts and for the city detained many at Rome. A place was assigned them to dwell in, which they have ever since called the Tuscan Street. Then P. Lucretius and P. Valerius Publicola were elected consuls. This year ambassadors came from Porsenna for the last time, regarding the restoration of Tarquin to the throne. And when they were answered, that the Senate would send deputies to the king. Some of the principal persons of that order were forthwith dispatched to represent to him, that it was not because the answer could not have been given in a few words, that the royal family would not be received. That select members of the Senate had been deputed to him, rather than an answer given to his ambassadors at Rome. But, it was done, that all mention of the matter might be put an end to forevermore, and that their minds might not be disturbed amid so many mutual acts of kindness, by his requiring what was adverse to the liberty of the Roman people. And by their denying to him to whom they would willingly deny nothing, unless they would submit to their own ruin. That the Roman people were not now under a kingly government, but in a state of freedom, and were firmly determined rather to open their gates to enemies than to kings. That it was the wish of all, that their city might have the same period of existence as their freedom in that city. Wherefore, if he wished Rome to be safe, they entreated that he would suffer it to be free. The king, overcome by modesty, says, "Since it is your firm and fixed resolve, I will neither tease you by repeatedly urging these same subjects more frequently. Nor will I disappoint the Tarquinii by holding out hopes of aid which it is not in my power to give them. Whether they have need of peace, or of war, let them seek another place from here for their exile, that nothing may disturb the peace between you and me." To these kind promises he added actions still more friendly, for he delivered up the remainder of the hostages, and restored to them the land of the Veientians, which had been taken from them by the treaty concluded at Janiculum. Tarquin, all hopes of return being now cut off, went to Tusculum to live in exile with his son-in-law Mamilius Octavius. Thus the peace between Porsenna and the Romans was inviolably preserved. M. Valerius and P. Postumius were chosen consuls. This year war was carried on successfully against the Sabines, the consuls received the honor of a triumph. Upon this the Sabines made preparations for war on a larger scale. To make head against them, and lest any sudden danger might arise from Tusculum, whence they suspected a war, though it was not yet declared, P. Valerius was created consul a fourth time, and T. Lucretius a second time. A disturbance arising among the Sabines, between the advisers of war and of peace, transferred from thence some additional strength to the Romans. For Attus Clausus, afterwards called at Rome Appius Claudius, when he himself, being an adviser of peace, was hard put to it by those who abetted the war, and was not a match for the faction, fled from Regillum to Rome, accompanied by a great number of clients. The rights of citizenship and land on the other side of the Anio were conferred on them. It was called the Old Claudian tribe, and was increased by the addition of some tribesmen who had come from that country. Appius, being chosen into the Senate, was soon after advanced, to the highest dignity of that order. The consuls having entered the territories of the Sabines with a hostile army, after they had, both by laying waste their country, and afterwards by defeating them in battle, so weakened the power of the enemy, that they had no reason to dread their taking up arms again for a long time, returned to Rome in triumph. The following year, Agrippa Maninius and P. Postumius being consuls, P. Valerius, allowed by universal consent to be the ablest man in Rome, in the arts both of peace and war, died in the height of glory, but so poor, that means to defray the expenses of his funeral were wanting, he was buried at the public charge. The matrons mourned for him as they had done for Brutus. The same year 2 Latin colonies, Pometia and Cora, revolted to the Orontians. War was commenced against the Orontians, and after defeating a numerous army of them who boldly met the consuls entering their frontiers, the whole Oruncian war was confined to Pometia. Nor, after the battle was over, did they refrain from slaughter more than in the heat of the action, for a greater number were slain than taken, and the prisoners they put to death indiscriminately. Nor did the enemy, in their resentment, spare even the 300 hostages which they had received. This year also the consuls triumphed at Rome. The following consuls, Opater Virginius and S.P. Cassius, first endeavored to take Pometia by storm, and afterwards by raising Vinii in other works. But the Oruncians, prompted more by an irreconcilable hatred against them, than induced by hopes of success, or by a favorable opportunity, sallied out of the town, and though more of them were armed with lighted torches than swords, filled all places with fire and slaughter. After they had burnt down the Vinii, slain and wounded many of the enemy, they were near killing one of the consuls, who had been thrown from his horse and severely wounded, which of them authors do not mention. Upon this they returned to Rome, foiled in their object. The consul was left among many more who were wounded with very uncertain hopes of his recovery. After a short time, sufficient for curing their wounds and recruiting their army, they marched against Pometia with redoubled fury and augmented strength. When, the Vinii having been repaired and the other apparatus of war, the soldiers were on the point of scaling the walls, the town surrendered. Yet though the town had surrendered, the leading men of the Oruncians, with no less cruelty than if it had been taken by assault, were beheaded indiscriminately. The others who were colonists were sold by auction, the town was razed, and the land sold. The consuls obtained a triumph more from having severely gratified their revenge, than in consequence of the importance of the war thus brought to a close. The following year had Postumus Cominius and T. Lartius for consuls. On this year, during the celebration of the games at Rome, as some of the courtesans were being carried off by some of the Sabine youth in a frolic, a mob having assembled, a scuffle ensued, and almost a battle. And from this inconsiderable affair the whole nation seemed inclined to a renewal of hostilities. Besides the dread of the Latin war, this accession was further made to their fears. Certain intelligence was received that 30 different states had entered into a confederacy against them, at the instigation of Octavius Mamilius. While the city was perplexed amid this expectation of such important events, mention was made for the first time of nominating a dictator. But in what year or who the consuls were in whom confidence was not reposed, because they were of the Tarquinian faction, for that also is recorded, or who was elected dictator for the first time, is not satisfactorily established. Among the oldest writers however I find that Titus Lartius was appointed the first dictator, and Spurius Cassius master of the horse. They chose men of consular dignity, for so the law, made for the election of a dictator, ordained. For this reason, I am more inclined to believe that Lartius, who was of consular rank, was annexed to the consuls as their director and master, rather than Manius Valerius, the son of Marcus and grandson of Valesus, who had not yet been consul. For, had they intended to choose a dictator from that family in particular, they would much rather have chosen his father, Marcus Valerius, a consular person, and a man of distinguished merit. On the creation of the dictator first at Rome, when they saw the axes carried before him, great awe struck the common people, so that they became more submissive to obey orders. For neither was there now, as under the consuls who possessed equal power, the assistance of one of the two, nor was there appeal, nor was there any resource anywhere but in attentive submission. The creation of a dictator at Rome terrified the Sabines, and the more effectually, because they thought he was created on their account. Wherefore they sent ambassadors to sue for peace, to whom, when earnestly entreating the dictator and senate to pardon the young men's offense, an answer was given that the young men could easily be forgiven, but not the old men, who continually raised one war after another. Nevertheless they continued to treat about a peace, and it would have been granted, if the Sabines would bring themselves to make good the expenses incurred on the war, for that was demanded. War was proclaimed, a tacit truce kept the year quiet. Servius Sulpicius and M. Tullius were consuls the next year, nothing worth mentioning happened. Then T. Abusius and C. Vitusius. In their consulship, Fidene was besieged, Crustamiria taken, and Praeneste revolted from the Latins to the Romans. Nor was the Latin war, which had been fomenting for several years, any longer deferred. A. Postumius dictator, and T. Abusius his master of the horse, marching with a numerous army of horse and foot, met the enemy's forces at the Lake Regillus, in the territory of Tusculum, and, because it was heard that the Tarquins were in the army of the Latins, their rage could not be restrained, but they must immediately come to an engagement. Accordingly the battle was more obstinate and fierce than usual. For the generals were present not only to direct matters by their orders, but even charged one another, exposing their own persons. And there was hardly any of the principal officers of either side who came off unwounded except the Roman dictator. As Postumius was drawing up his men and encouraging them in the first line, Tarquinius Superbus, though now enfeebled by age, spurred on his horse with great fury to attack him. But being wounded in the side, he was carried off by a party of his own men to a place of safety. In the other wing also, Abusius, master of the horse, had charged Octavius Mamilius. Nor was his approach unobserved by the Tusculan general, who also briskly spurred on his horse to encounter him. And such was their impetuosity as they advanced with hostile spears, that Abusius was run through the arm and Mamilius struck on the breast. The Latins received the latter into their second line. But as Abusius was not able to wield his lance with his wounded arm, he retired from the battle. The Latin general, not in the least discouraged by his wound, stirs up the fight. And because he saw his own men begin to give ground, sent for a company of Roman exiles to support them, commanded by Tarquin's son. This body, inasmuch as they fought with greater fury from having been banished from their country, and lost their estates, restored the battle for a short time. When the Romans were beginning to give ground on that side, M. Valerius, brother to Poplicola, having observed young Tarquin boldly figuring away at the head of his exiles, fired with the renown of his family, that the slaying of the princes might belong to the same family whose glory their expulsion had been. Clapped spurs to his horse, and with his javelin presented made towards Tarquin. Tarquin retired from his violent enemy into a battalion of his own men. As Valerius rushed rashly into the line of the exiles, one of them ran him sideways through the body, and as the horse was in no way retarded by the wound of his rider, the expiring Roman fell to the ground, his arms falling over him. Postumius the dictator, on seeing so distinguished a man slain, the exiles advancing boldly in a body, and his own men disheartened in giving ground, gives the signal to his own cohort. A chosen body of men which he kept for the defense of his person, to treat every Roman soldier whom they should see fly from the battle as an enemy. Upon this the Romans, by reason of the danger on both sides, turned from their flight against the enemy, and, the battle being restored, the dictator's cohort now for the first time engaged in the fight. And with fresh vigor and undaunted resolution falling on the wearied exiles, cut them to pieces. Here another engagement took place between the leading officers. The Latin general, on seeing the cohort of the exiles almost surrounded by the Roman dictator, advanced in haste to the front with some companies of the body of reserve. T. Herminius, a lieutenant general, having seen them moving in a body, and well knowing Mamilius, distinguished from the rest by his armor and dress, encountered the leader of the enemy with a force so much superior to that wherewith the general of the horse had lately done, that at one thrust he ran him through the side and slew him. And while stripping the body of his enemy, he himself received a wound with a javelin, and though brought back to the camp victorious, yet he died during the first dressing of it. Then the dictator flies to the cavalry, entreating them in the most pressing terms, as the foot were tired out with fighting, to dismount from their horses and join the fight. They obeyed his orders, dismounted, flew to the front, and taking their post at the first line, cover themselves with their targets. The infantry immediately recovered courage, when they saw the young nobleman sustaining a share of the danger with them, the mode of fighting being now assimilated. Thus at length were the Latins beaten back, and their line giving way, they retreated. The horses were then brought up to the cavalry that they might pursue the enemy, and the infantry likewise followed. On this, the dictator, omitting nothing, that could conciliate, divine or human aid, is said to have vowed a temple to Castor, and likewise to have promised rewards to the first and second of the soldiers who should enter the enemy's camp. And such was their ardor, that the Romans took the camp with the same impetuosity wherewith they had routed the enemy in the field. Such was the engagement at the Lake Regillus. The dictator and master of the horse returned to the city in triumph. For the next 3 years there was neither settled peace nor open war. The consuls were Q. Clelius and T. Lartius. After them A. Sempronius and M. Minucius. In their consulship, a temple was dedicated to Saturn, and the Saturnalia appointed to be kept as a festival. Then A. Postumius and T. Virginius were chosen consuls. In some authors I find that the battle at the Lake Regillus was not fought till this year, and that A. Postumius, because the fidelity of his colleague was suspected, laid down his office, and thereupon was created dictator. Such great mistakes of dates perplex one with the history of these times, the magistrates being arranged differently in different writers, that you cannot determine what consuls succeeded certain consuls. Nor in what particular year every remarkable action happened, by reason of the antiquity, not only of the facts, but also of the historians. Then A. P. Claudius and P. Servilius were elected consuls. This year was remarkable for the news of Tarquin's death. He died at Cumae, whither he had fled to the tyrant Aristodemus, after the reduction of the power of the Latins. The Senate and people were elated by this news. But with the senators their satisfaction was too extravagant, for by the chief men among them oppression began to be practiced on the people to whom they had to that day been attentive to the utmost of their power. The same year the colony which King Tarquin had sent to Signia was recruited by filling up the number of the colonists. The tribes at Rome were increased to 21. And the Temple of Mercury was dedicated the 15th of May. During the Latin War, there had been neither peace nor war with the nation of the Volscians. For both the Volscians had raised auxiliary troops to send to the Latins had not so much expedition been used by the Roman dictator. And the Roman employed this expedition that he might not have to contend in one and the same battle with the Latin and the Volscian. In resentment of this, the consuls marched their army into the Volscian territory. The unexpected proceeding alarmed the Volscians, who dreaded no chastisement of mere intention. Unmindful of arms, they gave 300 children of the principal men of Cora and Pometia as hostages. Upon this the legions were withdrawn without coming to any action. Not long after their natural disposition returned to the Volscians, now delivered of their fears, they again make secret preparation for war, having taken the Hernicians into an alliance with them. They send ambassadors in every direction to stir up Latium. But the recent defeat received at the Lake Regillus, could scarcely restrain the Latins from offering violence to the ambassadors through resentment and hatred of any one who would advise them to take up arms. Having seized the Volscians, they brought them to Rome. They were there delivered up to the consuls, and information was given that the Volscians and Hernicians were making preparations for war against the Romans. The matter being referred to the Senate, it was so gratifying to the senators that they both sent back 6,000 prisoners to the Latins, and referred to the new magistrates the business regarding the treaty, which had been almost absolutely refused them. Upon this indeed the Latins were heartily glad at what they had done. The advisers of peace were in high esteem. They send a crown of gold to the capital as an offering to Jupiter. Along with the ambassadors and the offering there came a great crowd, consisting of the prisoners who had been sent back to their friends. They proceed to the houses of those persons with whom each had been in servitude, and return thanks for their having been generously kept and treated during their calamity. They then form connections of hospitality. And never at any former time was the Latin name more closely united to the Roman state, either by public or private ties. But both the Volscian war was threatening, and the state, being disturbed within itself, glowed with intestine animosity between the Senate and people, chiefly on account of those confined for debt. They complained loudly, that whilst fighting abroad for liberty and dominion, they were captured and oppressed at home by their fellow citizens. And that the liberty of the people was more secure in war than in peace, among enemies than among their fellow citizens, and this feeling of discontent, increasing of itself, the striking sufferings of an individual still further aggravated. A certain person advanced in years threw himself into the forum with all the badges of his miseries on him. His clothes were all over squalid, the figure of his body still more shocking, being pale and emaciated. In addition, a long beard and hair had impressed a savage wildness on his countenance. In such wretchedness he was known notwithstanding, and they said that he had been a centurion, and compassionating him they mentioned openly other distinctions, obtained, in the service. He himself exhibited scars on his breast. Testimonies of honorable battles in several places. To persons repeatedly inquiring, whence that garb, whence that ghastly appearance of body, the multitude having now assembled around him almost like a popular assembly, he says, that whilst serving in the Sabine war, because he had not only been deprived of the produce of his land in consequence of the depredations of the enemy, but also his residence had been burned down, all his effects pillaged, his cattle driven off. A tax imposed on him at a time very distressing to him, he had incurred debt. That this debt, aggravated by usury, had stripped him first of his father's and grandfather's farm, then of his other property, lastly that a pestilence, as it were, had reached his person. That he was taken by his creditor, not into servitude, but into a house of correction in a place of execution. He then showed his back disfigured with the marks of stripes still recent. At the hearing and seeing of this a great uproar takes place. The tumult is now no longer confined to the forum, but spreads through the entire city. Those who were confined for debt, and those who were now at their liberty, hurry into the streets from all quarters and implore the protection of the people. In no place is there wanting a voluntary associate of sedition. They run through all the streets in crowds to the forum with loud shouts. Such of the senators as happened to be in the forum, fell in with this mob with great peril to themselves. Nor would they have refrained from violence, had not the consuls, P. Servilius and A. P. Claudius, hastily interfered to quell the disturbance. The multitude turning towards them, and showing their chains and other marks of wretchedness, said that they deserved all this, taunting them, the consuls, each with the military services performed by himself, one in one place, and another in another. They require them with menaces, rather than as suppliants, to assemble the Senate, and stand round the Senate house in a body, determined themselves to be witnesses and directors of the public councils. Very few of the senators, whom chance had thrown in the way, were forced to attend the consuls. Fear prevented the rest from coming not only to the house, but even to the forum. Nor could anything be done by reason of the thinness of the Senate. Then indeed the people began to think their demand was eluded, and the redress of their grievances delayed, that such of the senators as had absented themselves did so not through chance or fear, but on purpose to obstruct the business. That the consuls themselves trifled with them, that their miseries were now a mere subject of mockery. By this time the sedition was come to such a height, that the majesty of the consuls could hardly restrain the violence of the people. Wherefore, uncertain whether they incurred greater danger by staying at home, or venturing abroad, they came at length to the Senate. But though the house was at length full, a want of agreement manifested itself, not only among the fathers, but even between the consuls themselves. Appius, a man of violent temper, thought the matter was to be done by the authority of the consuls, and that if one or two were seized, the rest would be quiet. Servilius, more inclined to moderate measures, thought that while their minds were in this ferment, it would be both more safe and more easy to bend than to break them. Amidst these debates, another terror of a more serious nature presented itself. Some Latin horse came full speed to Rome, with the alarming news that the Volscians were marching with a hostile army, to besiege the city. The announcement of which, so completely had discord made the state two from one, affected the senators and people in a far different manner. The people exulted with joy, and said, that the gods were come as avengers of the tyranny of the fathers. They encouraged one another not to enroll their names, that it was better that all should perish together, than that they should perish alone. That the patricians should serve as soldiers, that the patricians should take up arms, so that the perils of war should remain with those with whom the advantages were. But the Senate, dejected and confounded by the twofold terror, that from their own countrymen, and that from the enemy, entreated the consul Servilius, whose temper was more conciliating, that he would extricate the commonwealth beset with such great terrors. Then the consul, dismissing the Senate, proceeds into the assembly. There he shows them that the Senate were solicitous that care should be taken for the people's interest, but their alarm for the whole commonwealth had interrupted their deliberation regarding that which was no doubt the greatest part. But yet only a part. Nor could they, when the enemy were almost at the gates, allow anything to take precedence of war, nor, if there should be some respite. Was it either to the credit of the people not to have taken up arms in defense of their country unless they first receive a recompense? Nor consistent with the dignity of the senators that they adopted measures of relief for the distresses of their countrymen through fear rather than afterwards from inclination. He gave additional confidence to the assembly by an edict, by which he ordained that no one should detain a Roman citizen either in chains or in prison, so as to hinder his enrolling his name under the consuls. And that nobody should either seize or sell the goods of any soldier, while he was in the camp, or arrest his children or grandchildren. This ordinance being published, the debtors under arrest who were present immediately entered their names, and crowds of persons hastening from all quarters of the city from their confinement, as their creditors had no right to detain their persons, ran together into the forum to take the military oath. These made up a considerable body of men, nor was the bravery or activity of the others more conspicuous in the Volscian war. The consul led out his army against the enemy, and pitched his camp at a little distance from them. The next night the Volscians, relying on the dissension among the Romans, made an attempt on their camp, to see if any desertion or treachery might be resorted to during the night. The sentinels on guard perceived them. The army was called up, and the signal being given they ran to arms. Thus that attempt of the Volscians was frustrated, the remainder of the night was dedicated to repose on both sides. The next morning at daybreak the Volscians, having filled the trenches, attacked the rampart. And already the fortifications were being demolished on every side, when the consul, although all on every side, and more especially the debtors, cried out that he should give the signal. Having delayed a little while for the purpose of trying the feelings of the soldiers, when their great ardor became sufficiently apparent, having at length given the signal for sallying forth, he lets out the soldiers now impatient for the fight. At the very first onset the enemy were routed, the rear of them who fled was harassed, as long as the infantry was able to overtake them, the cavalry drove them in consternation to their very camp. In a little time the camp itself was taken and plundered, the legions having surrounded it, as the panic had driven the Volscians even from thence also. On the next day the legions being led to Suessa Pometia, whither the enemy had retreated, in a few days the town is taken, when taken, it was given up for plunder. By these means the needy soldiers were somewhat relieved. The consul leads back his victorious army to Rome with the greatest glory to himself. As he is setting out for Rome, the deputies of the Aegatrans, a part of the Volscians, alarmed for their state after the taking of Pometia, come to him. By a decree of the Senate peace is granted them, but their land is taken from them. Immediately after the Sabines also caused an alarm to the Romans, but it was rather a tumult than a war. It was announced in the city during the night that a Sabine army had advanced as far as the river Anio, plundering the country, that the country houses there were pillaged and burnt down indiscriminately. A. Postumius, who had been dictator in the Latin war, was immediately sent against them with all the horse. The consul Servilius followed him with a chosen body of foot. The cavalry cut off most of the stragglers. Nor did the Sabine legion make any resistance against the foot when they came up with them. Being tired both by their march and their plundering the country in the night, and a great number of them being surfeited with eating and drinking in the cottages, they had scarcely sufficient strength for flight. The Sabine war being thus heard of and finished in one night, on the following day, amid sanguine hope of peace being secured in every quarter, ambassadors from the Orontians come to the Senate, proclaiming war unless the troops are withdrawn from the Volscian territory. The army of the Orontians had set out from home simultaneously with the ambassadors. The report of which having been seen not far from Aricia, excited such a tumult among the Romans, that neither the Senate could be consulted in regular form, nor could they, while themselves taking up arms, give a pacific answer to those advancing against them in arms. They marched to Aricia with a determined army, come to an engagement not far from thence, and in one battle put an end to the war. After the defeat of the Orontians, the people of Rome, victorious in so many wars within a few days, were expecting the promises of the consul and the engagement of the Senate, to be made good. But Appius, both through his natural pride, and in order to undermine the credit of his colleague, issued his decrees regarding borrowed money, with all possible severity. And from this time, both those who had been formerly in confinement were delivered up to their creditors, and others also were taken into custody. When this happened to a soldier, he appealed to the colleague, and a crowd gathered about Servilius. They represented to him his promises, severally upbraided him with their services in war, and with the scars they had received. They loudly called upon him to lay the matter before the Senate, and that, as consul, he would relieve his fellow citizens, as a general, his soldiers. These remonstrances affected the consul, but the situation of affairs obliged him to back out. So completely had not only his colleague, but the whole body of the patricians, adopted an entirely opposite course. And thus, by acting a middle part, he neither escaped the odium of the people, nor gained the favor of the senators. The fathers looked upon him as a weak, popularity-hunting consul, and the people considered him as a deceiver. And it soon appeared that he was as odious to them as Appius himself. A dispute had happened between the consuls, as to which should dedicate the temple of Mercury. The Senate referred the affair from themselves to the people, and ordained that to whichsoever of them the dedication should be granted by order of the people, he should preside over the markets, establish a company of merchants, and perform the functions of a Pontifex Maximus. The people gave the dedication of the temple to M. Laetorius, the centurion of the first legion, that it might plainly appear to have been done not so much out of respect to a person on whom an honor above his rank had been conferred, as to affront the consuls. Upon this one of the consuls particularly, and the senators, were highly incensed. But the people had acquired courage, and proceeded in a manner quite different from what they had at first intended. For when they despaired of redress from the consuls and senate, upon seeing a debtor led to the court, they flew together from all quarters. And neither the decree of the consul could be heard in consequence of the noise and clamor, nor, when he had pronounced the decree, did any one obey it. All was managed by violence, and the entire dread and danger with respect to personal liberty, was transferred from the debtors to the creditors, who were severally abused by the crowd in the very sight of the consul. In addition to all this, the dread of the Sabine war spread, and when a levy was decreed, nobody gave in his name. Appius being enraged, and bitterly inveighing against the ambitious arts of his colleague, who by his popular silence was betraying the republic, and besides his not passing sentence against the debtors, likewise neglected to raise the levies, after they had been voted by the Senate. Yet he declared, that the commonwealth was not entirely deserted, nor the consular authority altogether debased. That he alone would vindicate both his own dignity and that of the senators. When a daily mob, emboldened by licentiousness, stood round him, he commanded a noted ringleader of the sedition to be apprehended. He, as the lictors were carrying him off, appealed to the people. Nor would the consul have allowed the appeal, because there was no doubt regarding the judgment of the people, had not his obstinacy been with difficulty overcome, rather by the advice and influence of the leading men, than by the clamors of the people. So much resolution he had to bear the weight of their odium. The evil gained ground daily, not only by open clamors, but, which was far more dangerous, by a secession and by secret meetings. At length the consuls, so odious to the commons, went out of office, Servilius liked by neither party, Appius highly esteemed by the senators. Then A. Virginius and T. Vitusius enter on the consulship. Upon this the commons, uncertain what sort of consuls they were to have, held nightly meetings, some of them upon the Esquiline, and others upon the Aventine Hill, that they might not be confused by hasty resolutions in the forum, or take their measures inconsiderately and without concert. The consuls, judging this proceeding to be of dangerous tendency, as it really was, laid the matter before the Senate. But they were not allowed after proposing it to take the votes regularly. So tumultuously was it received on all sides by the clamors and indignation of the fathers, at the consuls throwing on the Senate the odium of that which should have been put down by consular authority. That if there really were magistrates in the Republic, there would have been no council in Rome but the public one. That the Republic was now divided and split into 1,000 Senate houses and assemblies, some of which were held on the Esquiline, others on the Aventine Hill. That one man, in truth such as Appius Claudius, for that was more than a consul, would in a moment disperse these private meetings. When the consuls, thus rebuked, asked them, what they desired them to do, for that they would act with as much energy and vigor as the senators wished, they resolved that they should push on the levies as briskly as possible. That the people were become insolent from want of employment. When the house broke up, the consuls ascend the tribunal and summon the young men by name. But none of them made any answer, and the people crowding round them, as if in a general assembly, said, that the people would no longer be imposed on. They should never list one soldier till the public faith was made good. That liberty should be restored to each before arms were given, that they might fight for their country and fellow citizens, and not for arbitrary lords. The consuls fully understood the orders they had received from the Senate, but they saw none of those who had talked so big within the walls of the Senate house present themselves to take any share with them in the public odium. A desperate contest with the commons seemed at hand. Therefore, before they would have recourse to extremities, they thought it advisable to consult the Senate a second time. Then indeed the younger senators flocked in a hurry round the chairs of the consuls, commanding them to abdicate the consulate, and resign an office which they had not courage to support. Having sufficiently tried both ways, the consuls at length said, Conscript fathers, lest you may say that you were not forewarned, a great disturbance is at hand. We require that they who accuse us most severely of cowardice, would assist us in raising the levies. We shall proceed according to the resolution of the most intrepid amongst you, since it so pleases you. They returned to their tribunal, and on purpose commanded one of the most factious of the people, who stood in their view, to be called upon by name. When he stood mute, and a number of men stood round him in a ring, to prevent his being seized, the consuls sent a lictor to him. He being repulsed, such of the fathers as attended the consuls, exclaiming against it as an intolerable insult, ran in a hurry from the tribunal to assist the lictor. But when the violence was turned from the lictor, who suffered nothing else but being prevented from seizing him, against the fathers, the riot was quelled by the interposition of the consuls, in which however, without stones or weapons. There was more noise and angry words than mischief done. The Senate, called in a tumultuous manner, is consulted in a manner still more tumultuous. Such as had been beaten, calling out for an inquiry, and the most violent members declaring their sentiments no less by clamors and noise than by their votes. At length, when their passion had subsided, the consuls reproaching them with there being as much disorderly conduct in the Senate as in the Forum, the House began to vote in regular order. There were 3 different opinions. P. Virginius did not make the matter general. He voted that they should consider only those who, relying on the promise of P. Servilius the consul, had served in a war against the Auruncans and Sabines. Titius Largius was of opinion, that it was not now a proper time to reward services only. That all the people were immersed in debt, and that a stop could not be put to the evil, unless measures were adopted for all. And that if the condition of different parties be different, the divisions would rather be thereby inflamed than composed. Appius Claudius, who was naturally severe, and, by the hatred of the commons on the one hand, and praises of the senators on the other, was become quite infuriated, said, that these riots proceeded not from distress, but from licentiousness. That the people were rather wanton than violent. That this terrible mischief took its rise from the right of appeal. Since threats, not authority, was all that belonged to the consuls, while permission was given to appeal to those who were accomplices in the crime. Come, added he, let us create a dictator from whom there lies no appeal. This madness, which hath set everything in a flame, will immediately subside. Let any one dare then to strike a lictor, when he shall know that his back, and even his life, are in the power of that person whose authority he has insulted. To many the opinion of Appius appeared, as it really was, severe and violent. On the other hand, those of Virginius and Largius were not safe for the precedent they established. Especially they thought that of Largius so, as it would destroy all credit. The opinion of Virginius was reckoned to be most moderate, and a happy medium between the other two. But through the spirit of faction and a regard of private interest, which always have and always will obstruct the public councils, Appius prevailed, and was himself near being created dictator. Which step would certainly have alienated the commons at this most dangerous juncture, when the Volsci, the Equi, and the Sabines happened to be all in arms at the same time. But the consuls and elder senators took care that this office, in its own nature uncontrollable, should be committed to a man of moderate temper. They choose Manius Valerius, son of Valesus, dictator. The people, though they saw that this magistrate was created against themselves, yet as they had got the right of appeal by his brother's law, dreaded nothing oppressive or tyrannical from that family. An edict of the dictators, which was almost the same with that published by the consul Servilius, afterwards confirmed their minds. But judging it safer to confide in both the man and in the absolute power with which he was vested, they gave in their names, desisting from all contest. 10 legions were levied, a greater army than had ever been raised before. Each of the consuls had 3 legions assigned him, and the dictator commanded 4. Nor could the war be deferred any longer. The Equi had made incursions upon the Latin territory. The deputies of the Latins begged the Senate either to send them assistance, or to allow them to arm themselves for the purpose of defending their own frontiers. It seemed safer that the Latins should be defended without arming, than to allow them to take up arms again. Wherefore Vitusius the consul was sent to their assistance. This immediately put a stop to the devastations. The Equi retired from the plains, and depending more on the advantage of the ground than on their arms, secured themselves on the summits of the mountains. The other consul, having marched against the Volsci, in order that he too might not waste time, challenged the enemy to pitch their camp nigh to his, and to risk an engagement by ravaging their lands. Both armies stood in order of battle before their lines in a plain between the 2 camps. The Volsci had considerably the advantage in number. Accordingly they rushed on to the fight, in a careless manner, and as if contemptuously. The Roman consul neither advanced his forces, and not suffering the enemy's shouts to be returned, he ordered them to stand still with their spears fixed in the ground, and when the enemy came up, to draw their swords and fall upon them with all their force. The Volsci, wearied with running and shouting, set upon the Romans as if they had been quite benumbed through fear. But when they found the vigorous resistance that was made, and saw their swords glittering before their face, they turned their backs in great disorder, just as if they had fallen into an ambuscade. Nor had they strength sufficient even for flight, as they had advanced to the battle in full speed. The Romans, on the other hand, as they had not stirred from their ground in the beginning of the action, being fresh and vigorous, easily overtook the enemy, who were weary, took their camp by assault, and after driving them thence, pursued them to Velletri, into which the conquered and conquerors entered in a body. By the promiscuous slaughter which was here made of all ranks, there was more blood spilt than in the battle itself. Quarter was given to a small number of them, who threw down their arms and surrendered. Whilst these things are going on among the Volsci, the dictator routs, puts to flight, and strips of their camp, the Sabines, where by far the most serious part of the war lay. By a charge of his cavalry he had thrown into confusion the center of the enemy's line, where, by the wings extending themselves too far, they had not strengthened their line by a suitable depth of files. The infantry fell upon them in this confusion, by one and the same charge their camp was taken and the war concluded. There was no other battle in those times more memorable than this since the action at the Lake Regillus. The dictator is borne into the city in triumph. Besides the usual honors, a place in the circus was assigned to him and his descendants, to see the public games. A curule chair was fixed in that place. The lands of Velletri were taken from the conquered Volsci, colonists were sent from the city to Velletri, and a colony planted there. Soon after there was an engagement with the Equi, but contrary to the wish of the consul, because they had to approach the enemy by disadvantageous ground. But the soldiers complaining that the war was on purpose spun out, that the dictator might resign his office before they returned home to the city, and so his promises might fall to the ground without effect, as those of the consul had done before. Forced him at all hazards to march his army up the hill. This imprudent step, by the cowardice of the enemy, turned out successfully. For before the Romans came within reach of a dart, the Equi, quite amazed at their boldness, abandoned their camp, which was situated in a very strong position, and ran down into the valleys on the opposite side. In it abundance of booty was found, and the victory was a bloodless one. Matters being thus successfully managed in war in 3 different directions, anxiety respecting the event of their domestic differences had left neither the senators nor the people. With such powerful influence, and with such art also, had the money-lenders made their arrangements, so as to disappoint not only the people, but even the dictator himself. For Valerius, after the return of the consul Vitusius, first of all matters brought before the Senate that relating to the victorious people, and proposed the question, what it was their determination should be done with respect to those confined for debt. And when this motion was rejected, I am not acceptable, says he, as an adviser of concord. You will ere long wish, depend on it, that the commons of Rome had patrons similar to me. For my part, I will neither further disappoint my fellow citizens, nor will I be dictator to no purpose. Intestine dissensions, foreign wars, caused the Republic to require such a magistrate. Peace has been secured abroad, it is impeded at home. I will be a witness to disturbance as a private citizen rather than as dictator. Then quitting the Senate House, he abdicated his dictatorship. The case appeared to the commons, that he had resigned his office indignant at the treatment shown to them. Accordingly, as if his engagements to them had been fully discharged, since it had not been his fault that they were not made good, they attended him when returning to his home with approbation and applause. Fear then seized the senators lest, if the army should be dismissed, secret meetings and conspiracies would be renewed. Wherefore though the levy had been held by the dictator, yet supposing that, as they had sworn obedience to the consuls, the soldiers were bound by their oath, under the pretext of hostilities being renewed by the Equi. They ordered the legions to be led out of the city. By which proceeding the sedition was hastened. And it is said that at first it was in contemplation to put the consuls to death, that they might be discharged from their oath, but that being afterwards informed that no religious obligation could be dissolved by a criminal act, they, by the advice of one Sicinius, retired, without the orders of the consuls, to the sacred mount, beyond the river Anio, 3 miles from the city. This account is more general than that which Piso has given. That the secession was made to the Aventine. There without any leader, their camp being fortified with a rampart and trench, remaining quiet, taking nothing but what was necessary for sustenance, they kept themselves for several days, neither being attacked, nor attacking others. Great was the panic in the city, and through mutual fear all was suspense. The people left in the city dreaded the violence of the senators. The senators dreaded the people remaining in the city, uncertain whether they should prefer them to stay or to depart, but how long would the multitude which had seceded, remain quiet? What were to be the consequences then, if, in the meantime, any foreign war should break out? They certainly considered no hope left, save in the concord of the citizens. This should be restored to the state by fair or by unfair means. It was resolved therefore that there should be sent as ambassador to the people, Menenius Agrippa, an eloquent man, and one who was a favorite with the people, because he derived his origin from them. He being admitted into the camp, is said to have related to them merely the following story in that antiquated and uncouth style. At a time when all the parts in the human body did not, as now, agree together, but the several members had each its own scheme, its own language, the other parts, indignant that everything was procured for the belly by their care, labor, and service. That the belly, remaining quiet in the center, did nothing but enjoy the pleasures afforded it. They conspired accordingly, that the hands should not convey food to the mouth, nor the mouth receive it when presented, nor the teeth chew it, whilst they wished under the influence of this feeling to subdue the belly by famine. The members themselves and the entire body were reduced to the last degree of emaciation. Thence it became apparent that the service of the belly was by no means a slothful one. That it did not so much receive nourishment as supply it, sending to all parts of the body this blood by which we live and possess vigor, distributed equally to the veins when perfected by the digestion of the food. By comparing in this way how similar the intestine sedition of the body was to the resentment of the people against the senators, he made an impression on the minds of the multitude. Then a commencement was made to treat of a reconciliation, and among the conditions it was allowed, that the commons should have their own magistrates, with inviolable privileges, who should have the power of bringing assistance against the consuls, and that it should not be lawful for any of the patricians to hold that office. Thus 2 tribunes of the commons were created, Caius Licinius and L. Albinus. These created 3 colleagues for themselves. It is clear that among these was Sicinius, the adviser of the sedition. With respect to 2, who they were is not so clear. There are some who say, that only 2 tribunes were elected on the Sacred Mount, and that there the devoting law was passed. During the secession of the commons, S.P. Cassius and Postumus Cominius entered on the consulship. During their consulate, the treaty with the Latin states was concluded. To ratify this, one of the consuls remained at Rome. The other being sent to the Volscian war, routs and puts to flight the Volscians of Antium, and continuing his pursuit of them, now that they were driven into the town of Longula, he takes possession of the town. Next he took Pelusca, also belonging to the Volscians, then he attacked Corioli with all his force. There was then in the camp, among the young noblemen, c. Marcius, a youth distinguished both for intelligence and courage, who afterwards attained the cognomen of Coriolanus. When, as the Roman army was besieging Corioli, and was wholly intent on the townspeople, whom they kept shut up, without any apprehension of war threatening from without, the Volscian legion, setting out from Antium, suddenly attacked them, and at the same time the enemy sallied forth from the town. Marcius happened to be on guard. He with a chosen body of men not only repelled the attack of those who had sallied out, but boldly rushed in through the open gate, and having cut down all in the part of the city nearest him, and having hastily seized some fire, threw it in the houses adjoining to the wall. Upon this the shouts of the townsmen mingling with the wailings of the women and children, occasioned by the first fright, as is usual, both increased the courage of the Romans, and dispirited the Volscians, seeing the city captured to the relief of which they had come. Thus the Volsci of Antium were defeated, the town of Corioli was taken. And so much did Marcius by his valor eclipse the reputation of the consul, that had not the treaty concluded with the Latins by S.P. Cassius alone, because his colleague was absent, served as a memorial of it, it would have been forgotten that Postumus Cominius had conducted the war with the Volscians. The same year dies Agrippa Menenius, a man during all his life equally a favorite with the senators and commons, still more endeared to the commons after the secession. To this man, the mediator and umpire in restoring concord among his countrymen, the ambassador of the senators to the commons, the person who brought back the commons to the city, were wanting the expenses of his funeral. The people buried him by the contribution of a sextans from each person. T. Geganius and P. Minucius were next elected consuls. In this year, when everything was quiet from war abroad, and the dissensions were healed at home, another much more serious evil fell upon the state. First a scarcity of provisions, in consequence of the lands lying untilled during the secession of the commons, then a famine such as befalls those who are besieged. And it would have ended in the destruction of the slaves at least, and indeed some of the commons also, had not the consuls adopted precautionary measures, by sending persons in every direction to buy up corn. Not only into Etruria on the coast to the right of Ostia, and through the Volscians along the coast on the left as far as Cumas, but into Sicily also, in quest of it. So far had the hatred of their neighbors obliged them to stand in need of aid from distant countries. When corn had been bought up at Cumae, the ships were detained in lieu of the property of the Tarquinii by the tyrant Aristodemus, who was their heir. Among the Volsci and in the Pomptine territory it could not even be purchased. The corn dealers themselves incurred danger from the violence of the inhabitants. Corn came from Etruria by the Tiber, by means of this the people were supported. Amid this distressing scarcity they would have been harassed by a very inconvenient war, had not a dreadful pestilence attacked the Volsci when about to commence hostilities. The minds of the enemy being alarmed by this calamity, so that they were influenced by some terror, even after it had abated, the Romans both augmented the number of their colonists at Velletri, and dispatched a new colony to the mountains of Norba, to serve as a barrier in the Pontine district. Then in the consulship of M. Minucius, and Sempronius, a great quantity of corn was imported from Sicily, and it was debated in the Senate at what rate it should be given to the commons. Many were of opinion, that the time was come for putting down the commons, and for recovering those rights which had been wrested from the senators by secession and violence. In particular, Marcius Coriolanus, an enemy to tribunician power, says, if they desire the former rate of provisions, let them restore to the senators their former rights. Why do I, after being sent under the yoke, after being, as it were, ransomed from robbers, behold plebeian magistrates, and Sicinius invested with power? Shall I submit to these indignities longer than is necessary? Shall I, who would not have endured King Tarquin, tolerate Sicinius? Let him now secede, let him call away the commons. The road lies open to the sacred mount and to other hills. Let them carry off the corn from our lands, as they did 3 years since. Let them have the benefit of that scarcity which in their frenzy they have occasioned. I will venture to say, that, brought to their senses by these sufferings, they will themselves become tillers of the lands, rather than, taking up arms and seceding, they would prevent them from being tilled. It is not so easy to say whether it should have been done, as I think that it might have been practicable for the senators, on the condition of lowering the price of provisions, to have rid themselves of both the tribunician power and all the restraints imposed on them against their will. This proposal both appeared to the Senate too harsh, and from exasperation well nigh drove the people to arms, that they were now assailed with famine, as if enemies, that they were defrauded of food and sustenance, that the foreign corn, the only support which fortune unexpectedly furnished to them, was being snatched from their mouth, unless the tribunes were given up in chains to sea. Marcius, unless he glut his rage on the backs of the commons of Rome. That in him a new executioner had started up, who ordered them to die or be slaves. An assault would have been made on him as he left the Senate house, had not the tribunes very opportunely appointed him a day for trial. By this their rage was suppressed, every one saw himself become the judge, the arbiter of the life and death of his foe. At first Marcius heard the threats of the tribunes with contempt. That the right to afford aid, not to inflict punishment, had been granted to that office, that they were tribunes of the commons and not of the senators. But the commons had risen with such violent determination, that the senators were obliged to extricate themselves from danger by the punishment of one. They resisted however, in spite of popular odium, and employed, each individual his own powers, and all those of the entire order. And first, the trial was made whether they could upset the affair, by posting their clients, in several places, by deterring individuals from attending meetings and cabals. Then they all proceeded in a body. You would suppose that all the senators were on their trial, earnestly entreating the commons, that if they would not acquit as innocent, they would at least pardon as guilty, one citizen, one senator. As he did not attend on the day appointed, they persevered in their resentment. Being condemned in his absence, he went into exile to the Volsci, threatening his country, and even then breathing all the resentment of an enemy. The Volsci received him kindly on his arrival, and treated him still more kindly every day in proportion as his resentful feelings towards his countrymen became more striking, and one time frequent complaints, another time threats were heard. He lodged with Attius Tullus. He was then the chief man of the Volscian people, and always a determined enemy of the Romans. Thus, when old animosity stimulated the one, recent resentment the other, they concert schemes for, bringing about, a war with Rome. They did not at once believe that their people could be persuaded to take up arms, so often unsuccessfully tried. That by the many frequent wars, and lastly, by the loss of their youth in the pestilence, their spirits were now broken. That they must have recourse to art, in a case where animosity had become blunted from length of time, that their feelings might become exasperated by some fresh cause of resentment. It happened that preparations were being made at Rome for a repetition of the great games. The cause of repeating them was this: on the morning of the games, the show not yet being commenced, a master of a family, after flogging his slave loaded with a neck yoke, had driven him through the middle of the circus. After this the games were commenced, as if that circumstance bore no relation to religion. Not long after it, Atinius, a plebeian, had a dream. Jupiter seemed to him to say, that the person who danced previous to the games had displeased him. Unless these games were renewed on a splendid scale, that the city would be in danger, that he should go and announce these things to the consuls. Though his mind was not altogether free from superstitious feelings, his respectful awe of the dignity of the magistrates overcame his religious fear, lest he might pass into the mouths of people as a laughingstock. This delay cost him dear. For he lost his son within a few days. And lest the cause of this sudden calamity should be doubtful, that same phantom, presenting itself to him sorrowful in mind, seemed to ask him, whether he had received a sufficient requital for his contempt of the deity. That a still heavier one awaited him, unless he went immediately and delivered the message to the consuls. The matter was now still more pressing. Hesitating, however, and delaying, he was at length overtaken by a severe stroke of disease, a sudden paralysis. Then indeed the anger of the gods aroused him. Wearied out therefore by his past sufferings and by those threatening him, having convened a meeting of his friends, after he had detailed to them all he had seen and heard, and Jupiter's having so often presented himself to him in his sleep. The threats and anger of heaven realized in his own calamities, by the unhesitating assent of all who were present he is conveyed in a litter into the forum to the consuls. From thence being conveyed into the Senate house, after he had stated those same particulars to the senators, to the great surprise of all, behold another miracle, he who had been conveyed into the Senate house deprived of the use of all his limbs, is recorded to have returned home on his own feet after he discharged his duty. The Senate decreed that the games should be celebrated on as grand a scale as possible. To these games a great number of Volscians came by the advice of Attius Tullus. Before the games were commenced, Tullus, as had been concerted at home with Marcius, comes to the consuls. He tells them that there were matters on which he wished to treat with them in private concerning the commonwealth. All witnesses being removed, he says, with reluctance I say that of my countrymen which is rather disparaging. I do not however come to allege against them anything as having been committed by them, but to guard against their committing anything. The minds of our people are far more fickle than I could wish. We have felt that by many disasters, seeing that we are still preserved, not through our own deserts, but through your forbearance. There is now here a great multitude of Volscians. The games are going on, the city will be intent on the exhibition. I remember what has been committed in this city on a similar occasion by the youth of the Sabines. My mind shudders lest anything should be committed inconsiderately and rashly. I considered, that these matters should be mentioned beforehand to you, consuls. With regard to myself, it is my determination to depart hence home immediately, lest, if present, I may be affected by the contagion of any word or deed. Having said this, he departed. When the consuls laid before the Senate the matter, doubtful with respect to proof, though from credible authority, the authority more than the thing itself, as usually happens, urged them to adopt even needless precautions. And the decree of the Senate being passed, that the Volscians should quit the city, criers are sent in different directions to order them all to depart before night. A great panic struck them at first as they ran about to their lodgings to carry away their effects. Afterwards, when setting out, indignation arose in their breasts, that they, as if polluted with crime and contaminated, were driven away from the games, on festival days, from the converse in a manner of men and gods. As they went along in an almost continuous body, Tullus having preceded them to the fountain of Ferentina, accosting the chiefs among them according as each arrived, by asking questions and expressing indignation, he led both themselves, who greedily listened to language congenial to their angry feelings, and through them the rest of the multitude, into a plain adjoining to the road. There having commenced an address after the manner of a public harangue, he says, though you were to forget the former ill treatment of the Roman people and the calamities of the nation of the Volsci, and all other such matters. With what feelings do you bear this outrage offered you today, whereon they have commenced their games by insulting us? Have you not felt that a triumph has been had over you this day? That you, when departing, were a spectacle to all, citizens, foreigners, so many neighboring states? That your wives, your children were exhibited before the eyes of men? What do you suppose to have been the sentiments of those who heard the voice of the crier? What of those who saw you departing? What of those who met this ignominious cavalcade? What, except that we are identified with some enormous guilt by which we should profane the games, and render an expiation necessary, that for this reason we are driven away from the residences of these pious people, from their converse and meeting? What, does it not strike you that we still live because we hastened our departure? If this is a departure and not a flight? And do you not consider this to be the city of enemies, where if you had delayed a single day, you must have all died? War has been declared against you, to the heavy injury of those who declared it, if you are men. Thus, being both already charged with resentment, and incited, by this harangue, they went severally to their homes, and by instigating each his own state, they succeeded in making the entire Volscian nation revolt. The generals selected for that war by the unanimous choice of all the states were Attius Tullus and Caius Marcius, in the latter of whom their chief hope was reposed. And this hope he by no means disappointed, so that it clearly appeared that the Roman Commonwealth was more powerful by reason of its generals than its army. Having marched to Circeii, he expelled from thence the Roman colonists, and delivered that city in a state of freedom to the Volscians. From thence passing across the country through by-roads into the Latin way, he deprived the Romans of their recently acquired towns, Satricum, Longula, Pelusca, Corioli. He next retook Lavinium, he then took in succession Corbio, Vitellia, Trebia, Lavisae, and Pedum. Lastly he marches from Pedum to the city, and having pitched his camp at the Cluilian trenches 5 miles from the city, he from thence ravages the Roman territory, guards being sent among the devastators to preserve the lands of the patricians intact. Whether as being incensed chiefly against the plebeians, or in order that dissension might arise between the senators and the people. And this certainly would have arisen, so powerfully did the tribunes, by inveighing against the leading men of the state, incite the plebeians, already sufficiently violent of themselves. But their apprehensions of the foe, the strongest bond of concord, united their minds, distrustful and rancorous though they were. The only matter not agreed on was this, that the Senate and consuls rested their hopes on nothing else than on arms. The plebeians preferred anything to war. Sp. Nausius and Sex Furius were now consuls. Whilst they were reviewing the legions, posting guards along the walls and other places where they had determined that there should be posts and watches, a vast multitude of persons demanding peace terrified them first by their seditious clamor. Then compelled them to convene the Senate, to consider the question of sending ambassadors to see Marcius. The Senate entertained the question, when it became evident that the spirits of the plebeians were giving way, and ambassadors being sent to Marcius concerning peace, brought back a harsh answer, if their lands were restored to the Volscians, that they might then consider the question of peace. If they were disposed to enjoy the plunder of war at their ease, that he, mindful both of the injurious treatment of his countrymen, as well as of the kindness of strangers, would do his utmost to make it appear that his spirit was irritated by exile, not crushed. When the same persons are sent back a second time, they are not admitted into the camp. It is recorded that the priests also, arrayed in their insignia, went as suppliants to the enemy's camp. And that they did not influence his mind more than the ambassadors. Then the matrons assemble in a body around Veturia, the mother of Coriolanus, and his wife, Volumnia. Whether that was the result of public counsel, or of the women's fear, I cannot ascertain. They certainly carried their point that Veturia, a lady advanced in years, and Volumnia, leading her 2 sons by Marcius, should go into the camp of the enemy. And that women should defend by entreaties and tears a city which men were unable to defend by arms. When they reached the camp, and it was announced to Coriolanus, that a great body of women were approaching, he, who had been moved neither by the majesty of the state in its ambassadors, nor by the sanctity of religion so strikingly addressed to his eyes and understanding in its priests, was much more obdurate against the women's tears. Then one of his acquaintances, who recognized Vittoria, distinguished from all the others by her sadness, standing between her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, says, "Unless my eyes deceive me, your mother, children, and wife, are approaching." When Coriolanus, almost like one bewildered, rushing in consternation from his seat, offered to embrace his mother as she met him, the lady, turning from entreaties to angry rebuke, says, "Before I receive your embrace, let me know whether I have come to an enemy or to a son. Whether I am in your camp a captive or a mother. Has length of life and a hapless old age reserved me for this, to behold you an exile, then an enemy? Could you lay waste this land, which gave you birth and nurtured you? Though you had come with an incensed and vengeful mind, did not your resentment subside when you entered its frontiers? When Rome came within view, did it not occur to you, within these walls my house and guardian gods are, my mother, wife, and children? So then, had I not been a mother, Rome would not be besieged, had I not a son, I might have died free in a free country. But I can now suffer nothing that is not more discreditable to you than distressing to me. Nor however wretched I may be, shall I be so long. Look to these, whom, if you persist, either an untimely death or lengthened slavery awaits." Then his wife and children embraced him, and the lamentation proceeding from the entire crowd of women, and their bemoaning themselves and their country, at length overcame the man. Then, after embracing his family, he sends them away. He moved his camp farther back from the city. Then, after he had drawn off his troops from the Roman territory, they say that he lost his life, overwhelmed by the odium of the proceeding. Different writers say by different modes of death. I find in Fabius, far the most ancient writer, that he lived even to old age. He states positively, that advanced in years he made use of this phrase, that exile bore much heavier on the old man. The men of Rome were not remiss in awarding their praises to the women, so truly did they live without detracting from the merit of others. A temple was built also and dedicated to female fortune, to serve as a monument. The Volscians afterwards returned in conjunction with the Equi into the Roman territory, but the Equi would no longer have Attius Tullus as their leader. Hence from dispute, whether the Volscians or the Equi should give a general to the allied army, a sedition, and afterwards a furious battle arose. There the good fortune of the Roman people destroyed the two armies of the enemy, by a contest no less bloody than obstinate. T. Sicinius and C. Aquilius were made consuls. The Volsci fell as a province to Sicinius. The Hernici, for they too were in arms, to Aquilius. That year the Hernici were defeated, they came off with respect to the Volscians on equal terms. Sp. Cassius and Proculus Virginius were next made consuls. A treaty was struck with the Hernici. 2/3 of their land were taken from them. Of this the consul Cassius was about to distribute 1/2 among the Latins, the other half among the commons. To this donation he was adding a considerable portion of land, which, though public property, he alleged was possessed by private individuals. This proceeding alarmed several of the senators, the actual possessors, at the danger of their property. The senators felt, moreover, a solicitude on public grounds, that the consul by his donation was establishing an influence dangerous to liberty. Then, for the first time, the agrarian law was proposed, which even down to our own recollection was never agitated without the greatest commotions in the state. The other consul resisted the donation, the senators seconding him, nor were all the commons opposed to him. They had at first begun to despise a gift which was extended from citizens to allies. In the next place they frequently heard the consul Virginius in the assemblies as it were prophesying, that the gift of his colleague was pestilential, that those lands were sure to bring slavery to those who should receive them. That the way was paving to a throne. For why was it that the allies were included, and the Latin nation? What was the object of 1/3 of the land that had been taken being given back to the Hernici so lately our enemies, except that instead of Coriolanus being their leader they may have Cassius? The dissuader and opposer of the agrarian law now began to be popular. Both consuls then vied with each other in humoring the commons. Virginius said that he would suffer the lands to be assigned, provided they were assigned to no one but to a Roman citizen. Cassius, because in the agrarian donation he sought popularity among the allies, and was therefore lowered in the estimation of his countrymen, in order that by another donation he might conciliate their affections, ordered that the money received for the Sicilian corn should be refunded to the people. That indeed the people rejected as nothing else than a present bribe for regal authority, so strongly were his gifts spurned in the minds of men, as if they possessed everything in abundance. In consequence of their inveterate suspicions of his aiming at sovereign power. As soon as he went out of office, it is certain that he was condemned and put to death. There are some who represent his father as the person who inflicted the punishment, that he, having tried him at home, scourged him and put him to death, and consecrated his son's private property to Ceres. That out of this a statue was set up and inscribed, given from the Cassian family. In some authors I find it stated, and that is more probable, that a day of trial was assigned him for high treason, by the quaestors, Caeso Fabius and Lucius Valerius, and that he was condemned by the decision of the people. That his house was demolished by a public decree, this is the area before the temple of Tellus. But whether that trial was private or public, he was condemned in the consulship of Ser Cornelius and Q. Fabius. The resentment of the people against Cassius was not of long duration. The allurements of the agrarian law, now that its proposer was gone, were of themselves gaining ground in their minds. And this feeling was further heightened by the parsimonious conduct of the senators, who, the Volsci and Equi having been defeated that year, defrauded the soldiers of the booty. Whatever was taken from the enemy, the consul Fabius sold, and lodged the proceeds in the treasury. The Fabian name was odious to the commons on account of the last consul. The Senate however succeeded in having Caeso Fabius elected consul with L. Aemilius. The commons, still further incensed at this, stirred up foreign war by exciting disturbance at home. Civil dissensions were then interrupted by war. The senators and commons uniting, under the conduct of Aemilius, conquered in battle the Volsci and Equi who renewed hostilities. The retreat, however, destroyed more of the enemy than the battle. So perseveringly did the horse pursue them when routed. During the same year, on the Ides of July, the temple of Castor was dedicated. It had been vowed during the Latin War in the dictatorship of Postumius, his son, who was elected duumvir for that special purpose, dedicated it. In that year also the minds of the people were excited by the charms of the agrarian law. The tribunes of the people were for enhancing the popular power, vested in them, by promoting the popular law. The senators, considering that there was enough and more than enough of frenzy in the multitude without any additional incitement, viewed with horror largesses and all inducements to temerity, the senators found in the consuls most energetic abettors in making resistance. That portion of the commonwealth therefore prevailed, and not for the present only, but for the forthcoming year they succeeded in bringing in M. Fabius, Caeso's brother, as consul, and one still more detested by the commons for his persecution of Sp. Cassius, L. Valerius. In that year also there was a contest with the tribunes. The law proved to be a vain project, and the abettors of the law mere boasters, by their holding out a gift that was not realized. The Fabian name was from thence held in high repute, after 3 successive consulates, and all as it were uniformly exercised in contending with the tribunes. Accordingly, the honor remained for a considerable time in that family, as being right well placed. A Vaentian war was then commenced, the Volscians, too, renewed hostilities. But for foreign wars their strength was almost more than sufficient, and they abused it by contending among themselves. To the distracted state of the public mind were added prodigies from heaven, exhibiting almost daily threats in the city and in the country, and the soothsayers, consulted by the state and by private individuals, one while by means of entrails, another by birds, declared that there was no other cause for the divine anger, but that the ceremonies of religion were not duly attended to. These terrors, however, terminated in this, that Oppia, a Vestal virgin, being found guilty of a breach of chastity, was made to suffer punishment. Quintus Fabius and C. Julius were then made consuls. During this year the dissension at home was not abated, and the war abroad was more desperate. Arms were taken up by the Equins, the Veientes also entered the territory of the Romans committing devastations. The solicitude about which wars increasing, Ciso Fabius and Sp. Fusius are created consuls. The Equi were laying siege to Ortona, a Latin city. The Veientes, now satiated with plunder, threatened that they would besiege Rome itself. Which terrors, when they ought to assuage, increased still further the bad feelings of the commons, and the custom of declining the military service was now returning, not of their own accord, but Sp. Licinius, a tribune of the people, thinking that the time was come for forcing the agrarian law on the patricians by extreme necessity, had taken on him the task of obstructing the military preparations. But all the odium of the tribunician power was turned on the author, nor did the consuls rise up against him more zealously than his own colleagues, and by their assistance the consuls hold the levy. An army is raised for the two wars at the same time, one is given to Fabius to be led against the Equi, the other to Furius against the Veientians. And with respect to the Veientians, nothing was done worthy of mention. Fabius had much more trouble with his countrymen than with the enemy, that one man himself, as consul, sustained the commonwealth, which the army was betraying, far as in them lay, through their hatred of the consul. For when the consul, in addition to his other military talents, which he exhibited amply in his preparations for in conduct of war, had so drawn up his line that he routed the enemy's army solely by a charge of his cavalry. The infantry refused to pursue them when routed, and though the exhortation of their general, whom they hated, could not move them, neither could even their own infamy, and the present public disgrace and subsequent danger. If the enemy should recover courage, oblige them to quicken their pace, or even to stand in order of battle, if nothing else. Without orders they face about, and with a sorrowful air, you would suppose them beaten, they return to the camp, execrating at one time their general, at another time the services rendered by the cavalry. Nor were any remedies sought by the general for this so pestilent an example, so true is it that the most distinguished talents are more likely to be deficient in the tact of managing their countrymen than in that of conquering an enemy. The consul returned to Rome, not having so much increased his military glory as irritated and exasperated the hatred of his soldiers towards him. The patricians, however, succeeded in having the consulship remain in the Fabian family. They elect M. Fabius consul, Cn. Manlius is assigned as a colleague to Fabius. This year also had a tribune as a proposer of the agrarian law. It was Titus Pontificius, he pursuing the same course, as if it had succeeded with Sp. Licinius, obstructed the levy for a little time. The patricians being once more perplexed, Appius Claudius asserts that the tribunician power was put down last year, for the present by the very act, for the future by the precedent established. And since it was found that it could be rendered ineffective by its own strength. For that there never would be wanting a tribune who would both be willing to obtain a victory for himself over his colleague, and the favor of the better party by advancing the public weal. That both a plurality of tribunes, if there were need of such plurality, would be ready to assist the consuls, and that even one would be sufficient against all. Only let the consuls and leading members of the Senate take care to gain over, if not all, at least some of the tribunes, to the Commonwealth and the Senate. The senators, convinced by the counsels of Appius, both collectively addressed the tribunes with kindness and civility, and the men of consular rank, according as each possessed personal influence over them individually, partly by conciliation, partly by authority, prevailed so far as to make them consent that the powers of the tribunician office should be beneficial to the state. And by the aid of 4 tribunes against one obstructor of the public good, the consuls complete the levy. They then set out to the Veientian war, to which auxiliaries had flocked from all parts of Etruria, collected not so much for the sake of the Veientians, as because they had formed a hope that the Roman state might be destroyed by internal discord. And in the councils of all the states of Etruria the leading men openly stated, that the Roman power was eternal, unless they were distracted by disturbances among themselves. That this was the only poison, this the bane discovered for powerful states, to render great empires mortal. That this evil, a long time retarded, partly by the wise measures of the patricians, partly by the forbearance of the commons, had now proceeded to extremities. That two states were now formed out of one, that each party had its own magistrates, its own laws. That though at first they were accustomed to be turbulent during the levies, still that these same individuals had ever been obedient to their commanders during war. That military discipline being still retained, no matter what might be the state of the city, it had been possible to withstand the evil, that now the custom of not obeying their superior followed the Roman soldier even to the camp. That in the last war in the very field, in the very heat of battle, by consent of the army the victory was voluntarily surrendered to the vanquished equi, that the standards were deserted, the general abandoned on the field. And that the army had returned to the camp without orders. That without doubt, if perseverance were used, Rome might be conquered by her own soldiery. That nothing else was necessary than to declare and make a show of war, that the fates and the gods would of themselves manage the rest. These hopes had armed the Etrurians, who in many vicissitudes had been vanquished and victors. The Roman consuls also dreaded nothing else than their own strength and their own arms. The recollection of the destructive precedent set in the last war deterred them from bringing matters to such a pass as that they should have to fear two armies at the same time. Accordingly they kept within their camp, avoiding this double danger, that delay and time itself would soften down resentment, and bring a right way of thinking to their minds. The Vaentian enemy and the Etrurians proceeded with so much the greater precipitation, they provoked them to battle, first riding up to the camp and challenging them. At length, when they produced no effect by reviling as well the consuls themselves as the army, they stated, that the pretense of internal dissension was assumed as a cloak for this cowardice. And that the consuls distrusted as much the courage as the obedience of their soldiers. That silence and inaction among men in arms were a novel form of sedition. Besides this they threw out reproaches, both true as well as false, on the upstart quality of their race and origin. Whilst they vociferated these reproaches beneath the very rampart and gates, the consuls bore them without impatience, but at one time indignation, at another time shame, distracted the breasts of the ignorant multitude, and diverted their attention from intestine evils. They were unwilling that the enemy should come off unpunished, they were unwilling that success should accrue to the patricians or the consuls, foreign and domestic hatred struggled for mastery in their breasts. At length the former prevail, so haughtily and insolently did the enemy revile them, they crowd in a body to the general's tent, they demand battle, they require that the signal be given. The consuls confer together as if to deliberate. They continue the conference for a long time, they were desirous of fighting, but that desire must be checked and concealed, that by opposition and delay they might increase the ardor of the soldiery once roused. An answer is returned, that the matter in question was premature, that it was not yet time for fighting, that they should keep within their camp. They then issue a proclamation, that they should abstain from fighting. That if any one fought without orders, they should punish him as an enemy. When they were thus dismissed, their eagerness for fighting increases in proportion as they think that the consuls were less disposed for it. The enemies moreover come up much more insolently, as soon as it was known that the consuls had determined not to fight. For they supposed that they might insult them with impunity, that their arms were not entrusted to the soldiery. That the matter would explode in a violent mutiny, that a termination had come to the Roman Empire. Relying on these hopes, they run up to the gates, heap reproaches on them, with difficulty refrain from assaulting the camp. Now indeed the Romans could no longer endure these insults, they crowd from every quarter of the camp to the consuls, they no longer, as formerly, make their demand with reserve, through the mediation of the centurions of the first rank. But all proceed indiscriminately with loud clamors. The affair was now ripe, still they put it off. Fabius then, his colleague giving way in consequence of his dread of mutiny being now augmented by the uproar, after he had commanded silence by sound of trumpet, says, that these men are able to conquer, Gnaeus Manlius, I know. That they are willing they themselves have prevented me from knowing. It is therefore resolved and determined not to give the signal, unless they swear that they will return victorious from this battle. The soldier has once deceived the Roman consul in the field, the gods he never will deceive. There was a centurion, Marcus Flavelius, one of the foremost in demanding battle, he says, Fabius, I will return victorious from the field. If he deceived, he invokes the anger of Father Jove, Mars Gradivus, and of the other gods. After him the entire army severally take the same oath. The signal is given to them when sworn, they take up arms, go into battle, full of rage and of hope. They bid the Etrurians now to cast their reproaches, they severally require that the enemy, once so ready with the tongue, should now stand before them armed as they were. On that day the bravery of all, both commons and patricians, was extraordinary, the Fabian name, the Fabian race shone forth most conspicuous, they are determined to recover in that battle the affections of the commons, which during many civil contests had been alienated from them. The line of battle is formed, nor do the Vaentian foe and the Etrurian legions decline the contest. An almost certain hope was entertained that they would no more fight with them than they had done with the Equi. That even some more serious attempt was not to be despaired of, considering the irritated state of their feelings, and the very critical occasion. The affair turned out altogether differently. For never before in any other war did the Roman soldiers enter the field with more determined minds, so much had the enemy exasperated them by taunts on the one hand, and the consuls by delay on the other. The Etrurians had scarcely time to form their ranks, when the javelins having been thrown away at random, in the first hurry, rather than discharged with aim, the battle had now come to close fighting, even to swords. Where the fury of war is most desperate. Among the foremost the Fabian family was distinguished for the sight it afforded and the example it presented to their fellow citizens, one of these, Q. Fabius, he had been consul 2 years before, as he was advancing at the head of his men against a dense body of Vaentians, and whilst engaged amid numerous parties of the enemy, and therefore not prepared for it, was transfixed with a sword through the breast by a Tuscan who presumed on his bodily strength and skill in arms. On the weapon being extracted, Fabius fell forward on the wound. Both armies felt the fall of this one man, and the Roman began in consequence to give way, when the consul Marcus Fabius leaped over the body as it lay, and holding up his buckler, said, Is this what you swore, soldiers? That you would return to the camp in flight? Are you thus more afraid of your most dastardly enemies, than of Jupiter and Mars, by whom you have sworn? But I who have not sworn will either return victorious, or will fall fighting here beside thee, Q. Fabius. Then Ciso Fabius, the consul of the preceding year, says to the consul, Brother, is it by these words you think you will prevail on them to fight? The gods by whom they have sworn will prevail on them. Let us also, as men of noble birth, as is worthy of the Fabian name, enkindle the courage of the soldiers by fighting rather than by exhorting. Thus the two Fabii rush forward to the front with presented spears, and brought on with them the whole line. The battle being restored on one side, Cn. Manlius, the consul, with no less ardor, encouraged the fight on the other wing. Where an almost similar result took place, for as the soldiers undauntedly followed Q. Fabius on the one wing, so did they follow Manlius on this, as he was driving the enemy now nearly routed, and when he, having received a severe wound, retired from the battle, they fell back, supposing that he was slain, and would have given way. Had not the other consul, galloping at full speed to that quarter with some troops of horse, supported their drooping energies, crying out that his colleague was still alive, that he himself was now come victorious, having routed the other wing. Manlius also shows himself to restore the battle. The well-known voices of the two consuls rekindle the courage of the soldiers. At the same time too the enemy's line was now weakened, whilst, relying on their superior numbers, they draw off their reserve and send them to storm the camp. This being assaulted without much resistance, whilst they lose time in attending to plunder rather than to fighting, the Roman triarii, who had not been able to sustain the first shock, having sent an account to the consuls of the present position of affairs, return in a compact body to the praetorium, and of themselves renew the battle. The consul Manlius also having returned to the camp, and posted soldiers at all the gates, had blocked up every passage against the enemy. This desperate situation aroused the fury rather than the bravery of the Etrurians. For when rushing on wherever hope held out the prospect of escape, they had frequently advanced with fruitless efforts. One body of young men makes an attack on the consul himself, conspicuous from his arms. The first weapons were intercepted by those who stood around him, afterwards their force could not be sustained. The consul falls, having received a mortal wound, and all around him are dispersed. The courage of the Etrurians rises. Terror drives the Romans in dismay through the entire camp, and matters would have come to extremities, had not the lieutenant generals, hastily seizing the body of the consul, opened a passage for the enemy at one gate. Through this they rush out. And going away in the utmost disorder, they fall in with the other consul who had been victorious. There again they are slain and routed in every direction. A glorious victory was obtained, saddened however by two so illustrious deaths. The consul, therefore, on the Senate voting him a triumph, replied, that, if the army could triumph without their general, he would readily accede to it in consideration of their distinguished behavior in that war, that for his own part. His family being plunged in grief in consequence of the death of his brother Q. Fabius, and the Commonwealth being in some degree bereaved by the loss of one of her consuls, he would not accept the laurel blasted by public and private grief. The triumph thus resigned was more distinguished than any triumph actually enjoyed. So true it is, that glory refused in due season sometimes returns with accumulated luster. He next celebrates the two funerals of his colleague and brother, one after the other, he himself acting as panegyrist in the case of both, when by ascribing to them his own deserts, he himself obtained the greatest share of them. And not unmindful of that which he had conceived at the commencement of his consulate, namely, the regaining the affection of the people, he distributes the wounded soldiers among the patricians to be cured. Most of them were given to the Fabii, nor were they treated with greater attention in any other place. From this time the Fabii began to be popular, and that not by any practices except such as were beneficial to the state. Accordingly Caeso Fabius, having been elected consul with T. Virginius not more with the zealous wishes of the senators than of the commons, attended neither to wars, nor levies, nor any other object, until the hope of concord being now in some measure commenced. The feelings of the commons might be consolidated with those of the senators as soon as possible. Wherefore at the commencement of the year he proposed, that before any tribune should stand forth as an abettor of the agrarian law, the patricians themselves should be beforehand with them in performing their duty. That they should distribute among the commons the land taken from the enemy in as equal a proportion as possible, that it was but just that those should obtain it, by whose blood and sweat it was obtained. The patricians rejected the proposal with scorn, some even complained that the once brilliant talents of Caeso were now becoming wanton, and were waning through excess of glory. There were afterwards no factions in the city. The Latins were harassed by the incursions of the Equi. Caeso being sent thither with an army, passes into the very territory of the Equi to depopulate it. The Equi retired into the towns, and kept themselves within the walls, on that account no battle worth mentioning was fought. But a blow was received from the Vaentian foe through the temerity of the other consul. And the army would have been all cut off, had not Caeso Fabius come to their assistance in time. From that time there was neither peace nor war with the Vaentians. Their proceedings had now come very near to the form of that of brigands. They retired from the Roman troops into the city. When they perceived that the troops were drawn off, they made incursions into the country, alternately evading war by quiet by war. Thus the matter could neither be dropped altogether, nor brought to a conclusion. And other wars were impending either at the moment, as from the Equi and Volsci, who remained inactive no longer than until the recent smart of their late disaster should pass away. Or it was evident that the Sabines, ever hostile, and all Etruria would put themselves in motion, but the Vaentians, a constant rather than a formidable enemy, kept their minds in constant uneasiness by their insults more frequently than by any danger apprehended from them. A matter which could at no time be neglected, and which suffered them not to direct their attention to any other object. Then the Fabian family addressed the Senate. The consul speaks in the name of the family. Conscript fathers, the Vaentian war requires, as you know, a constant rather than a strong force. Do you attend to other wars, assign the Fabii as enemies to the Vaentians. We pledge ourselves that the majesty of the Roman name shall be safe in that quarter. That war, as the property of our family, it is our determination to conduct at our own private expense. Let the Republic be spared the expense of soldiers and money there. The warmest thanks were returned to them. The consul, leaving the Senate House, accompanied by the Fabii in a body, who had been standing in the porch of the Senate House, returned home. Being ordered to attend on the following day in arms at the consul's gate, they retire to their homes. The rumor spreads through the entire city, they extol the Fabii to the skies by their encomiums. That a single family had taken on them the burden of the state, that the Veientian War had now become a private concern, a private quarrel. If there were two families of the same strength in the city, let them demand, the one the Volsci for itself, the other the Equi, that all the neighboring states might be subdued, the Roman people all the time enjoying profound peace. The day following, the Fabii take up arms, they assemble where they had been ordered. The consul coming forth in his politamentum, beholds his entire family in the porch drawn up in order of march. Being received into the center, he orders the standards to be carried forward. Never did an army march through the city, either smaller in number, or more distinguished in fame and in the admiration of all men. 306 soldiers, all patricians, all of the one stock, not one of whom the Senate would reject as a leader in its palmiest days, proceeded on their march, menacing destruction to the Veientian state by the prowess of a single family. A crowd followed, partly belonging to their kinsmen and friends, who contemplated in mind no moderation either as to their hopes or anxiety, but everything on the highest scale. Partly consisting of individuals not connected with their family, aroused by solicitude for the public weal, all enraptured with esteem and admiration. They bid them, proceed in the brave resolve, proceed with happy omens, bring back results proportioned to their undertaking, thence to expect consulships and triumphs, all rewards, all honors from them. As they pass the Capitol and the Citadel, and the other sacred edifices, they offer up prayers to all the gods that presented themselves to their sight, or to their mind, that they would send forward that band with prosperity and success. And soon send them back safe into their country to their parents. In vain were these prayers sent up. Having set out on their luckless road by the right-hand postern of the Carmental Gate, they arrive at the river Cremra. This prepared a favorable situation for fortifying a post. L. Aemilius and C. Servilius were then created consuls. And as long as there was nothing else to occupy them but mutual devastations, the Fabii were not only sufficiently able to protect their garrison, but through the entire tract, as far as the Etrurian joins the Roman territory. They protected all their own districts and ravaged those of the enemy, spreading their forces along both frontiers. There was afterwards an intermission, though not of long duration, to these depredations, whilst both the Veientians, having sent for an army from Etruria, assault the post at the Cremra, and the Roman troops, led thither by L. Aemilius the consul, come to a close engagement in the field with the Etrurians. Although the Veientians had scarcely time to draw up their line, for during the first alarm, whilst the ranks are posting themselves behind their respective banners and they are stationing their reserves, a brigade of Roman cavalry charging them suddenly in flank, took away all opportunity not only of commencing the fight, but even of standing their ground. Thus being driven back to the Red Rocks, there they pitched their camp, they suppliantly sue for peace. For the obtaining of which they were sorry, from the natural inconsistency of their minds, before the Roman garrison was drawn off from the Cremra. Again the Veientian state had to contend with the Fabii without any additional military armament, on either side. And there were not merely incursions into each other's territories, or sudden attacks on those making the incursions, but they fought repeatedly in the open field. And in pitched battles, and one family of the Roman people oftentimes gained the victory over an entire Etrurian state, one of the most powerful at that time. This at first appeared mortifying and humiliating to the Veientians, then, they formed, a design, suggested by the circumstance, of surprising their daring enemy by an ambuscade. They were even glad that the confidence of the Fabii was increasing by their great success. Wherefore cattle were frequently driven in the way of the plundering parties, as if they had come there by mere accident, and tracts of land were abandoned by the flight of the peasants. And troops of armed men sent to prevent the devastations retreated more frequently from pretended than from real fear. And now the Fabii had such a contempt for the enemy, as to believe that their invincible arms could not be withstood either in any place or on any occasion. This presumption carried them so far that at the sight of some cattle at a distance from Cremra, with an extensive plain lying between, they ran down to it, although few troops of the enemy were observed. And when incautious and in disorderly haste they had passed the ambuscade placed on either side of the very road. And when dispersed in different directions they began to carry off the cattle straying about, as is usual when they are frightened, the Veientians rise up suddenly from their ambuscade, and the enemy were in front and on every side. At first the shout that was raised terrified them, then weapons assailed them from every side. And, the Etrurians closing, they also were compelled, hemmed in as they now were by a compact body of soldiers, to contract their own circle within a narrower compass. Which circumstance rendered striking both their own paucity of numbers, and the superior numbers of the enemy, the ranks being crowded in a narrow space. Then the plan of fighting, which they had directed equally against every part, being now relinquished, they all inclined their forces towards one point. In that direction straining every effort both with their bodies and arms, they forced a passage by forming a wedge. The way led to a hill of moderate acclivity. Here they first halted. Presently, as soon as the higher ground afforded them time to gain breath, and to recover from so great a panic, they repulsed them as they advanced up. And the small band by the advantage of the ground was gaining the victory, had not a party of the Veientians, sent round the ridge of the hill, made their way to the summit. Thus again the enemy obtained the higher ground. All the Fabii were killed to a man, and the fort was taken. It is agreed on all hands that the 306 were cut off, that one only, who nearly attained the age of puberty, was left as a stock for the Fabian race. And that he was destined to prove the greatest support in the dangerous emergencies of the Roman people both at home and in war. At the time when this disaster was received, C. Horatius and T. Menenius were consuls. Menenius was immediately sent against the Etrurians, elated with victory. Then too an unsuccessful battle was fought, and the enemy took possession of the Janiculum, and the city would have been besieged, scarcity of provisions bearing hard upon them in addition to the war, for the Etrurians had passed the Tiber. Had not the consul Horatius been recalled from Novalski? And so closely did that war approach the very walls, that the first battle was fought near the Temple of Hope with doubtful success, and a second time at the Colline Gate. There, although the Romans had the advantage in a slight degree only, yet that contest rendered the soldiers better for future battles by restoring to them their former courage. Aulus Virginius and S.P. Servilius are created consuls. After the defeat sustained in the last battle, the Veientians declined an engagement. Ravages were committed, and they made incursions in every direction on the Roman territory from the Janiculum as if from a fortress. Nowhere were the cattle or the husbandmen safe. They were afterwards entrapped by the same stratagem as that by which they had entrapped the Fabii, having pursued some cattle that had been driven on designedly for the purpose of decoying them, they fell into an ambuscade. In proportion as they were more numerous, the slaughter was greater. The violent resentment resulting from this disaster was the cause and commencement of one still greater, for having crossed the Tiber by night, they attempted to assault the camp of the consul Servilius. Being repulsed from thence with great slaughter, they with difficulty made good their retreat into the Janiculum. The consul himself also crosses the Tiber, fortifies his camp at the foot of the Janiculum, at break of day on the following morning, both from being somewhat elated by the success of the battle of the day before. More however because the scarcity of corn forced him into measures which, though dangerous, he adopted, because they were more expeditious, he rashly marched his army up the steep of the Janiculum to the camp of the enemy. And being repulsed from thence with more disgrace than he had repulsed them on the preceding day, he was saved, both himself and his army, by the intervention of his colleague. The Etrurians, hemmed in, between the two armies, when they presented their rear to the one and the other by turns, were entirely cut off. Thus the Veientian war was crushed by a fortunate act of temerity. Together with the peace, provisions returned to the city in greater abundance, both by reason of corn having been brought in from Campania, and, as soon as the fear felt by each of future famine left them, that corn being brought forward which had been hoarded up. Then their minds once more became licentious from their present abundance and ease, and their former subjects of complaint, now that there were none abroad, they sought for at home. The tribunes began to excite the commons by their poison, the agrarian law. They roused them against the senators who opposed it, and not only against them as a body, but also against particular individuals. Q. Considius and T. Janutius, the proposers of the agrarian law, appoint a day of trial for T. Menenius, the loss of the fort of Crema, whilst the consul had his standing camp at no great distance from thence, was the charge against him. They crushed him, though both the senators had exerted themselves in his behalf with no less earnestness than in behalf of Coriolanus, and the popularity of his father Agrippa was not yet forgotten. The tribunes, however, went no further than a fine, though they had arraigned him for a capital offence. They imposed on him, when found guilty, a fine of 2,000 asses. This proved fatal. They say that he could not submit to the disgrace, and to the anguish of mind, occasioned by it that, in consequence, he was taken off by disease. Another senator, S.P. Servilius, being soon after arraigned, as soon as he went out of office, a day of trial having been appointed for him by the tribunes, L. Caedicius and T. Statius, at the very commencement of the year, in the consulship of C. Nausius and P. Valerius, did not, like Menenius, meet the attacks of the tribunes with supplications from himself and the patricians, but with firm reliance on his own integrity, and his personal influence. The battle with the Etrurians at the Janiculum was the charge against him also, but being a man of an intrepid spirit, as he had formerly acted in the case of public peril, so now in that which was personal to himself, he dispelled the danger by boldly facing it, by confuting not only the tribunes but the commons also, by a bold speech, and upbraiding them with the condemnation and death of T. Menenius, by the good offices of whose father the commons were formerly re-established, and were now in possession of those laws and those magistrates, by means of which they then exercised their insolence. His colleague Virginius also, who was brought forward as a witness, aided him by assigning to him a share of his own deserts. The condemnation of Menenius however was of greater service to him, so much had they changed their minds. The contests at home were now concluded. A Veientian war broke out, with whom the Sabines had united their forces. The consul P. Valerius, after auxiliaries were sent for from the Latins and Hernicians, being dispatched to Veii with an army, immediately attacks the Sabine camp, which had been pitched before the walls of their allies, and occasioned such great consternation, that while, dispersed in different directions, they sally forth to repel the assault of the enemy, the gate which the Romans first attacked was taken. Then within the rampart there was rather a carnage than a battle. From the camp the alarm spreads into the city. The Veientians run to arms in as great a panic as if Veii had been taken. Some come up to the support of the Sabines, others fall upon the Romans, who had directed all their force against the camp. For a little while they were disconcerted and thrown into confusion, then they too forming two fronts make a stand, and the cavalry, being commanded by the consul to charge, routs the Etrurians and puts them to flight. And in the same hour 2 armies and 2 of the most influential and powerful of the neighboring states were vanquished. Whilst these transactions are going on at Veii, the Volsci and Equi had pitched their camp in the Latin territory, and laid waste their frontiers. The Latins, by their own exertions, being joined by the Hernicians, without either a Roman general or Roman auxiliaries, stripped them of their camp. Besides recovering their own effects, they obtained immense booty. The consul C. Nausius, however, was sent against the Volsci from Rome. The custom, I suppose, was not pleasing for allies to carry on wars with their own forces and under their own direction without a Roman general and troops. There was no kind of injury or indignity that was not practiced against the Volsci, nor could they be prevailed on however to come to an engagement in the field. Lucius Furius and Caius Manlius were the next consuls. The Veientians fell to Manlius as his province. War however did not take place, a truce for 40 years was granted them at their request, corn and pay for the soldiers being demanded of them. Disturbance at home immediately succeeds to peace abroad. The commons were goaded by the tribunes with the excitement of the agrarian law. The consuls, nothing intimidated by the condemnation of Menenius, nor by the danger of Servilius, resist with their utmost might. Cn. Janutius, a tribune of the people, arraigned the consuls on their going out of office. Lucius Aemilius and Opater Virginius enter on the consulate. Instead of Virginius I find Vopiscus Julius consul in some annals. In this year, whatever consuls it had, Furius and Manlius, being summoned to trial before the people, go about in suppliant garb not more to the commons than to the younger patricians. They advise, they caution them, to keep themselves from honors and the administration of public affairs, and that they would consider the consular fasces, the praetexta and curule chair, as nothing else than the decorations of a funeral. That when covered with these fine insignia, as with fillets, they were doomed to death. But if the charms of the consulate were so great, they should rest satisfied that the consulate was held in captivity and crushed by the tribunician power. That everything was to be done at the nod and command of the tribune by the consul, as if he were a tribune's beadle. If he stir, if he have reference to the patricians, if he should think for a moment that there existed any other party in the state but the commons, let him place before his eyes the banishment of Caius Marcius, the condemnation and death of Menenius. Fired by these discourses, the patricians from that time held their consultations not in public, but in private, and withdrawn from the knowledge of the many. Where when this one point was agreed on, that the accused must be rescued whether by just or unjust means, every proposition that was most desperate was most approved, nor was an actor wanted for any deed however daring. Accordingly on the day of trial, when the people stood in the forum in anxious expectation, they at first began to feel surprised that the tribune did not come down. Then when the delay was now becoming more suspicious, they considered that he was deterred by the nobles, and they complained that the public cause was abandoned and betrayed. At length those who had been waiting before the gate of the tribune's residence, bring word that he was found dead in his house. As soon as rumor spread this through the whole assembly, just as an army disperses on the fall of its general, so did they separate in different directions. The principal panic seized the tribunes, now warned by their colleagues' death what little aid the devoting laws afforded them. Nor did the patricians bear their joy with sufficient moderation. And so far was any of them from feeling compunction at the guilty act, that even those who were innocent wished to be considered to have perpetrated it, and it was openly declared that the tribunician power should be subdued by chastisement. Immediately after this victory of a most ruinous precedent a levy is proclaimed, and the tribunes being now overawed, the consuls accomplished the matter without any opposition. Then indeed the commons became enraged more on account of the silence of the tribunes than the command of the consuls, and they said there was an end of their liberty, that they were come back again to the old condition of things. That the tribunician power had died along with Janutius and was buried with him, that other means must be devised and practiced, by which to resist the patricians. And that the only method for that was that the people should defend themselves, since they now had no other aid. That 24 lictors waited on the consuls, and that these very individuals were from among the commons. That nothing could be more despicable, nor weaker, if there were only persons who could despise them, that each person magnified those things and made them objects of terror to himself. When they had excited each other by these discourses, a lictor was dispatched by the consuls to Valero Publilius, a man belonging to the commons, because he stated, that having been a centurion he ought not to be made a common soldier. Valero appeals to the tribunes. When one came to his assistance, the consuls order the man to be stripped and the rods to be got ready. I appeal to the people, says Valero, since tribunes had rather see a Roman citizen scourged before their eyes, than themselves be butchered by you in their bed. The more vehemently he cried out, the more violently did the lictor tear off his clothes and strip him. Then Valero, being both himself of great bodily strength, and being aided by his partisans, having repulsed the lictor, when the shouts of those indignant in his behalf became very intense, betook himself into the thickest part of the crowd, crying out, I appeal, and implore the protection of the commons. Assist me, fellow citizens, assist me, fellow soldiers, there is no use in waiting for the tribunes, who themselves stand in need of your aid. The men, being much excited, prepare as it were for battle. And it became manifest that there was urgent danger, that nothing would be held sacred by any one, that there would no longer exist any public or private right. When the consuls faced this so violent storm, they soon experienced that majesty without strength had but little security. The lictors being maltreated, the fasces broken, they are driven from the forum into the Senate house, uncertain how far Valero would push his victory. After that, the disturbance subsiding, when they had ordered the Senate to be convened, they complain of the outrages committed on themselves, of the violence of the people, the daring of Valero. Many violent measures having been proposed, the elder members prevailed, who recommended that the unthinking rashness of the commons should not be met by the passionate resentment of the patricians. The commons having espoused the interest of Valero, with great warmth choose him, at the next election, tribune of the people for that year, which had Lucius Pinarius and Publius Furius for consuls. And, contrary to the opinion of all men, who thought that he would let loose his tribuneship in harassing the consuls of the preceding year, postponing private resentment to the public interest, without assailing the consuls even by a single word. He proposed a law to the people that plebeian magistrates should be elected at the comitia by tribes. A matter of no trifling moment was now being brought forward, under an aspect at first sight by no means alarming, but one which in reality deprived the patricians of all power to elect whatever tribunes they pleased by the suffrages of their clients. The patricians used all their energies in resisting this proposition, which was most pleasing to the commons. And though none of the college could be induced by the influence either of the consuls or of the chief members of the Senate to enter a protest against it, the only means of resistance which now existed. Yet the matter, important as it was by its own weight, is spun out by contention till the following year. The commons re-elect Valero as tribune. The senators, considering that the question would be carried to the very extreme of a struggle, elect to the consulate Appius Claudius, the son of Appius, who was both hated by and hated the commons. Ever since the contests between them and his father, Titus Quintius is assigned to him as his colleague. In the very commencement of the year no other question took precedence of that regarding the law. But though Valero was the inventor of it, his colleague, Litorius, was both a more recent abettor of it, as well as a more energetic one. Whilst Valero confined himself to the subject of the law, avoiding all abuse of the consuls, he commenced with accusing Appius and his family, as having ever been most overbearing and cruel towards the Roman commons. Contending that he had been elected by the senators, not as consul, but as executioner, to harass and torture the people. His rude tongue, he being a military man, was not sufficient to express the freedom of his sentiments. Language therefore failing him, he says, Romans, since I do not speak with as much readiness as I make good what I have spoken, attend here tomorrow. I will either die here before your eyes, or will carry the law. On the following day the tribunes take possession of the temple, the consuls and the nobility take their places in the assembly to obstruct the law. Litorius orders all persons to be removed, except those going to vote. The young nobles kept their places, paying no regard to the officer, then Litorius orders some of them to be seized. The consul Appius insisted that the tribune had no jurisdiction over any one except a plebeian. For that he was not a magistrate of the people in general, but only of the commons, for that even he himself could not, according to the usage of their ancestors, by virtue of his authority remove any person. Because the words run thus, if ye think proper, depart, Romans. He was able to disconcert Litorius by arguing fluently and contemptuously concerning the right. The tribune therefore, burning with rage, sends his beadle to the consul. The consul sends his lictor to the tribune, exclaiming that he was a private individual, without power and without magistracy. And the tribune would have been roughly treated, had not both the entire assembly risen up with great warmth in behalf of the tribune against the consul, and a rush of persons belonging to the multitude, which was now much excited, taken place from the entire city into the forum. Appius, however, withstood so great a storm with obstinacy, and the contest would have ended in a battle, not without blood, had not Quintius, the other consul. After giving it in charge to the men of consular dignity to remove his colleague from the forum by force, if they could not do it otherwise, himself assuaged the enraged people by entreaties, and implored the tribunes to dismiss the assembly. That they should give their passion time to cool, that delay would not deprive them of their power, but would add prudence to strength, and that the senators would be under the control of the people, and the consul under that of the senators. With difficulty the people were pacified by Quintius, with much more difficulty was the other consul by the patricians. The assembly of the people being at length dismissed, the consuls convened the Senate. Where, though fear and resentment by turns had produced a diversity of opinions, the more they were recalled, after the lapse of time, from violence to reflection, the more averse did they become to a continuance of the dispute. So that they returned thanks to Quintius, because by his exertions the disturbance had been quieted. Appius is requested to consent that the consular dignity should be merely so great as it could be in a peaceably conducted state, that as long as the tribune and consuls were drawing all power, each to his own side, no strength was left between. That the object aimed at was in whose hands the commonwealth should be, distracted and torn as it was, rather than that it should be safe. Appius, on the contrary, called gods and men to witness that the commonwealth was betrayed and abandoned through cowardice, that it was not the consul that was wanting to the Senate, but the Senate to the consul. That more oppressive laws were now being submitted to than were sanctioned on the sacred mount. Overcome however by the unanimous feeling of the senators, he desisted, the law is carried without opposition. Then for the first time the tribunes were elected in the comitia by tribes. Piso said that 3 were added to the number, whereas there had been only 2 before. He names the tribunes also, Caius Sicinius, Lucius Numitorius, Marcus Duilius, Spurius Icilius, Lucius Macilius. During the disturbance at Rome, a war with the Volscians and Equins broke out. They had laid waste the lands, so that if any secession of the people should take place, they might find a refuge with them. The differences being afterward settled, they removed their camp backwards. Appius Claudius was sent against the Volscians. The Equins fell to Quintius as his province. The severity of Appius was the same in war as at home, being more unrestrained because he was free from tribunician control. He hated the commons with more than his father's hatred, he had been defeated by them. When he was set up as the only consul to oppose the tribunician influence, a law was passed, which former consuls obstructed with less effort. Amid hopes of the senators by no means so great, as those formed of him. His resentment and indignation at this, excited his imperious temper to harass the army by the rigor of his command, nor could it, the army, however be subdued by any means, such a spirit of opposition had they imbibed. They executed every measure slowly, indolently, negligently, and with stubbornness, neither shame nor fear restrained them. If he wished the army to move on with expedition, they designedly went more slowly, if he came up to them to encourage them in their work. They all relaxed the energy which they before exerted of their own accord, when he was present they cast down their eyes, they silently cursed him as he passed by. So that his mind, invulnerable to plebeian hatred, was sometimes moved. All kind of harsh treatment being tried in vain, he no longer held any intercourse with the soldiers, he said the army was corrupted by the centurions. He sometimes gibingly called them tribunes of the people and voleros. None of these circumstances were unknown to the Volscians, and they pressed on with so much the more vigor, hoping that the Roman army would entertain the same spirit of opposition against Appius, which they had formerly entertained against the consul Fabius. But they were much more violent against Appius than against Fabius. For they were not only unwilling to conquer, like Fabius' army, but they wished to be conquered. When led out to the field, they made for their camp in an ignominious flight, nor did they stand their ground until they saw the Volscians advancing to their fortifications, and making dreadful havoc on the rear of their army. Then the obligation to fight was wrung from them, in order that the victorious enemy should be dislodged from their lines, yet it was sufficiently plain that the Roman soldiers were only unwilling that their camp should be taken. Some of them gloried in their own defeat and disgrace. When the determined spirit of Appius, undaunted by these things, wished to exercise severity still further, and he summoned a meeting, the lieutenant generals and tribunes flock around him, advising him that he would not determine on venturing a trial of an authority, the entire strength of which lay in the acquiescence of those who were to obey. That the soldiers generally refused to come to the assembly, and that their clamors were heard in every direction demanding that the camp should be removed from the Volscian territory. That the victorious enemy were but a little time ago almost at the very gates and rampart, and that not merely a suspicion, but a manifest indication of a grievous disaster presented itself to their eyes. Yielding at length, since they would gain nothing save a delay of punishment, having prorogued the assembly, after he had given orders that their march should be proclaimed for the following day, he, at the first dawn, gave the signal for departure by sound of trumpet. When the army, having just got clear of the camp, were forming themselves, the Volscians, as being aroused by the same signal, fall upon those in the rear. From whom the alarm spreading to the van, confounded both the battalions and ranks with such consternation, that neither the general's orders could be distinctly heard, nor the lines be drawn up, no one thinking of anything but flight. In such confusion did they make their way through heaps of dead bodies and of arms, that the enemy ceased to pursue sooner than the Romans to fly. The soldiers being at length collected from their scattered rout, the consul, after he had in vain followed his men for the purpose of rallying them, pitched his camp in a peaceful part of the country. And an assembly being convened, after inveighing not without good reason against the army, as traitors to military discipline, deserters of their posts, frequently asking them, one by one, where were their standards, where their arms. He first beat with rods and then beheaded those soldiers who had thrown down their arms, the standard-bearers who had lost their standards, and moreover the centurions, and those with the double allowance, who had left their ranks. With respect to the rest of the multitude, every 10th man was drawn by lot for punishment. In a contrary manner to this, the consul and soldiers in the country of the Equins vied with each other in courtesy and acts of kindness, both Quintius was naturally milder in disposition, and the ill-fated severity of his colleague caused him to indulge more in his own good temper. Such great cordiality between the general and his army, the Equins did not venture to meet, they suffered the enemy to go through their lands committing devastations in every direction. Nor were depredations committed more extensively in that quarter in any preceding war. Praises were also added, in which the minds of soldiers find no less pleasure than in rewards. The army returned more reconciled both to their general, and also on account of the general to the patricians, stating that a parent was assigned to them, a master to the other army by the Senate. The year now passed, with varied success in war, and furious dissensions at home and abroad, was rendered memorable chiefly by the elections by tribes. The matter was more important from the victory in the contest entered into, than from any real advantage. For there was more of dignity abstracted from the elections themselves by the exclusion of the patricians, than there was influence either added to the commons or taken from the patricians. A more turbulent year next followed, Lucius Valerius, Tiberius Emilius being consuls, both by reason of the struggles between the different orders concerning the agrarian law, as well as on account of the trial of Appius Claudius. For whom, as a most active opposer of the law, and as one who supported the cause of the possessors of the public land, as if a third consul, Marcus Duilius and Caius Sicinius appointed a day of trial. Never before was an accused person so hateful to the commons brought to trial before the people, overwhelmed with their resentment on his own account, and also on account of his father. The patricians too seldom made equal exertions in behalf of any one, that the champion of the Senate, and the asserter of their dignity, opposed to all the storms of the tribunes and commons, was exposed to the resentment of the commons, merely for having exceeded bounds in the contest. Appius Claudius himself was the only one of the patricians who made light both of the tribunes and commons and his own trial. Neither the threats of the commons, nor the entreaties of the Senate, could ever persuade him not only to change his garb, or address persons as a suppliant, but not even so far as to soften or relax anything from the usual asperity of his style, when his cause was to be pleaded before the people. The expression of his countenance was the same stubbornness in his looks, the same spirit of pride in his language, so that a great part of the commons felt no less awe of Appius when arraigned, than they had felt of him when consul. He pleaded his cause once, and with the same spirit of an accuser which he had been accustomed to adopt on all occasions, and he so far astounded both the tribunes and the commons by his intrepidity, that, of their own accord, they postponed the day of trial. Then they allowed the matter to be protracted. Nor was the time now very distant, before, however, the appointed day came, he dies of some disease. And when the tribunes of the people endeavored to impede his funeral panegyric, the commons would not allow that the last day of so great a man should be defrauded of the usual honors. And they listened to the panegyric of him when dead with as patient ears, as they had listened to the charges brought against him when living, and attended his funeral in vast numbers. In the same year the consul Valerius, having marched an army against the Equins, when he could not entice the enemy to an engagement, set about assaulting their camp. A violent storm sent down from heaven with thunder and hail prevented him. Then, on a signal for a retreat being given, their surprise was excited by the return of such fair weather, that they felt a scruple a second time to attack a camp which was defended as it were by some divine power. All the rage of war was turned on the devastation of the land. The other consul, Emilius, conducted the war against the Sabines. There also, because the enemy confined themselves within their walls, the lands were laid waste. Then, by the burning not only of the country houses, but of the villages also, which were thickly inhabited, the Sabines being aroused, after they met the depredators, on retreating from an engagement left undecided, on the following day removed their camp into a safer situation. This seemed a sufficient reason to the consul why he should leave the enemy as conquered, departing thence the war being still unfinished. During these wars, whilst dissensions still continued at home, Titus Nemesius Priscus, Aulus Virginius, were elected consuls. The commons appeared determined no longer to brook a delay of the agrarian law, and extreme violence was on the eve of being resorted to. When it was ascertained from the burning of the country houses and the flight of the peasants that the Volscians were at hand, this circumstance checked the sedition that was now ripe and almost breaking out. The consuls, having been instantly forced to the war by the Senate, after leading forth the youth from the city, rendered the rest of the commons more quiet. And the enemy indeed, having done nothing else except alarming the Romans by groundless fear, depart with great precipitation. Nemesius marched to Antium against the Volscians, Virginius against the Equins. Here a signal overthrow being well nigh received from an ambuscade, the bravery of the soldiers restored, the Roman superiority, which had been endangered through the carelessness of the consul. The general conducted affairs better against the Volscians. The enemy were routed in the first engagement, and forced to fly into the city of Antium, a very wealthy place considering those times. The consul, not venturing to attack it, took from the people of Antium another town, Seno, which was by no means so wealthy. Whilst the Equins and Volscians engaged the attention of the Roman armies, the Sabines advanced in their devastations even to the gates of the city, then they themselves, a few days after, received from the two armies heavier losses than they had occasioned, the two consuls having entered their territories under exasperated feelings. Towards the close of the year there was some peace, but, as frequently at other times, disturbed by contests between the patricians and commons. The exasperated commons refused to attend the consular elections. Titus Quintius, Quintus Servilius, were elected consuls by the patricians and their dependents. The consuls have a year similar to the preceding, the commencement embroiled, and afterwards tranquil by external war. The Sabines marching across the plains of Crustumnum with great rapidity, after carrying fire and sword along the banks of the Anio, being repulsed when they had come up nearly to the Colline gate and the walls, drove off however great booty of men and cattle. The consul Servilius, having pursued them with a determined army, was unable to come up with the main body itself on the campaign country. He carried his devastation however so extensively, that he left nothing unmolested by war, and returned after obtaining plunder much exceeding that carried off by the enemy. The public interest was supported extremely well against the Volscians also by the exertions as well of the general as of the soldiers. First they fought a pitched battle, on equal ground, with great slaughter and much bloodshed on both sides, and the Romans, because the fewness of their numbers was more likely to make the loss felt, would have given way, had not the consul by a well-timed fiction, reanimated the army, crying out that the enemy were flying on the other wing. Making a charge, they, by supposing that they were victorious, became so. The consul, fearing lest by pressing too far he might renew the contest, gave the signal for a retreat. A few days intervened. Rest being taken on both sides as if by a tacit suspension of arms. During these days a vast number of persons from all the states of the Volscians and Equins came to the camp, certain that the Romans would depart during the night, if they should perceive them. Accordingly about the third watch they come to attack the camp. Quintius, having allayed the confusion which the sudden panic had occasioned, after ordering the soldiers to remain quiet in their tents, leads out a cohort of the Hernicians for an advance guard, the trumpeters and hornetiers he mounts on horseback. And commands them to sound their trumpets before the rampart, and to keep the enemy in suspense till daylight. During the rest of the night everything was so quiet in the camp, that the Romans had even the advantage of sleep. The sight of the armed infantry, whom they both considered to be more numerous than they were, and to be Romans, the bustle and neighing of the horses, which became restless, both from the strange riders placed on them, and moreover from the sound of the trumpets frightening them, kept the Volscians intently awaiting an attack of the enemy. When day dawned, the Romans, invigorated and refreshed with sleep, on being marched out to battle, at the first onset overpowered the Volscians, wearied from standing and want of rest. Though the enemy rather retired than were routed, because in the rear there were hills to which there was a secure retreat, the ranks behind the first line being unbroken. The consul, when they came to the uneven ground, halts his army. The soldiers were kept back with difficulty, they cried out and demanded to be allowed to pursue the enemy now discomfited. The cavalry, crowding around the general, proceed more violently, they cry out that they would proceed before the first line. Whilst the consul hesitates, relying on the valor of his men, yet having little confidence in the place, they all cry out that they would proceed, and execution followed the shout. Fixing their spears in the ground, in order that they may be lighter to ascend the steeps, they run upwards. The Volscians, having discharged their missile weapons at the first onset, fling the stones lying at their feet on them as they advanced upwards, and having thrown them into confusion by incessant blows, they drove them from the higher ground. Thus the left wing of the Romans was nearly overborne, had not the consul dispelled their fear by exciting a sense of shame as they were just retreating, chiding at the same time their temerity and their cowardice. At first they stood their ground with determined firmness, then, according as their strength carried them against those in possession of the ground, they venture to advance themselves. And by renewing the shout they encouraged the whole body to move on, then again making a new effort, they forced their way up and surmount the disadvantage of the ground. They were on the point of gaining the summit of the eminence, when the enemy turned their backs, and the pursued and pursuers with precipitate speed rushed into the camp almost in a body. In this consternation the camp is taken. Such of the Volscians as were able to make their escape, take the road to Antium. The Roman army also was led to Antium. After being invested for a few days it surrenders without any additional force of the besiegers, but because their spirits had sunk ever since the unsuccessful battle and the loss of their camp. Book 3. Disturbances about the agrarian laws. The capital surprised by exiles and slaves. Quintius Cincinnatus, called from the cultivation of his farm in the country, made dictator, and appointed to conduct the war against the Equins. He conquers the enemy, and makes them pass under the yoke. The number of the tribunes increased to 10. Decemvirs, appointed for the purpose of digesting and publishing a body of laws. These having promulgated a code of laws contained in 10 tables, obtain a continuation of their authority for another year, during which they add 2 more to the former 10 tables. Refusing to resign their office, they retain it a 3rd year. Their conduct at first equitable and just, afterwards arbitrary and tyrannical. The commons, in consequence of the base attempt of Appius Claudius, one of them, to debauch the daughter of Virginius, seize on the Aventine Mount, and oblige them to resign. Appius and Oppius, 2 of the most obnoxious, are thrown into prison, where they put an end to their own lives, the rest are driven into exile. War with the Sabines, Volscians, and Equins. Unfair decision of the Roman people, who being chosen arbitrators between the people of Ardea and Aricia concerning some disputed lands, adjudged them to themselves. After the taking of Antium, Titus Aemilius and Quintus Fabius are elected consuls. This was the Fabius Quintus who alone had survived the family cut off at Cremra. Already, in his former consulate, Aemilius had been an advisor of giving land to the people. Accordingly in his second consulate also both the abettors of the agrarian law had raised themselves to the hope of carrying the measure, and the tribunes. Supposing that a matter frequently attempted in opposition to both consuls might be obtained with the assistance at least of one consul, take it up, and the consul remained steadfast in his sentiments. The possessors and a considerable part of the patricians complaining that a person at the head of the state was recommending himself by his tribunicial proceedings, and that he was making himself popular by giving away other persons' property, had transferred the odium of the entire affair from the tribunes to the consul. A violent contest was at hand, had not Fabius set the matter straight, by an expedient disagreeable to neither party, that under the conduct and auspices of Titus Quintius, there was a considerable tract of land taken the preceding year from the Volscians. That a colony might be sent to Antium, a neighboring, convenient, and maritime city, that the commons might come in for lands without any complaints of the present occupiers, that the state might remain in quiet. This proposition was accepted. He appoints as triumvirs for distributing the land, Titus Quintius, Aulus Virginius, and Publius Furius. Those who wished to obtain land were ordered to give in their names. The gratification of their aim begot disgust, as usually happens. So few gave in their names that Volscian colonists were added to fill up the number, the rest of the people preferred clamoring for land in Rome, rather than receive it elsewhere. The Equins sued for peace from Quintus Fabius, he was sent thither with an army, and they themselves broke it by a sudden incursion into the Latin territory. In the following year Quintus Servilius, for he was consul with Spurius Postumius, being sent against the Equins, fixed his camp in the Latin territory, inaction necessarily kept the army within the camp, involved as they were in a distemper. The war was protracted to the third year, Quintus Fabius and Titus Quintius being consuls. To Fabius, because he, as conqueror, had granted peace to the Equins, that province was assigned by an extraordinary commission, who, setting out with certain hope that the fame of his name would reduce the Equins to submission, sent ambassadors to the council of the nation, and ordered them to say, that Quintus Fabius, the consul, stated that he had brought peace to Rome from the Equins, that from Rome he now brought war to the Equins, that same right hand being armed, which he had formerly given to them in amity. That the gods were now witnesses, and would presently be avengers of those by whose perfidy and perjury that was brought to pass. That he, however, be matters as they might, would even now prefer that the Equins should repent of their own accord than be subject to the vengeance of an enemy. If they repent, that there would be a safe retreat in that clemency already experienced, but if they still delighted in perjury, they would wage war with the angry gods rather than with enemies. This statement had so little effect on any of them, that the ambassadors were near being ill-treated, and an army was sent to Algidum against the Romans. When these tidings were brought to Rome, the indignity of the affair, rather than the danger, called out the other consul from the city, thus two consular armies advanced against the enemy in order of battle, so that they might at once engage. But as it so happened that much of the day did not now remain, a person from the advanced guard of the enemy cries out, "This is making a display of war, Romans, not waging it, you draw up your army in line of battle, when night is at hand. We require a greater length of daylight for the contest which is to come on. Tomorrow by sunrise return to the field, you shall have an opportunity of fighting, never fear." The soldiers, stung by these threats, are marched back into the camp till the following day, thinking that the approaching night was tedious, which would cause delay to the contest. Then indeed they refreshed their bodies with food and sleep. On the following day, when it was light, the Roman army took their post considerably sooner. At length the Equins also came forward. The battle was obstinate on both sides, because both the Romans fought under the influence of resentment and hatred. And a consciousness of danger brought on by misconduct, and despair of obtaining future confidence afterwards, obliged the Equins to exert and have recourse to the most desperate efforts. The Equins however did not withstand the Roman troops, and when on being beaten they had betaken themselves to their own territories, the outrageous multitude, with dispositions not at all more disposed to peace, began to chide their leaders, that their interest was committed to the hazard of a pitched battle, in which mode of fighting the Romans were superior. That the Equins were better fitted for depredations and incursions, and that several parties acting in different directions conducted wars more successfully than the unwieldy mass of one single army. Having left therefore a guard on the camp, they marched out and attacked the Roman frontiers with such fury, as to carry terror even to the city. The unexpected nature of the thing also caused more alarm, because nothing could be less apprehended than that an enemy, vanquished and almost besieged in their camp, should entertain a thought of depredation, and the peasants, in a panic pouring in at the gates, cried out, that it was not mere plundering, nor small parties of depredators, but, exaggerating everything through groundless fear, that whole armies and legions of the enemy were advancing, and that they were pushing forward to the city determined for an assault. Those who were nearest the gates carried to others the accounts heard from these, uncertain as they were, and therefore the more groundless. And the hurry and confused clamor of those calling to arms bore no distant resemblance to the panic of a city taken by storm. It so happened that the consul Quintius had returned to Rome from Algidum. This was some relief for their terror. And the tumult being calmed, and after chiding them for being in dread of a vanquished enemy, he posted a guard on the gates. Then having convened the Senate, when he set out to defend the frontiers, a suspension of civil business having been proclaimed by a decree of the Senate, leaving Quintus Servilius behind as prefect of the city, he found no enemy in the country. Matters were conducted with distinguished success by the other consul, who having attacked the enemy, wherever he knew that they were to come, laden with booty, and proceeding therefore with their army the more encumbered, made their depredation prove fatal to them. Few of the enemy escaped from the ambuscade. All the booty was recovered. Thus the return of the consul Quintius to the city put a termination to the justicium, which lasted only 4 days. A census was then held, and the lustrum was closed by Quintius. The number of citizens rated are said to have been 124,214, besides orphans of both sexes. Nothing memorable occurred afterwards among the Equins. They betook themselves into their towns, suffering their possessions to be consumed by fire and to be devastated. The consul, after he had repeatedly carried depredation through the entire country of the enemy, returned to Rome with great glory and booty. Then Aulus Postumius Albus and Spurius Furius Fusus were consuls. Furii some writers have written Fusii. This I mention, lest any one may imagine that the change, which is only in the names, may be in the persons themselves. There was no doubt but that one of the consuls would commence hostilities against the Equins. The Equins accordingly sought aid from the Volscians of Aegiatra, which being granted readily, so keenly did these states vie in inveterate hatred against the Romans, preparations for war were made with the utmost vigor. The Hernicians came to the knowledge of it, and warned the Romans that the Aegiatrans had revolted to the Equins. The colony of Antium also was suspected, because when the town was taken, a great number of the inhabitants had fled thence for refuge to the Equins, and these proved the bravest soldiers during the war with the Equins. Afterwards the Equins being driven into the towns, this rabble withdrawing privately, when they returned to Antium, seduced from the Romans the colonists who were already disposed to treachery of their own accord. The matter not being yet ripe, when it was announced to the Senate that a defection was intended, the consuls were charged to inquire into the business by summoning to Rome the leading men of the colony. When those persons attended without reluctance, being conducted to the Senate by the consuls, they so answered to the questions put to them, that they were dismissed more suspected than they had come. Upon this war was considered as inevitable. Spurius Fusius, one of the consuls to whom that province had fallen, having marched against the Equins, found the enemy committing depredations in the country of the Hernicians. And being ignorant of their numbers, because they had never been seen all together, he rashly hazarded an engagement with an army not a match for their forces. Being beaten from his ground at the first onset, he betook himself to his camp, nor was that an end of the danger, for both on the next night and the following day, his camp was beset and assaulted with such vigor that not even a messenger could be sent from thence to Rome. The Hernicians brought an account both that a defeat had taken place, and that the army was besieged, and they struck such terror into the Senate, that a charge was given to the other consul Postumius, that he should take care that the commonwealth sustained no injury, which form of a decree has ever been deemed to be one of extreme exigency. It seemed most advisable that the consul himself should remain at Rome to enlist all who were able to bear arms, that Titus Quintius should be sent as proconsul to the relief of the camp with the army of the allies, to complete that army the Latins and Hernicians. And the colony of Antium were ordered to supply Quintius with subsidiary soldiers, so they then called auxiliaries raised for sudden emergencies. During those days many movements and many attempts were made on either side, because the enemy, having the advantage in numbers, attempted to weaken the Roman strength by dividing it into many parts, as not being likely to suffice for all points of attack. At the same time the camp was besieged, at the same time a part of the army was sent to devastate the Roman territory, and to attempt the city itself, if fortune should favor. Lucius Valerius was left to guard the city, the consul Postumius was sent to repel the attacks on the frontiers. There was no abatement in any part either in vigilance or activity. Watches in the city, outposts before the gates, and guards stationed along the walls, and a justicium was observed for several days, a thing which was necessary in such general confusion. In the meantime the consul Furius, after he had at first passively endured the siege in his camp, burst forth from the Decuman gate on the enemy when off their guard. And though he might have pursued them, he stopped through fear, lest an attack should be made on the camp from the other side. The Lieutenant General Furius, he was the consul's brother, was carried away too far by his ardor. Nor did he, from his eagerness to pursue, observe his own party returning, nor the attack of the enemy on his rear, thus being shut out, after repeatedly making many unavailing efforts to force his way to the camp, he fell, fighting bravely. And the consul, turning about to renew the fight, on hearing the account that his brother was surrounded, rushing into the thick of the fight rather rashly than with sufficient caution, received a wound, and was with difficulty rescued by those around him. This both damped the courage of his own men, and rendered the enemy more daring, who, being encouraged by the death of the lieutenant general, and by the consul's wound, could not afterwards be withstood by any force, so as to prevent the Romans from being driven within their camp and again submitting to a siege, as being a match for them neither in hopes nor in strength. And everything would have been endangered, had not T. Quintius come to their relief with foreign troops from the Latin and Hernician army. He attacked the Equins on their rear whilst intent on the Roman camp, and insultingly displaying the head of the lieutenant general, and, a sally being made at the same time from the camp on a signal given at a distance by him, he surrounded a great number of the enemy. Of the Equins on the Roman territory the slaughter was less, their dispersion was more complete. On these as they straggled in different directions, and were driving plunder before them, Postumius made an attack in several places, where he had posted convenient detachments. These straying about and pursuing their flight in great disorder, fell in with the victorious Quintius as he was returning with the wounded consul. Then did the consular army by their distinguished bravery take ample vengeance for the consul's wound, and for the death of the lieutenant general and the cohorts. Heavy losses were both inflicted and received on both sides during those days. In a matter of such antiquity it is difficult to state with certainty the exact number of those who fought or fell. Antius Valerius, however, ventures to sum them up, that in the Hernician territory there fell 5,300 Romans. That of the predatory parties of the Equins, who strayed through the Roman frontiers for the purpose of plundering, 2,400 were slain by the consul Postumius. That the rest of the body that were driving booty before them, and which fell in with Quintius, by no means got off with so light a loss, that of these 4,000, and by way of stating the number exactly, 230, were slain. After this they returned to Rome, the order for the justicium was discharged. The skies seemed to be all on fire, and other prodigies either actually presented themselves to their sight, or exhibited imaginary appearances to their affrighted minds. To avert these terrors, a solemn festival of 3 days was proclaimed, during which, all the temples were filled with a crowd of men and women, earnestly imploring the protection of the gods. After this the Latin and Hernician cohorts were sent back to their respective homes, thanks having been returned to them for their spirited military services. The 1,000 soldiers from Antium were dismissed almost with disgrace, because they had come after the battle with assistance then too late. The elections were then held, Lucius Abusius and Publius Servilius being elected consuls, enter on their office on the calends of August, which was then considered as the commencement of the year. This was a distressing time, and it so happened that the season was pestilential to the city and country, and not more to men than to cattle. And they increased the malignity of the distemper, by admitting the cattle and the peasants into the city through dread of devastation. This collection of animals of every kind mixed together, distressed both the citizens by the unusual stench, and the peasants crowded together into their close apartments, with heat, want of sleep, and their attendance on each other. And contact itself propagated the disease. Whilst with difficulty sustaining these calamities, ambassadors from the Hernicians suddenly bring word that the Equins and Volscians, having united their forces, had pitched their camp in their territory. That from thence they were depopulating their frontiers with an immense army. Besides that the thinness of the Senate was a proof to the allies that the state was prostrated by the pestilence, they further received this melancholy answer, that the Hernicians, with the Latins, must now defend their possessions by their own exertions. That the Roman city, through the sudden anger of the gods, was now depopulated by disease. If any respite from that calamity should come, that they would afford aid to their allies, as they had done the year before, and always on other occasions. The allies departed, carrying home, instead of the melancholy news, they had brought, news still more melancholy, as being persons who were now obliged to sustain by their own means a war, which they had sustained with difficulty when backed by the power of Rome. The enemy did not confine themselves any longer to the Hernician territory. They proceed thence with determined hostility into the Roman territories, which were already devastated without the injuries of war. Where, when there was no one to meet them, not even an unarmed person, and they passed through every place destitute not only of troops, but even of the cultivation of the husbandman, they reached as far as the third stone on the Gabinian road. Abusius, the Roman consul, was dead, his colleague, Servilius, was dragging out life with slender hope of recovery. Most of the leading men, the chief part of the patricians, all of the military age, were lying sick, so that strength was wanting not only for the expeditions, which, amid such an alarm the conjuncture required, but scarcely had they sufficient even for quietly mounting guard. The senators whose age and health permitted them, discharged personally the duty of sentinels. The going around and attending to these was assigned to the aediles of the people. On them devolved the chief administration of affairs and the majesty of the consular authority. The commonwealth thus desolate, without a head, without strength, the guardian gods and good fortune of the city saved, which inspired the Volscians and Equins with the disposition of banditti rather than of enemies. For so far was any hope not only of taking but even of approaching the walls of Rome from taking possession of their minds, and so thoroughly did the sight of the houses in the distance, and the adjacent hills, divert their thoughts from such an attempt, that, a murmur having arisen in every direction throughout the entire camp, why they should waste time in indolence without booty in a wild and desert land, amid the putrid decay of cattle and of human beings, when they might repair to places uninjured by infection, the Tusculan territory abounding in wealth. They suddenly tore up their standards, and by journeys across the country, they passed through the Lavican territory to the Tusculan hills, and to that quarter was the whole violence and storm of the war directed. In the meantime the Hernicians and Latins, influenced not only by compassion but by shame, if they neither gave opposition to the common enemy, when making for the city of Rome with a hostile army, nor afforded any aid to their allies when besieged, marched to Rome with their forces united. Where, when they did not find the enemy, following their tracks as indicated by rumor, they meet them as they are coming down from the Tusculan territory into the Alban valley, there a battle was fought under circumstances by no means equal, and their fidelity proved by no means favorable to the allies for the present. The mortality at Rome by disease was not less than that of the allies by the sword of the enemy. The only surviving consul dies. Other eminent characters also died: Marcus Valerius, Titus Virginius Rutilius, the augurs, Servius Sulpicius, Principal Curio. And through persons of inferior note the virulence of the disease spread extensively, and the Senate, destitute of human aid, directed the people's attention to the gods and to prayers. They were ordered to go to supplicate with their wives and children, and earnestly to implore the protection of heaven. Besides that their own sufferings obliged each to do so, when called on by public authority, they fill all the shrines. The prostrate matrons in every quarter sweeping the temples with their hair, beg for a remission of the divine displeasure, and a termination to the pestilence. From this time, whether it was from the favor of the gods being obtained, or that the more unhealthy season of the year was now past, the bodies of the people having shaken off disease, gradually began to be more healthy. And their attention being now directed to public concerns, when several interregna had expired, Publius Valerius Publicola, on the third day after he had entered on his office of interrex, causes Lucretius Tricipitinus, and Titus Veturius Geminus, or Volusius, to be elected consuls. They enter on their consulship on the third day of the Ides of August, the state being now sufficiently strong, not only to repel a hostile attack, but even to act itself on the offensive. Therefore when the Hernicians brought an account that the enemy had made an incursion into their frontiers, assistance was readily promised. 2 consular armies were enlisted. Veturius was sent against the Volscians to carry on an offensive war. Tricipitinus being appointed to protect the territory of the allies from devastation, proceeds no further than into the country of the Hernicians. Veturius routs and puts to flight the enemy in the first engagement. A party of plunderers which had marched over the Praenestine mountains, and from thence descended into the plains, escaped the notice of Lucretius, whilst he lay encamped amongst the Hernicians. These laid waste all the country around Praeneste and Gabii. From the Gabinian territory they turned their course towards the heights of Tusculum. Great alarm was excited in the city of Rome also, more from the suddenness of the affair, than that there was not sufficient strength to repel violence. Quintus Fabius had the command in the city. He, by arming the young men and posting guards, rendered things secure and tranquil. The enemy therefore carrying off plunder from the adjacent places, not venturing to approach the city, when they were returning by a circuitous route, their caution being now more relaxed. In proportion as they removed to a greater distance from the enemy's city, fall in with the consul Lucretius, who had already explored their motions, drawn up in battle array and determined on an engagement. Accordingly, having attacked them with predetermined resolution whilst struck with sudden panic, though considerably fewer in numbers, they rout and put to flight their numerous army, and having driven them into the deep valleys. When an egress from thence was not easy, they surround them. There the Volscian nation was almost entirely cut off. In some histories I find that 13,470 fell in the field and in the pursuit, that 1,250 were taken alive, that 27 military standards were carried off. Where, though there may have been some exaggeration in the number, there certainly was great slaughter. The victorious consul having obtained immense booty returned to the same standing camp. Then the consuls join their camps. The Volscians and Equins also unite their shattered strength. This was the third battle on that year. The same good fortune gave them victory, the enemy being beaten, their camp was also taken. Thus affairs at Rome returned to their former state. And successes abroad immediately excited commotions in the city. Caius Terentillus Arsa was tribune of the people in that year. He, considering that an opportunity was afforded for tribunician intrigues during the absence of the consuls. After railing against the arrogance of the patricians for several days before the people, inveighed chiefly against the consular authority, as being exorbitant and intolerable in a free state, for that, in name only, it was less invidious. In reality almost more oppressive than that of kings. For that 2 masters had been adopted instead of one, with unbounded, unlimited power, who, themselves unrestrained and unbridled, directed all the terrors of the law, and all kinds of severity against the commons. Now, in order that this licentious power might not continue perpetual, he would propose a law, that 5 persons be appointed to draw up laws regarding the consular power. That the consul should use that right which the people may give him over them, that they should not hold their own caprice and licentiousness as law. This law being published, when the patricians became afraid, lest, in the absence of the consuls, they should be subjected to the yoke, the Senate is convened by Quintus Fabius, prefect of the city, who inveighed so vehemently against the bill and the author of it, that nothing was omitted of threats and intimidation, even though both the consuls in all their exasperation surrounded the tribune, that he had lain in wait, and, watching his opportunity, he made an attack on the commonwealth. If the gods in their anger had given them any tribune like him on the preceding year, during the pestilence and war, he could not have been withstood. Both the consuls being dead, and the exhausted state lying enfeebled in universal confusion, that he would have proposed laws to abolish the consular government altogether from the state. That he would have headed the Volscians and Equins to attack the city. What? If the consuls adopted any tyrannical or cruel proceedings against any of the citizens, was it not competent to him to appoint a day of trial for him? To arraign him before those very judges against any one of whom severity may have been exercised? That it was not the consular authority but the tribunician power that he was rendering hateful and insupportable, which having been peaceable and reconciled to the patricians, was now about to be brought back anew to its former mischievous habits. Nor would he entreat him not to go on as he commenced. Of you, the other tribunes, says Fabius, we request, that you will first of all consider that that power was provided for the aid of individuals, not for the ruin of the community, that you were created tribunes of the commons, not enemies of the patricians. To us it is distressing, to you a source of odium, that the Republic, now bereft of its chief magistrates, should be attacked. You will diminish not your rights, but the odium against you. Confer with your colleague, that he may postpone this business till the arrival of the consuls, even the Equins and the Volscians, when our consuls were carried off by pestilence last year, did not press on us with a cruel and tyrannical war. The tribunes confer with Terentillus, and the bill being to all appearance deferred, but in reality abandoned, the consuls were immediately sent for. Lucretius returned with immense spoil, and much greater glory. And this glory he increased on his arrival, by exposing all the booty in the Campus Martius, so that each person might, during 3 days, recognize his own and carry it away. The remainder was sold, for which no owners appeared. A triumph was by universal consent due to the consul, but the matter was deferred, the tribune still pressing his law. This to the consul seemed of greater importance. The business was discussed for several days, both in the Senate and before the people. At length the tribune yielded to the majesty of the consul, and desisted. Then the due honor was rendered to the general and his army. He triumphed over the Volscians and Equins, his troops followed him in his triumph. The other consul was allowed to enter the city in ovation without his soldiers. On the following year the Terentilian law having been taken up by the entire college, assailed the new consuls. The consuls were Publius Volumnius and Servius Sulpicius. On that year the sky seemed to be on fire, a violent earthquake also occurred. It was now believed that an ox spoke, which circumstance had not obtained credit on the year before. Among other prodigies it rained flesh also, which shower a great number of birds is reported to have carried off by flying so as to intercept it. That which did fall, is said to have lain scattered about for several days, so that its smell evinced no change. The books were consulted by the duumviri for sacred rites, dangers of attacks being made on the highest parts of the city, and of bloodshed thence resulting, were predicted as about to come from an assemblage of strangers. Among other things, an admonition was given that all intestine disturbances should be abandoned. The tribunes alleged that that was done to obstruct the law, and a desperate contest was at hand. Lo! That the same circle of events may revolve every year, the Hernicians bring word that the Volscians and the Equins, though their strength was much impaired, were recruiting their armies, that their chief dependence was Antium. That the inhabitants of Antium openly held councils at Agetra, that was the source, there the strength, for the war. As soon as this announcement was made in the Senate, a levy was ordered. The consuls were commanded to divide the management of the war between them, that the Volscians should be the province of the one, the Equins that of the other. The tribunes cried out to their faces in the forum, that the Volscian war was all a concerted farce, that the Hernicians were instructed to act their parts. That the liberty of the Roman people was now no longer crushed by manly efforts, but that it was baffled by cunning. Because all probability was now gone that the Volscians, who were almost exterminated, and the Equins, would of themselves commence hostilities, new enemies were sought for, that a loyal colony, and one in their very vicinity, was being rendered infamous, that war was proclaimed against the unoffending people of Antium, and in reality waged with the commons of Rome, which after loading them with arms they were determined to drive out of the city with precipitous haste, wreaking their vengeance on the tribunes, by the exile and expulsion of their fellow citizens. That by these means, and let them not think that there was any other object contemplated, the law was defeated. Unless, whilst the matter was still in abeyance, whilst they were still at home and in the garb of citizens, they would take precaution that they may not be driven out of possession of the city, and be subjected to the yoke. If they only had spirit, that support would not be wanting, that all the tribunes were unanimous, that there was no apprehension from abroad, no danger. That the gods had taken care, on the preceding year, that their liberty could now be defended with safety. Thus far the tribunes. But, on the other side, the consuls, having placed their chairs within view of them, were proceeding with the levy. Thither the tribunes hasten, and draw the assembly along with them. A few were cited, by way of making an experiment, and instantly violence commenced. Whomsoever the lictor laid hold of by order of the consul, him the tribune ordered to be discharged. Nor did his own proper jurisdiction set a limit to each, but whatever you set your mind upon, was to be attained by the hope of strength and by force. Just as the tribunes had behaved in impeding the levy, in the same manner did the consuls conduct themselves in obstructing the law which was brought on every assembly day. The commencement of the riot was, when the tribunes ordered the people to proceed to the vote, because the patricians refused to withdraw. The elder citizens scarcely attended the contest, inasmuch as it was one likely not to be directed by prudence, but abandoned to temerity in daring. The consuls also generally kept out of the way, lest in the general confusion they should expose their dignity to any insult. There was a young man, Ciso Quintius, a daring youth, as well by the nobility of his descent, as by his personal size and strength. To those endowments granted by the gods he himself had added many military honors, and eloquence in the forum. So that no person in the state was considered more efficient either in speaking or in acting. When this person took his place in the center of a body of the patricians, conspicuous above the rest, carrying as it were in his eloquence and bodily strength dictatorships and consulships combined. He alone withstood the storms of the tribunes and the populace. Under his guidance the tribunes were frequently driven from the forum, the commons routed and dispersed, such as came in his way, went off after being ill-treated and stripped. So that it became sufficiently evident, that, if he were allowed to proceed in this way, the law would be defeated. Then the other tribunes being now almost thrown into despair, Aulus Virginius, one of the college, institutes a criminal prosecution on a capital charge against Ciso. By this proceeding he rather irritated than intimidated his violent temper, so much the more vigorously did he oppose the law, annoyed the commons, and persecuted the tribunes, as it were by a regular war. The prosecutor suffered the accused to rush on headlong, and to heighten the charges against him by the flame and material of the popular odium thus incurred. In the meantime he proceeded with the law. Not so much in the hope of carrying it through, as to provoke the temerity of Ciso. Their many inconsiderate expressions and actions passing among the young men, are charged on the temper of Ciso, through the prejudice raised against him, still the law was resisted. And Aulus Virginius frequently remarks to the people, "Are you even now sensible that you cannot have Ciso, as a fellow citizen, with the law which you desire? Though why do I say law? He is an opponent of your liberty. He surpasses all the Tarquins in arrogance. Wait till he is made consul or dictator, whom, though but a private citizen, you now see exercising kingly sway over you by his strength and audacity." Many assented, complaining that they had been beaten by him, and strongly urged on the tribune to go through with the prosecution. The day of trial now approached, and it was evident that persons in general considered that their liberty depended on the condemnation of Piso. Then, at length being forced to it, he addressed the commons individually, though with a strong feeling of indignation. His relatives followed him, the principal members of the state. Titus Quintius Capitolinus, who had been thrice consul, after he recounted many splendid achievements of his own, and of his family, stated, that neither in the Quintian family, nor in the Roman state, had there appeared such promising genius of such early valor. That he had first been his soldier, that he had often in his sight fought against the enemy. Spurius Furius declared, that he having been sent to him by Quintius Capitolinus, had come to his aid when in the midst of danger. That there was no individual by whose exertions he considered the commonweal more effectually re-established. Lucius Lucretius, the consul of the preceding year, in the full splendor of recent glory, shared his own services with Piso. He recounted his battles, detailed his distinguished exploits, both on expeditions and in the field. He advised and recommended that they would prefer this extraordinary young man, endowed with all the advantages of nature and of rank, and, one who would prove, of the utmost importance to the interest of that state into which he should come, to be their fellow citizen, rather than the citizen of a foreign state. That with respect to that which may be offensive in him, heat and vehemence, time would diminish daily, that the prudence, which may be wanting in him, was increasing daily. That as his faults were declining and his virtues ripening to maturity, they should allow so distinguished a man to become old in their state. Among these his father, Lucius Quintius, who bore the surname of Cincinnatus, without dwelling on his merits, lest he should heighten public hatred, but soliciting pardon for his errors and his youth, implored of them to forgive his son for his sake, who had not given offense to any one by either word or deed. But some, through respect or fear, turned away from listening to his entreaties, others complaining that themselves and their friends had been ill-treated, by the harshness of their answer declared their sentence beforehand. Independently of the general odium, one charge bore heavily on the accused. That Marcus Volscius Victor, who some years before had been tribune of the people, had come forward as a witness, that not long after the pestilence had been in the city, he had fallen in with a party of young men rioting in the Suburra. That a scuffle arose there, and that his elder brother, not yet perfectly recovered from his illness, had fallen down almost dead, being struck with the fist by Piso. That he was carried home between the hands of some persons, and that he considered that he died from that blow, and that it had not been permitted to him by the consuls of former years to follow up the matter. In consequence of Volscius vociferating these charges, the people became so excited, that Piso was near being killed through the violence of the people. Virginius orders him to be seized and carried to prison. The patricians oppose force to force. Titus Quintius exclaims, that a person for whom a day of trial for a capital offense has been appointed, and whose trial was now at hand, ought not to be outraged before trial and without sentence being passed. The tribune says, that he would not inflict punishment on him before condemnation, that he would however keep him in prison until the day of trial, that the Roman people may have an opportunity of inflicting punishment on one who had killed a man. The tribunes being appealed to, secure their prerogative by adopting a middle course. They forbid his being thrown into confinement, and declare it to be their wish that the accused should appear on his trial, and that a sum of money should be promised to the people, in case he should not appear. How large a sum of money ought to be promised, came under discussion, that is referred to the Senate. The accused was detained in the public assembly, until the patricians should be consulted. It was determined that he should give bail, each bail they bound to the amount of 3,000 asses, how many should be given, was left to the tribunes. They limited the number to 10, for 10 sureties the prosecutor discharged the accused. He was the first who gave public sureties. Being discharged from the forum, he went the following night into exile among the Etrurians. When on the day of trial it was pleaded that he had quitted his home in order to go into exile, Virginius notwithstanding holding the comitia, his colleagues when appealed to dismiss the assembly, the fine was rigorously exacted from the father. So that after selling all his effects, he lived for a considerable time in a solitary cottage on the other side of the Tiber, as if in exile. This trial and the proposing of the law gave full employment to the state. There was quiet from foreign arms. When the tribunes, flushed as it were with victory, imagined that the law was in a manner passed, the patricians being now dismayed by the banishment of Piso, and when, with respect to the seniors of the patricians, they had relinquished all share in the administration of the commonwealth, the juniors, more especially those who were the intimate friends of Piso, redoubled their resentful feelings against the commons, and suffered not their spirits to droop. But the greatest improvement was made in this particular, that they tempered their animosity by a certain degree of moderation. When for the first time after Piso's banishment the law began to be brought forward, arrayed and well prepared with a numerous body of clients, they attacked the tribunes, on their affording a pretext for it by attempting to remove them, in such a manner, that no one individual carried home from thence any prominent share either of glory or ill will. The people complained that for one Piso 1,000 had started up. During the intermediate days, when the tribunes made no stir regarding the law, nothing could be more mild or peaceable than those same persons. They saluted the plebeians courteously, entered into conversation, and invited them home. They attended the forum, and suffered the tribunes themselves to hold their meetings without interruption. They never were uncivil to any one either in public or in private, unless when the business respecting the law began to be agitated. On other occasions the young men were popular. And not only did the tribunes transact all their other affairs without disturbance, but they were even re-elected for the following year, without one offensive expression, much less any violence being employed. By soothing and managing the commons they gradually rendered them tractable. By these methods the law was evaded for the entire year. The consuls Caius Claudius, the son of Appius, and Publius Valerius Publicola, found the state in a more tranquil condition. The new year had brought with it nothing new. The thoughts about carrying the law, or submitting to it, engrossed all the members of the state. The more the younger members of the Senate endeavored to insinuate themselves into favor with the commons, the more strenuously did the tribunes strive to thwart them, so that they rendered them suspicious in the eyes of the commons by alleging that a conspiracy was formed, that Piso was in Rome, that plans were concerted for assassinating the tribunes, and butchering the commons, that the commission assigned by the elder members of the patricians was, that the young men should abolish the tribunician power from the state, and the form of government should be the same as it had been before the Sa Mount had been taken possession of. Both a war from the Volscian Equi, which was now a stated thing, and one that was a regular occurrence for almost every year, was apprehended, and another evil nearer home started up unexpectedly. The exiles and slaves to the number of 4,500 men took possession of the capital and citadel during the night, under the command of Appius Herdonius, a Sabine. Immediately a massacre took place in the citadel of those who had evinced an unwillingness to enter into the conspiracy and to take up arms. Some, during the alarm, run down to the forum, driven precipitately through the panic. The cries, "To arms," and "The enemy are in the city," were heard alternately. The consuls were both afraid to arm the commons, and to suffer them to remain unarmed. Uncertain what sudden calamity had assailed the city, whether external or intestine, whether from the hatred of the commons or the treachery of the slaves, they were for quieting the tumults. By such endeavors they sometimes exasperated them. For the populace, panic-stricken and terrified, could not be directed by authority. They give out arms, however, not indiscriminately. Only so that, the enemy being still uncertain, there might be a protection sufficient to be relied on for all emergencies. The remainder of the night they passed in posting guards through proper places through the entire city, anxious and uncertain, as to who the persons might be, and how great the number of the enemy was. Daylight then disclosed the war and the leader of the war. Appius Herdonius summoned the slaves to liberty from the capital, that he had espoused the cause of every most unfortunate individual, in order to bring back to their country those driven out by oppression, and to remove the grievous yoke from the slaves. That he had rather that were done under the authority of the Roman people. If there be no hope in that quarter, that he would rouse the Volscians and Equi, and would try all extremities. The matter began to disclose itself more clearly to the patricians and the consuls. Besides those things, however, which were openly declared, they dreaded lest this might be a scheme of the Veientes or Sabines. And, as there were so many of the enemy in the city, lest the Sabine and Etrurian troops might come on according to a concerted plan. And then lest their eternal enemies, the Volscians and Equi, should come, not to ravage their territories, as before, but to their very city, already in part taken. Many and various were their fears. Among others, the most prominent was their dread of the slaves, lest each might harbor an enemy in his own house, one whom it was neither sufficiently safe to trust, nor to deny confidence to him lest, by not trusting him, he might become more incensed. And, the evil, seemed scarcely capable of being resisted by perfect harmony, between the different orders of the state, only no one apprehended the tribunes or commons, other evils predominating and constantly starting up. That appeared an evil of a mild nature, and one always arising during the cessation of other evils, and it then appeared to be lulled to rest by external terror. Yet that was almost the only one that most aggravated their distressing circumstances, for such madness took possession of the tribunes, that they contended that not war, but the empty appearance of war had taken possession of the capital. To avert the people's minds from attending to the law. That these friends and clients of the patricians would depart in greater silence than they came, if they once perceived that, by the law being passed, they had raised these tumults in vain. They then held a meeting for passing the law, having called away the people from their arms. In the meantime, the consuls convened the Senate, another dread presenting itself on the part of the tribunes, greater than that which the nightly foe had occasioned. When it was announced that their arms were being laid aside, and that the men were quitting their posts, Publius Valerius, his colleague still detaining the Senate, hastens from the Senate house. He comes thence into the meeting to the tribunes. "What is all this," says he, "tribunes? Are you determined to overthrow the commonwealth under the guidance and auspices of Appius Herdonius? Has he been so successful in corrupting you, who, by his authority, has not influenced your slaves? When the enemies are over our heads, is it your pleasure that arms should be given up, and laws be proposed?" Then directing his discourse to the populace, "If, Romans, no concern for your city, for yourselves, moves you, at least revere the gods of your country, now made captive by the enemy. Jupiter, the best and greatest, Queen Juno, and Minerva, the other gods and goddesses, are besieged, the camp of slaves now holds the tutelary gods of the state. Does this seem to you the form of a state in its senses? Such a crowd of enemies is not only within the walls, but in the citadel, commanding the Forum and Senate house. In the meanwhile meetings are being held in the Forum, the Senate is in the Senate house, just as when perfect tranquility prevails. The senator gives his opinion, the other Romans give their votes. Would it not behove all the patricians and commons, consuls, tribunes, citizens, and all classes of persons, to bring aid with arms in their hands, to run into the capital, to liberate and restore to peace that most august residence of Jupiter? The best and greatest. O Father Romulus! Do thou infuse into thy progeny that determination of thine, by which you once recovered from these same Sabines the citadel, when obtained by gold. Order them to pursue this same path, which thou, as leader, and thy army, pursued. Lo! I, as consul, shall be the first to follow thee and thy footsteps, as far as a mortal can follow a god." The close of his speech was, that he would take up arms, that he invited every citizen of Rome to arms. If any one should oppose, that he, forgetful of the consular authority, the tribunician power, and the devoting laws, would consider him as an enemy, whoever he may, wheresoever he may, in the capital, or in the Forum. That the tribunes might order arms to be taken up against Publius Valerius the consul, since they forbid it against Appius Herdonius. That he would venture to act in that manner in the case of the tribunes, in which the founder of his family had ventured to act in the case of kings. It now became apparent that extreme violence was about to take place, and that a disturbance among the Romans would be exhibited as a sight to the enemy. The law, however, could neither be prepared, nor could the consul proceed to the capital. Night quashed the contest that had commenced, the tribunes yielded to the night, dreading the arms of the consuls. The fomenters of the disturbances being removed from thence, the patricians went about among the commons, and introducing themselves into their circles of conversation. They introduced observations suited to the occasion, they advised them to beware into what hazard they were bringing the commonwealth. That the contest was not between the patricians and commons, but that patricians and commons together, the fortress of the city, the temples of the gods, the guardian gods of the state and of private families, were being delivered up to the enemy. Whilst these affairs are going on in the forum for the purpose of appeasing the disturbances, the consuls in the meantime had armed the several gates and the walls, lest the Sabines or the Veientian enemy should make any move. On the same night, messengers come to Tusculum announcing that the citadel was taken, and the capital seized, and the other state of disturbance in the city. Lucius Mamilius was at that time dictator at Tusculum. He, having immediately convoked the Senate and introduced the messengers, earnestly advises, that they should not wait until ambassadors came from Rome, suing for assistance. That the very danger and risk, and the social gods, and the faith of treaties, demanded it, that the gods would never afford them an equal opportunity of obliging so powerful a state and so near a neighbor. It is determined that assistance should be sent, the young men are enrolled, arms are given to them. Coming to Rome at break of day, they at a distance exhibited the appearance of enemies. The Equi or Volscians appeared to be coming. Then when the groundless alarm was removed, they are admitted into the city, and descend in a body into the forum. There Publius Valerius, having left his colleague to guard the gates, was now drawing up in order of battle. The great influence of the man had produced an effect, when he affirmed that, the capital being recovered, and the city restored to peace, if they would allow themselves to be convinced what lurking fraud was concealed under the law proposed by the tribunes, that he would offer no obstruction to the meeting of the people, mindful of his ancestors, mindful of his surname. And that the province of protecting the people had been handed down to him as hereditary by his ancestors. Following him as their leader, notwithstand the tribunes cried out against it, they direct their march up the Capitoline hill. The Tusculan troops also joined them. Allies and citizens vied with each other which of them should appropriate to themselves the honor of recovering the citadel. Each leader encourages his own men. Then the enemy became terrified, and placed no dependence on any but the place. The Romans and allies advance on them whilst in this state of alarm. They had now broken into the porch of the temple, when Publius Valerius is slain animating the fight at the head of his men. Publius Volumnius, a man of consular rank, saw him falling. Having directed his men to cover the body, he rushes forward to the place and office of consul. Through their ardor and impetuosity the perception of so heavy a blow did not reach the soldiers, they conquered before they perceived that they conquered without a leader. Many of the exiles defiled the temple with their blood. Many were taken alive, Herdonius was slain. Thus the capital was recovered. With respect to the prisoners, punishment was inflicted on each according to his station, whether he was a freeman or a slave. The commons are stated to have thrown farthings into the consul's house, that he might be buried with greater solemnity. Peace being established, the tribunes then pressed on the patricians to fulfill the promise of Publius Valerius. They pressed on Claudius, to free the shade of his colleague from breach of faith, and to allow the business of the law to proceed. The consul asserted that he would suffer the discussion on the law to go on, till he had a colleague appointed in the room of the deceased. These disputes held on until the elections for substituting a consul. In the month of December, by the most zealous exertions of the patricians, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus, Ciso's father, is elected consul to enter on his office without delay. The commons were dismayed at their being about to have as consul a man incensed against them, powerful by the support of the patricians, by his own merit, and by 3 sons, not one of whom yielded to Ciso in greatness of spirit. Whilst they were superior to him by their exercising prudence and moderation, when the occasion required. When he entered on his office, in his frequent harangues from the tribunal, he was not more vehement in restraining the commons than in reproving the Senate, by the listlessness of which body the tribunes of the commons, now become perpetual. By means of their tongues and prosecutions exercised regal authority, not as in a republic of the Roman people, but as if in an ill-regulated family. That with his son Ciso, fortitude, constancy, all the splendid qualifications of youth in war or in peace, had been driven and exiled from the city of Rome, that talkative and turbulent men, sowers of discord. Twice and even thrice re-elected tribunes, lived in the most destructive practices with regal tyranny. Did that Aulus Verginius, says he, deserve less punishment than Appius Herdonius, because he was not in the capital? Considerably more, by Jove, in the mind of any one, who would judge the matter fairly. Herdonius, if nothing else, by avowing himself an enemy, in a manner gave you notice to take up arms. This man, by denying the existence of war, took arms out of your hands, and exposed you defenseless to your slaves and exiles. And did you, without any offense to Caius Claudius and to Publius Valerius, now no more let me say it, did you advance against the Capitoline hill before you expelled those enemies from the forum? It is shameful before gods and men. When the enemy were in the citadel, in the very capital, when the leader of the exiles and slaves, after profaning everything, took up his residence in the shrine of Jupiter, the best and greatest. Arms were taken up in Tusculum sooner than in Rome. It was a matter of doubt whether Lucius Mamilius, the Tusculan leader, or Publius Valerius and Caius Claudius, the consuls, recovered the Roman citadel, and we, who formerly did not suffer the Latins to touch arms, even in their own defense, when they had the enemy in their very frontiers, should have been taken and destroyed now, had not the Latins taken up arms of their own accord. Tribunes, is this bringing aid to the commons, to expose them in a defenseless state to be butchered by the enemy? Now, if any one, even the humblest individual of your commons, which portion you have as it were broken off from the rest of the state, and made it your country and peculiar commonwealth. If any one of these persons were to bring word that his house was beset by an armed band of slaves, you would think that assistance should be afforded to him. Was Jupiter, the best and greatest, when surrounded by the arms of exiles and of slaves, deserving of no human aid? And do these persons require that they be considered sacred and inviolable, with whom the gods themselves are neither sacred nor inviolable? But, steeped as ye are in crimes against both gods and men, do ye say that you will pass your law this year? Verily then the day on which I was created consul was a disastrous day for the commonwealth, much more so even than that on which Publius Valerius the consul fell, if ye should carry it. Now, first of all, says he, Romans, it is the intention of myself and of my colleague to march the legions against the Volsci and the Equi. I know not by what fatality we find the gods more propitious when we are at war than in peace. How great the danger from those states would have been, had they known that the capital was besieged by exiles, it is better to conjecture from the past, than to feel from actual experience. The consul's harangue had a great effect on the commons. The patricians, recovering their spirits, considered the state as re-established. The other consul, more eager as a seconder than as the first mover, of a measure, readily suffering his colleague to take the first lead in a matter of so much importance, claimed to himself his share of the consular duty in executing the plan. Then the tribunes, mocking these declarations as empty, went on inquiring, by what means the consuls would lead out the army, as no one would allow them to hold a levy. But, says Quintius, we have no occasion for a levy. Since at the time Publius Valerius gave arms to the commons to recover the capital, they all took an oath to him, that they would assemble on an order from the consul, and would not depart without an order. We therefore publish our order that all of you, who have sworn, attend tomorrow under arms at the Lake Regillus. The tribunes then began to cavil, and wished to absolve the people from their obligation. That Quintius was a private person at the time at which they were bound by the oath. But that disregard of the gods which prevails in the present age had not yet arrived. Nor did every one, by his own interpretation, accommodate oaths and laws to his own purposes, but rather adapted his conduct to them. Wherefore the tribunes, as there was no hope of obstructing the matter, attempted to delay the departure of the army, the more earnestly on this account. Because a report had gone out, both that the augurs had been ordered to attend at the Lake Regillus, and to consecrate a place, where business might be transacted with the people with the benefit of auspices. That whatever had been passed at Rome by tribunician violence, might be repealed there in an assembly. That all would agree to that which the consuls wished. For that there was no appeal at a distance greater than that of a mile from the city, and that the tribunes, if they should come there, would, among the rest of the crowd, be subjected to the consular authority. These matters alarmed them. But the greatest terror which acted on their minds was, that Quintius frequently said, that he would not hold an election of consuls. That the state was affected with such a disease, as could not be stopped by the ordinary remedies. That the commonwealth required a dictator, so that whoever should stir a step to disturb the peace of the state, might feel that the dictatorship was without appeal. The Senate was assembled in the Capitol. Thither the tribunes come with the commons in great consternation. The populace, with loud clamors, implore the protection now of the consuls, now of the patricians, nor could they make the consul recede from his determination, until the tribunes promised that they would be under the direction of the patricians. Then on the consuls laying before them the demands of the tribunes and commons, decrees of the Senate are passed, that neither the tribunes should propose the law during that year, and that the consuls should not lead the army from the city, that for the time to come, the Senate decided that it was to the injury of the commonwealth, that the same magistrates should be continued, and the same tribunes be reappointed. The consuls conformed to the authority of the Senate, the tribunes were reappointed notwithstanding the remonstrances of the consuls. The patricians also, that they might not yield to the commons in any particular, re-elected Lucius Quintius consul. No proceeding of the consul was urged with more warmth during the entire year. Can I be surprised, says he, if your authority is of little weight, conscript fathers? Yourselves are disparaging it. Forsooth, because the commons have violated a decree of the Senate, by reappointing their magistrates, you yourselves also wish it to be violated, lest ye should yield to the populace in rashness. As if to possess greater power in the state consisted in having more of inconstancy and irregularity, for it is certainly more inconstant and greater folly, to do away with one's own decrees and resolutions, than those of others. Imitate, conscript fathers, the inconsiderate multitude. And ye, who should be an example to others, transgress by the example of others, rather than others should act correctly by yours, provided I imitate not the tribunes, nor suffer myself to be re-elected consul, contrary to a decree of the Senate. But I advise you, Caius Claudius, that both you on your part restrain the Roman people from this licentiousness, and that you be persuaded of this on my part, that I shall so take it, as not to consider that my honor has been obstructed by you, but that the glory of declining the honor has been augmented, and the odium, which would hang over me from its being continued, has been lessened. Upon this they issue this order jointly, that no one should attempt to make Lucius Quintius consul, if any one should do so, that they would not allow that vote. The consuls elected were Quintus Fabius Vibulanus, a third time, and Lucius Cornelius Melogenensis. The census was performed that year. It was a matter of religious scruple that the lustrum should be closed, on account of the capital having been taken and the consul slain. In the consulate of Quintus Fabius and Lucius Cornelius, disturbances broke out immediately at the commencement of the year. The tribunes were urging on the commons. The Latins and Hernici brought word that a formidable war was in preparation on the part of the Volscians and Equi, that the troops of the Volscians were now at Antium. Great apprehension was also entertained, that the colony itself would revolt, and with difficulty were the tribunes prevailed on to allow the war to take precedence. The consuls then divided the provinces between them. It was assigned to Fabius to march the legions to Antium, to Cornelius, to protect the city, lest any part of the enemy, as was the practice of the Equi, should come to commit depredations. The Hernici and Latins were ordered to supply soldiers in conformity to the treaty, and in the army 2 parts consisted of allies, 1 part of natives. When the allies came to the day already appointed, the consul pitches his camp outside the Capuan gate. Then, after the army was purified, he set out for Antium, and encamped not far from the town, and standing camp of the enemy. Where, when the Volscians, not venturing to risk an engagement, were preparing to protect themselves quietly within their ramparts, on the following day Fabius drew up not one mixed army of allies and citizens, but 3 separate bodies of the 3 states around the enemy's works. He himself was in the center with the Roman legions. He ordered them to watch for the signal from thence, so that the allies might both commence the action together, and retire together, if he should sound a retreat. He placed their cavalry in the rear of each division. Having thus assailed the camp in 3 different points, he surrounds it, and when he pressed on from every side, he dislodges from the rampart the Volscians, not able to sustain his attack. Having then crossed the fortifications, he expels from the camp the crowd who were dismayed and inclining towards one direction. Upon this the cavalry, who could not easily pass over the rampart, having stood by up to that period mere spectators of the fight, having come up with them whilst flying in disorder on the open plain, enjoys a share of the victory. By cutting down the affrighted troops. The slaughter of them as they fled was great, both in the camp and outside the lines, but the booty was still greater, because the enemy were scarcely able to carry off their arms with them. And their entire army would have been destroyed, had not the woods covered them in their flight. Whilst these transactions are taking place at Antium, the Equi, in the meanwhile, sending forward the main strength of their youth, surprise the citadel of Tusculum by night. And with the rest of their army they sit down at no great distance from the walls of Tusculum, so as to divide the forces of the enemy. This account being quickly brought to Rome, and from Rome to Antium, affect the Romans not less than if it was told them that the capital was taken. So recent were both the services of the Tusculans, and the very similitude of the danger seemed to require a return of the aid that had been afforded. Fabius, giving up every other object, removes the booty hastily from the camp to Antium. Having a small garrison there, he hurries on his army by forced marches to Tusculum. The soldiers were allowed to carry nothing but their arms, and whatever dressed provision was at hand. The consul Cornelius sends provisions from Rome. The war was carried on at Tusculum for several months. With one part of his army the consul assailed the camp of the Equi, a part he had given to the Tusculans to recover their citadel. They never could have made their way to it by force. Famine at length withdrew the enemy from it. And when they came to this at last, they were all sent under the yoke by the Tusculans, unarmed and naked. These, when betaking themselves home by an ignominious flight, were overtaken by the Roman consul on Algidum and cut off to a man. After this victory, having marched back his army to Columen, that is the name of the place, he pitches his camp. The other consul also, as soon as the Roman walls ceased to be in danger, the enemy being defeated, set out from Rome. Thus the consuls, having entered the territories of the enemies on 2 different sides, strenuously vie with each other in depopulating the Volscians on the one hand, the Equi on the other. I find in some writers that the people of Antium revolted the same year. That Lucius Cornelius, the consul, conducted that war and took the town, I would not venture to affirm for certain, because no mention is made of the matter among the older writers. This war being concluded, a tribunician war at home alarms the Senate. They exclaim, that the detaining the army abroad was done for a fraudulent motive, that such frustration was for the purpose of doing away with the law. That they, however, would go through with the matter undertaken by them. Publius Lucretius, however, the prefect of the city, so far prevailed that the proceedings of the tribunes were postponed till the arrival of the consuls. A new cause of disturbance also arose. Aulus Cornelius and Quintus Servilius, quaestors, appoint a day of trial for Marcus Volscius, because he had come forward as a manifestly false witness against Ciso. For it appeared by many proofs, that the brother of Volscius, from the time he first became ill, not only never appeared in public, but that he had not even arisen from his sick bed, and that he died of an illness of several months' standing. And that at the time to which the witness had referred the commission of the crime, Ciso had not been seen at Rome, those who served in the army with him positively stating that at that time he had constantly attended at his post with them without any leave of absence. Many persons proposed on their own private responsibility to Volscius to have a judicial decision on the matter. As he would not venture to go to trial, all these matters coinciding rendered the condemnation of Volscius no less certain than that of Ciso had been on the testimony of Volscius. The tribunes occasioned a delay, who said that they would not suffer the quaestors to hold the assembly concerning the accused, unless it was first held concerning the law. Thus both matters were spun out till the arrival of the consuls. When they entered the city in triumph with their victorious army, because silence was observed, with regard to the law, many thought that the tribunes were struck with dismay. But they, for it was now the close of the year, desirous of obtaining a fourth tribuneship, had turned away their efforts from the law to canvassing for the elections. And when the consuls strove with no less strenuousness than if the law in question were proposed for the purpose of lessening their own dignity, the victory in the contest was on the side of the tribunes. On the same year peace was granted to the Equi on their suing for it. The census, a matter commenced on the preceding year, is completed. The number of citizens rated were 117,319. The consuls obtained great glory this year both at home and in war, because they both re-established peace abroad and at home, though the state was not in a state of absolute concord, yet it was less disturbed than at other times. Lucius Minucius and Caius Nautius being next elected consuls, took up the two causes which lay over since the preceding year. The consuls obstructed the law, the tribunes the trial of Voltius in the same manner, but in the new quaestors there was greater power, and greater influence. With Marcus Valerius, son of Valerius and grandson of Valesus, Titus Quintius Capitolinus, who had been thrice consul, was appointed quaestor. Since Ciso could neither be restored to the Quintian family, nor could he, though a most promising young man, be restored to the state, he justly, and as in duty bound, prosecuted the false witness who had deprived an innocent person of the power of pleading his cause. When Virginius in particular and the other tribunes were promoting the passing of the law, the space of 2 months was allowed to the consuls to examine into the law, so that, when they had satisfied the people as to what secret designs were concealed under it, they should then allow them to give their votes. The granting this respite established tranquillity in the city. The Equi however did not allow them long rest, who, in violation of the treaty which had been made with the Romans the year before, confer the chief command on Gracchus Clelius. He was then the leading man amongst the Equi. Under the command of Gracchus they carried hostile depredations into the district of Lavisae, from thence into that of Tusculum, and laden with booty they pitched their camp at Algidum. To that camp Quintus Fabius, Publius Volumnius, Aulus Postumius, come to complain of the wrongs committed, and to demand restitution in accordance with the treaty. The general of the Equi commands them to deliver to the oak whatever instructions they brought from the Roman Senate, that he in the meantime should attend to other matters. A large oak tree hung over the praetorium, the shade of which constituted a pleasant seat. Then one of the ambassadors, when departing, says, "Let both this consecrated oak and all the gods hear the treaty violated by you, and favor both our complaints now, and our arms presently, when we shall simultaneously avenge the rights of gods and men as violated by you." As soon as the ambassadors returned to Rome, the Senate ordered one of the consuls to lead his army against Gracchus at Algidum, to the other they assigned as his province the laying waste of the country of the Equi. The tribunes, according to their practice, attempted to obstruct the levy, and probably would have eventually prevented it, but a new cause of alarm was suddenly added. A large body of Sabines, committing dreadful devastation, approached very close to the walls of the city. The fields were laid waste, the city was struck with terror. Then the commons cheerfully took up arms. 2 large armies were raised, the tribunes remonstrating to no purpose. Nautius led the one against the Sabines. And having pitched his camp at Iretum, by small detachments, generally by nightly incursions, he effected such desolation in the Sabine land, that, when compared to it, the Roman territories seemed intact by an enemy. Minucius had neither the same success nor the same energy of mind in conducting his business. For after he had pitched his camp at no great distance from the enemy, without having experienced any considerable loss, he kept himself through fear within the camp. When the enemy perceived this, their boldness increased, as sometimes happens, from others' fears, and having attacked his camp by night, when open force did not succeed well, they on the following day drew lines of circumvallation around it. Before these could close up all the passes, by a vallum being thrown up on all sides, 5 horsemen being dispatched between the enemy's posts, brought the account to Rome, that the consul and his army were besieged. Nothing could have happened so unexpected, nor so unlooked for. Accordingly the panic and the alarm was as great as if the enemy besieged the city, not the camp. They send for the consul Nautius, in whom when there seemed to be but insufficient protection, and they were determined that a dictator should be appointed to retrieve their embarrassed affairs, Lucius Quintius Cincinnatus is appointed by universal consent. It is worth those persons while to listen, who despise all things human in comparison with riches, and who suppose that there is no room for exalted honor, nor for virtue, unless where riches abound in great profusion. Lucius Quintius, the sole hope of the Roman people, cultivated a farm of 4 acres, at the other side of the Tiber, which are called the Quintian Meadows, opposite to the very place where the dockyard now is. There, whether leaning on a stake in a ditch which he was digging, or in the employment of ploughing, engaged at least on some rural work, as is certain, after mutual salutations had passed, being requested by the ambassadors to put on his gown, and listen to the commands of the Senate, with wishes, that it might be happy both to him and to the commonwealth, being astonished, and asking frequently, whether all was safe, he bids his wife Ricilia immediately to bring his toga from his hut. As soon as he put this on and came forward, after first wiping off the dust and sweat, the ambassadors, congratulating him, unite in saluting him as dictator. They call him into the city, explain to him what terror now exists in the army. A vessel was prepared for Quintius by order of government, and his 3 sons having come out to meet him, receive him on his landing at the other side, then his other relatives and friends, then the greater part of the patricians. Accompanied by this numerous attendance, and the lictors going before him, he was conducted to his residence. There was a numerous concourse of the commons also. But they by no means looked on Quintius with equal pleasure, considering both the extent of his authority as too great, and the man vested with such authority rather arbitrary. And during that night indeed nothing was done in the city besides posting guards. On the next day the dictator, after he had come into the forum before daylight, names a master of the horse, Lucius Tarquitius, a man of patrician family, but one who, though he had served his campaigns among the foot by reason of his scanty means, was yet considered by many degrees the first in military skill among the Roman youth. With his master of the horse he came into the assembly, proclaims a suspension of civil business, orders the shops to be closed throughout the city, and forbids any one to attend to any private affairs. Then he commands that all, whoever were of the military age, should attend under arms, in the Campus Martius, before sunset, with dress provisions for 5 days and 12 palisades. And he commanded that whose age was too far advanced for military service, should dress their victuals for the soldiers in their vicinity, whilst the latter were preparing arms, and procuring the palisade. Accordingly, the young men run in different directions to procure the palisades, they took them wherever they were nearest to them, no one was prevented, and they all attended punctually according to the dictator's order. Then the troops being formed, not more fitted for the march than for an engagement, should the occasion require it, the dictator himself marches at the head of the legions, the master of the horse at the head of his cavalry. In both bodies there were such exhortations as the juncture itself required, that they should quicken their pace, that there was need of expedition, that they might reach the enemy by night, that the consul and the Romans were besieged, that they had been shut up now 3 days, that it was uncertain what each day or night might bring with it, that the issue of the most important affairs often depended on a moment of time. They, to please their leaders, exclaimed among themselves, "Standard-bearer, hasten on, follow, soldier." At midnight they reach Algidum, and, as soon as they perceived that they were near the enemy, they halted. There the dictator, having rode about, and having observed, as far as could be ascertained by night, what the situation of the camp was, and what its form, commanded the tribunes of the soldiers to order the baggage to be thrown into one place, and that the soldiers with their arms and palisades should return to their ranks. What he commanded was executed. Then, with the regularity which they had observed on the march, he draws the entire army in a long column around the enemy's camp, and directs that, when the signal was given, they should all raise a shout. And that on the shout being raised, each man should throw up a trench before his post, and fix his palisade. The orders being issued, the signal followed, the soldiers perform what they were commanded. The shout resounds around the enemy, it then passes beyond the camp of the enemy, and reaches the consul's camp. It occasions panic in one place, great joy in another. The Romans, observing to each other with exultation, that this was the shout of their countrymen, and that aid was at hand, from their watchguards and outposts intimidate the enemy on their part. The consul says, that there must be no delay, that by that shout not only their arrival was intimated, but that proceedings were already commenced by their friends. And that it would be a wonder if the enemy's camp were not attacked on the outside. He therefore orders his men to take up arms and follow him. The battle was commenced by the legions during the night. They give notice to the dictator by a shout, that on that side also the action was commenced. The equins were now preparing to prevent the works from being brought around them, when, the battle being commenced by the enemy from within, turning their attention from those employed on the fortifications to those who were fighting on the inside. Lest a sally should be made through the center of their camp, they left the night to remain without interruption for the finishing of the work. And they continued the fight with the consul till daylight. At the break of day they were now encompassed by the dictator's works, and were scarcely able to maintain the fight against one army. Then their lines were attacked by Quintius's army, who immediately after completing their work returned to their arms. Here a new fight pressed on them, the former one had suffered no relaxation. Then the twofold peril pressing hard on them, turning from fighting to entreaties, they implored the dictator on the one hand, the consul on the other, not to make the victory consist in their general slaughter. That they would suffer them to depart without arms. When they were bid by the consul to go to the dictator, he, incensed against them, added ignominy, to defeat. He orders Gracchus Cloelius, their general, and other leaders to be brought to him in chains, and that they should evacuate the town of Corbio, that he wanted not the blood of the equins, that they were allowed to depart. But that the confession may be at length extorted, that their nation was defeated and subdued, that they should pass under the yoke. The yoke is formed with 3 spears, 2 fixed in the ground, and 1 tied across between the upper ends of them. Under this yoke the dictator sent the equins. The enemy's camp being taken, which was full of everything, for he had sent them away naked, he distributed all the booty among his own soldiers only, chiding the consul's army and the consul himself. He says, Soldiers, ye shall do without any portion of the spoil taken from that enemy to which you were well nigh becoming a spoil, and you, Lucius Minucius, until you begin to assume the spirit of a consul, shall command these legions as lieutenant general. Minucius accordingly resigns his office of consul, and remains with the army, as he had been commanded. But so meekly obedient were the minds of men at that time to authority combined with superior merit, that this army, mindful of the kindness, conferred, rather than of the slur, cast on them. Both voted a golden crown of £1 weight to the dictator, and saluted him as their patron when setting out. The Senate at Rome, being convened by Quintus Fabius, prefect of the city, ordered Quintius to enter the city in triumph, in the order of march in which he was coming. The leaders of the enemy were led before his car, the military standards were carried before him, his army followed laden with spoil. Tables with provisions are said to have been laid out before the houses of all, and, the soldiers, partaking of the entertainment, followed the car with the triumphal hymn and the usual jests, after the manner of revellers. On that day the freedom of the state was granted to Lucius Mamilius of Tusculum, with universal approbation. The dictator would have laid down his office, had not the assembly for the trial of Marcus Volscius, the false witness, detained him. The fear of the dictator prevented the tribunes from obstructing it. Volscius was condemned and went into exile to Lanuvium. Quintius laid down his dictatorship on the 16th day, having received it for 6 months. During those days the consul Nautius engages the Sabines at Iretum with distinguished success. Besides the devastation of their lands, this additional blow also befell the Sabines. Fabius Quintus was sent to Algidum as successor to Minucius. Towards the end of the year the tribunes began to agitate the question of the law, but because 2 armies were abroad, the patricians carried the point, that no business should be proposed to the people. The commons succeeded in electing the same tribunes for the 5th time. They report that wolves seen in the capital were driven away by dogs, that on account of that prodigy the capital was purified. Such were the transactions in that year. Quintus Minucius and Caius Horatius Pulvillus follow as the next consuls. At the commencement of this year, when there was peace abroad, the same tribunes and the same law occasioned disturbances at home. And parties would have proceeded further, so highly were their passions inflamed, had not, as if for the very purpose, news been brought, that by an attack of the Equins the garrison at Corbio had been cut off. The consuls convene the Senate. They are ordered to raise a hasty levy and to proceed to Algidum. Then the contest about the law being given up, a new dispute arose regarding the levy. And the consular authority was about to be overpowered by tribunician influence, when an additional cause of alarm comes on them, that the Sabine army had made a descent into the Roman lands to commit depredations. That from thence they were advancing to the city. This fear influenced the tribunes to allow the levy to proceed, not without a stipulation, however, that since they had been foiled for 5 years, and as that was but little protection to the commons, 10 tribunes of the people should henceforward be elected. Necessity wrung this from the patricians, this exception only they made, that they should not hereafter re-elect the same tribunes. The election for the tribunes was held immediately, lest that measure also, like others, might prove a delusion after the war. On the 36th year after the first tribunes, 10 were elected, 2 from each class. And provision was made that they should be elected in this manner for the future. The levy being then held, Minucius marched out against the Sabines, and found no enemy. Horatius, after the Equins, having put the garrison at Corbio to the sword, had taken Ortona also, fights a battle at Algidum, he slays a great number, drives the enemy not only from Algidum, but from Corbio and Ortona also. Corbio he razed to the ground for their having betrayed the garrison. Marcus Valerius and Spurius Virginius are next elected consuls. Quiet prevailed at home and abroad. They labored under a scarcity of provisions on account of the excessive rains. A law was proposed regarding the making Mount Aventine public property. The same tribunes of the people being re-elected on the following year, Titus Romilius and Caius Veturius being consuls, strongly recommended the law in all their harangues, that they were ashamed of their number increased to no purpose. If that question should lie for their 2 years in the same manner as it had lain for the whole preceding 5. Whilst they were most busily employed in these matters, an alarming account comes from Tusculum, that the Equins were in the Tusculan territory. The recent services of that state made them ashamed of delaying relief. Both the consuls were sent with an army, and find the enemy in their usual post in Algidum. A battle was fought there, upwards of 7,000 of the enemy were slain, the rest were routed, immense booty was obtained. This the consuls sold on account of the low state of the treasury. The proceeding was the cause of dissatisfaction to the army, and it also afforded to the tribunes materials for bringing a charge against the consuls before the commons. Accordingly, as soon as they went out of office, in the consulship of Spurius Tarpius and Aulus Atirius, a day was appointed for Romilius by Caius Claudius Cicero, tribune of the people, for Veturius, by Lucius Aelianus, plebeian aedile. They were both condemned, to the great mortification of the patricians, Romilius to pay 10,000 asses, Veturius, 15,000. Nor did this misfortune of their predecessors render the new consuls more remiss. They said that they too might be condemned, and that the commons and tribunes could not carry the law. Then having thrown up the law, which, in its repeated publication, had now grown old, the tribunes adopted a milder mode of proceeding with the patricians. That they should at length put an end to their disputes. If plebeian laws displeased them, at least they should suffer legislators, chosen, in common, both from the commons and from the patricians, who would propose measures advantageous to both parties, and such as might tend to the equalization of liberty. This proposal the patricians did not reject. They said that no one should propose laws, except some of the patricians. When they agreed with respect to the laws, and differed only with respect to the proposer. Ambassadors were sent to Athens, Spurius Postumius Albus, Aulus Manlius, Publius Sulpicius Camerinus. And they were ordered to copy out the celebrated laws of Solon, and to become acquainted with the institutions, customs, and laws of the other states of Greece. The year was undisturbed by foreign wars. The following one was still more quiet, Publius Curiatius and Sextus Quintilius being consuls, the tribunes observing uninterrupted silence, which was occasioned in the first place by their waiting for the ambassadors who had gone to Athens, and for the foreign laws. In the next place, two heavy calamities arose at the same time, famine and pestilence, which proved destructive to man, and equally so to cattle. The lands were left desolate, the city exhausted by a constant succession of deaths. Many and illustrious families were in mourning. The Flamen Quirinalis, Servilius Cornelius, died, as also the augur, Caius Horatius Pulvillus, into whose place the augurs elected Caius Veturius, the more eagerly, because he had been condemned by the commons. The consul Quintilius died, and 4 tribunes of the people. The year was rendered a melancholy one by these manifold disasters. But from an enemy there was perfect quiet. Then Caius Menenius and Publius Sestius Capitolinus were elected consuls. Nor was there in that year any external war, disturbances arose at home. The ambassadors had now returned with the Athenian laws. The tribunes pressed the more urgently, that a commencement should at length be made of compiling the laws. It was resolved that Decemvirs should be elected without appeal, and that there should be no other magistrate during that year. There was, for a considerable time, a dispute whether plebeians should be admitted among them. At length the point was given up to the patricians, provided that the Icilian law regarding the Aventine and the other devoting laws were not repealed. In the 301st year after Rome was built, the form of the government was a second time changed, the supreme power being transferred from consuls to decemvirs, as it had passed before from kings to consuls. The change was less remarkable, because not of long duration, for the joyous commencement of that government became too licentious. So much the sooner did the matter fall, and, the usage, was recurred to, that the name and authority of consuls was committed to 2 persons. The Decemvirs appointed were, Appius Claudius, Titus Janutius, Publius Sestius, Lucius Veturius, Caius Julius, Aulus Manlius, Servius Sulpicius, Publius Curiatius, Titus Romilius, Spurius Postumius. On Claudius and Janutius, because they had been elected consuls for that year, the honor was conferred in compensation for the honor of the consulate. And on Sestius, one of the consuls of the former year, because he had proposed that matter to the Senate against the will of his colleague. Next to these were considered the 3 ambassadors who had gone to Athens. At the same time that the honor might serve as a recompense for so distant an embassy, at the same time they considered that persons acquainted with the foreign laws would be of use in digesting the new code of regulations. Other persons made up the number. They say that persons advanced in years were appointed by the last suffrages, in order that they might oppose with less warmth the opinions of others. The direction of the entire government was rested in Appius through the favor of the commons, and he had assumed a demeanor so new, that from a severe and harsh reviler of the people, he became suddenly a protector of the commons, and a candidate for popular favor. They administered justice to the people one every 10th day. On that day the 12 fasces attended the prefect of justice. One beadle attended each of his 9 colleagues, and in the singular harmony among themselves, which unanimity might sometimes prove prejudicial to private persons, the strictest equity was shown to others. It will suffice to adduce a proof of their moderation by instancing one matter. Though they had been appointed without the privilege of appeal, yet a dead body having been found buried in the house of Publius Sestius, a man of patrician rank, and this having been brought forward in an assembly. In a matter equally clear and atrocious, Caius Julius, a Decemvir, appointed a day of trial for Sestius, and appeared before the people as prosecutor, in a matter, of which he was legally a judge, and relinquished his right, so that he might add what had been taken from the power of the office to the liberty of the people. Whilst the highest and lowest alike experienced from them this prompt administration of justice, impartial, as if from an oracle, then their attention was devoted to the framing of laws. And the 10 tables being proposed amid the intense expectation of all, they summoned the people to an assembly, and, what may prove favorable, advantageous, and happy to the commonwealth themselves, and to their children. Ordered them to go and read the laws that were exhibited. That they had equalized the rights of all, both the highest and the lowest, as far as could be devised by the abilities of 10 men, that the understanding and counsels of a greater number might prove more successful. That they should turn in their minds each particular within themselves, canvass it in conversation, and bring together under public discussion whatever might seem an excess or deficiency under each particular. That the Roman people should have such laws, as the general consent might appear not so much to have ratified when proposed, as to have proposed from themselves. When they appeared sufficiently corrected according to public opinion, as expressed, regarding each chapter of the laws as it was published, the laws of the 10 tables were passed at the assembly voting by centuries. Which, even at the present time, amid this immense heap of laws crowded one upon the other, still remain the source of all public and private jurisprudence. A rumor was then spread that 2 tables were wanting. On the addition of which a body, as it were, of the whole Roman law might be completed. The expectation of this, as the day of election approached, created a desire to appoint decemvirs again. The commons now, besides that they detested the name of consuls as much as that of kings, required not even the tribunician aid, as the decemvirs in turn submitted to appeal. But when the assembly for electing decemvirs was proclaimed for the 3rd market day, so strong a flame of ambition blazed forth, that the first men of the state began to canvass individuals, through fear, I suppose, lest the possession of such high authority might become accessible to persons not sufficiently worthy, if the post were left unoccupied by themselves, suppliantly soliciting for an honor, which had been opposed by them with all their might, from that commons with whom they had so often contended. Their dignity now lowered to the risk of a contest, at such an age, and after passing through such honors, stimulated the exertions of Appius Claudius. You would not know whether to reckon him among the decemvirs or the candidates. He resembled more closely one canvassing for the office than one invested with it. He aspersed the nobility, extolled every most insignificant and humble candidate. Surrounded by the Duilii and Icilii who had been tribunes, he bustled about the forum, through their means he recommended himself to the commons. Until his colleagues even, who till then had been extremely devoted to him, turned their eyes on him, wondering what he meant. It was evident to them, that there was no sincerity in it. That certainly such affability amid such pride would not be for nothing. That this excessive lowering of himself, and putting himself on a level with private citizens, was not so much the conduct to be expected from one hastening to go out of office, as of one seeking the means of continuing that office. Not daring openly to oppose his wishes, they set about baffling his ardor by humoring it. They by common consent confer on him, as being the youngest, the office of presiding at the elections. This was an artifice, that he might not appoint himself, which no one ever did, except the tribunes of the people, and that too with the very worst precedent. He, however, declaring that with the favor of fortune he would preside at the elections, seized on the intended obstacle as a happy occasion. And having by a coalition foiled the 2 Quincii, Capitolinus and Cincinnatus, and his own uncle, Caius Claudius, a man most steadfast in the interest of the nobility, and other citizens of the same eminence. He appoints as decemvirs men by no means equal in rank of life, himself in the first instance, which preceding honorable men disapproved so much the more, as no one had imagined that he would have the daring to act so. With him were elected Marcus Cornelius Melloginensis, Marcus Sergius, Lucius Minucius, Quintus Fabius Vibulanus, Quintus Poetilius, Titus Antonius Merenda, Ciso Duilius, Spurius Appius Cornicen, Manius Rabulius. This was the end of Appius's assumption of a character not his own. Henceforward he began to live according to his own natural disposition, and to mold to his own temper his new colleagues before they should enter on their office. They held daily meetings remote from witnesses, then, furnished with their schemes of tyranny, which they digested apart from others, no longer dissembling their arrogance, difficult of access, morose to all who addressed them. They carried out the matter to the Ides of May. The Ides of May were at that time the usual period for commencing office. At the commencement then of their magistracy, they rendered the first day of their office remarkable by making an exhibition of great terror. For when the preceding Decembers had observed the rule, that only one should have the fasces, and that this emblem of royalty should pass through all in rotation, to each in his turn, they all suddenly came forth with the 12 fasces. 120 lictors filled the forum, and carried before them the axes tied up with the fasces, and they explained that it was of no consequence that the axe should be taken away, as they had been appointed without the privilege of appeal. There was the appearance of 10 kings, and terrors were multiplied not only in the humblest individuals, but even in the principal men among the patricians, who thought that a pretext and commencement of bloodshed were sought for. So that if any one should utter a word favorable to liberty, either in the Senate or in a meeting of the people, the rods and axes would be instantly brought forward, even to intimidate the rest. For besides that there was no protection in the people, the right of appeal being done away with, they had also by mutual consent prohibited interference with each other, whereas the preceding Decembers had allowed the points of law decided by themselves to be amended by appeal to a colleague, and had referred to the people some points which might seem to come within their own jurisdiction. For a considerable time the terror seemed equalized among all ranks, gradually it began to turn entirely on the commons. They spared the patricians. Arbitrary and cruel treatment was shown to the humbler classes, they were wholly respective of the person, not of the cause, as being persons with whom interest usurped the force of justice. Their decisions they concerted at home, and pronounced in the forum. If any person appealed to a colleague, he left the one to whom he had appealed in such a manner as to regret that he had not abided by the sentence of the former. An opinion also had gone abroad without an authority, that they had conspired in their tyranny not only for the present time, but that a clandestine league had been struck among them, accompanied, with an oath, that they would not hold the comitia, and that by perpetuating the decemvirate they would retain the power now in their possession. The plebeians then began to watch narrowly the countenances of the patricians, and hoped to catch the breeze of liberty from that quarter, by apprehending slavery from which they had brought the republic into its present condition. The leading members of the Senate detested the Decembers, detested the commons, they neither approved of what was going on, and they considered that what befell the latter was not without their deserving it. They were unwilling to assist men who, by rushing too eagerly towards liberty, had fallen into slavery, they even heaped injuries on them, that, from their disgust at the present state of things, 2 consuls and the former mode of government may at length become desirable. The greater part of the year was now past, and 2 tables of laws had been added to the 10 tables of the former year. And if these laws also were once passed in an assembly of the centuries, there now remained no reason why the republic should require that form of government. They were anxiously waiting to see how soon the assembly would be proclaimed for the election of consuls. The commons were only devising by what means they should re-establish the tribunician power, that bulwark of their liberty, a thing now so long discontinued. When in the meantime no mention was made of the elections, and the Decembers, who had at first exhibited themselves to the people, surrounded by men of tribunician rank, because that was deemed popular, now guarded themselves by collecting young patricians. Troops of these beset the tribunals. These seized and drove about the commons, and the effects of the commons, when success attended the more powerful individual, as far as obtaining anything he might covet. And now they spared not even their backs. Some were beaten with rods, others had to submit to the axe, and lest such cruelty might go for nothing, a grant of his effects followed the punishment of the owner. Corrupted by such bribes, the young nobility not only made no opposition to oppression, but openly avowed their preference of their own gratification to the general liberty. The Ides of May came. No new election of magistrates having taken place, private persons came forth as Decembers, without any abatement either in their determination to enforce their authority or any diminution in the emblems employed to make a parade of their station. This indeed seemed to be regal tyranny. Liberty is now deplored as lost forever, nor does any champion stand forth, or appear likely to do so. And not only they themselves sunk into despondence, but they began to be looked down upon by the neighboring states, and they felt indignant that dominion should exist where liberty was lost. The Sabines with a numerous body of men made an incursion on the Roman territory. And having committed extensive devastations, after they had driven with impunity booty of men and cattle, they recalled their troops which had been dispersed in different directions to Iretum, and pitched their camp there. Grounding their hopes on the dissensions at Rome, and trusting that they would prove an obstruction to the levy. Not only the couriers, but the flight of the country people through the city, occasioned alarm. The Decemvirs consult what should be done. Whilst they were thus left destitute between the hatred of the patricians and people, fortune added, moreover, another cause of alarm. The Equins on the opposite side pitched their camp at Algidum. And ambassadors from Tusculum, imploring relief, bring accounts that the Tusculan land was ravaged by detachments from thence. The panic occasioned hereby urged the Decemvirs to consult the Senate, 2 wars at the same time surrounding the city. They order the patricians to be summoned into the Senate house, well aware what a storm of resentment was ready to break upon them, that all would heap on them the causes of the land laid waste and of the dangers which threatened them. And that would occasion an attempt to abolish their office, if they did not unite in resisting, and by enforcing their authority with severity on a few of an intractable spirit repress the efforts of others. When the voice was heard in the forum of the criers summoning the senators into the Senate house before the Decemvirs. As a matter altogether new, because they had long since laid aside the custom of consulting the Senate, it attracted the attention of the people, who expressed their surprise, what could have happened? That after so long an interval they should revive a practice now discontinued. That they had reason to return thanks to the enemy and to war, that any thing was done that used to be done when their state was free. They looked around for a senator through all parts of the forum, and seldom recognized one anywhere. They then directed their attention to the Senate house. And to the solitude around the Decemvirs, whilst both they themselves referred the non-assembling of the patricians to their own universally detested government, and the commons, would have it, that the cause of the non-assembling was, because, being but private citizens, they, the Decemvirs, had no right to convene the Senate. That a head was now formed of those who would demand back their liberty, if the commons would but accompany the Senate, and as the patricians, when summoned, did not attend the Senate, so the commons also should refuse to enlist. Such were the remarks of the commons. There was scarcely any of the patricians in the forum, and but very few in the city. In disgust with the state of affairs, they had retired into the country, and were attending to their own affairs, renouncing all public concerns. Considering that they themselves were aloof from ill treatment in proportion as they should remove themselves from the meeting and converse of their imperious masters. When those who had been summoned did not assemble, apparitors were dispatched to their houses, both to levy the penalties, and to ascertain whether they declined attendance through design. They bring back word that the Senate was in the country. This was more pleasing to the Decemvirs, than if they brought word that they were present and refused obedience to their commands. They command them all to be sent for, and proclaim a meeting of the Senate for the following day, which congregated together in much greater numbers than they themselves had expected. By which proceeding the commons considered that their liberty was betrayed by the patricians, because the Senate had obeyed those persons, as if they had a right to compel them, who had already gone out of office, and were but private individuals, were it not for the violence employed by them. But they showed more obedience in coming into the Senate than servility in the sentiments expressed by them, as we have learned. It is recorded that, after Appius's stating the subject of the meeting, and before the opinions were demanded in order, Lucius Valerius Potitus excited a commotion, by demanding permission to express his sentiments concerning the state. And when the Decemvirs were prohibiting him with threats, declaring that he would present himself before the people. We have also heard, that Marcus Horatius Barbatus entered the lists with no less boldness, calling them 10 Tarquins, and reminding them, that under the leadership of the Valerii and Horatii the kings had been expelled. Nor was it of the mere name that men were then tired, it being that by which it was usual to style Jupiter, and by which Romulus, the founder of the city, and his successors were also styled. A name too which has been retained even in the ceremonies of religion, as a solemn one. That it was the tyranny and arrogance of a king they then detested, which if they were not to be tolerated in one who was both a king himself and the son of a king, who was to tolerate it in so many private citizens. That they should beware lest, by preventing persons from speaking their sentiments freely in the Senate, they might oblige them to raise their voice outside the Senate house. Nor could he see how it was less allowable for him, a private citizen, to summon the people to an assembly, than for them to convene the Senate. They might try, whenever they pleased, how much more determined a sense of wrong will be found to be in vindicating one's own liberty, than ambition in vindicating usurped domination. That they proposed the question concerning the Sabine war, as if the Roman people had any more important war on hand, than that against those who, having been elected for the purpose of framing laws, had left no law in the state. Who had abolished elections, annual magistrates, the regular change of rulers, which was the only means of equalizing liberty, who, though private citizens, still possessed the fasces and regal dominion. That on the expulsion of the kings, patrician magistrates were appointed, and subsequently, after the secession of the people, plebeian magistrates. To which party, he asked, did they belong? To the popular party? What had they ever done with the concurrence of the people? Were they nobles? Who for now nearly an entire year have not held a meeting of the Senate. And then hold one in such a manner, that they actually prevent numbers from expressing their sentiments regarding the Commonwealth, that they should not place too much hope in the fears of others. That the grievances which they are suffering now appear to men more oppressive than any they may have to apprehend. Whilst Horatius was exclaiming in this manner, and the Decemvirs could not discover any limit either to their anger or forbearance, nor could they see to what the thing would come, Caius Claudius, who was uncle to Appius the Decemvir, delivered an address more like entreaties than reproach, beseeching him by the shade of his own brother and of his father, that he would hold in recollection the civil society in which he had been born rather than the confederacy nefariously entered into with his colleagues. That he besought this much more on Appius's own account, than for the sake of the Commonwealth. For that the Commonwealth would assert its rights in spite of them, if it could not obtain them with their consent. But that from great contests great animosities arise, the result of the latter he dreads. Though the Decemvirs forbade them to speak on any other subject than that which they had submitted to them, they felt too much respect for Claudius to interrupt him. He therefore concluded his address by moving that it was their wish that no decree of the Senate should be passed. And all understood the matter thus, that they were judged by Claudius to be private citizens. And many of the men of consular standing expressed their assent. Another measure proposed, more harsh in appearance, possessed much less efficacy, one which ordered the patricians to assemble to elect an interrex. For by passing any resolution they judged, that those persons who convened the Senate were magistrates of some kind or other, whilst the person who recommended that no decree of the Senate should be passed, had thereby declared them private citizens. When the cause of the Decemvirs was now sinking, Lucius Cornelius Melloginensis, brother of Marcus Cornelius the Decemvir, having been purposely reserved from among the consular men to close the debate, by affecting an anxiety about the war, defended his brother and his colleagues thus, saying, he wondered by what fatality it had occurred, that those who had been candidates for the Decemvirate, should attack the Decemvirs either as secondaries, or as principals, or when no one disputed for so many months whilst the state was disengaged, whether legal magistrates had the management of affairs, why do they now so discord, when the enemies are nearly at the gate? Unless that in a state of confusion they think that what they are aiming at will be less seen through. But that it was not just that any one should prejudice so important a cause, whilst our minds are occupied with a more momentous concern. It was his opinion, that the point which Valerius and Horatius urged, viz., that the Decemvirs had gone out of office before the Ides of May, should be discussed in the Senate, when the wars which are now impending are over, and the Commonwealth has been restored to tranquillity, and that Appius Claudius should now prepare to take notice that an account is to be rendered by him of the comitia which he himself held for electing Decemvirs, whether they were elected for 1 year, or until the laws which were wanting were ratified. It was his opinion that all other matters should be laid aside for the present, except the war. And if they thought that the reports regarding it were propagated without foundation, and that not only the couriers, but the ambassadors of the Tusculans also had stated what was false, He thought that scouts should be dispatched to bring back more certain information. But if credit were given both to the couriers and the ambassadors, that the levy should be held at the very earliest opportunity, that the Decemvirs should lead the armies, whither it may seem proper to each. And that no other matter should take precedence. The junior patricians succeeded in having this opinion carried. Valerius and Horatius rising again with greater vehemence demanded aloud, that it should be allowed them to express their sentiments concerning the Republic. That they would address the people, if by a faction they were not allowed to do so in the Senate. For that private individuals, either in the Senate or in a General Assembly, could not prevent them. Nor would they yield to their imaginary fasces. Appius then considering that the crisis was now nigh at hand, when their authority would be overpowered, unless their violence were resisted with equal boldness, it will be better, says he, not to utter a word on any subject, except that which we are now considering, and to Valerius, when he refused to be silent for a private individual, he commands a lictor to proceed. When Valerius, on the threshold of the Senate house, now craved the protection of the citizens, Lucius Cornelius, embracing Appius, put an end to the dispute, not consulting the interest of him whose interest he affected to consult. And permission to speak his sentiments being obtained for Valerius through Cornelius, when this liberty did not extend beyond words, the Decemvirs obtained their object. The consulars also and senior members, from the hatred of tribunician power still rankling in their bosoms, the desire of which they considered was much more keenly felt by the commons than that of the consular power, almost had rather that the Decemvirs themselves should voluntarily resign their office at some future period, than that the people should rise once more into consequence through their unpopularity. If the matter, conducted with gentleness, should again return to the consuls without popular turbulence, that the commons might be induced to forget their tribunes, either by the intervention of wars or by the moderation of the consuls in exercising their authority. A levy is proclaimed amid the silence of the patricians, the young men answer to their names, as the government was without appeal. The legions being enrolled, the Decemvirs set about arranging among themselves who should set out to the war, who command the armies. The leading men among the Decemvirs were, Quintus Fabius and Appius Claudius. There appeared a more serious war at home than abroad. They considered the violence of Appius as better suited to suppress commotions in the city, that Fabius possessed a disposition rather inconstant in good pursuits than strenuous in bad ones. For this man, formerly distinguished at home and abroad, his office of Decemvir and his colleagues had so changed, that he chose rather to be like to Appius than like himself. To him the war against the Sabines was committed, his colleagues, Manius Rabulius and Quintus Paetilius, being sent with him. Marcus Cornelius was sent to Algidum with Lucius Minucius and Titus Antonius, and Ciso Duilius and Marcus Sergius. They determine on Spurius Oppius as an assistant to Appius Claudius to protect the city, their authority being equal to that of all the Decemvirs. The Republic was managed with no better success in war than at home. In this the only fault in the generals was, that they had rendered themselves objects of hatred to their fellow citizens. In other respects the whole fault lay with the soldiers, who, lest any enterprise should succeed under the conduct and auspices of the Decemvirs, suffered themselves to be beaten, to their own disgrace, and that of them, the generals. Their armies were routed by the Sabines at Iretum, and in Algidum by the Equins. Having fled from Iretum during the silence of the night, they fortified their camp nearer to the city, on an elevated situation between Fidene and Crustomeria. Nowhere encountering the enemy, who pursued them, on equal ground, they protected themselves by the nature of the place and a rampart, not by valor or arms. Greater disgrace and greater loss were sustained in Algidum, their camp also was lost. And the soldiers, stripped of all their utensils, betook themselves to Tusculum, determined to procure the means of subsistence from the good faith and compassion of their hosts, which, however, did not disappoint them. Such alarming accounts were brought to Rome, that the patricians, having laid aside their hatred of the Decemvirs, passed an order that watches should be held in the city. Commanded that all who were able by reason of their age to carry arms, should mount guard on the walls, and form outposts before the gates. They also voted arms to be sent to Tusculum, besides a reinforcement. that the Decemvirs also should come down from the citadel of Tusculum and keep their troops encamped, that the other camp should be removed from Fidene into the Sabine territory. And that the enemy might be deterred, by thus attacking them first, from entertaining any intentions of attacking the city. To the calamities received from the enemy, the Decemvirs add two flagitious deeds, one abroad, and the other in the city. In the Sabine district, Lucius Cixius, who, during the unpopularity of the Decemvirs, introduced, in secret conversation with the common soldiers, mention of electing tribunes and of a secession, was sent forwards to select a place for a camp. Instructions were given to the soldiers whom they had sent to accompany him in that expedition, to attack him in a convenient place and slay him. They did not kill him with impunity, for several of the assassins fell around him resisting them, whilst, possessing great personal strength and with a courage equal to that strength, he was defending himself against them, now surrounded as he was. The rest bring an account into the camp that Cixius, when fighting bravely, had fallen into an ambush, and that some soldiers were lost with him. At first the narrators were believed. Afterwards a cohort, which went by permission of the Decemvirs to bury those who had fallen, when they observed that none of the bodies there were stripped, that Cixius lay in the middle with his arms, all the bodies being turned towards him, whilst there was neither any body of the enemy, nor even any traces of them as going away. They brought back his body, saying, that he had certainly been slain by his own men. The camp was now filled with indignation, and it was being determined that Cixius should be forthwith brought to Rome, had not the Decemvirs hastened to perform a military funeral for him at the public expense. He was buried amid the great grief of the soldiery, and with the worst possible reputation of the Decemvirs among the common people. Another atrocious deed follows in the city, originating in lust, attended with results not less tragical than that deed which drove the Tarquins from the city and the throne through the injured chastity and violent death of Lucretia, so that the Decemvirs not only had the same end as the kings had, but the same cause also of losing their power. Appius Claudius was seized with a criminal passion for violating the person of a young woman of plebeian condition. Lucius Virginius, the girl's father, held an honorable rank among the centurions at Algidum, a man of exemplary good conduct both at home and in the service. His wife had been educated in a similar manner, as also were their children. He had betrothed his daughter to Lucius Icilius, who had been a tribune, a man of spirit and of approved zeal in the interest of the people. This young woman, in the bloom of youth, distinguished for beauty, Appius, burning with desire, attempted to seduce by bribes and promises. And when he perceived that all the avenues, to the possession of her, were barred by modesty, he turned his thoughts to cruel and tyrannical violence. He instructed a dependent of his, Marcus Claudius, to claim the girl as his slave, and not to yield to those who might demand her interim retention of liberty. Considering that, because the girl's father was absent, there was an opportunity for committing the injury, the tool of the Decemvirs' lust laid hands on the girl as she was coming into the forum, for there in the sheds the literary schools were held. Calling her the daughter of his slave and a slave herself, he commanded her to follow him, that he would force her away if she demurred. The girl being stupefied with terror, a crowd collects at the cries of the girl's nurse, who besought the protection of the citizens. The popular names of her father, Virginius, and of her spouse, Icilius, are in the mouths of every one. Their regard for them gains over their acquaintances, whilst the heinousness of the proceeding gains over the crowd. She was now safe from violence, when the claimant says, that there was no occasion for raising a mob, that he was proceeding by law, not by force. He cites the girl into court. Those who stood by her advising her to follow him, they now reached the tribunal of Appius. The claimant rehearses the farce well known to the judge, as being the author of the plot, that a girl born in his house, and clandestinely transferred from thence to the house of Virginius, had been fathered on the latter. That he stated a thing ascertained by certain evidence, and would prove it to the satisfaction even of Virginius himself, whom the principal portion of that loss would concern. That it was but just that in the interim the girl should accompany her master. The advocates for Virginia, after they had urged that Virginius was absent on business of the state, that he would be here in 2 days if word were sent to him, that it was unfair that in his absence he should run any risk regarding his children, Demand that he adjourn the whole matter till the arrival of the father. That he should allow the claim for her interim liberty according to the law passed by himself, and not allow a maiden of ripe age to encounter the risk of her reputation before that of her liberty. Appius prefaced his decree by observing that the very law, which Virginius's friends were putting forward as the ground of their demand, clearly showed how much he favored liberty. But that liberty would find secure protection in it on this condition, that it varied neither with respect to cases or persons. For with respect to those individuals who were claimed as free, that point of law was good, because any person may proceed by law, and act for them. With respect to her who is in the hands of her father, that there was no other person, than her father, to whom her master need relinquish his right of possession. That it was his determination, therefore, that her father should be sent for, in the meantime, that the claimant should suffer no loss of his right, but that he should carry off the girl with him. And promised that she should be produced on the arrival of him who was called her father. When many rather murmured against the injustice of this decision than any one individual ventured to protest against it, the girl's uncle, Publius Numitorius, and her betrothed spouse, Icilius, just come in. And way being made through the crowd, the multitude thinking that Appius might be most effectually resisted by the intervention of Icilius, the lictor declares that he had decided the matter, and removes Icilius. When he attempted to raise his voice, injustice so atrocious would have fired even a cool temper. By the sword, Appius, says he, I must be removed hence, that you may carry off in silence that which you wish to be concealed. This young woman I am about to marry, determined to have a lawful and chaste wife. Wherefore call together all the lictors even of your colleagues, order the rods and axes to be had in readiness. The betrothed wife of Icilius shall not remain without her father's house. Though you have taken from us the aid of our tribunes, and the power of appeal to the commons of Rome, the two bulwarks for maintaining our liberty, absolute dominion has not therefore been given to you over our wives and children. Vent your fury on our backs and necks, let chastity at least be secure. If violence be offered to her, I shall implore the protection of the citizens here present in behalf of my spouse. Virginius will implore that of the soldiers in behalf of his only daughter. We shall all implore the protection of gods and men, nor shall you carry that sentence into effect without our blood. I demand of you, Appius, consider again and again to what lengths you are proceeding. Let Virginius, when he comes, consider what conduct he should pursue with respect to his daughter. Let him only be assured of this, that if he yield to the claims of this man, he will have to seek out another match for his daughter. As for my part, in vindicating the liberty of my spouse, life shall leave me sooner than my honor. The multitude was now excited, and a contest seemed likely to ensue. The lictors had taken their stand around Icilius. Nor did they, however, proceed beyond threats, when Appius said, that it was not Virginia that was defended by Icilius, but that, being a restless man, and even now breathing the spirit of the tribuneship, he was seeking an occasion for a disturbance. That he would not afford him material on that day. But in order that he may now know that the concession has been made not to his petulance, but to the absent Virginius, to the name of father and to liberty, that he would not decide the cause on that day, nor interpose a decree, that he would request of Marcus Claudius to forego somewhat of his right, and suffer the girl to be bailed till the next day. But unless the father attended on the following day, he gave notice to Icilius and to men like Icilius, that neither the founder would be wanting to his own law, nor firmness to the December. Nor would he assemble the lictors of his colleagues to put down the promoters of sedition, that he would be content with his own lictors. When the time of this act of injustice was deferred, and the friends of the maiden had retired, it was first of all determined, that the brother of Icilius and the son of Numitorius, both active young men, should proceed then straight forward to the gate, and that Virginius should be brought from the camp with all possible haste. That the safety of the girl depended on his being present next day at the proper time, as her protector from injury. They proceed according to directions and with all speed carry the account to her father. When the claimant of the maiden was pressing Icilius to become defendant, and give sureties, and Icilius said that that was the very thing he was doing, designedly spinning out the time, until the messengers sent to the camp might gain time for their journey, the multitude raised their hands on all sides, and every one showed himself ready to go surety for Icilius. And he with tears in his eyes says, "It is very kind of you, on tomorrow I will avail myself of your assistance, at present I have sufficient sureties." Thus Virginia is bailed on the security of her relations. Appius having delayed a short time, that he might not appear to have sat on account of the present case, when no one applied, all other concerns being given up by reason of their solicitude about the one, betook himself home. And writes to his colleagues to the camp, not to grant leave of absence to Virginius, and even to keep him in confinement. This wicked scheme was late, as it deserved to be, for Virginius, having already obtained his leave, had set out at the first watch, while the letter regarding his detention was delivered on the following morning to no purpose. But in the city, when the citizens were standing in the forum erect with expectation, Virginius, clad in mourning, by break of day conducts his daughter, also attired in weeds, attended by some matrons, into the forum, with a considerable body of advocates. He then began to go round and to solicit individuals. And not only to entreat their aid as a boon to his prayers, but demanded it as due to him, that he stood daily in the field of battle in defense of their children and wives, nor was there any other man to whom a greater number of brave and intrepid deeds in war can be ascribed than to him. What availed it, if, whilst the city was still secure, their children would be exposed to suffer the severest hardships which would have to be dreaded if it was taken? Delivering these observations like one haranguing in an assembly, he solicited them individually. Similar arguments were used by Icilius. The female attendants produced more effect by their silent tears than any language. With a mind utterly insensible to all this, such, a paroxysm of madness, rather than of love, had perverted his mind, Appius ascended the tribunal. And when the claimant began to complain briefly, that justice had not been administered to him on the preceding day through a desire to please the people, before either he could go through with his claim, or an opportunity of reply was afforded to Virginius, Appius interrupts him. The preamble with which he prefaced the sentence, ancient authors may have handed down perhaps with truth. Because I nowhere find any one that was likely, to have been used, on so scandalous a business, it seems, that the naked fact should be stated as being a point which is agreed on, viz. that he passed a sentence consigning her to slavery. At first all were astounded with amazement at so heinous a proceeding, then silence prevailed for some time. Then when Marcus Claudius proceeded to seize the maiden, the matron standing around her, and was received with piteous lamentation of the women, Virginius, menacingly extending his hands towards Appius, says, to Icilius, and not to you, Appius. Have I betrothed my daughter, and for matrimony, not prostitution, have I brought her up? Do you wish men to gratify their lust promiscuously, like cattle and wild beasts? Whether these persons will endure such things, I know not. I hope that those will not who have arms in their hands. When the claimant of the girl was repulsed by the crowd of women and advocates who were standing around her, silence was commanded by the crier. The December, engrossed in mind by his lustful propensities, states that not only from the abusive language of Icilius yesterday, and the violence of Virginius, of which he had the entire Roman people as witnesses, but from authentic information also he ascertained, that cabals were held in the city during the whole night to stir up a sedition. Accordingly that he, being aware of that danger, had come down with armed soldiers, not that he would molest any peaceable person, but in order to punish suitably to the majesty of the government persons disturbing the tranquillity of the state. It will, therefore, be better to remain quiet. Go, lictor, says he, remove the crowd, and make way for the master to lay hold of his slave. When, bursting with passion, he had thundered out these words, the multitude themselves voluntarily separated, and the girl stood deserted a prey to injustice. Then Virginius, when he saw no aid anywhere, says, I beg you, Appius, first pardon a father's grief, if I have said anything too harsh against you, in the next place, suffer me to question the nurse before the maiden, what all this matter is. That if I have been falsely called her father, I may depart hence with a more resigned mind. Permission being granted, he draws the girl and the nurse aside to the sheds near the temple of Cloacina, which now go by the name of the New Sheds, and they're snatching up a knife from a butcher, in this one way, the only one in my power. Do I secure to you your liberty? He then transfixes the girl's breast, and looking back towards the tribunal, he says, with this blood I devote thee, Appius, and thy head. Appius, aroused by the cry raised at so dreadful a deed, orders Virginius to be seized. He, armed with the knife, cleared the way whithersoever he went, until, protected by the crowd of persons attending him, he reached the gate. Icilius and Numitorius take up the lifeless body and exhibit it to the people. They deplore the villainy of Appius, the fatal beauty of the maiden, and the dire necessity of the father. The matrons who followed exclaim, was this the condition of rearing children? Were these the rewards of chastity? And other things which female grief on such occasions suggests, when their complaints are so much the more affecting, in proportion as, their grief, is more intense from the natural tenderness of their minds. The voice of the men, and more especially of Icilius, entirely turned on the tribunician power, on the right of appeal to the people which had been taken from them, and on the indignities thrown upon the state. The multitude was excited partly by the atrocious nature of the deed, partly by the hope of recovering their liberty through a favorable opportunity. Appius now orders Icilius to be summoned before him, now on refusing to come to be seized. At length, when an opportunity of approaching him was not afforded to the beadles, he himself proceeding through the crowd with a body of young patricians, orders him to be taken into confinement. Now not only the multitude, but Lucius Valerius and Marcus Horatius, the leaders of the multitude, stood around Icilius, who, having repulsed the lictor, stated, that, if he meant to proceed by law, they would protect Icilius from one who was but a private citizen. If he desired to employ force, that they would be no bad match for him even then. Hence arises a furious scuffle. The December's lictor attacks Valerius and Horatius, the fasces are broken by the people. Appius ascends the tribunal. Horatius and Valerius follow him. To them the assembly pays attention, they drown with clamor the voice of the December. Now Valerius authoritatively ordered the lictors to depart from one who was but a private citizen, when Appius, whose spirits were now broken, being alarmed for his life, betook himself into a house in the vicinity of the Forum. Unknown to his enemies, with his head covered up. Spurious Appius, in order to assist his colleague, rushes into the Forum from the opposite side, he sees their authority overpowered by force. Distracted then by various counsels between which he wavered, by assenting to several advisers from every side, he eventually ordered the Senate to be convened. Because the proceedings of the Decemvirs seemed to be displeasing to the greater portion of the patricians, this step quieted the people with the hope that the government would be abolished through the Senate. The Senate gave their opinion that neither the commons should be exasperated, and much more that care should be taken that the arrival of Virginius should not occasion any commotion in the army. Accordingly some of the junior patricians, being sent to the camp which was at that time on Mount Basilius, announced to the Decemvirs that by every means in their power they should keep the soldiers from mutinying. Where Virginius occasioned greater commotion than he had left behind him in the city. For besides that he was seen coming with a body of near 400 men, who, fired at the heinous enormity of the occurrence, had accompanied him from the city. The unsheathed weapon himself besmeared with blood, attracted to him the entire camp, and the gowns seen in the different parts of the camp, had caused the number of people from the city to appear much greater than it really was. When they asked him what was the matter, in consequence of his weeping he uttered not a word. At length, as soon as the crowd of those running together became still, and silence took place, he related everything in order as it occurred. Then extending his hands towards heaven, addressing his fellow soldiers, he begged of them, not to impute to him that which was the crime of Appius, not to abhor him as the murderer of his children. To him the life of his daughter was dearer than his own, if she had been allowed to live in freedom and chastity. When he beheld her dragged to prostitution as if a slave, thinking it better that his child should be lost by death than by dishonor, through compassion for her he fell into an appearance of cruelty. Nor would he have survived his daughter, had he not placed hope of avenging her death in the aid of his fellow soldiers. For that they too had daughters, sisters, and wives, nor was the lust of Ap Pius Claudius extinguished with his daughter. But in proportion as it escaped with impunity, so much the more unbridled would it be. That in the calamities of others a warning was given to them to guard against a similar injury. That for his own part, his wife had been taken from him by fate. His daughter, because she no longer could live in chastity, died an unfortunate but honorable death, that there was no longer in his house an opportunity for Appius's lust. That from any other violence of his he would defend his person with the same spirit with which he vindicated that of his daughter. That others should take care of themselves and of their children. To Virginius, uttering these words in a loud voice, the multitude responded with a shout, that they would not be backward, with respect either to his wrongs or their own liberty. And the gown men mixing with the crowd of soldiers, both by narrating with sorrow those same circumstances, and by showing how much more shocking they must have appeared when seen than when merely heard. And also by telling them that matters were now desperate at Rome. Those also who followed, the persons that accompanied Virginius from Rome, and alleged that Appius, having with difficulty escaped with life, had gone into exile. All these individuals so far influenced them that there was a general cry to arms, they snatched up their standards, and set out for Rome. The Decemvirs, being alarmed at the same time both by what they now saw, as well as by those things which they had heard had taken place at Rome, ran about to different parts of the camp to quell the commotion. Whilst they proceeded with mildness no answer was returned to them. If any of them attempted to exert authority over them, the answer given was, that they were men and had arms. They go in a body to the city and post themselves on the Aventine. Encouraging the commons, according as each person met them, to reassume their liberty, and elect tribunes of the people, no other violent expression was heard. Spurius Appius holds a meeting of the Senate. It is resolved that no harsh proceedings should be adopted, as occasion for the sedition had been given by themselves. 3 men of consular rank, Spurius Tarpius, Caius Julius, Publius Sulpicius, are sent as ambassadors, to inquire, in the name of the Senate, by whose orders they had deserted the camp. Or what they intended in posting themselves on the Aventine in arms, and in turning away their arms from the enemy and taking their own country. They were at no loss for an answer. They wanted someone to give the answer, there being as yet no certain leader, and individuals not being forward enough to expose themselves to the invidious office. The multitude only called out with one voice, that they should send Lucius Valerius and Marcus Horatius to them, that to them they would give their answer. The ambassadors being dismissed, Virginius reminds the soldiers, that a little time before they had been embarrassed in a matter of no very great difficulty, because the multitude was without a head. And that the answer given, though not inexpedient, was the result rather of an accidental concurrence than of a concerted plan. His opinion was, that 10 persons be elected, who should preside in the management of their affairs, and, in the style of military dignity, that they should be called tribunes of the soldiers. When that honor was offered to himself in the first instance, he replied, "Reserve for an occasion more favorable to you and to me those your kind opinions of me. My daughter being unavenged, neither allows any honor to be satisfactory to me, nor in the disturbed state of things is it useful that those should be at your head who are most obnoxious to party malice. If there will be any use of me, such use will be derived not in a less degree from me in a private station." They then elect military tribunes 10 in number. Nor was the army among the Sabines inactive. There also, at the instance of Icilius and Numitorius, a secession from the Decemvirs took place, the commotion of men's minds on recollecting the murder of Sixius being not less than that which the recent account of the barbarous attempt made on the maiden to gratify lust had enkindled. When Icilius heard that tribunes of the soldiers were elected on Mount Aventine, lest the election assembly in the city might follow the precedent of the military assembly, by electing the same persons tribunes of the commons. Being well versed in popular intrigues and having an eye to that office, he also takes care, before they proceeded to the city, that the same number be elected by his own party with an equal power. They entered the city through the Colline gate in military array, and proceeded in a body to the Aventine through the middle of the city. There, joined to the other army, they commissioned the 20 tribunes of the soldiers to select 2 out of their number, who should hold the command in chief. They choose Marcus Appius and Sextus Manilius. The patricians, alarmed for the general safety, though there was a meeting every day, waste the time in wrangling more frequently than in deliberation. The murder of Sixius, the lust of Appius, and the disgraces incurred in war were urged as charges against the Decemvirs. It was resolved that Valerius and Horatius should proceed to the Aventine. They refused to go on any other conditions, than that the Decemvirs should lay down the badges of that office, which had expired the year before. The Decemvirs, complaining that they were now being degraded, stated that they would not resign their office, until those laws were passed on account of which they had been appointed. The people being informed through Marcus Duilius, who had been tribune of the people, that by reason of their continual contentions no business was transacted, passes from the Aventine to the Sacred Mount. Duilius affirming that serious concern for business would not enter the minds of the patricians, until they saw the city deserted. That the Sacred Mount would remind them of the people's firmness. That they would then know, that matters could not be restored to concord without the restoration of, the tribunician, power. Having set out along the Nomentan way, which was then called the Ficonian, they pitched their camp on the Sacred Mount, imitating the moderation of their fathers by committing no violence. The commons followed the army, no one whose age would permit him declining to go. Their wives and children attended their steps, piteously asking to whom would they leave them, in a city in which neither chastity nor liberty were respected. When the unusual solitude rendered every place in Rome void, when there was in the forum no one but a few old men, when, the patricians being convened into the Senate, the forum appeared deserted. More now besides Horatius and Valerius began to exclaim, "What will ye now wait for, conscript fathers? If the Decemvirs do not put an end to their obstinacy, will ye suffer all things to go to wreck and ruin? What power is that, Decemvirs, which ye embrace and hold so firmly? Do you mean to administer justice to walls and mere houses? Are you not ashamed that an almost greater number of your lictors is to be seen in the forum than of the other citizens? What are ye to do, in case the enemy should approach the city? What, if the commons should come presently in arms, if we seem not to be moved by their secession? Do you mean to conclude your power by the fall of the city? But, the case is this, either we must not have the commons, or they must have their tribunes. We would sooner dispense with our patrician magistrates, than they with their plebeian. That power, when new and untried, they wrested from our fathers. Much less will they, now that they have tested the sweets of it, endure its loss, more especially since we make not a moderate use of our power, so that they may not stand in need of, tribunician, aid. When these arguments were thrown out from every quarter, the Decemvirs, overpowered by the united opinions of all, declare that, since such seems to be the feeling, they would submit to the authority of the patricians. All they ask is, that they may be protected from popular rage. They give a warning, that they should not through shedding their blood habituate the people to inflict punishment on the patricians. Then Valerius and Horatius, having been sent to bring back the people on such terms as might seem fit, and to adjust all differences, are directed to make provision also for the Decemvirs from the resentment and violence of the multitude. They set forward and are received into the camp with great joy by the people, as being their liberators beyond all doubt, both at the commencement of the disturbance and at the termination of the matter. In consideration of these things, thanks were returned to them on their arrival. Icilius speaks in the name of the people. When the terms came to be considered, the ambassadors inquiring what were the demands of the people, the same individual, having already concerted the plan before the arrival of the ambassadors, stated demands of such a nature that it became evident, that more hope was placed in the justice of their case than in arms. For they demanded back the tribunician office and the right of appeal, which, before the appointment of Decemvirs, had been the props of the people, and that it should not be visited with injury to any one. To have instigated the soldiers or the commons to seek back their liberty by a secession. Concerning the punishment only of the Decemvirs was their demand immoderate, for they thought it but just that they should be delivered up to them, and they threatened that they would burn them alive. In answer the ambassadors say, the demands which have been the result of deliberation are so reasonable, that they should be voluntarily offered to you. For you seek them as safeguards to your liberty, not as means of licentious power to assail others. Your resentment we must rather pardon than indulge. Seeing that from your hatred of cruelty ye rush into cruelty, and almost before you are free yourselves, you wish already to lord it over your enemies. Shall our state never enjoy rest from punishments either of the patricians on the Roman commons, or of the commons on the patricians? You have occasion for a shield rather than for a sword. He is sufficiently and abundantly humble, who lives in a state on an equal footing, neither inflicting nor suffering injury. Moreover, should you feel disposed to render yourselves formidable, when, having recovered your magistrates and laws, decisions on our lives and fortunes shall be in your hands, then you shall determine according to the merits of each case. Now it is sufficient that your liberty be restored. All permitting them to act just as they think proper, the ambassadors assure them that they would speedily return, having completed every matter. When they went and laid before the patricians the message of the commons, the other Decembers, since, contrary to their own expectation, no mention was made of their punishment, raised no objection. Appius, being of a truculent disposition and a particular object of detestation, measuring the rancor of others towards him by his own towards them, says, I am aware of the fate which hangs over me. I see that the contest against us is deferred, until our arms are delivered up to our adversaries. Blood must be offered up to popular rage. Not even do I demur to resign my decemvirate. A decree of the Senate is then passed, that the Decembers should without delay resign their office. That Quintus Furius, chief pontiff, should hold an election of plebeian tribunes, and that the secession of the soldiers and commons should not be visited on any one. These decrees being finished, the Senate being dismissed, the Decembers come forth into the assembly, and resign their office, to the great joy of all. News of this is carried to the commons. All the people remaining in the city escort the ambassadors. This crowd was met by another joyous body from the camp. They congratulate each other on the restoration of peace and concord to the state. The deputies address the assembly, be it advantageous, fortunate, and happy for you and the republic, return into your country to your household gods, your wives and children. But carry into the city the same modesty which you observed here, where, amid the consumption of so many matters necessary for so large a number of persons, no man's field has been injured. Go to the Aventine, whence ye set out. In that auspicious place, where ye took the first step towards liberty, ye shall elect tribunes of the people. The chief pontiff will be at hand to hold the elections. Great was their assent and joy, as evinced in their approbation of every measure. They then hastily raised their standards, and having set out for Rome, vie in exultation with all they met. There, the chief pontiff holding the meeting for the elections, they elected as their tribunes of the people, first of all Virginius, then Lucius Icilius, and Publius Numitorius the uncle of Virginia, the advisers of the secession. Then Caius Sicinius, the offspring of him who is recorded to have been elected first tribune of the commons on the Sacred Mount. And Marcus Duilius, who had passed through a distinguished tribuneship before the creation of the Decembers, and was never wanting to the commons in their contests with the Decembers. Marcus Titinius, Marcus Pomponius, Caius Apronius, Publius Villius, and Caius Oppius, were elected more from hope, entertained of them, than from any services, performed. When he entered on his tribuneship, Lucius Icilius proposed to the commons, and the commons ordered, that the secession from the Decembers which had taken place should not prove detrimental to any individual. Immediately after Duilius carried a proposition for electing consuls, with right of appeal. All these things were transacted in an assembly of the commons in the Flaminian meadows, which they now call the Flaminian Circus. Then through an interrex Lucius Valerius and Marcus Horatius were elected consuls, who immediately entered on their office, whose consulship was popular without any actual injury to the patricians, though not without their displeasure. For whatever provision was made for securing the liberty of the commons, that they considered to be a diminution made in their own power. First of all, when it was as it were a point in controversy, whether patricians were bound by regulations enacted in an assembly of the commons, they proposed a law in the assembly of the centuries, that whatever the commons ordered collectively should bind the entire people. By which law a most keen-edged weapon was given to motions introduced by tribunes. Then another law made by a consul concerning the right of appeal, a singular security to liberty, and subverted by the decembral power, they not only restore, but guard it also for the time to come, by enacting a new law. That no one should appoint any magistrate without a right of appeal. If any person should so elect, it would be lawful and right that he be put to death. And that such killing should not be deemed a capital offense. And when they had sufficiently secured the commons by the right of appeal on the one hand, by tribunician aid on the other, they renewed for the tribunes themselves, the privilege, that they should be held sacred and inviolable. The memory of which matter had now been almost lost, reviving certain ceremonies which had been long disused. And they rendered them inviolable both by the religious institution, as well as by a law, enacting, that whoever should offer injury to tribunes of the people, aediles, judges, decembers, his person should be devoted to Jupiter. And his property be sold at the temple of Ceres, Liber and Libera. Commentators deny that any person is by this law sacrosanct, but that he who may do an injury to any of them, is deemed to be devoted. Therefore that an aedile may be arrested and carried to prison by superior magistrates, which, though it be not expressly warranted by law, for an injury is done to a person to whom it is not lawful to do an injury according to this law. Yet it is a proof that an aedile is not considered as sacred. That the tribunes were sacred and inviolable by an ancient oath of the commons, when first they created that office. There have been persons who suppose that by this same Horatian law provision was made for the consuls also and the praetors, because they were elected under the same auspices as the consuls, for that a consul was called a judge. Which interpretation is refuted, because at this time it was not yet the custom for the consul to be styled judge, but the praetor. These were the laws proposed by the consuls. It was also regulated by the same consuls, that decrees of the Senate should be deposited with the aediles of the commons in the temple of Ceres, which before that used to be suppressed and altered at the pleasure of the consuls. Marcus Duilius then, tribune of the commons, proposed to the people, and the people ordered, that whoever left the people without tribunes, and whoever caused a magistrate to be elected without the right of appeal, should be punished with stripes and beheaded. All these matters, though against the feelings of the patricians, passed off without opposition from them, because no severity was aimed at any particular individual. Then both the tribunician power and the liberty of the commons being firmly established, the tribunes now deeming it both safe and seasonable to attack individuals, single out Virginius as the first prosecutor and Appius as defendant. When Virginius appointed a day for Appius, and Appius came down to the forum, accompanied by some young patricians, the memory of his most profligate exercise of power was instantly revived in the minds of all. As soon as they beheld himself and his satellites. Then Virginius says, long speeches have been invented for matters of a doubtful nature. Accordingly I shall neither waste time in dwelling on the guilt of this man before you, from whose cruelty ye have rescued yourselves by force of arms, nor shall I suffer him to add impudence to his other enormous crimes in defending himself. Wherefore, Appius Claudius, I remit to you the accumulated impious and nefarious deeds you have had the effrontery to commit for the last 2 years. With respect to one charge only, unless you will appoint a judge, and prove, that you have not, contrary to the laws, sentenced a free person to be a slave, I order that you be taken into custody. Neither in the aid of the tribunes, nor in the judgment of the people, could Appius place any hope, still he both appealed to the tribunes, and, when no one regarded him, being seized by the bailiff, he exclaims, I appeal. The hearing of this one expression, that safeguard of liberty, uttered from that mouth by which a free citizen was so recently consigned to slavery, occasioned general silence. And, whilst they observed to each other, that at length there are gods, and that they do not disregard human affairs, and that punishments await tyranny and cruelty, which, though late, are still by no means light. That he now appealed, who had abolished all right of appeal, and that he implored the protection of the people, who had trampled down all the rights of the people. And that he was dragged off to prison, destitute of the rights of liberty, who had doomed a free person to slavery. Amid the murmurs of the assembly, the voice of Appius was heard imploring the protection of the Roman people. He enumerated the services of his ancestors to the state, at home and abroad, his own unfortunate zeal towards the Roman commons. That he had resigned the consulship, to the great displeasure of the patricians, for the purpose of equalizing the laws, he then mentioned, his laws, which, though they still remained in force, the framer of them was dragged to a prison. But the peculiar advantages and disadvantages of his case he would then make trial of, when an opportunity would be afforded him of stating his defense. At present, he, a Roman citizen, demanded, by the common right of citizenship, that he be allowed to speak on the day appointed, and to appeal to the judgment of the Roman people. That he did not dread popular rage so much as not to place any hope in the equity and compassion of his fellow citizens. But if he were led to prison without being heard, that he once more appealed to the tribunes of the people, and warned them not to imitate those whom they hated. But if the tribunes acknowledged themselves bound in the same confederacy for abolishing the right of appeal, which they charged the Decemvirs with having formed, then he appealed to the people, he implored the benefit of the laws passed that very year, both by the consuls and tribunes, regarding the right of appeal. For who would appeal, if this were not allowed a person as yet uncondemned, whose case has not been heard? What plebeian and humble individual would find protection in the laws, if Appius Claudius could not? That he would afford a proof, whether tyranny or liberty was established by the new laws, and whether the right of appeal and of challenge against the injustice of magistrates was only held out in empty words, or effectually granted. Virginius, on the other hand, affirmed that Appius Claudius was the only person not entitled to a participation in the laws, nor in civil or human society. That men should look to the tribunal, the fortress of all villainies, where that perpetual Decemvir, venting his fury on the properties, backs, and blood of the citizens, threatening all with his rods and axes, a despiser of gods and men, attended with executioners, not lictors. Changing his mind from rapine and murder to lust, before the eyes of the Roman people, tore a free-born maiden, as if a prisoner of war, from the embraces of her father, and gave her as a present to a dependent, the pander to his secret pleasures. Where by a cruel decree, and by a most villainous decision, he armed the right hand of the father against the daughter, where he ordered the spouse and uncle, on their raising the lifeless body of the girl, to be taken off to a prison. Moved more at the interruption to his sensual gratification than at her untimely death. That the prison was built for him also, which he used to call the domicile of the Roman commons. Wherefore, though he may appeal again and oftener, he would as frequently refer him to a judge, on the charge of having sentenced a free person to slavery. If he would not go before a judge, that he ordered him to be taken to prison as one condemned. He was thrown into prison, and though without the disapprobation of any individual, yet not without considerable emotions of the public mind, when, in consequence of the punishment of so distinguished a man, their own liberty began to appear to the commons themselves as excessive. The tribune deferred the day of trial. Whilst these matters are going on, ambassadors from the Hernicians and Latins came to Rome to present their congratulations on the harmony subsisting between the patricians and commons. And as an offering on that account to Jupiter, the best and greatest, they brought into the capital a golden crown, of small weight, as riches at that time did not abound. And the duties of religion were performed rather with piety than magnificence. From the same source it was ascertained that the Equins and Volscians were preparing for war with the utmost energy. The consuls were therefore ordered to divide the provinces between them. The Sabines fell to the lot of Horatius, the Equins and Volscians to that of Valerius. On their proclaiming a levy for these wars, through the good wishes of the commons, not only the younger men, but of those who had served out their time, a considerable portion as volunteers, attended to give in their names, and hence the army was stronger not only by the number, but also by the kind of soldiers, veterans being mixed with them. Before they marched out of the city, they engraved on brass, and fixed up in public view, the Decemviral laws, which have received the name of the 12 Tables. There are some who state that the aediles discharged that office by order of the tribunes. Caius Claudius, who, detesting the crimes of the Decemvirs and, above all, incensed at the arrogant conduct of his brother's son, had retired to Regillum, the country of his forefathers, having returned, though now advanced in years, to deprecate the dangers impending over that man, whose vices he had shunned, now clad in a mourning garment, with the members of his family and his clients, went about the forum, and solicited the interest of the citizens individually. That they would not cast such a stain on the Claudian family, as to consider them deserving of imprisonment and chains. That a man whose image would be most highly honored with posterity, the framer of their laws and the founder of Roman jurisprudence, lay in chains amongst nightly thieves and robbers. He begged, that they would turn away their minds from resentment for a while to examination and reflection. And rather pardon one at the intercession of so many members of the Claudian family, than through a hatred of one spurn the entreaties of many, that he himself also paid this tribute to the family and the name. Nor had he been reconciled to him, whose unfortunate situation he wished to relieve, that by fortitude liberty had been recovered, by clemency the harmony of the several orders might be established. Some there were whom he influenced more by his warm attachment to his family than for the sake of him for whom he interceded. But Virginius begged that they would rather pity him and his daughter, and that they would listen to the entreaties, not of the Claudian family, which had assumed a sort of sovereignty over the commons, but those of the near friends of Virginia and of the 3 tribunes, who having been created for the aid of the commons, were now themselves imploring the protection and aid of the commons. These tears appeared more just. Accordingly, all hope being cut off, Appius put a period to his life, before the day arrived appointed for his trial. Soon after, Spurius Appius, the next object of public indignation, as having been in the city when the unjust decision was given by his colleague, was arraigned by Publius Numitorius. However, an act of injustice committed by Appius brought more odium on him, than the not preventing one, in the case of Appius. A witness was brought forward, who, after reckoning up 20 campaigns, after having been particularly honored 8 different times, and wearing these honors in the sight of the Roman people, tore open his garment and exhibited his back torn with stripes, asking no other conditions but that, if the accused could name any one guilty act of his, he might, though a private individual, once more repeat his severity on him. Appius was also thrown into prison, where he put a period to his life before the day of trial. The tribunes confiscated the property of Appius and Appius. Their colleagues left their homes to go into exile, their property was confiscated. Marcus Claudius, the claimant of Virginia, being condemned on the day of his trial, was discharged and went away into exile to Tibur, Virginius himself remitting the penalty as far as it affected his life. And the shade of Virginia, more fortunate after death than when living, after having roamed through so many families in quest of vengeance, at length rested in peace, no guilty person being left unpunished. Great alarm seized the patricians, and the countenances of the tribunes were now the same as those of the Decemvirs had been, when Marcus Duilius, tribune of the people, having put a salutary check to their immoderate power, says, "There has been both enough of liberty on our own part, and of vengeance on our enemies. Wherefore for this year I will neither suffer a day of trial to be appointed for any one, nor any person to be thrown into prison. For it is neither pleasing to me that old crimes now forgotten should be again brought forward, seeing that the recent ones have been atoned for by the punishment of the Decemvirs. And the unremitting care of both the consuls in defending your liberties, is ample security that nothing will be committed which will call for tribunician interference." This moderation of the tribune first relieved the patricians from their fears, and at the same time increased their ill will towards the consuls. For they had been so devoted to the commons, that even a plebeian magistrate took an earlier interest in the safety and liberty of the patricians, than one of patrician rank. And their enemies would have been surfeited with inflicting punishments on them, before the consuls, to all appearance, would have resisted their licentious career. And there were many who said that a want of firmness was shown, inasmuch as the fathers had given their approbation to the laws proposed, nor was there a doubt, but that in this troubled state of public affairs they had yielded to the times. The business in the city being settled, and the rights of the commons being firmly established, the consuls departed to their respective provinces. Valerius prudently deferred all warlike operations against the armies of the Equins and the Volscians, which had now formed a junction at Algidum. But if he had immediately committed the result to fortune, I know not but that, such were the feelings both of the Romans and of their enemies since the unfavorable auspices of the Decemvirs, the contest would have stood them in a heavy loss. Having pitched his camp at the distance of a mile from the enemy, he kept his men quiet. The enemy filled the space lying between the two camps with their army in order of battle, and not a single Roman made them any answer when they challenged them to battle. At length, wearied from standing and from waiting in vain for a contest, the Equins and Volscians, considering that the victory was in a manner conceded to them, go off, some to the Hernicians, some to the Latins, to commit depredations. There was left in the camp rather a garrison for its defense than sufficient force for a contest. When the consul perceived this, he retorted the terror previously occasioned to his men, and drawing up his troops in order of battle, he now in his turn provokes the enemy to fight. When they, from a feeling of the absence of their forces, declined battle, the courage of the Romans immediately increased, and they considered as vanquished those who stood panic-stricken within their rampart. After having stood for the entire day prepared for the contest, they retired at night. And the Romans, now full of hope, set about refreshing themselves. The enemy, in by no means equal spirits, being now in trepidation, dispatched messengers in every direction to call back the plundering parties. Those in the nearest places returned thence, those who were farther off were not found. When the day dawned, the Romans leave the camp, determining on assaulting the rampart unless an opportunity of fighting were afforded, and when the day was now far advanced, and no movement was made by the enemy, the consul orders them to advance. And the troops being put in motion, the Equins and the Volscians became indignant, that victorious armies were to be defended by a rampart rather than by valor and arms. Wherefore they also earnestly demanded the signal for battle from their generals, and received it. And now half of them had got out of the gates, and the others in succession were observing order, marching down each to his own post, when the Roman consul, before the enemy's line could be drawn up, supported by their entire strength, advanced on them. And having attacked them before they were all as yet led forth, and when those who were so had not their ranks sufficiently arranged, he falls on the unsteady crowd of them, running in trepidation from one place to another, and throwing around their eyes on themselves and on their friends, a shout and violent onset adding to the already confused state of their minds. The enemy at first gave way, then, when they had rallied their spirits, and their generals on every side reprovingly asked them, whether they were about to yield to their vanquished foes, the battle was restored. On the other side, the consul desired the Romans to remember that, on that day, for the first time, they fought as free men in defense of Rome, now a free city. That it was for themselves they were to conquer, and not that they should be the prize of the Decemvirs, after conquering. That it was not under the command of Appius that the action was being conducted, but under their consul Valerius, descended from the liberators of the Roman people, himself too a liberator. That they should show that in former battles it had been the fault of the generals, and not of the soldiers, that they did not conquer. That it was shameful to have had more courage against their own countrymen than against their enemies, and to have dreaded slavery more at home than abroad. That Virginia was the only person whose chastity was in danger in time of peace, that Appius was the only citizen of dangerous lust. But if the fortune of war should turn against them, all their children would be in danger from so many thousands of enemies. That he would not, on account of the omen, mention things which may neither Jupiter nor their father Mars suffer to befall a city built under such auspices. He reminded them of the Aventine and the Sacred Mount. And, that they should bring back dominion unimpaired to that spot, where their liberty had been established but a few months before, and that they should show that the Roman soldiers retained the same abilities after the expulsion of the Decemvirs, which they had possessed before they were appointed. And that the valor of the Roman people was not deteriorated after the laws were equalized. After he uttered these words among the battalions of the infantry, he flies from them to the cavalry. Come, young men, surpass in valor the infantry, as you already surpass them in honor and in rank. The infantry at the first onset have made the enemy give way, now that they have given way, do you give reins to your horses and drive them from the field. They will not stand your charge, even now they rather hesitate than resist. They spur on their horses, and drive in amongst the enemy who were already thrown into confusion by the attack of the infantry. And having broken through the ranks, and pushed on to the rear of their line, a part wheeling round in the open space, turn most of them away from the camp to which they were now flying from all sides. And by riding on before they deter them from that direction. The line of infantry, and the consul himself, and the main body of the army make for the camp, and having taken it with considerable slaughter, they get possession of a great quantity of booty. The fame of this battle was carried not only to the city, but to the other army also among the Sabines. In the city it was celebrated only with public rejoicing, in the camp it fired the courage of the soldiers to emulate such glory. Horatius, by training them in excursions, and making trial of them in slight skirmishes, had accustomed them to trust in themselves rather than to remember the ignominy incurred under the command of the Decemvirs. And these little encounters had now gone so far as to ensure to them the consummation of all their hopes. The Sabines, elated at their success on the preceding year, ceased not to provoke and urge them to fight, constantly asking them why they wasted time, sallying forth in small numbers and returning like marauders. And why they parcelled out the grand effort of a single war on a number of insignificant skirmishes. Why did they not engage them in the field, and consign the result to fortune to be determined at once? Besides that they had already of themselves recovered a sufficient degree of courage, the Romans were fired with exasperation, that the other army would soon return victorious to the city. That the enemy were now wantonly insulting them by contumelies, when would they be a match for the enemy, if they were not so then? When the consul ascertained that the soldiers gave expression to these sentiments in the camp, having summoned an assembly, "How matters have gone on in Algidum," says he, "I suppose that you, soldiers, have already heard. As became the army of a free people to behave, so have they behaved. Through the judicious conduct of my colleague and the valor of the soldiers, the victory has been gained. For my part, the plan and determination which I am to maintain, you yourselves shall suggest. The war may be both prolonged with advantage, and be brought to a speedy conclusion. If it is to be prolonged, I shall take care by the same discipline with which I have commenced, that your hopes and your valor may increase every day. If you have now sufficient courage, and it is your wish that the matter be decided, come on, raise here that shout such as you will raise in the field of battle, the index at once of your inclination and your valor." When the shout was raised with great alacrity, he assures them, that with the good favor of heaven, he would comply with their wishes and lead them next day to the field. The remainder of the day is spent in preparing their arms. On the following day, as soon as the Sabines saw the Roman army being drawn up in order of battle, they too, as being long since eager for the encounter, come forward. The battle was such a one as may be expected between two armies confident in themselves, the one animated by the glory of former and uninterrupted glory, the other lately so by an unusual instance of success. The Sabines aided their strength by stratagem also, for having formed a line equal to that of the enemy, they kept 2,000 men in reserve, to make an attack on the left wing of the Romans in the heat of the battle. When these, by an attack in flank, were overpowering that wing, now almost surrounded, about 600 of the cavalry of 2 legions leap down from their horses, and rush forward in front of their men, now giving way. And they at the same time both oppose the progress of the enemy, and incite the courage of the infantry, first sharing the danger equally with them, and then by arousing in them a sense of shame. It was a matter of shame that the cavalry should fight in their own proper character and in that of others, and that the infantry should not be equal to the cavalry even when dismounted. They press forward therefore to the fight, which had been suspended on their part, and endeavor to regain the ground which they had lost, and in a moment not only is the battle restored, but one of the wings of the Sabines gives way. The cavalry, covered between the ranks of the foot, return to their horses, they then gallop across to the other division to announce their success to their party. At the same time also they make a charge on the enemy, now disheartened by the discomfiture of their stronger wing. The valor of none shone more conspicuous in that battle. The consul provided for all emergencies. He applauded the brave, rebuked wherever the battle seemed to slacken. When reproved, they displayed immediately the energy of brave men, and a sense of shame stimulated them as much as praises excited the others. The shout being raised anew, and making a united effort, they drive the enemy back, nor could the Roman power be any longer resisted. The Sabines, driven in every direction through the country, leave behind them their camp as plunder for the enemy. There the Roman recovers the effects not of the allies, as at Algidum, but his own property, which had been lost by the devastations of their lands. For this double victory, obtained in 2 battles, in 2 different places, the Senate through jealousy decreed merely supplications in the name of the consuls for 1 day only. The people went, however, on the 2nd day also in great numbers of their own accord to offer thanksgiving, and this unauthorized and popular supplication was even more zealously attended. The consuls by concert came to the city within the same 2 days, and called out the Senate to the Campus Martius. Where, when they were relating the services performed by themselves, the chiefs of the patricians complained that the Senate was convened among the soldiers designedly for the purpose of intimidation. The consuls therefore, lest there might be any foundation for such a charge, called away the Senate to the Flaminian meadows, where the temple of Apollo now is, even then they called it Apollinaris. Where, when a triumph was refused by a large majority of the patricians, Lucius Icilius, tribune of the commons, proposed to the people regarding the triumph of the consuls, many persons coming forward to argue against the measure. But in particular Caius Claudius, exclaiming, that it was over the Senate, not over the enemy, the consuls wished to triumph. And that it was intended as a return for a private service to a tribune, and not as an honor due to valor. That never before was the matter of a triumph managed through the people. But that the consideration concerning the honor and the disposal of it, always lay with the Senate, that not even the kings had infringed on the majesty of this highest order. That the tribunes should not thus occupy every department with their own authority, so as to allow the existence of no public council. That the state would be free, and the laws equalized by these means only, if each rank would retain its own rights, its own dignity. Though much had been said by the other senior patricians also to the same purpose, all the tribes approved that proposition. Then for the first time a triumph was celebrated by order of the people, without the authority of the Senate. This victory of the tribunes and people was well nigh terminating in an extravagance of a by no means salutary tendency, a conspiracy being formed among the tribunes to have the same tribunes re-elected. And in order that their ambition might be the less conspicuous, to continue their office to the consuls. They pleaded, as a cause, the combination of the patricians by which the privileges of the commons were attempted to be undermined by the affronts thrown upon the consuls. What would be the consequence, before the laws are yet firmly established, if consuls should through their factions attack the new tribunes? For that Horatii and Valerii would not always be consuls, who would postpone their own interest to the liberty of the people. By some concurrence of circumstances, useful at the time, it fell by lot to Marcus Duilius above any one else to preside at the elections, a man of prudence, and who perceived the storm of public odium that was hanging over them from the continuance of their office. And when he stated that he would take no notice of the former tribunes, and his colleagues strenuously insisted that he should allow the tribes to be at liberty to vote, or should give up the office of presiding at the elections to his colleagues, who would hold the election according to law rather than according to the pleasure of the patricians. A contention being now excited, when Duilius had sent for the consuls to his seat and asked them what they contemplated doing with respect to the consular elections, and they answered that they would appoint new consuls. Having found popular supporters of a measure by no means popular, he proceeded with them into the assembly. Where, when the consuls, being brought forward before the people, and asked, whether if the Roman people, mindful of their liberty recovered at home through them, mindful also of their military services, should again elect them consuls, what they would do, made no change in their sentiments. He held the election, after eulogizing the consuls, because they persevered to the last in being unlike the Decemvirs. And 5 tribunes of the people being elected, when, through the zealous exertions of the 9 tribunes who openly pushed their canvass, the other candidates could not make up the required number of tribes, he dismissed the assembly. Nor did he hold one after for the purpose of an election. He said that he had fulfilled the law, which without anywhere specifying the number of tribunes, only enacted that tribunes should be left, and recommended that colleagues be chosen by those who had been elected. And he recited the terms of the law, in which, it is said, if I shall propose 10 tribunes of the commons, if you elect this day less than 10 tribunes of the people, then that those whom they may have chosen as colleagues for themselves be legitimate tribunes of the people, by the same law as those whom you have this day elected tribunes of the people. When Duilius persevered to the last, stating that the Republic could not have 15 tribunes of the people, after baffling the ambition of his colleagues, he resigned his office, being equally approved by the patricians and people. The new tribunes of the people in electing their colleagues evinced a disposition to gratify the wishes of the patricians. They even elected 2 who were patricians, and even consulars, Spurius Tarpius and Aulus Atirius. The consuls then elected, Largius Herminius, Titus Virginius Calomentanus, not very much inclined to the cause either of the patricians or commons, had perfect tranquility both at home and abroad. Lucius Trebonius, tribune of the commons, incensed against the patricians, because, as he said, he was imposed on by them in the affair of choosing colleagues, and betrayed by his colleagues, carried a proposal that whoever took the votes of the commons in electing tribunes of the people, he should go on taking the votes, until he elected 10 tribunes of the people. And he spent his tribuneship in worrying the patricians, whence the cognomen of Asper was given him. Next Marcus Geganius Massarinus, and Caius Julius, being elected consuls, quieted some combinations of the tribunes against the youth of the nobility, without any harsh proceeding against that power, and still preserving the dignity of the patricians. By proclaiming a levy for the war against the Volscians and Equins, they kept the people from riots by keeping matters in abeyance. Affirming, that everything was quiet abroad, there being harmony in the city, and that through civil discord the enemies assumed new courage. Their anxiety for peace was also the cause of concord at home. But each of the orders ever took advantage of moderation in the other. Acts of injustice began to be committed by the younger patricians on the commons when perfectly quiet. When the tribunes would assist the weaker party, at first it was of little use, then not even themselves escaped being ill-treated. Particularly in the latter months, when injustice was committed through the combinations among the more powerful, and the vigor of every magistracy becomes considerably more lax in the latter part of the year. And now the commons placed hopes in the tribuneship, only on the condition that they had tribunes like Icilius, that for the last 2 years they had had only mere names. On the other hand, the elder members of the patrician order, though they considered their young men to be too overbearing, yet would rather, if bounds were to be exceeded, that a redundancy of spirit should exist in their own order than in their adversaries. So difficult a thing is moderation in maintaining liberty, whilst by pretending to desire equalization, every person raises himself in such a manner as to depress another. And men, by their very precautions against fear, cause themselves to become objects of dread, and we saddle on others injustice thrown off from ourselves, as if it were actually necessary either to commit injustice or to submit to it. Titus Quintius Capitolinus, for the 4th time, and Agrippa Furius being then elected consuls, found neither disturbance at home nor war abroad, both, however, were impending. The discord of the citizens could now no longer be checked, both tribunes and commons being exasperated against the patricians, when a day of trial being appointed for any of the nobility always embroiled the assemblies with new contests. On the first noise of which the Equins and Volscians, as if they had received a signal, took up arms. At the same time, because their leaders, desirous of plunder, had persuaded them that the levy proclaimed 2 years previously could not be proceeded with, the commons now refusing obedience, that on that account no armies were sent against them. That military discipline was subverted by licentiousness, and that Rome was no longer considered as their common country, that whatever resentment and animosity they may have entertained against foreigners, was now turned against each other. That now an occasion offered for destroying those wolves blinded by intestine rage. Having united their forces, they first laid waste the Latin territory, when no resistance was found there, then indeed, to the great exultation of the advisers of the war, they approached the very walls of Rome. Carrying their depredations into the district around the Esquiline Gate, pointing out to the city the devastation of the land by way of insult. Whence when they marched back to Corbio unmolested, and driving the prey before them, Quintius the consul summoned the people to an assembly. There I find that he spoke to this purport, though I am conscious to myself of no fault, Romans, yet with the greatest shame I have come forward to your assembly. That you should know this. That this should be handed down on record to posterity, that the Equins and Volscians, a short time since scarcely a match for the Hernicians, have with impunity come with arms in their hands to the walls of Rome. In the 4th consulate of Titus Quintius. Had I known that this ignominy was reserved for this particular year, though we are now long living in such a manner, such is the state of affairs, that my mind could augur nothing good. I would have avoided this honor either by exile or by death, if there were no other means of escaping it. Then if men of courage had those arms, which were at our gates, could Rome be taken in my consulate? I have had sufficient honors, enough and more than enough of life, I should have died in my 3rd consulate. Whom did these most dastardly enemies despise? Us, consuls, or you, citizens? If the fault is in us, take away the command from us as unworthy persons, and if that is insufficient, further inflict punishment on us. If in you, may there be none of gods or men who will punish your offenses, do you only repent of them? It is not your cowardice they have despised, nor their own valor they have confided in. For having been so often routed and put to flight, stripped of their camp, immersed in their land, sent under the yoke, they know both themselves and you. The discord among the several orders is the bane of this city. The contests of the patricians and commons have raised their spirits, whilst we have neither bounds in the pursuit of power, nor you in that of liberty, whilst you are tired of patrician, these of plebeian magistrates. In the name of heaven, what would ye have? You coveted tribunes of the commons, we conceded them for the sake of concord. Ye longed for decembers, we suffered them to be created. Ye became weary of decembers, we compelled them to resign the office. Your resentment against these same persons when they became private citizens still continuing, we suffered men of the highest families and rank to die or go into exile. Ye wished again to create tribunes of the commons, ye created them. Though we saw that it was unjust to the patricians to create consuls in your own interest, we have even seen a patrician magistracy conceded as an offering to the people. The aid of tribunes, right of appeal to the people, the acts of the commons made binding on the patricians under the pretext of equalizing the laws, the subversion of our privileges, we have borne and still bear. What termination is there to be to our dissensions? When shall it be allowed us to have a united city? When to have one common country? When defeated we submit with more resignation than you when victorious. Is it enough for you, that you are objects of terror to us? The Aventine is taken against us the sacred mount is seized. When the Esquilii is almost taken by the enemy, and when the Volscian foe is scaling your rampart, there is no one to dislodge him, against us ye are men, against us ye take up arms. Come, when ye have blockaded the Senate house here, and have made the Forum the seat of war, and filled the prison with the leading men of the state, march forth through the Esquiline gate, with that same determined spirit. Or if ye do not even venture thus far, behold from your walls the lands laid waste with fire and sword, booty driven off, the houses set on fire in every direction and smoking. But, I may be told, it is the public weal that is in a worse condition through these results, the land is burned, the city is besieged, all the glory of the war is centered in the enemy. What in the name of heaven? In what state is your own private interest? Just now his own private losses were announced to each of you from the lands. What, pray, is there at home, whence you may recruit them? Will the tribunes restore and compensate you for what ye have lost? Of sound and words they will heap on you as much as ye please, and of charges against the leading men, and laws one upon another, and of public meetings. But from these meetings never has one of you returned home more increased in substance or in fortune. Has any one ever brought back to his wife and children aught save hatred, quarrels, grudges public and private? From which, and their effects, you have been ever protected, not by your own valor and integrity, but by the aid of others. But, when you served under the guidance of us consuls, not under your tribunes, and the enemy trembled at your shout in the field of battle, not the Roman patricians in the assembly, booty being obtained, land taken from the enemy. With a plentiful stock of wealth and glory, both public and private, you used to return home to your household gods in triumph, now you allow the enemy to go off laden with your property. Continue immovably tied to your assemblies, live in the forum, the necessity of taking the field, which ye avoid, still follows you. Was it too hard on you to march against the Equins and the Volscians? The war is at your gates, if it is not repelled from thence, it will soon be within your walls, and will scale the citadel and capitol, and follow you into your very houses. 2 years ago the Senate ordered a levy to be held, and the army to march to Algidum, yet we sit down listless at home, quarreling with each other like women. Delighting in pre-sent peace, and not seeing that after that short-lived intermission complicated wars are sure to return. That there are other topics more pleasing than these, I well know. But even though my own mind did not prompt me to it, necessity obliges me to speak that which is true instead of that which is pleasing. I would indeed be anxious to please you, Romans. But I am much more anxious that ye should be preserved, whatever sentiments ye shall entertain towards me. It has been so ordained by nature, that he who addresses a multitude for his own private interest, is more pleasing than the man whose mind has nothing in view but the public interest. Unless perhaps you suppose that those public sycophants, those flatterers of the commons, who neither suffer you to take up arms nor to live in peace, incite and work you up for your own interests. When excited, you are to them sources either of honor or of profit, and because, during concord between the several orders, they see that themselves are of no importance on any side. They wish to be leaders of a bad cause rather than of no cause whatever, of tumults, and of sedition. Of which state of things, if a tedium can at length enter your minds, and if ye are willing to resume the modes of acting practiced by your forefathers, and formerly by yourselves, I submit to any punishment, if I do not rout and put to flight. And strip of their camp, those ravagers of our lands, and transfer from our gates and walls to their cities this terror of war, by which you are now thrown into consternation. Scarcely ever was the speech of a popular tribune more acceptable to the commons, than was this of a most strict consul on that occasion. The young men also, who during such alarming emergencies had been accustomed to employ the refusal to enlist as the sharpest weapon against the patricians, began to direct their thoughts to war and arms, and the flight of the rustics. And those who had been robbed on the lands and wounded, announcing matters more revolting even than what was exhibited to view, filled the whole city with a spirit of vengeance. When the Senate assembled, these all turning to Quintius, looked on him as the only champion of Roman majesty. And the leading senators declared his harangue to be worthy of the consular authority, worthy of so many consulships formerly borne by him, worthy of his whole life, which was full of honors frequently enjoyed, more frequently deserved. That other consuls had either flattered the commons by betraying the dignity of the patricians, or by harshly maintaining the rights of their order, had rendered the multitude more difficult to subdue, that Titus Quintius had delivered a speech mindful of the dignity of the patricians, of the concord of the different orders, and above all, of the times. They entreated him and his colleague to take up the interest of the commonwealth. They entreated the tribunes, that by acting in concert with the consuls they would join in repelling the war from the city and the walls, and that they would induce the commons to be obedient to the Senate in so perilous a conjuncture, that, their lands being devastated, and their city in a manner besieged, their common country appealed to them as tribunes, and implored their aid. By universal consent the levy is decreed and held. When the consuls gave public notice that there was no time for examining into excuses, that all the young men should attend on the following morning at the first dawn in the Campus Martius. That when the war was over, they should afford time for inquiring into the excuses of those who had not given in their names, that the man should be held as a deserter, with whose excuse they might not be satisfied. The entire youth attended on the following day. The cohorts chose each their centurions. 2 senators were placed at the head of each cohort. We have heard that all these measures were perfected with such expedition, that the standards, having been brought forth from the treasury on that very day by the quaestors and conveyed to the campus, began to move from thence at the 4th hour. And the newly raised army halted at the 10th stone, followed by a few cohorts of veteran soldiers as volunteers. The following day brought the enemy within view, and camp was joined to camp near Corbio. On the third day, when resentment urged on the Romans, a consciousness of guilt for having so often rebelled, and despair, of pardon, urged them on the other side, there was no delay made in coming to an engagement. In the Roman army, though the two consuls were invested with equal authority, the supreme command was by the concession of Agrippa resigned to his colleague, a thing which is most salutary in the management of matters of great importance. And he who was preferred politely responded to the ready condescension of him who lowered himself, by communicating to him all his measures and sharing with him his honors, and by equalizing himself to him no longer his equal. On the field of battle Quintius commanded the right, Agrippa the left wing. The command of the central line is entrusted to Spurius Postumius Albus, as lieutenant general. Servius Sulpicius, the other lieutenant general, they place over the cavalry. The infantry on the right wing fought with distinguished valor, with stout resistance from the Volscians. Servius Sulpicius broke with his cavalry through the center of the enemy's line. Whence though he might have returned in the same way to his own party, before the enemy could have restored their broken ranks, it seemed more advisable to attack the enemy's rear. And by attacking the rear he would in a moment have dispersed the enemy by the twofold attack, had not the cavalry of the Volscians and Equins intercepted him and kept him engaged by a mode of fighting similar to his own. Then indeed Sulpicius asserted that there was no time for delaying, crying out that they were surrounded and cut off from their own friends, unless they united all their efforts and dispatched the engagement with the cavalry. Nor was it enough to rout the enemy without disabling them, that they should slay horses and men, lest any might return to the fight or renew the battle, that they could not resist them, before whom a compact body of infantry had given way. His orders were addressed to by no means deaf ears. By one charge they routed the entire cavalry, dismounted great numbers, and killed with their javelins both the men and the horses. This put a termination to the battle with the cavalry. Then attacking the enemy's line, they sent an account to the consuls of what they had done, where the enemy's line was now giving way. The news both gave new spirits to the Romans who were now conquering, and dismayed the Equins as they were beginning to give way. They first began to be beaten in the center, where the charge of the cavalry had broken their ranks. Then the left wing began to lose ground before the consul Quintius. There was most difficulty on the right. Then Agrippa, buoyed up by youth and vigor, on seeing matters going more favorably in every part of the battle than in his own quarter, took some of the standards from the standard-bearers and carried them on himself. Some even he began to throw into the thick of the enemy. The soldiers, urged on by the fear of this disgrace, attacked the enemy, thus the victory was equalized in every quarter. News then came from Quintius that he, being now victorious, was about to attack the enemy's camp. That he was unwilling to break into it before he learned that they were beaten in the left wing also. If he had routed the enemy, that he should now join him, that all the army together might take possession of the booty. Agrippa being victorious came with mutual congratulations to his victorious colleague and to the enemy's camp. There being but few to defend it, and these being routed in a moment, they break into the fortifications without a struggle. And they march back the army after it obtained a large share of spoil, having recovered also their own effects, which had been lost by the devastation of the lands. I have not ascertained that either they themselves demanded a triumph, nor that such was conferred on them by the Senate, nor is any cause assigned for the honor being either overlooked or not hoped for. As far as I can conjecture at so great a distance of time, when a triumph had been refused to the consuls Horatius and Valerius, who, in addition to the Equins and Volscians, had gained the glory of finishing the Sabine War. The consuls were ashamed to demand a triumph for one half of the services done by them. Lest if they even should obtain it, regard of persons rather than of merit might appear to have been entertained. A disgraceful decision of the people regarding the boundaries of their allies disgraced the honorable victory obtained over their enemies. The states of Aricia and of Ardea, having frequently contended in arms concerning a disputed piece of land, and being wearied out by many mutual losses, appointed the Roman people as arbitrators. When they came to support their claims, an assembly of the people being granted them by the magistrates, a debate ensued conducted with great warmth. And the witnesses being now produced, when the tribes were to be called, and the people were to give their votes, Publius Scaptius, a plebeian advanced in years, rises up and says, "Consuls, if it is permitted me to speak on the public interest, I will not suffer the people to be led into a mistake in this matter." When the consuls said that he, as unworthy of attention, was not to be heard and, on his exclaiming that the public interest was being betrayed, ordered him to be put aside, he appeals to the tribunes. The tribunes, as they are always directed by the multitude, rather than they direct them, indulged the people, who were anxious to hear him, in granting Scaptius leave to say what he pleased. He then commences, that he was in his 83rd year, and that he had served in that district which was now in dispute, not even then a young man as he was serving his 20th campaign, when operations were going on at Corioli. He therefore adduced a fact forgotten by length of time, but one deeply fixed in his own memory. The district now in dispute had belonged to the territory of Corioli, and after the taking of Corioli, it became by right of war the public property of the Roman people. That he was surprised how the states of Ardea and Aricia should hope to intercept from the Roman people, whom from being the right owners they made arbitrators, a district the right to which they never claimed whilst the state of Corioli subsisted. That he for his part had but a short time to live. He could not however bring himself, old as he now was, to decline claiming by his voice, the only means he now had, a district which, as a soldier, he had contributed to acquire, as far as an individual could. That he strenuously advised the people not to damn their own interest by an improper feeling of delicacy. The consuls, when they perceived that Scaptius was listened to not only in silence, but even with approbation, appealing to gods and men, that an enormous and disgraceful act was being committed. Send for the principal senators, with these they went around to the tribunes. Entreated, that, as judges, they would not be guilty of a most heinous crime, with a still worse precedent, by converting the dispute to their own interest, more especially when, even though it may be lawful for a judge to protect his own emolument, so much would by no means be acquired by keeping the land, as would be lost by alienating the affections of their allies by injustice. For that the losses of character and of reputation were greater than could be estimated. Were the ambassadors to carry home this answer, was this to go out to the world, were their allies to hear this? Were their enemies to hear it, with what sorrow the one, with what joy the other party? Could they suppose, that the neighboring states would impute this proceeding to Scaptius, an old babbler at assemblies? That Scaptius would be rendered distinguished by this statue, that the Roman people would assume the character of a usurper and interceptor of the claims of others? For what judge in a private cause ever acted in this way, so as to adjudge to himself the property in dispute? That even Scaptius himself would not act so, though he has now outlived all sense of shame. Thus the consuls, thus the senators exclaimed, but covetousness, and Scaptius, the adviser of that covetousness, had more influence. The tribes, when convened, decided that the district was the public property of the Roman people. Nor is it denied that it might have been so, if they had gone to other judges. Now the disgrace of the decision is certainly not at all diminished by the fairness of the title, nor did it appear more disgraceful or more hideous to the people of Aricia and of Ardea, than it did to the Roman Senate. The remainder of the year continued free from either city or foreign commotions. Book 4. A law was passed concerning the intermarriage of the patricians and plebeians, after strong resistance on the part of the patricians. Military tribunes with consular power. Censors created.